transcending into a downtrodden noble scion in an interstellar era. With a destitute territory, scarce resources, and a dilapidated starship, a mess has been thrust upon Zhao Chen. No stargates in the territory? Well, construct our own. No starships in the territory? Interstellar destroyers, interstellar frigates, interstellar cruisers, whatever we desire, we shall create. Leading swarms of drones akin to a hive assaulting an aircraft carrier, proclaiming dominion over the battlefield. All truths reside within the formidable range of the interstellar battleship's colossal cannons. The Empire has developed T-5 technology for starships? Forgive me, but I have already commissioned a fleet of T-5 starships. In Zhao Chen's lexicon, there exists no problem that cannot be resolved by a starship. If there is, then I shall dispatch 2 more fleets. Passerby, I wish to enlist. I aspire to join Commander Zhao Chen's fleet. Zhao Chen, apologies, but I'm only recruiting female soldiers. Chapter 1. The system is up to mischief. Everyone knows that in this era, stargate technology is paramount for interstellar navigation. However, stargates can only be constructed in star systems that possess 2 suns, which means that, to this day, 1/3 of the star systems remain incapable of building stargate. Zhao Chen groggily opened his eyes, a sensation of dizziness enveloping his mind. If memory serves correctly, he had stayed up late gaming the previous night, and upon arriving in class today, fatigue had overtaken him. Curiously, the usually stern instructor, known for her unyielding demeanor, had not roused him from his slumber. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's expression became vacant, for he discovered that the entire classroom was awry. The desks had transformed from wooden to a peculiar, pristine white material, and before each student lay a holographic projection screen. The uniforms they wore resembled those from a sci-fi space warfare film. Zhao Chen reached out to touch the seemingly transparent display before him at first. He was astonished by the sensation of encountering a tangible object. With a firmer push, his hand astonishingly passed through it. Holy cow! Zhao Chen's eyes widened as he surveyed his surroundings. On the walls of this extraordinary classroom hung several electronic scrolls, depicting various aircraft and warships, not the naval kind, but rather resembling interstellar vessels from a video game. Then he gazed at the teacher standing at the podium, nearly toppling over in shock. Before him stood a humanoid entity, clothed yet bereft of hair, its head adorned with vine-like patterns and butterfly-winged ears flanking its sides. This was certainly not a human visage. As Zhao Chen marveled at the possibility of dreaming, a cascade of memories began to flood his mind. Interstellar, Era Stellar, Empire, Galactic Calendar, Year 3030 North Star, Starship Military Academy. Zhao Chen, Captain Department, 3rd Year Cadet. A grimace crossed Zhao Chen's face as he clutched his head in pain. Old Zhao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Came a concerned voice from beside him. Zhao Chen turned to see a male student. His information immediately flashed in Zhao Chen's mind. Li Bei, his dear friend, a classmate. I'm fine, perhaps just a late night. Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively, indicating his well-being. Feigning composure, he continued attending the class, while his mind began to sort through the current circumstances and situation. He had traversed through worlds. He found himself in an era of interstellar exploration. This was a military academy for starships within the Starry Empire, where he was a student specializing in starship command, with aspirations of becoming the captain of an interstellar warship in the future. Zhao Chen reached into his pocket and felt a small vial. If memory served him correctly, the original owner of this body had chosen to end his life due to romantic disappointments, and unexpectedly, this led to Zhao Chen's transmigration into this body of the same name. Ding. Super Interstellar Fleet System binding in progress. Binding complete. Host, Zhao Chen. At that moment, a mechanical female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Newbie gift package activated. Congratulations, you have received 100 system points. Congratulations, you have acquired the profession of top starship engineer. Congratulations, you have obtained the technical blueprint for AT-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. Congratulations, you have a random opportunity for a special attribute extraction. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhao Chen realized this was his golden finger as a transmigrator. With a thought, a virtual page appeared before Zhao Chen's eyes. Host, Zhao Chen. Profession, top Starship engineer. Special attribute, empty points, 100 Starship count, 0 vessels. Mission, quarterly mission unclaimed. Inventory, T3 Blizzard-class light battlecruiser schematic. Zhao Chen cast a cursory glance, noting the 2 rewards he had recently acquired. An Apex Starship engineer, Zhao Chen raised his hand, utilizing the holographic computer on his desk to delve into the intricacies of Starship construction. To his astonishment, he discovered that upon encountering this knowledge, he grasped it instantaneously, even demonstrating the ability to extrapolate and innovate. Does this imply that I am capable of constructing starships independently? Zhao Chen mused inwardly, his heart brimming with elation. Proceeding further, he examined the concept of points. Points. System points are accrued daily based on the number of starships possessed by the host, exclusively those constructed from system schematics. Points can also be obtained through the completion of system missions. These points can be redeemed for merchandise within the system store. Zhao Chen scrutinized the so-called system store, discovering an assortment of items including starship schematics and various miscellaneous goods, all classified as T1 technology. Within this realm, technological artifacts are categorized into T1, T2, and T3 in ascending order, with starships following suit. A higher tier signifies greater combat prowess and more advanced technology. Consequently, the T3 Blizzard-class light battlecruiser schematic that Zhao Chen had obtained was an exceptionally valuable piece of starship technology. It is imperative to acknowledge that a T3-level starship schematic commands a value of tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions, of stellar credits within the Starfall Empire. As it stands, the Starfall Empire's active roster of T3 starship types openly acknowledges no more than 10 models. The preciousness of the T3 starship is abundantly evident. Should others discover that Zhao Chen possesses the technical blueprints for such a T3 starship, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar throughout the entire empire. However, Zhao Chen is acutely aware of the principle that a common man is at fault for possessing something valuable, and thus, this information must remain undisclosed until he has amassed sufficient strength. Regrettably, Zhao Chen currently lacks the capability to construct a T3 starship. According to his knowledge and memories, the cost of building a T3 starship requires at least 10 million star coins in raw materials and associated construction expenses. To own such a starship, Zhao Chen has a long journey ahead of him. As for the quarterly task displayed on the system interface, this is an automatically generated mission that occurs every 3 months, rewarding completion with various benefits. Zhao Chen prepares to claim his first quarterly task. Quarterly task. Own a starship system generated. The difficulty of this task is quite significant. In addition, there is a unique feature known as special attributes. Zhao Chen selects the attributes option, which reveals a dialog box. The host will randomly select one attribute and its execution conditions from the options below. Option 1. The host's fleet may only recruit male soldiers, granting a combat power bonus and an inspiring presence. Option 2. The host's fleet may only recruit female soldiers, granting a luck bonus and the Eye of Insight. Option 3. The host's fleet may only recruit non-human soldiers, granting a loyalty bonus and the universal tongue. Zhao Chen's expression darkens. Is the system playing tricks? Chapter 2. An interstellar fleet exclusively recruiting female soldiers? Without allowing Zhao Chen much time to ponder, a cursor began to swiftly traverse among 3 options, reminiscent of a spinning roulette. Ultimately, it came to rest on the second option. Zhao Chen covered his face. The notion of exclusively recruiting female soldiers felt rather peculiar, yet, inexplicably, a flicker of anticipation ignited within his heart. To return to the main point, since this reality could not be altered, one might as well embrace it. First, let us examine the 2 rewards obtained. The first is a fleet luck enhancement, which, as the name suggests, bestows a certain degree of luck upon Zhao Chen and any entity under his command within the fleet. The specific effects remain unknown, as luck is an elusive concept. The second reward is the Eye of Insight, which can be employed aboard Zhao Chen's starship to discern whether any species harbors hostility or murderous intent towards him. In other words, as long as he is aboard his starship, Zhao Chen is guaranteed absolute safety. Students, we shall conclude today's lesson here. The semester is drawing to a close, and next term we shall embark on practical learning. As all of you are cadets in the captain's program, it is essential that each of you possesses your own starship. This vessel may be purchased independently or acquired through the exchange of academy credits. The crew aboard the starship may consist of students from various departments within the academy, as well as those they hire themselves, provided they adhere to the relevant regulate. Ians. Once the teacher concluded this announcement, he departed from the classroom. The announcement pertained to the upcoming semester's curriculum, wherein each student is required to prepare their own starship. Those with financial means may purchase one independently. Conversely, those with limited resources can utilize the academy credits accumulated over the past 3 years to exchange for a starship from the academy's designated list. This revelation sparked animated discussions among the students regarding their prospective starships. I must tell you, my father has already arranged for me to have a T2 class interstellar destroyer, the latest model this year, which happens to be the best-selling starship of the past decade. Puffed. Let me tell you, what defines a man's romance? It is the grandeur of colossal ships and mighty cannons. If one is to embark, it must be aboard an interstellar battleship. Now, that is a true man's toy. Well, you all come from affluent backgrounds. I, however, am not as fortunate. If I can manage to secure an interstellar frigate to complete my studies, that would suffice. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhao Chen couldn't help but indulge in his own fantasies about his starship. As a boy, who among them had not harbored dreams of soaring through the cosmos? Old Zhao, have you decided which starship you intend to exchange for? You need to prepare promptly. Although the Academy offers a substantial list of exchangeable starships, procrastination may result in the loss of desirable options. Moreover, you still need to assemble your crew. Li Wei leaned closer to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen casually inquired, "How is your preparation coming along?" Li Wei, grinning broadly, raised his hand, adorned with a device reminiscent of a wristwatch, yet as light as a Fia. Third, a holographic projection emerged, revealing a three-dimensional model of a starship. Its design was rather traditional, akin to ancient naval vessels, showcasing several main cannons and missile launch systems. This is a T2 class Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, currently valued at 4,300,000 star coins. My father arranged this for me, and he even organized the crew, all of whom are retired veterans with over 10 years of service. After speaking, Li Wei seemed to recall something, glancing at Zhao Chen with a hint of concern. Old Zhao, if you truly cannot find a suitable starship in the Academy's warehouse, I could ask my father for assistance. Don't worry, I already have a plan regarding the starship. After we finish our meal, we shall retrieve my vessel, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Li Wei hailed from a commendable family, engaged in interstellar trade, reputedly ranking among the top 10 in the northern sector of the Stellar Empire. Thus, his possession of a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer valued at 4 million star coins was hardly surprising. As their casual conversation concluded, Zhao Chen and Li Wei made their way to the Academy's cafeteria. Along the journey, Li Wei noticed Zhao Chen's distracted demeanor and assumed he was still preoccupied with thoughts of the starship. In truth, Zhao Chen's status was no lesser than Li Weiss, having lost his father at a young age. Zhao Chen had inherited the title of Baron and possessed a stellar territory of his own. Regrettably, the star system territory possessed by Zhao Chen is exceedingly deficient in resources. Moreover, it is a solitary star system, which signifies that the construction of a stargate is an impossibility. A star system devoid of a stargate and lacking in specialty resources is, in essence, branded as worthless. Zhao Chen's baronial title was bestowed upon him as a result of the military accomplishments of his great-grandfather, who was a commander in the Stellar Empire's fleet and Ernet. He title of Count along with a fiefdom. However, during the generations of Zhao Chen's grandfather and father, neither achieved feats significant enough to elevate or solidify their noble standing, resulting in a gradual decline to the point where the countship has now diminished to a barony. Given Zhao Chen's current circumstances, prospects appear bleak. It is said that within Zhao Chen's star system, there isn't even a single T2 class starship, the maintenance of law. An order in the system relies solely on a few antiquated T1 class vessels. Fortunately, due to the system's scarcity, they have not attracted the attention of interstellar pirates. In the past, Li Wei often wished to assist Zhao Chen, yet Zhao Chen's strong-willed nature prevented him from accepting help from others. Well, Old Zhao, let us sit over there, Li Wei suddenly suggested, placing a hand on Zhao Chen's shoulder as he attempted to steer him down a different path, seemingly intent on avoiding something. However, the person Li Wei sought to shield Zhao Chen from had already been seen by him, Jiang Shasha. Theoretically, Zhao Chen's fiancée. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Shasha was in the company of another young man, and those familiar with her knew that this young man was courting he. Li Wei covered his face. Feeling that fate had truly conspired against him, how could he encounter this woman wherever he went? He was aware that Zhao Chen and Jiang Shasha had grown up together, as Jiang Shasha was from the same hometown as Zhao Chen, hailing from the same star system. Jiang Shasha's family belonged to the nobility of Zhao Chen's territory, which is why they had made a betrothal since childhood. However, everything changed once Jiang Shasha and Zhao Chen entered this academy together. Within the confines of the institution, there existed young men of even more illustrious standing and greater generosity by comparison. Zhao Chen could only be regarded as a fallen noble from a rural background. Li Wei knew that Zhao Chen was heartbroken, having been unable to eat on several occasions due to his despair. What Li Wei was unaware of was that, on this very day, Zhao Chen, overwhelmed by his emotional turmoil, had attempted to take his own life through an overdose, resulting in the current state of Zhao Chen. The seat by the window over there. Let's sit there. Zhao Chen dismissed Li Wei's suggestion and walked ahead without hesitation. To outsiders, it appeared as though Zhao Chen was making a beeline for Jiang Shasha.
Chapter 3. The fiancée of the Baron of Waste. At this moment, Jiang Shasha observed Zhao Chen striding directly towards her. Was he jesting? Having departed from that impoverished star system, she had finally grasped the essence of a resplendent life. She would not permit herself to endure such a life, not even in thought. The young man beside her was a potential prospect, hailing from a respectable lineage. His father was currently a viscount and was rumored to be on the brink of ascending to the rank of earl in the coming years. In that case, his son would inevitably inherit the title. Nevertheless, she resolved to concoct an excuse to dismiss him shortly. She had already afforded him a semblance of respect. Should he remain ungrateful, he would have to endure public humiliation at her hands. Jiang Shasha mused internally, her expression gradually transforming into one of cold detachment as she prepared her words of rejection. Even the young man beside her wore a mocking countenance. Having pursued Jiang Shasha, he had naturally investigated her background and was well aware of Zhao Chen's fall from grace. He relished witnessing the indignation on others' faces when he claimed what they cherished. As both awaited the unfolding of the next scene, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Zhao Chen did not spare Jiang Shasha a single glance, merely brushing past them. This action rendered both Jiang Shasha and the young man speechless, even leaving Li Wei momentarily stunned. He had anticipated that Zhao Chen, upon seeing his fiancée in the company of another young man, would be compelled to confront them. Yet Zhao Chen simply continued on his path. Look, the view here is superb, offering a glimpse of the starship anchored in the distance. Zhao Chen sat at a dining table adorned with a vast transparent floor-to-ceiling window, gesturing towards a distant starport where numerous starships were docked. Li Wei felt a sense of astonishment, pondering whether his elder brother had truly come here merely to admire the scenery. Indeed, Zhao Chen was captivated by the starships. Perhaps it was an innate fascination inherent to men. He displayed a keen interest in the vessels, diligently recalling the knowledge he had acquired, and began to identify each ship moored in the starport. The majority were T2 starships, with a few T1 vessels present. In this era, T1 starships were considered outdated, primarily serving civilian purposes or patrolling duties across various star systems. For actual combat scenarios, one would need at least a T2 class vessel. The T2 starships were significantly larger than their T1 counterparts, with a diverse array of interstellar destroyers and frigates comprising two-thirds of the fleet. The remainder consisted of interstellar cruisers and battle cruisers. Zhao Chen even spotted a T1 class interstellar battleship, albeit clearly a relic of the past. He noted the absence of aircraft carrier starships, which, along with interstellar battleships, were among the most expensive types of vessels. The former dominated aerial combat while the latter symbolized colossal firepower. Soon, Zhao Chen's gaze fell upon a starship identical to the one Li Wei had purchased, the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. This model was currently the best-selling T2 interstellar destroyer within the Starry Empire, favored by many for its commendable design. With a length of 230 meters, it was akin to a large sports arena in size. "What shall we eat today?" "My treat," Li Wei generously declared. "Really?" Zhao Chen teased, glancing at Li Wei. He then pressed a button on the table, and a holographic menu promptly materialized before him. He swiftly scrolled to the end of the menu. Li Wei sighed with a wry smile. "Brother, although my father bought me a starship, you know that my monthly allowance is quite meager." Zhao Chen ceased his playful banter, stating, "Though you are a wealthy heir and I am but a fallen baron, I have not yet sunk to the level of relying on your generosity. Wait until you truly prosper before inviting me again." With that, Zhao Chen selected the most economical meal option. Li Wei followed suit with a similar choice. Before long, a robotic server delivered their meals. "Here are your nutritional A and nutritional C sets. Enjoy your meal." Zhao Chen began to eat the visually appealing yet disappointingly bland food, feeling as if he were consuming plastic. Food prices seemed to have risen again. Eating these artificial nutritional sets daily, I fear I may lose my sense of taste altogether. I long for those artificially cultivated foods. Li Wei lamented with a grimace. "Ask your father for a bit more pocket money," Zhao Chen replied without looking up. "Even my father can only afford the most basic 3 meals and a soup, with meat only once a week. The lavish lifestyle of feasting and indulgence is likely reserved for the upper echelons of society." Li Wei waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Chen scrutinized the food on his plate. In this era, everything is marvelous and advanced. However, the only unfortunate aspect lies in the quality of food available, as the vast population, coupled with the excessive exploitation of the planet's land resources and the exorbitant costs of naturally cultivated crops, results in the majority of ordinary individuals resorting to tasteless, inexpensive synthetic meals. Only the affluent elite can indulge in artificially grown natural foods. Even the most commonplace rice, steamed buns, and vegetables which Zhao Chen once took for granted are now considered precious commodities. The ordinary lower nobility can only savor them on rare occasions. "Isn't that Baron Zhao Chen? How can a distinguished baron be reduced to consuming such fare?" A derisive voice interjected from nearby. Li Wei furrowed his brow and glanced over, noticing that Jiang Shasha and a certain man, whom Zhao Chen had previously ignored, were seated right beside them. This man, Zhang Haoren, was no ordinary figure. His father held the title of Viscount. Zhao Chen chose to disregard him, lowering his gaze and continuing to eat. "I forgot to inform Baron Zhao Chen of a certain matter. Shasha has agreed to be my girlfriend. As for the engagement between you and Shasha, it would be wise for you to annul it yourself. Do you think you are worthy of her? You ought to weigh your own worth," Zhang Haoren derisively taunted, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Chen. He relished the feeling of humiliating others. Chapter 4. Starship Duel. Zhao Chen's previous indifference only fueled Zhang Haoren's irritation, prompting him to seize the opportunity to provoke Zhao Chen further by mentioning his relationship with Jiang Shasha. At this moment, Zhao Chen finally lifted his head, casting a casual glance at Zhang Haoren, and uttered a single syllable, "Oh." Jiang Shasha gazed at Zhao Chen with astonishment, also perceiving a divergence from his former self. Indeed, Zhang Haoren sneered, "A feudal baron, a man of nugatory accomplishments." He launched another assault. Li Wei, his patience exhausted, directly rebuked Zhang Haoren. "Do not press your advantage, Zhang Haoren. What standing do you possess? If Zhao Chen is a worthless baron, then you are beneath worthlessness. If my memory serves me correctly, you failed your final examinations for 3 consecutive years. Were it not for your father's intervention, you would have been expelled long ago." Zhao Chen cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Haoren, uttering words of profound impact in a tone of utter equanimity. "You!" Zhang Haoren retorted, mortified. This was his most sensitive point, the one he least desired others to invoke in his presence. "What if I do have connections? My father has even arranged for me to have a T2 starship next semester. I presume you will only be able to produce a T1 starship at that time. I recall there will be live combat exercises then. Your T1 starship will likely become target practice, ha ha ha." Zhang Haoren roared with laughter. "A random task has been triggered. Issue a starship duel to Zhang Haoren and vanquish him in the duel. Do you wish to accept?" Zhao Chen's expression shifted, not expecting to trigger a random task at this juncture. To defeat Zhang Haoran. This presents a challenge. However, compared to the previous seasonal task, it seems considerably more manageable. Most importantly, apart from the indeterminate task rewards, completing the task will also yield a task point. Although Zhao Chen currently possesses system points, the items in the system store are not available for arbitrary exchange. Acquiring a product necessitates corresponding task points. For instance, to redeem a T1 tier item, one requires a task point along with the requisite system points. Presently, task points are precisely what Zhao Chen is in desperate need of. The words spoken inadvertently strike a chord of sorrow within Zhao Chen. Meanwhile, Zhang Shasha observes the unfolding drama with indifference. Perhaps Zhang Haoran's behavior is somewhat excessive, yet if it serves to illuminate the disparity between them and prompts Zhao Chen to recognize his limitations, then it is not entirely unwelcome. At that moment, a smile crept upon Zhao Chen's lips. One might wonder who is truly subjecting themselves to humiliation. Zhao Chen lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Zhang Haoran for the first time, his expression laced with provocation and mockery. Concurrently, a thought crossed Zhao Chen's mind: confirm task acceptance. Random task successfully acquired. Task details. Challenge Zhang Haoran to a starship duel and defeat him during the contest. Task difficulty: D grade. Task rewards: 1 task point and 300 points. Failure penalty: deduction of 300 points. It appears there is indeed a penalty for failure, resulting in an immediate deduction of 300 points. It is worth noting that Zhao Chen's account currently holds merely 100 points. Should he fail the task, his balance would plunge into the negative. You, with no starship to your name, have no right to speak here. Were I in your position, I would have long since packed my belongings and departed. You are unworthy of remaining in Beiji Star, Zhang Haoran exclaimed, indignantly pointing a finger at Zhao Chen. A fallen noble should humbly accept their humiliation, yet this fellow consistently defies expectations. Since you are so confident, why not engage in a starship duel? Zhao Chen remarked as he extracted a card from the collar of his student uniform. It was the Academy's student identification card, which permitted him to participate in various activities within the institution, including starship dueling. Starship duel? With you? Zhang Haoran initially appeared taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. He rose and strode directly to Zhao Chen's table. You, who possesses not even a starship, what do you have to challenge me? Do you truly think you are worthy? Of course, the timing is not immediate. There remains a month until the conclusion of this semester. Let us set it for before the end of June. I shall inform you of the duel specifics then. If I lose, I will voluntarily withdraw from the academy next semester. If you lose, Zhao Chen's gaze remained fixed on his opponent. I will withdraw, Zhang Haoran interjected, seizing the moment. At this juncture, the unfolding events had surpassed the expectations of Zhang Shasha and Li Wei. Li Wei stood up, pushing aside Zhang Haoran, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhao Chen. Zhang Haoran, if you have the audacity, challenge me to a starship duel. Zhang Haoran glanced at Li Wei, spreading his hands with a smirk. Everyone has witnessed that it was Zhao Chen who proposed this starship duel. Li Wei's father wielded considerable influence, and Zhang Haoran was reluctant to invite unnecessary complications. Li Wei, allow me to handle this matter myself, Zhao Chen stated, placing a hand on Li Wei's shoulder. But, if you still consider me a friend, then trust me, Zhao Chen insisted earnestly. Li Wei grit his teeth, begrudgingly casting a resentful glare at Zhang Haoran. At that moment, a holographic projection materialized between Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoran. In the 3rd grade, student Zhao Chen extended a challenge for a starship duel to classmate Zhang Haoran, with a tentative time frame set within a month. This commotion quickly drew the attention of onlookers, for starship duels are a rare occurrence, given their practical nature. Such confrontations often result in damage to the vessels and, regrettably, can lead to casualties. Therefore, the North Star Starship Military Academy typically hosts only 4 or 5 such duels within a month. Though I am uncertain of the source of your confidence, I will ensure that you come to regret your decision today. Zhang Haoran disdainfully produced his identity card, accepting Zhao Chen's challenge. With this, the details of their duel were recorded in the Academy's database, awaiting the final confirmation of time. Li Wei, have you finished your meal? Zhao Chen inquired. Yes, I'm done. Let us depart, he replied. Wiping his mouth, Zhao Chen maintained a nonchalant demeanor as if nothing noteworthy had transpired. Oh, I've finished. Li Wei, distracted by the unfolding events, followed Zhao Chen out of the dining hall. Zhang Haoran, observing Zhao Chen's retreating figure, smirked in derision. How audacious for someone without even a starship to challenge me. The embarrassment will fall solely upon him. Shasha, worry not. Once I defeat him and expel him from the academy, he shall no longer have the opportunity to pursue you, Zhang Haoran declared, casting a victorious glance at Jiang Shasha. Jiang Shasha also watched Zhao Chen's departing silhouette, feeling an inexplicable sense of change in him. Most notably, she realized that throughout this encounter, Zhao Chen had not once looked her way. Has he truly forgotten himself, or is he merely feigning it? For reasons unknown, Jiang Shasha felt a pang of reluctance. Chapter 5. Exchange for 3 rancid starships? This fellow must be out of his mind. Zhao Chen, you were excessively impulsive just now. I understand your hatred for Zhang Haoran. He has taken away Jiang Shasha. But you cannot challenge him to a duel over starships. The application for the starship duel has already been submitted. There is no way to cancel it. If worst comes to worst, I shall lend you my T2 hyena. Li Wei walked alongside Zhao Chen, his anxious demeanor suggesting that he was the one facing the duel, not Zhao Chen. No need, I possess a starship. Zhao Chen felt a warm glow in his heart as he witnessed Li Wei's genuine concern for him. Li Wei truly regarded him as a brother, especially since Zhao Chen had been tutoring this privileged heir of a trading family since their first day at school, assisting him with his studies. Without his help, Li Wei would have likely failed all his subjects in the previous 3 years. Their bond had flourished from that point onward. You have a starship? How was I unaware of this? Li Wei gazed at Zhao Chen in astonishment. Zhao Chen spent 24 hours a day, aside from sleeping and using the restroom, in Li Wei's company. How could he not know about the starship? Well then, let us go exchange it now. A smile curled upon Zhao Chen's lips. What? Go exchange it now? Li Wei was taken aback, then clutched his head in disbelief. My dear Baron, you jest too grandly. Do you intend to use a starship from the Academy's warehouse to confront Zhang Haoran? Half an hour later, Zhao Chen and Li Wei arrived at the Academy's starship warehouse. This place differed from the starport, which housed starships poised for immediate departure. In contrast, the starship warehouse served as a repository for vessels, some of which could be described as cloaked in dust, having been parked there for an indeterminate number of years. Greetings. I am here to exchange for a starship, Zhao Chen announced as he approached the counter of the warehouse administrator. The administrator glanced at Zhao Chen, perhaps recognizing the end-of-term rush, aware that third-year students were beginning to prepare for the next semester's starship requirements, and accustomed to students seeking exchanges here. Peruse at your leisure. Here is the list, he said, presenting a compilation of data on each starship, along with the requisite student credits. With a flick of his wrist, the administrator activated the display, revealing a plethora of starships, nearly 300 in total. However, the overwhelming majority were of T1 classification, predominantly second-hand vessels, for who would leave new starships languishing in such a place? Zhao Chen, your academic performance has been commendable. After 3 semesters, your academy credits should amount to around 30,000, the administrator continued. That would suffice to exchange for this T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, a vessel from 2 decades past, with slight hull damage. While its design may appear somewhat antiquated, its core technology remains quite comprehensive. Li Wei, aware that the outcome of the starship duel was already determined, knew they could only strategize from this point onward. Zhao Chen shook his head and continued to browse. Li Wei proceeded to introduce several other T2 starships, all offering commendable value, yet Zhao Chen dismissed each one. Young master, how long do you intend to deliberate? While there are over 300 starships here, only a select few are truly suitable. Observing Zhao Chen's prolonged indecision, Li Wei inquired, have you made your selection? Indeed, Zhao Chen affirmed. Li Wei, piqued with curiosity, asked, which one have you chosen? Zhao Chen turned to the administrative instructor. Teacher, is it permissible to redeem multiple starships, provided one possesses sufficient credits? There is indeed no restriction on the quantity of redemptions, The administrative instructor confirmed with a nod. Zhao Chen proceeded to select several starships within the query interface. In that case, I shall take these three. Three? Both Li Wei and the administrative instructor were taken aback. They simultaneously examined the specifications of the three starships. T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, 59 years in service. Sustained severe hull damage and extensive damage to 3 primary cannons. Now repaired. Cost: 9,000 credits. T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser, 65 years in service. Cost: 7,000 credits. T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship, 80 years in service. Cost: 11,000 credits. Upon reviewing the data for these three starships, both Li Wei and the administrative instructor were dumbfounded. These vessels were undeniably antiquated relics within the Starship repository. Are you certain you wish to redeem these three starships? Would you not reconsider? The administrative instructor advised. While these starships were commendable vessels in their respective eras, the passage of time has severely degraded their interstellar modules. Li Wei interjected hastily. Zhao Chen, you jest. Starship duels are conducted on a one-on-one basis. Selecting three vessels would be futile. I am resolute. I desire these three. Please proceed with the exchange, Zhao Chen stated firmly. Under the diligent confirmation of the administrator, the three starships were finally allotted to Zhao Chen. Li Wei, standing nearby, concealed his face, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. He simply could not comprehend the magnitude of Zhao Chen's actions that day. These three starships have been registered under your name, the administrator stated. You may withdraw them at your convenience. Should you wish to continue storing them in the warehouse, the first month is complimentary, but thereafter, a storage fee will apply. The administrator regarded Zhao Chen with a look of incredulity. Excuse me, but can points also be utilized to exchange for some starship components? Zhao Chen inquired. Moreover, each student possesses a complimentary right to utilize the starship modification and maintenance dock, which I have not used for 3 semesters. I should have 30 days of free access remaining, he added, prompting a nod of affirmation from the administrator. Very well, I shall draft a list of starship components. Additionally, could you kindly arrange for a starship dock to transfer all 3 starships along with the components to that location? Zhao Chen requested earnestly. The administrator glanced over the list of components, which were rather commonplace. Zhao Chen's redeemed academy points were precisely sufficient to acquire these items. Will you require the services of a starship engineer or technician? They can perform repairs and modifications according to your specifications, the administrator asked. No, that will not be necessary, Zhao Chen replied, shaking his head. The administrator, not wishing to pry further, assured him, I will have everything arranged within half an hour. You will receive the dock number, and you may proceed directly there. Thank you, esteemed teacher, Zhao Chen expressed his gratitude. After concluding their business, Zhao Chen and Li Wei departed the premises. What an intriguing student, Li Wei mused. The administrator murmured something under his breath. Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Wei seized Zhao Chen's shoulder and exclaimed, Zhao Chen, what on earth do you intend to do? What use could those dilapidated starships possibly serve? You are jesting with your future. Zhao Chen remained composed, responding calmly, Li Wei, trust me. I will handle this matter appropriately. Li Wei, feeling exasperated, waved his hand dismissively, adopting an attitude of indifference towards Zhao Chen. In resignation, Zhao Chen understood that even if he were to explain his intentions to Li Wei now, the latter would remain skeptical. Rather than squander time, it would be more prudent to demonstrate the truth through tangible results later on. Ding! Third-year student Zhao Chen has acquired the usage rights to Dock 017 for small and medium-sized starships. Access is granted with the student identification card during the designated period. Upon receiving this notification, Zhao Chen bid farewell to Li Wei and proceeded to the starship dock. Upon arriving at the entrance, he swiped his student ID card, and the door opened automatically, revealing an expansive space, no less than 3 or 5 football fields in size. A pungent scent of rust and starship oil assaulted his senses as he stepped inside. There, he beheld 3 starships that seemed to be waiting for his arrival. The rusted hulls bore testament to their age and the battles they had once endured. although the academy had undertaken repairs and maintenance, they had served for many years. Zhao Chen first approached the main control console in the workshop, activating a series of holographic screens, his fingers swiftly tapping at the holographic keyboard, inputting data one after another. Finally, the data and specifications for the 3 starships were distinctly presented, with Zhao Chen even having crafted 3-dimensional models. Upon closer inspection, one would observe that the starship's 3D models were divided into gray and red zones. By amalgamating these zones, it can be done. Zhao Chen eagerly superimposed the red areas, forming a vague, albeit ungainly, starship prototype. Subsequently, Zhao Chen retrieved a classified data file from his handheld terminal, which also contained a starship model, the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. Chapter 6, Starship Assembly in Progress and Truth. Zhao Chen's rationale for acquiring these 3 starships was straightforward. Given his current capabilities, constructing the system-awarded T-3 starship was infeasible. However, by leveraging the technical schematics provided for the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser as a foundation and utilizing the 3 extant starships for modification and assembly, it might be possible to construct a simplified version of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. Within Zhao Chen's mind, fortified by the top-tier starship engineer skill, countless calculations affirmed the feasibility of this plan with an impressive 80% probability. Employing the hull of the T-2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship, coupled with performance modules from the T-2 Hyena and T-2 Grey Wolf, Zhao Chen muttered with fervent enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming with a touch of madness. Having formulated the assembly plan, Zhao Chen promptly initiated operations. He approached the console, personally maneuvering the robotic arm to commence the dissection of the 3 starships. This marks Zhao Chen's inaugural endeavor in the modification of a starship. Yet, at the very moment he commenced, he felt as though he had engaged in such tasks countless times before, moving with remarkable ease and precision. Even the most esteemed starship engineers within the academy would marvel at the craftsmanship and skill exhibited by this young man. Such fluidity could only be achieved with decades of hands-on experience and an extensive reservoir of expertise. The disassembly of 3 starships represents a considerable undertaking. While enlisting the assistance of mechanics or engineers could prove beneficial, Zhao Chen found himself unable to do so. Firstly, he had exhausted all his academy credits on the procurement of components. Secondly, the nature of this process must remain undisclosed. The disassembly and reconstruction of 3 distinct starships into a singular, novel vessel necessitated the incorporation of certain core technologies from the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruisers. Should any hints of his endeavor leak out, the repercussions could be dire. Thus, the entirety of this operation must be managed solely by Zhao Chen. After a brief mental calculation, he determined that approximately 20 days would suffice. Over the next 3 weeks, he effectively dismissed all his classes, a decision facilitated by the approaching end of term, during which many assessments had already concluded. Zhao Chen's credits were more than adequate for his advancement to the 4th year, rendering his absences relatively inconsequential. However, news of his duel with Zhang Haoren spread throughout the 3rd year, drawing numerous students to his classroom, eager to glimpse the rumored fallen baron, only to depart in disappointment. Beep, beep, beep. The entrance to the starship workshop flickered with a crimson glow, emitting a persistent alert for entry. At first, Zhao Chen paid no heed, but the notification displayed remarkable patience, continuing for a full 10 minutes. Unable to endure any longer, Zhao Chen dragged his weary body out of the workspace and approached the door, ultimately opening it. Zhao Chen, have you lost your mind? As soon as the door creaked open, a sharp voice pierced through the air, followed by a delicate, fair leg stepping inside. Zhao Wanner, his sister, immediately pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Chen and unleashed a torrent of reprimands. However, Zhao Chen barely absorbed her words as he leaned against the doorframe. Vanya, are you done scolding me? Once you're finished, I shall retire for some rest. With half-closed eyes, he stifled a yawn. The woman before him, with a graceful figure and skin as white as snow, was none other than Zhao Wanner, his younger sister. She was a 4th-year student at the Northern Star Starship Academy and would soon advance to her 5th year. Why was Zhao Chen, the elder brother, only in his 3rd year while Zhao Wanner had surpassed him to become a 4th year? Because she was a prodigy who completed the entire 3-year curriculum in just 1 year, eclipsing her brother's progress. Renowned for her striking beauty, she had always been the belle of the academy. Clad in a pristine white military uniform, her presence reminded Zhao Chen that it had been over half a month since the incident, and now she had come to seek him out. Upon her return, she wasted no time in learning the news and rushed to find him. Zhao Wan'er observed her brother, who bore dark circles under his eyes, disheveled hair, and even an unpleasant odor. Behind Zhao Chen, near the workshop entrance, lay a makeshift cot. Adjacent to it was a case of fast food nutritional meals, with discarded containers strewn about, emitting a sour odor. Several sets of unkempt academy uniforms were also discarded on the ground. It was evident how Zhao Chen had spent the better part of the last half-month. You have time to rest? Do you even comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you've stirred up? Engaging in a starship duel with Zhang Haoren over a woman, and wagering your expulsion from the academy upon the outcome? Have you lost your senses?
Zhao Wan'er, exasperated, seized Zhao Chen's ear.
Ordinarily, such force would have elicited a reaction of pain. However, Zhao Chen, overcome by drowsiness, slumped directly onto Zhao Wan'er. You! Thump. Zhao Wan'er collapsed to the ground, with Zhao Chen resting against her like a child. This fellow. Zhao Wan'er sighed, resigning herself to dragging Zhao Chen into the starship workshop. However, upon raising her head and beholding the starship parking area within the workshop, spanning several football fields in size, she was dumbfounded. A starship stood there, its hull visibly antiquated, not new. Certain areas were uneven, bearing the scars of cannon fire. Scattered across the surrounding consoles were various components, large and small. Yet, despite its condition, Zhao Wan'er could sense the latent ferocity emanating from the vessel. Most significantly, Zhao Wan'er found the starship hauntingly familiar, yet she could not recall encountering it in her studies of starship encyclopedias. Wan'er. Zhao Chen had awakened, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Although he had only slept for about 10 minutes, his condition had significantly improved. What is this? Zhao Wan'er inquired, pointing at the unremarkable starship before her. You deceived me without even a draft. She continued, I heard from that rascal Li Wei that you exchanged your academy credits for 3 outdated starships. Not this. Zhao Wan'er halted mid-sentence. Wan'er, aren't you usually quite astute? How have you not figured it out? Zhao Chen remarked with a teasing smile. Chapter 7. The first Starship Zero Snowstorm. Zhao Wan'er meticulously examined the starship from top to bottom, her eyes wide with astonishment as she turned towards Zhao Chen. This starship was assembled from those 3 T2 hyenas, T2 gray wolves, and T2 devil crocodiles? She recognized the reason behind the sense of familiarity it invoked. The hull bore a striking resemblance to the T2 devil crocodile class medium interstellar battleship, with a similarity rate exceeding 90%. Furthermore, the weapon modules closely resembled those of the T2 hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. In summary, this starship exhibited a plethora of characteristics from the 3 vessels. Indeed, Zhao Chen candidly affirmed. While he couldn't divulge the details regarding the T3 Snowstorm-class light interstellar battlecruiser, the fact that he had assembled a starship was an undeniable truth. The starship warehouse maintained records of the exchanges, and coupled with Zhao Chen's forthcoming duel against Zhang Haoren using this starship, it was not difficult for discerning minds to piece together the puzzle. You've spent most of the past half-month here assembling this starship? When did you learn to assemble starships?
Zhao Wan'er gazed incredulously at Zhao Chen.
Dismantling 3 starships and reassembling them into one is no trivial task. And the most crucial aspect is ensuring that each module of the newly constructed vessel can indeed be activated. Zhao Chen pointed at the starship and chuckled. I have many secrets. Besides our captain's course, I secretly studied some starship engineering on my own. This is my first starship, which I have named Zero Snowstorm. While it is a simplified version of the T3 Snowstorm-class light interstellar battlecruiser, using the name Snowstorm seems somewhat inappropriate. Thus, I have chosen to bestow upon it the distinct name Zero Snowstorm. Zero Snowstorm? Zhao Wan'er muttered, pondering the peculiar name. This vessel, resembling an interstellar battleship yet embodying the characteristics of an interstellar cruiser with a dash of destroyer style, was indeed an enigma. Are you certain it can truly be activated? Zhao Chen, I am aware of your feelings for Jiang Shasha. However, that woman is decidedly unsuitable for you. Do not hang your hopes on a single tree. Moreover, you are well aware of the state of our territory. We have painstakingly utilized the last of our savings to become students at the Northern Star Starship Academy, and only by successfully graduating can we hope to revitalize our domain. If you were to be expelled, could you truly face the spirits of our parents? And what of the sacrifice made by our sister? Zhao Wan'er glared at Zhao Chen with indignation. Then, she seized Zhao Chen's wrist, declaring, I will seek help from my close friend. She hails from a prominent family, and I will have her intervene and negotiate with Zhang Haoran to cancel this duel. However, Zhao Wan'er did not pull Zhao Chen back. Instead, Zhao Chen surprisingly stepped forward and lifted Zhao Wan'er into a princess carry. What are you doing? Zhao Wan'er blushed. Come and see my starship. Without uttering further words, Zhao Chen cradled Zhao Wan'er and dashed towards the starship's hatch. They traversed the somewhat antiquated corridors within the vessel, arriving at the bridge, the very brain of the starship. The bridge was relatively small, approximately 100 square meters, and, due to the lack of activation, it was enveloped in darkness. Zhao Chen gently set Zhao Wan'er down and proceeded to the captain's chair, seating himself. He placed his hand on the right armrest of the chair, detecting highest authority, initiating identity verification. Captain Zhao Chen. Identity verification complete. A suspended crystal control panel materialized before Zhao Chen, and he pressed several buttons. Starship initiating. Starship Central Control System activating. Starship Energy System powering up. 10, 30, 60. As Zhao Chen officially commenced the activation of the starship, the lighting system of the bridge flickered to life, illuminating the entire area. Subsequently, this colossal entity began to awaken. Starship Propulsion System automatically detecting. Detection complete. Functioning optimally. Starship Weapon Systems automatically detecting. Detection complete. Functioning optimally. Starship. A series of mechanical voices resonated throughout the bridge. Zhao Chen's very first starship was officially awakened. All functional modules of the starship are operating nominally. The energy reserves stand at 19. Zhao Chen exuberantly brandished his fist, for despite his technical acumen, he harbored reservations about the certainty of success. Contrary to his trepidation, the inaugural activation proved triumphant. Incredible, isn't it? Zhao Chen descended from the captain's chair, casually draping his arm over Zhao Wan'er's shoulders in a fraternal manner. Despite their siblinghood, Zhao Wan'er's consistent excellence fostered a dynamic more akin to that of elder sister and younger brother. Zhao Wan'er rolled her eyes, retorting, even if it can be activated, what of its combat prowess? Can it perform in actual combat? These are all salient questions. I have heard that Zhang Haoran's starship is a T2 class vessel. Are you certain that your assembled ship can prevail? Lest it disintegrate before the engagement even commences. My dear sister, wherefore such skepticism? Not only can it prevail, but within 10 minutes, I shall vanquish Zhang Haoran's T2 starship. Zhao Chen confidently interlaced two fingers, forming a cross. 10 minutes. I had not previously discerned such a propensity for hyperbole within you. Zhao Wan'er cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Chen, disbelieving his assertion. Furthermore, this starship is solely crewed by you. There are no other members of the crew. How can you possibly engage in combat? Snap! Zhao Chen abruptly clapped his hand, his eyes gleaming with sudden realization. How could I have overlooked this? No wonder I sensed something amiss when I activated the starship. Overwhelmed, Zhao Wan'er clutched her head, despairing of her elder brother. I'm going to consult with my best friend on how to handle this. Wan'er, where can I find crew members the quickest? Zhao Chen implored, his gaze fixed on his sister. He was adept at retrofitting and dismantling starships, but this matter was beyond his capabilities. You haven't even considered these things, yet you're thinking about starship duels? Zhao Wan'er retorted, exasperated, but proceeded to explain. Crew members typically come from three sources. First, there are students from other departments within the Starship Military Academy. Besides the captain's department that we're in, there are various other specialized departments. Second, you can recruit veterans discharged from the Imperial Army. These crew members are skilled, but maintaining them is costly. The third source is less conventional channels. such as those formerly involved in illicit activities, pirates, slaves, and so on. Actually, the Academy also provides channels for crew recruitment. Connect to the Academy network with your ID card. There's a dedicated channel there. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, barely pausing to ask, which is the most economical? Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes, aware of Zhao Chen's limited funds. The most economical are slaves, generally prisoners of war, some of whom were originally Starship pilots. However, due to concerns about loyalty and status, many are reluctant to employ slaves, mostly assigning them to menial tasks. For positions on the bridge, it's still. Zhao Wanner was in mid-sentence when, having authenticated himself on the Academy network with his identity card, Zhao Chen located the slave option in an obscure corner of a crew recruitment channel. After perusing the list of available slaves, his gaze became fixated on one in particular, as if he had unearthed a hidden gem. "This is the one," he exclaimed, decisively selecting an exchange option. With his Academy points depleted, Zhao Chen resorted to using his personal account for the transaction. "What have you done?" Zhao Wanner inquired, a sense of foreboding washing over her as she watched Zhao Chen contentedly close the holographic projection interface. "I recruited some crew members, as they promised delivery within a day," Zhao Chen responded. "Crew members? What kind of crew members?" "Slave crew members. You mentioned they were the most economical option. How much did it cost?" "I thought you had exhausted your Academy points. It wasn't exorbitant, merely 3,000 star coins. If my memory serves me correctly, you only had slightly more than 3,000 star coins in your account for living expenses." "Indeed." A dark expression crept across Zhao Wanner's face. How had she failed to notice her elder brother's unreliability until now? "Here, take a look at the roster," Zhao Chen offered, presenting the slave list he had acquired to Zhao Wanner. The list included accompanying images. Upon examining the images, Zhao Wanner became even more disconcerted, as they predominantly featured demihumans, and all of them were female demihumans. Zhao Wanner glared at her elder brother with a darkened countenance, exclaiming, "Zhao Chen." Ultimately, Zhao Wanner rebuked Zhao Chen before departing in a fit of pique. In her estimation, her elder brother had taken leave of his senses, obstinately refusing to see reason. She deemed it necessary to prepare for the worst-case scenario, namely, clearing up the mess her brother would inevitably create. Subsequent to Zhao Wanner's departure, Zhao Chen first refreshed himself with ablutions, enjoyed a sound slumber, and donned a clean set of clothes. At that juncture, the enslaved crew that Zhao Chen had ordered arrived. "Greetings. Are you Mr. Zhao Chen? Here are the 100 slaves you ordered. Please present your identification card," a man with a professional smile announced as he appeared at the entrance of Zhao Chen's workshop. Behind the man were 10 mechanical trolleys covered with black cloths, each standing 3 meters tall, 4 to 5 meters long, and 2 meters wide. Aside from these, no personnel were visible. Zhao Chen presented his identification card and inquired with a hint of puzzlement. "Where are the individuals I requested?" "They are inside here," the man replied, unveiling the black cloth of one of the mechanical trolleys to reveal iron cages within. Each cage was roughly a 1-meter-high cube, containing a seated demi-human with their hands clasped around their knees. Their garments were tattered, and electronic shackles adorned their necks and feet. Each appeared gaunt and fearful. This is the software to control the electronic shackles on their necks. These shackles have the functions of electric shock and self-detonation. Unless you enter the password to unlock them, any external damage will trigger self-detonation, the man elaborated. "I understand. Are these cages also included?" Zhao Chen inquired, gesturing towards the contraptions. "Indeed," the man responded with a smile. "These half-orcs have long been subjugated under their captor's dominion, and it is only with great difficulty that someone has finally expressed a willingness to purchase them. Offering a few mechanical carts and cages hardly seems sufficient. I might as well push them in myself." Zhao Chen resolutely maneuvers the mechanical carts into the workshop, unveiling the black cloth that shrouded them. One by one, the half-orcs are laid bare before his eyes. They exhibit a myriad of forms. Some resemble beasts, adorned with fur, while others bear a closer resemblance to humans, albeit with the ears or tails of wild animals. Notably, the half-orcs exhibiting characteristics of dogs, pigs, and sheep are the most numerous. Among them, one captivates his attention. a female half-orc with lustrous white fur and piercing blue eyes, brimming with hostility, fury, and a profound sense of injustice. She possesses a pair of truncated white ears atop her head and a similarly severed white tail. Her visage and form are marred by numerous unsightly scars. Were it not for these blemishes, she might very well align with human aesthetic standards despite her half-orc heritage. This female half-orc is someone Zhao Chen knows all too well, for the primary reason behind his selection of this particular batch of half-orcs was indeed her presence. "Greetings, General Charlotte," he addresses her. The white-furred half-orc gazes back, astonished that he has uttered her name, especially the title. General Charlotte, hailing from the Black Ya Star domain of the Warhammer Interstellar Tribal Confederation and the White Tiger Clan, rose in rebellion against the local Lord S oppressive regime that subjugated the half-orc tribes within the Star domain. She led an interstellar resistance movement that spanned 3 years, enduring no fewer than 50 interstellar battles of varying magnitudes. Once commanding a rebel star fleet of 300 ships, she engaged in fierce combat against a lordly fleet of 500, ultimately achieving a Pyrrhic victory, even managing to destroy an enemy T3 starship. However, 3 months ago, due to the treachery of a traitor, their operation was compromised, leading to an ambush by an enemy fleet that outnumbered them several times. The entire star fleet was annihilated, and their whereabouts thereafter became a mystery. To her dismay, she found herself reduced to a slave, sold to the Starshine Empire. Zhao Chen recounted the exploits of the half-orc general before him in meticulous detail. Upon hearing the man's narration of her past, Charlotte appeared momentarily lost in thought. Zhao Chen opened the cage that imprisoned Charlotte and sat on the ground before her. "So, would you like to converse?" Charlotte smiled wryly. "Converse? I am merely a prisoner now. What is there to discuss? Perhaps we could talk about your freedom, as well as the freedom of those half-orc soldiers who have similarly fallen from grace," Zhao Chen suggested, capturing Charlotte's attention as she regarded him with suspicion. "What do you mean?" Zhao Chen replied with a smile. "To be direct, I possess a starship, yet I lack a crew. Therefore, I hope you and your comrades might serve as my crew." Charlotte scoffed. "Ha! You merely wish to employ us as free labor. You buy us slaves for that purpose, do you not?" No. What I seek are crew members, not slaves. Those who are willing to genuinely fight for me as interstellar warriors." Zhao Chen corrected her. "Half-orcs will never fight for another." Charlotte's eyes glimmered with a pride that belonged solely to her kind. "You must consider not only your own interests but also those of the half-orc warriors who once fought alongside you. As far as I am aware, due to your defeat, nearly 30,000 half-orc slaves have been sold to our Starbright Empire. I have purchased but 100 of them, while the fates of the others remain uncertain. Do you not wish to rescue them?" Zhao Chen fixed his gaze upon Charlotte, who displayed a moment of hesitation. Zhao Chen discerned that he had succeeded significantly. "Moreover, if you lead them to fight for me for 3 years, at the end of that period you and they shall be free. So what say you? Will you fight for me? Or rather, will you battle for your own freedom?" Zhao Chen extended his hand toward Charlotte, who was confined within the cage. Her expression was a tapestry of conflicting emotions, her eyes shimmering with myriad sentiments. Ultimately, she reached out her hand and clasped his. Yet, with a defiant tone, she declared, "I fight for my kin." Chapter 9. Vice Captain Beastwoman Charlotte 100 half-orcs sat upon the ground, ravenously grasping their meals from the containers before them. Though the food was but tasteless synthetic fare, they devoured it with abandon. As slaves, they had rarely experienced the luxury of a full meal, for slave traders are seldom merciful. After their repast, you instructed them to take a bath and don fresh garments. Thereafter, they would board the ship to familiarize themselves with their future duties. Zhao Chen sat beside Charlotte, partaking of the same meager sustenance. Charlotte, having once commanded a fleet, possessed a more refined deportment than her fellow Orcish soldiers, savoring her meals with deliberate slowness. Observing Zhao Chen partaking in the same fare, she voiced her astonishment. "You consume these provisions as well?" "Indeed," he responded. "I confess to you, your captain finds himself in rather straitened circumstances. Our current food reserves are scarcely sufficient for a fortnight. Our future sustenance hinges upon your forthcoming performance." Zhao Chen lamented, feigning destitution. Observing Zhao Chen's lack of pretension, Charlotte's demeanor softened. However, she regarded him with suspicion, Her gaze narrowed. Why have you enlisted only female orcs? It stands to reason that for matters of combat, one would favor males. She cautioned, I forewarn you, should you engage in any untoward behavior towards them, our prior accord shall be rendered null. I shall not barter their dignity and bodies for freedom. Zhao Chen waved his hands in vehement denial, stating, Rest assured, I harbor no improper intentions towards them. Due to certain exigencies, I have solely recruited female soldiers on this occasion. The rationale, however, remains confidential at present. Zhao Chen felt a sense of helplessness, constrained by the system's limitations. I shall refrain from inquiring into the cause, she retorted, but should I discover any insidious designs on your part? Charlotte fixed Zhao Chen with a piercing glare. Admittedly, the white-haired orc's admonitory mien possessed a certain charm. However, the scars and wounds upon her person marred her otherwise pleasing countenance. Were these wounds self-inflicted? He inquired. Charlotte acknowledged, without concealment, indeed that is so. My resistance forces were decimated by treachery, resulting in utter defeat. Under those dire circumstances, had I not resorted to such measures and been identified by those individuals, my presence here would have been an impossibility. They would scarcely have extended the benevolence of trading a rebel general as a mere slave. Zhao Chen comprehended the rationale. Had Charlotte been recognized by her adversaries, her capture would have undoubtedly led to a grim fate. Even without recognition, her former visage would have assuredly resulted in an equally undesirable outcome. It is rather astonishing that you were able to discern my identity, Charlotte remarked, gazing at Zhao Chen with curiosity. Zhao Chen's immediate recognition of her served as direct evidence that he had sought her out intentionally. During my academic pursuits at the academy, I delved into some of your military campaigns and perused certain visual depictions of you. In truth, upon beholding your likeness within the roster of slaves, I hesitated to affirm your identity, given the vast disparity between your current appearance and that of yesteryear. You once possessed a countenance akin to the radiant dawn. Zhao Chen elucidated with a smile. It was only when I probed you with a ruse that I ascertained your true identity as General Charlotte. He added that he owed this revelation to the memories ingrained within his current corporeal form, which belonged to a scholarly individual with a predilection for perusing historical accounts of interspecies warfare. Charlotte rolled her eyes, realizing that she herself had inadvertently disclosed her identity. In this era, contemporary medical technology is sufficiently advanced to rectify the scars and disfigurements upon your person, Zhao Chen observed, having previously examined Charlotte's archival images. She undoubtedly possessed the qualities of a great beauty, even by the aesthetic standards of the human race. In the academy, she could certainly be regarded as the belle of the institution. However, a warrior does not concern herself with superficial appearances. Charlotte coldly dismissed the proposal. Observing her resolute stance, Zhao Chen refrained from further discussion. The circumstances did not permit it. After all, such advanced medical restoration technology is quite costly. Once they finished their meal, Zhao Chen suggested, let us first explore your future workplace. He gestured towards the steel starship. Charlotte did not refuse and followed Zhao Chen aboard the Zero Storm. Did you assemble this starship? Charlotte inquired as she walked through the corridor of the vessel. Zhao Chen nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I constructed it using modules from the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, the T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser, and the T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship, and I have named it Zero Storm. While Charlotte was not particularly familiar with these three classes of starships, she noted that the internal condition of the vessel appeared rather dated, suggesting that its combat capabilities were far from promising. This starship's fighting prowess is not optimistic, she remarked candidly. You will come to love this starship, Zhao Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Charlotte, however, remained indifferent, accepting her situation. Regardless of this fellow's choice of starship, she had no alternatives at the moment. At least, thus far, he had not exhibited any qualities that she found repugnant, although his recruitment of female half-beasts raised some suspicions. Before long, the two arrived at the bridge of the Zero Storm, marking Charlotte's first visit and Zhao Chen's second. The last time was when I came with his sister Zhao Wanner. Charlotte surveyed the bridge, noting its rather conventional layout, devoid of any remarkable features. It is now your responsibility to arrange the positions of those half-orc crew members. I require them to develop effective combat capabilities in the shortest time possible, Zhao Chen insisted. Charlotte turned her gaze towards Zhao Chen and requested, if that is the case, I need to familiarize myself with certain performance modules of this starship. Before Charlotte could finish her sentence, Zhao Chen handed her a handheld terminal. I have already registered your information within it. You now possess the highest level of access to this starship, second only to me. You may peruse the majority of the data regarding this vessel. From this moment forth, you are the first officer of this starship. Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment as she accepted the terminal, regarding him with skepticism. Do you truly trust me this much? Aren't you concerned that I might betray you? Zhao Chen wore a gentle smile. In truth, he had employed the system skill Eye of Insight the moment Charlotte boarded the starship. As Zhao Chen was the captain, the conditions for utilizing Eye of Insight were met. Under its observation, Charlotte currently exhibited no intent to harm or hostility towards Zhao Chen. However, her loyalty remained uncertain. Yet, that was sufficient for Zhao Chen. He did not expect Charlotte to pledge her allegiance to him within such a brief time frame. As long as she was willing to work for him, that was all that mattered. Despite the facade he wished to maintain, Zhao Chen adopted a relaxed demeanor as he reclined in the captain's chair. I have faith in my choices, he remarked, addressing his dear first officer. It is time for you to commence your duties. Chapter 10. The maiden voyage of the Zero Storm. Charlotte pondered Zhao Chen's words for a moment, choosing her response with care. She donned a wrist-mounted terminal and accessed the pertinent data regarding the starship. Upon reviewing the information, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she turned to Zhao Chen, incredulous. Is the data concerning the starship truly authentic? Indeed, it is entirely genuine, Zhao Chen replied, a hint of pride echoing in his voice, as if showcasing a cherished child. What do you think of my starship? Charlotte's expression grew solemn as she responded, if the data presented here is accurate, then this starship could be considered an invincible entity in the duel among T2 starships. An invincible entity, what a formidable assessment. If Zhao Wanner and Li Wei were to hear such a claim, they would surely scoff at the notion that a vessel constructed from 3 dilapidated starships could achieve such an esteemed status. Let us proceed with the trial voyage shortly, Zhao Chen continued. You may take this opportunity to assign the crew to their respective positions. I hope they swiftly adapt to operating this starship. May I review the list of slaves you acquired? Charlotte inquired. Certainly, you can find it within your access privileges, Zhao Chen replied. Charlotte then opened the roster of potential crew members, revealing the names of 100 half-beast slave individuals. All were companions of Charlotte, which softened her gaze considerably and filled her heart with guilt. The thought of many compatriots still languishing as prisoners weighed heavily on her conscience. Zhao Chen wore a satisfied smile. After some time, Charlotte became acquainted with the Zero-class blizzards, and the other half-beast crew members had completed their rest. I have assigned these half-beast crew members to their respective posts. Operating this Zero-class blizzard requires only 50 crew members. Charlotte provided Zhao Chen with a list. The excess personnel would serve as reserves for various positions, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the working environment. Zhao Chen instructed that this was his first starship, but certainly not his last. In due time, these crew members could be assigned to other starships. I have already submitted a request for departure to the starport. My rental period for the Starship workshop is nearing its end, and I have utilized my dwindling funds to lease a berth at the Academy starport. I have procured some basic bedding and daily necessities. Henceforth, you shall reside aboard this starship. As for the provisions, I will devise a way to manage that later. Upon concluding his remarks, Zhao Chen felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. His account balance was dwindling rapidly, and he would soon need to support these 100 half-beast maidens, necessitating a strategy to generate funds. It was indeed somewhat disheartening to think that a dignified interstellar lord was reduced to such financial straits. Charlotte accepted Zhao Chen's orders, gradually embracing her own identity. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, surveying the aging bridge, his resolve unwavering. He was determined to possess a genuine T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. This is your living area, with 5 individuals sharing a room. Regarding meals, there are currently 2 servings each day, to be collected punctually from the dining zone. Each position is divided into 3 shifts, rotating among the crew. Months have passed, feeling like an eternity. General, must we truly fight for that race of humanity? At this moment, a half-orc female crew member raised her hand. The other half-orcs also appeared disheartened. After all, the burden of their status as slaves weighed heavily upon them. You are all former subordinates of mine, and it is my incompetence that has led you to this plight. If you are willing to trust me once more, I assure you that I will restore your freedom. Captain Zhao Chen pledged that if we fought for him for 3 years, he would grant us our freedom. Furthermore, should we achieve military honors, he would seek out our comrades who were sold to the Starry Empire. This scene unfolded before Zhao Chen on the bridge, where 80 of the Starship's area is under surveillance. It must be said that Charlotte spoke candidly. She was fighting for Zhao Chen not out of loyalty, but for her own freedom. Zhao Chen did not take offense to this. Rather, it was this very honesty that inspired him to trust Charlotte. He had little faith in those who, upon being purchased as slaves, would kneel before him, professing their loyalty. Before long, the once chaotic Starship workshop was entirely cleared out, with all movable items taken away. The navigation passage of the Starship workshop was also opened. Designation: Zero Blizzard. Access granted to Branch Channel D13. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, observing his first officer, Charlotte, beside him. At this moment, more than a dozen half-orc crew members appeared on the bridge. Set sail, Zhao Chen commanded. Vice Captain Charlotte relayed the order. Activate the Starship engines and enter the D13 auxiliary channel. The half-orc crew members, though somewhat inexperienced, operated the Starship with relative ease. Minutes later, the Zero Storm emerged from a channel in the interstellar city of Northern Star Starship Academy. The bridge of the Zero Storm was fully enclosed, relying on external imaging devices to project several views of the cosmos onto screens within. As Zhao Chen gazed at the celestial imagery unfolding before him, a wave of excitement washed over him. He was aboard his own starship, traversing the universe. Captain, we are about to conduct 29 trial maneuvers. Please issue your commands. Vice Captain Charlotte looked towards Zhao Chen. Commence, Zhao Chen replied. Having a competent subordinate meant that he need not involve himself in every task. Thus, the Zero Storm embarked on its inaugural trial maneuver. Full speed ahead. This would test the Starship's performance under maximum velocity, assessing its operational capabilities. This was also Charlotte's greatest concern regarding the vessel, considering that less than a month prior, it had been 3 separate starships. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Report. Engine systems functioning normally. Power supply is stable. Report. Hull structure intact. Report. Navigation is stable. No anomalies detected. 3 hours later, Charlotte, the vice captain, let out a sigh of relief. She turned to Zhao Chen and stood upright, stating, Captain, all 29 trial navigation exercises of the Zero Storm have been successfully completed. Please provide further instructions. Let us return. Zhao Chen replied with a smile. I suspect someone is growing increasingly impatient for a beating. Chapter 11. Do you all doubt me? Then I shall show you my Victory North Star Starship Academy. Class 8, Year 3. Oh dear. It appears Zhao Chen from Class 8 has once again chosen to forego his lessons today. Could it be that he is hiding in fear? A mocking voice echoed through the classroom during the break. Upon hearing this, the students within Class 8 displayed expressions of displeasure. They needed no further clues to discern the identity of the speaker. Zhang Haoren from Class 2, along with his entourage of sycophants. Ever since Zhao Chen had agreed to a starship duel with Zhang Haoren, the latter had frequently paraded into Class 8, reveling in his bravado. After multiple instances of not spotting Zhao Chen, and learning that he had taken an extended leave since that day, Zhang Haoren's arrogance reached new heights, convinced that Zhao Chen was intimidated by him. Please, the school regulations do not prohibit visiting other classrooms during breaks. He continued, feigning concern. I merely wish to check on our dear Zhao Chen, who initiated the challenge. With June rapidly approaching, I thought it prudent to remind him about our duel. As he spoke, Zhang Haoren's gaze roamed over the class's belle and leader, Shen Bing. Shen Bing coldly remarked, Zhao Chen hasn't attended class for over half a month. If you wish to find him, you should manage it on your own and refrain from disturbing us. Oh, come now. Isn't Class 8 supposed to be a united front? It sounds as if Zhao Chen isn't one of you, Zhang Haoren chuckled. At that moment, his entourage behind him began to mock as well. I reckon that Zhao Chen fellow is simply frightened, hiding away and afraid to show his face. What a coward! If he didn't dare to duel, why did he challenge our young master Zhang in the first place? In my opinion, our young master should be magnanimous. When the time comes, let Zhao Chen kneel and beg for forgiveness, saying, "Daddy, I was wrong." And that should suffice. The laughter from this group at the classroom door left the students of Class 8 feeling quite disgruntled. However, the students in Class 8, with their ordinary identities and average grades, found themselves at a disadvantage. In contrast, Zhang Haoren's Class 2 was composed of individuals from more affluent backgrounds. This disparity resulted in all but Xin Bing, the class flower known for her strong-willed nature and commendable grades, feeling resentment towards Zhao Chen. This fellow was an utter disgrace. Having previously lacked the capability to stand up for himself and facing exclusion within the class was one thing, but now he was stirring up trouble outside, dragging them all down with him. Such a person ought to withdraw from school without delay. Zhang Haoren, if you possess the ability, come and duel me. Shouting here amounts to nothing, and besides, the duel is set for the end of June. We haven't even reached the deadline yet. Li Wei could no longer contain himself and confronted Zhang Haoren with anger. Though his father, a star trader, had repeatedly advised him to maintain a low profile in both actions and demeanor. However, his brother was ridiculed and bullied, and he could no longer contain his anger. You. Li Wei's face was aflame with fury. Since someone could no longer restrain themselves from initiating the withdrawal process, he might as well graciously facilitate it. At that moment, a leisurely voice drifted in from outside the door, drawing all eyes towards it. To everyone's astonishment, Zhao Chen, who had been missing for nearly a month, had reappeared. "Oh, I thought you were hiding away in fear," Zhang Haoren remarked, somewhat taken aback by Zhao Chen's presence, though he felt no concern. In his eyes, Zhao Chen was merely an insignificant insect, easily crushed at will. "I just took a few days off. I didn't expect someone to grow impatient and seek a fight," Zhao Chen said nonchalantly. "Since that's the case, let us schedule our duel for tomorrow. What do you say, young Master Zhang?" Li Wei hastily approached Zhao Chen, whispering, "Zhao Chen, remain calm. This starship duel is not a trivial matter. Once it begins, there will be no room for regret. Rest assured, I am well aware of that," Zhao Chen replied, patting Li Wei's shoulder. "If you remain obstinate, then let us formally establish the time for our duel." Zhang Haoren produced his student identification card, defiantly gazing at Zhao Chen. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen retrieved his own card. Under the watchful eyes of all, the two officially confirmed the time for their duel. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the simulation duel arena of the North Star Starship Academy. Starship number 2. Now that everything is settled, kindly take your lackeys and leave. Do not disturb our classmates' studies, Zhao Chen declared, issuing an eviction order. Zhang Haoren's followers glared with fury. How dare Zhao Chen, this worthless individual, insult them? Zhang Haoren intervened, signaling his followers to remain silent. The date for the duel had been set, and there was no need for further discussion. They merely had to await the day of the contest, where, in front of all, he would triumph and reduce the noble baron to a state of disgrace, forcing him to withdraw in humiliation. "I eagerly anticipate tomorrow's spectacular battle. I hope you won't vanish when the time comes," Zhang Haoren taunted, before turning away with his entourage. Within the classroom, the other students began to murmur amongst themselves, the majority casting cold remarks. Zhao Chen has truly lost his mind. What skills does he possess to challenge Zhang Haoren? He may not even have a starship. While I hear Zhang Haoren boasts a brand new T2 starship, it would be shameful for Zhao Chen to be expelled, but even worse for us in Class 8 to share in that disgrace. That is his fault. Zhao Chen paid no heed to their words. Only a decisive outcome could silence such critics. Li Wei, seated beside Zhao Chen, was about to speak when another student interjected. If one lacks sufficient strength, every action they take is a misstep. After all, you are part of Class 8, and I would prefer not to see you nailed to the pillar of shame. Your sister is a prodigious student. Leveraging her connections should resolve this matter. Xin Bing stood before Zhao Chen, her voice icy. Zhao Chen regarded the beautiful class leader, who hailed from humble beginnings. "Do you not believe I can win?" Class leader? What do you think? Shen Bing retorted without reservation. Zhao Chen shrugged. Then let us wait and see. Seeing that she could not persuade him, Shen Bing's indifference deepened as she turned to leave. Lao Zhao, are you truly going to duel with Zhang Haoren? Li Wei asked solemnly, regarding Zhao Chen with intensity. Confirmed, assured, and unyielding, Zhao Chen was weary of such inquiries. It was time to demonstrate their strength for future endeavors. Observing Zhao Chen, Li Wei sensed a significant shift in his brother's temperament over the past month. Since you have made your decision, then so be it. Tomorrow, you shall take the field with my T2 hyena. My first officer is a starship captain with 20 years of combat experience in the Imperial Navy's T2 starships. You need only entrust everything to him. You need not worry. I possess a starship, Zhao Chen replied, somewhat resigned. With those 3 dilapidated starships you exchanged, how could we possibly prevail? Li Wei, unable to sway Zhao Chen, felt a surge of frustration. Aware that reasoning with Li Wei was futile, Zhao Chen excused himself and departed the classroom. At this moment, it seemed no one believed Zhao Chen could triumph in this duel. Yet, he was determined to prove them wrong. Chapter 12. Zhang Haoren's starship, T2 Bald Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser on the following day. The third Starship duel zone under the Northern Star Starship Academy was prearranged. This area, situated on the outskirts of the Academy, comprised several abandoned, desolate asteroids. It was designated for simulated starship combat and duels conducted by the Northern Star Starship Academy. At this instant, the duel was being broadcasted in its entirety on the Academy's internal network, a customary practice for starship duels. In Classroom 8, someone had specifically tuned into the broadcast channel, with a holographic projection displayed in the center of the room. When is the duel between Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoren set to commence? I checked the announcement, and it was scheduled for 10 o'clock. It is now already 10. According to the regulations of the duel, both starships must arrive at the combat zone within half an hour of the designated time. Look, that must be Zhang Haoren's starship. It appears to be a T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser. That is one of the finest T2-class interstellar cruisers in our starry empire, with a speed only surpassed by the T2 interstellar frigates of the same class. I have heard that the current market price for this T2 White Eagle is at least 7 million star coins, and it is currently in high demand yet low supply. It may not even be possible to purchase one. Alas, it seems Zhao Chen is doomed this time. The students of Class 8 are now pessimistic about Zhao Chen's chances. With that starship on display, how can he possibly compete? Can Zhao Chen present a starship that surpasses this one? Class Monitor Shen Bing gazed at the T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser, not sharing the envious expressions of her peers, for she had studied this starship and deemed it a product of flashy yet impractical design. Its sole advantage lies in its speed. Beyond that, its configuration can only be likened to a heavily modified interstellar destroyer. Due to its classification as a light starship, its hull armor is not particularly robust, and its firepower does not meet the standards of a typical T2 interstellar cruiser. However, in the event of a duel involving a solitary starship, as long as the captain of the T2 White Eagle exercises meticulous command, it is entirely feasible to employ a kite-flying combat strategy, relying on high speed to vanquish the majority of starships. Yet, in the actual interstellar battlefield, confronted with fleet-level engagements, such tactics prove largely ineffective. Class leader, do you think Zhao Chen stands a chance? Inquired Shen Bing's close friend, leaning curiously towards her. Shen Bing had earned her position as class leader not merely due to her beauty, but because she was the most exceptional student in Class 8. Had she not hailed from an ordinary background, she could easily have ranked among the top classes, earning her the title of a scholarly prodigy among the commoners. Very slim, Shen Bing replied nonchalantly. At that moment, the classroom was rife with disparaging remarks, as Class 8 was predominantly composed of students from humble origins, or those hailing from interstellar trading families. Zhao Chen was the sole anomaly. His status was scorned by the nobility, while among these common students, he was an unwelcome presence, naturally inciting their disdain towards the baronial student. Was it solely his arrogance that irked them? Why had Zhao Chen's starship not yet made an appearance? With less than 15 minutes remaining until the half-hour deadline, could it be that he had genuinely fled? I don't care whether he wins or loses, but this is a disgrace to our Class 8, One student lamented. Forget it. Forget it. If he loses, we 1T have to endure his odious face next semester. The students of Class 8 mocked and jeered. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded. It was Li Wei. His fist struck the wall, and he cast a cold glance at everyone in the classroom. Those who met Li Wei's gaze quickly averted their eyes. In Class 8, Li Wei's status was akin to that of a pinnacle, owing to his wealthy businessman father. No matter how you may view Zhao Chen, he is still one of our classmates. If you choose not to support your fellow student, at least refrain from mocking him. Where has the camaraderie you learned in military training gone? Li Wei admonished. Coughing slightly, he felt a deep concern for Zhao Chen. However, since early morning, he had been unable to reach him. Look, that peculiar starship. Could it possibly belong to Zhao Chen? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. All eyes turned to the holographic broadcast window where, amidst the cosmos previously occupied solely by a T2 White Eagle, another starship gradually approached. Its hull was painted in the most mundane iron color, and in stark contrast to Zhang Haoren's T2 White Eagle, this vessel appeared dilapidated, with several areas visibly patched. What manner of starship is this? I do not recognize it. It resembles an interstellar battleship. Yet its weaponry does not conform to the expected caliber of such a vessel. This decrepit starship would surely be obliterated by a single shot from Zhang Haoren's T2 White Eagle. The students of Class 8 regarded the strange starship with disdain. Xinbing, you excel in your studies. Do you recognize what kind of starship this is? Her friend inquired once more. Xinbing scrutinized the starship with great care, her brow furrowing in contemplation. This vessel bears the structural characteristics of three types of starships: the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, the T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship, and the T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser. Could this be an assembled starship? An assembled starship? Zhao Chen intends to defeat a T2 Bald Eagle with such a contraption? Surely, he must be dreaming. Her friend scoffed. Xinbing gazed at the antiquated assembled starship in silence. Class is in session. Close all irrelevant distractions. Your foremost priority now is to learn, not to engage in trivial pursuits. One must remain grounded and pragmatic, the teacher announced as the lesson commenced, though his words seemed to carry an unspoken weight. Li Wei clenched his fists, seething with indignation. The holographic display in the classroom dimmed. The only reassurance Zhao Chen had left him was not to worry, to focus on his studies, and to await good news. Yet, under these circumstances, who could truly concentrate on their lessons? It was not only him. Many in Class 8 shared the same curiosity, not about the outcome, but about how Zhao Chen would ultimately face defeat. It was likely to be quite a spectacle. Chapter 13. The duel begins. Bald Eagle vs. Zero Storm in the dual arbitration zone of the No. 3 Starship Combat Arena, a modest space hub dedicated to overseeing the engagements within the No. 3 Starship duel area. The atmosphere was electric. Though the audience numbered fewer than 100, today's gathering featured the most splendid of sights, for three renowned beauties from the North Star Starship Military Academy graced the event with their presence. Your brother truly came? A petite girl, barely 1.5 meters tall, with playful twin ponytails, covered her mouth in astonishment and exclaimed. Zhao Wanner wore a complex expression. He lacks other distinguishing traits, but his stubbornness is particularly pronounced. Is that the starship your brother assembled himself? The one you mentioned earlier? Remarkably, it is still operational. Beside her stood an aloof beauty, tall and with long hair cascading down her back, who crossed her arms and remarked with a hint of indifference. In just a month, he managed to assemble 3 old starships into one functional vessel. Your brother exhibits considerable prowess in starship engineering. These two were her close friends. The ponytailed girl, Xue Xiaoxiao, was her classmate, while the icy beauty, Su Lan, was her senior. Su Lan held a position of significant prestige, rumored to command even the respect of the Academy's director. Perhaps it would be simpler prior to the duel, but post-duel. Su Lan's brow furrowed slightly as she observed Zhao Wanner's pleading expression, feeling a pang of sympathy. She sighed in resignation. I suppose it shouldn't be an issue to prevent your brother from dropping out, but he will inevitably face humiliation from that insufferable Haoren. As long as he doesn't drop out, that's all that matters. Zhao Wanner nodded vigorously, joyfully linking her arm with Su Lan's. I knew you would come through for me, Sister Su Lan. Warner, your brother hasn't even fought yet. How can you be certain he will lose? What if he wins? Murmured the ponytailed girl. Zhao Warner replied, how could he possibly win? Look at the caliber of his starship compared to theirs. It's a T-2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser, worth 7 million star coins. Among the starships owned by the students at our academy, in terms of individual combat prowess, this vessel ranks among the top 10. She gazed at the assembled starship with a complex expression, harboring a desire for her brother to prevail, yet this seemed utterly impossible. At that moment, the judging panel had already begun to contact the captains of the two starships, and two video feeds materialized before them. On one side was the bridge of the T-2 White Eagle, where Zhang Haoren sat resplendently clad in an extravagant military uniform, evidently not an official one, likely procured from an unknown source. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, whose demeanor suggested he was a retired officer. Conversely, the scene on the other bridge appeared quite shabby. Zhao Chen occupied a worn captain's chair, a faint smile adorning his face. Behind him stood a young girl, a half-orc with white hair, bearing a fierce scar on her face and an indifferent expression. Is that a half-orc? The dual-tailed lowly exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Warner covered her face, exclaiming helplessly, after my brother assembled this starship, he lacked sufficient funds and could only afford to purchase a batch of half-orc slaves to serve as his crew. Half-orc crew members? Zulan frowned slightly, increasingly feeling that her friend's brother was rather unreliable. The duel was set between Zhang Haoren, a student of Class 2, Grade 3, and Zhao Chen, a student of Class 8, Grade 3. Apart from the prohibition against leaving the dueling arena, the rules dictated an unrestricted combat. Victory or defeat would be determined by the surrender of one starship, the incapacitation of a starship, or a ruling by the judging panel. Once the panel of judges announces the final verdict, the battle shall immediately cease, and no further acts of aggression shall be permitted. The duelists, do you comprehend this clearly? Declared a middle-aged male chief judge. Understood. Zhang Haoren replied with a cold sneer, his gaze fixed on Zhao Chen across the video window. He was surprised that this fellow had the audacity to appear before him, piloting such a dilapidated starship. This time, victory was assured. Understood. Zhao Chen remained remarkably composed, even taking a moment to yawn, as if the impending events held little significance for him. The panel of judges will randomly designate a birth point for both starships within the duel's domain. You must reach the birth point within 10 minutes. At that moment, the panel will declare the commencement of combat. After the chief judge completed his statement, he activated a device. Soon, two circles, one blue and one red, manifested on the star map of the duel arena, marking the respective birth points of both parties. The starships received this positional information and began their journey towards the designated areas. At this juncture, Zhang Haoren began to taunt Zhao Chen through the video window. Clapping his hands as he spoke, Zhao Chen, I must commend your courage. I never imagined you would truly dare to show up. Where on earth did you unearth this rusty starship? The armor appears as if it would shatter upon the slightest impact. Should I happen to obliterate your vessel with a single shell, would that be deemed somewhat cruel? A sinister grin spread across Zhang Haoren's face. After all, in starship duels, eliminating the opponent does not contravene any rules. Zhang Haoren's lips twitched as he pointed at Zhao Chen, declaring, You truly are one who only sheds tears upon facing the coffin. Very well. I shall soon make you comprehend the disparity of strength. You, Zhao Chen, are nothing more than a worthless baron, while I am destined to become a viscount, and even a count. At that moment, the video feed between the two was severed by the judges. Zhang Haoren turned to his father's appointed first officer, Vice Captain Wang, and commanded Vice Captain Wang, I want you to toy with that fellow starship as one would with a mouse. Wang Cheng, the vice captain hired by Zhang Haoren's father, was a former starship captain of the Imperial Navy. He commanded a T-2 White Eagle, renowned as one of the premier high-speed starships among T-2 vessels, despite its significant shortcomings on the interstellar battlefield. However, in a duel of starships, facing a mere academy student with a dilapidated vessel, he had countless methods at his disposal to ensure its destruction. Meanwhile, aboard the bridge of the Zero Storm, Zhao Chen turned to his first officer, Charlotte, and inquired, Charlotte, do you possess confidence? If the battle extends beyond 10 minutes, I shall take your surname, Charlotte replied nonchalantly, her expression seemingly devoid of interest in the impending conflict. Zhao Chen felt a surge of excitement as he grasped the somewhat vintage armrests of the captain's chair. This would be his inaugural Starship battle. Chapter 14. The 10-minute battle of the white-haired, bee-steered maiden. The battle commenced. Simultaneously, the bridges of the Zero Storm and the T-2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser echoed with the chief judge's announcement of the battle's commencement. In the dual arbitration zone, supporters of Zhang Haoran erupted in cheers and jubilation. Keep going, Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, make sure to deal with that arrogant fool. I hope Zhao Chen can put up a good fight. Otherwise, if the battle concludes in mere minutes, it would be a tremendous waste of our effort to come here and witness the spectacle, wouldn't it? Ha ha ha. The voices belong to Zhang Haoran's companions, who are utterly convinced that victory in the Starship duel is destined for Zhang Haoran. Among the spectators there is, of course, Jiang Shasha. She observed the broadcast with an air of indifference, the footage captured by a battlefield drone. The two starships had departed from their respective birthplaces and began their advance towards the enemy vessel. Should neither side alter their trajectory, in 10 minutes both starships would enter each other's fire range. Zhao Chen, this time you've overestimated your capabilities. Being expelled is a consequence of your own actions, so do not blame me, Jiang Shasha mused inwardly. In her heart, she felt the outcome of this duel was undoubtedly predetermined. Was there any possibility other than Zhang Haoran's triumph? On the bridge of the Zero No. Blizzard, Charlotte remarked coolly, I simply do not wish to squander my time on trivial matters. At this moment, Zhao Chen, feeling equally unoccupied, raised his hand to project the data page of the Zero No. Blizzard. Zero Storm Blizzard ship type. Starship cruiser, interstellar destroyer, interstellar battleship, technology level, T2 hull armor strength, 210 units, 270 units warp engine, level 3 warp engine mass, 85,000 tons crew capacity, 50 personnel starship armament, 1 T2 heavy 1,200 mm Devil Crocodile cannon, single shot, cooldown 300 seconds, 5 T2 medium Hyena laser cannons, single shot, cooldown 180 seconds, 3,130 mm T2 medium point defense turrets, 2 shots at once, no cooldown. The 3 weapon systems aboard the Zero Storm Blizzard include 2 that are directly affixed to the hull surface, while the first features a concealed design, a clever precaution left by Zhao Chen. May I venture a guess at your battle strategy? Zhao Chen mused, stroking his chin as he regarded Charlotte. He raised his hand and unfolded a somewhat simplistic dossier on the opposing T2 Bald Eagle. The armament of the T2 Bald Eagle primarily consists of 3 categories. 5 T2 medium 180 mm rapid-fire cannons, with a cooldown of 10 seconds, followed by 2150 mm T2 medium quadruple point defense turrets, firing 4 shots at once with no cooldown. Their primary weapon is a T2 medium Bald Eagle laser main cannon, firing 1 shot with a cooldown of 210 seconds. However, when the time comes for an actual confrontation, we shall catch them off guard. The 5 T2 medium 180 mm rapid-fire cannons of the T2 Bald Eagle possess commendable power, yet their range is limited. The sole threat they pose to us comes from their laser main cannon. Thus, we shall seize the opportunity when the enemy's laser main cannon fires, swiftly accelerating to create distance and evade their assault. The trajectory of the laser cannon's attack is predictable, and the interval before impact grants us ample time to escape. Once the cannon enters its charging cooldown, it will be our moment to strike. Therefore, I previously described this Zero-class Blizzard as an invincible starship within the T2 category. I have anticipated the general combat strategy. Zhao Chen reclined leisurely in the captain's chair, awaiting the unfolding of this spectacle. Soon, the Zero-class Blizzard and the T2 Bald Eagle appeared within each other's starship radar detection range. Charlotte glanced at the time, murmuring 10:45. Concurrently, she initiated a countdown, which projected holographically between her and Zhao Chen. Countdown 10 o'clock. This girl was quite serious. She had earlier told Zhao Chen that the battle would conclude in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, on the other side, the T2 Bald Eagle was also in motion. Full speed ahead. Bombard that dilapidated starship, Zhang Haoran exclaimed excitedly. Vice Captain Wang Cheng cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Haoran, recognizing that advancing at full speed without understanding the enemy's starship capabilities was typically a grave mistake on the interstellar battlefield. However, considering their opponent was merely a student and that the starship appeared rather unimpressive, with its armaments seemingly inadequate, it likely posed little threat. The captain commanded, "Our ship will proceed at full speed towards the target, and all weapons are to be placed on standby." Although this command was directly issued by Wang Cheng, he still afforded Zhang Haoran some respect by using Zhang's name, as he was, after all, working for him. "Utilizing our T2 laser main cannon, once within the attack range, let us deliver a strike, allowing them to witness the disparity in strength between starships." Ha ha ha. I anticipate that Zhao Chen will be so frightened that he might tumble from the captain's chair. Zhang Haoran could almost envision the ridiculous expression on Zhao Chen's face, overtaken by fear. Indeed, Vice Captain Wang Cheng had no objections to this arrangement, for it was merely a duel with a predetermined outcome. Soon, both starships were poised to enter the maximum firepower range. Charlotte fixed her gaze upon the starship radar map, seemingly awaiting something. Warning! Warning! Detection of ongoing laser weapon attacks. Warning! Warning! Detection of... Zhao Chen noticed the slight upward curl of Charlotte's lips and the ripples that had begun to appear in her previously placid eyes. "Full speed right turn." Charlotte, the vice captain, commanded sharply. Chapter 15. Unleash our 1,200mm caliber super cannon. Let us engage them. In the dual arbitration zone, the spectators watched as the two starships approached one another, aware that the clash was imminent. "Look, it's the T2 Bald Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser S laser main cannon. It's about to fire." Zhao Chen should just count his blessings. I reckon that his dilapidated starship might not even withstand this barrage. Observe the enigmatic starship piloted by Zhao Chen. What manner of weaponry adorns its hull? Merely a handful of close-in defense guns and 5 T2 laser cannons. Such meager firepower cannot possibly contend with the T2 Bald Eagle. The audience, poised with anticipation, watched intently. In a corner, Zhao Wanner clenched her fists anxiously, her eyes betraying her concern. The T2 Bald Eagle's main laser cannon, while not overwhelmingly powerful, could inflict severe damage at this range with a well-placed shot. As long as her brother had the sense to concede, there would be no peril, remarked senior sister Su Lan. She had already lost faith in Zhao Chen's victory, merely hoping for his prudent surrender. The fate of this man was inconsequential to her. She simply wished to shield her dear friend from sorrow. "Stubborn brother, you must not come to harm. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood," Zhao Wanner thought to herself. The audience beheld the live broadcast, where Zhang Haoran's T2 Bald Eagle was poised with its T2 Medium Bald Eagle laser cannon, shimmering with electrical brilliance, a harbinger of imminent discharge. Mere moments later, a laser shot forth, hurtling toward the target starship. Yet, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded. The broadcast revealed data regarding the duel, including velocity tracking. The trajectory appeared to trace an arc along the circumference surrounding the T2 Bald Eagle, resulting in the laser's deviation, missing the zero storm entirely. A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd. However, how had it evaded the T2 Bald Eagle's main cannon laser? Faced with the inquiries of this individual, the previously skeptical crowd fell into a profound silence. What had just transpired? The young girl with twin ponytails, Xue Xiaoxiao, gazed wide-eyed at her two sisters. At this moment, senior sister Su Lan's expression turned serious, fixating intently on the live broadcast. Meanwhile, the Zero Storm, having executed a graceful maneuver, veered left once more. Its target once again aimed squarely at the T2 White Eagle, while its speed continued to escalate. 85 knots. 90 knots. 95 knots. Everyone fixated on the data column displaying the speed of the Zero Storm, utterly astounded. It was a notion beyond belief. This sentiment resonated within the hearts of all present. Even the mentors from the judging panel displayed expressions of astonishment. How could this be possible? At this moment, Zhao Chen aboard the Zero Storm had little regard for the audience's curiosity. His breath quickened as he too focused on the radar star map, observing the trajectory of the laser attack sweeping past the tail of the Zero Storm. Though the apparent distance seemed considerable, the Starship S systems calculated that had they delayed by even a mere second, the Zero Storm could have been struck. While it wouldn't have been obliterated in a single blow, sustaining damage to the hull was inevitable. In the spirit of reciprocity, it was time to retaliate. Unleash our 1,200 mm cannon. Let us give them what for. Zhao Chen, exhilarated, rose to his feet, placing one foot upon the captain's chair, pointing ahead. Deputy Captain Charlotte issued the command. Set course for the enemy vessel and proceed at full speed. Simultaneously, activate the T2 Heavy 1,200 mm Devil Crocodile Cannon. Understood. Full speed ahead. As the T2 Heavy 1,200 mm Devil Crocodile Cannon was being activated, a countdown began. 10. At the bow of the Zero Storm battleship, a hatch suddenly appeared, revealing a gaping cannon barrel. The audience, unable to contain their excitement, rose to their feet, and even several instructors were compelled to stand in disbelief. One middle-aged instructor exclaimed, "Is that the 1,200 mm cannon of the T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship? How could it possibly be mounted on this starship?" He instructed the nearby personnel to retrieve the students' records from the academy. Soon, a record was presented. As the chief judge reviewed the document, realization dawned upon him. T2 Grey Wolf, T2 Devil Crocodile, T2 Hyena. All aligned perfectly. This individual had ingeniously assembled a starship using these three models and had even installed the main cannon of the T2 Devil Crocodile at the prow of his vessel. Some keen-eared audience members caught wind of this revelation. My heavens! It is indeed the main cannon of the T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship. What is this starship? This is what happens when you neglect your studies. This model was launched over a century ago, during an era that prioritized heavy firepower, featuring the then largest cannon. This 1,200 mm behemoth, mounted at the bow, utilizing a cannon design. Legend has it that no T2 starship can withstand the formidable power of its cannon. A 1,200 mm caliber. Isn't that a configuration reserved for T3 starships? Then why has there been no mention of such a vessel until now? This is due to significant design flaws. While it emphasized firepower, it failed to consider whether the other system modules of the T2 starship could support such a robust artillery system, often resulting in a myriad of malfunctions. Moreover, the construction costs were exorbitant, surpassing those of an ordinary T2 interstellar battleship by a considerable margin, leading to its cessation of production in less than 3 decades after its release. At this moment, senior sister Sulan was also moved. Glancing at Zhao Wanner, "You never mentioned that your brother had equipped this cannon on a starship." "I am not entirely sure either," Zhao Wanner replied, her expression equally peculiar, perplexed by what her elder brother was up to. Gigantic cannon. Gigantic cannon. I adore gigantic cannons. At that moment, the twin-tailed lowly, Xue Xiaoxiao, was bouncing with excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy. Seeing this, both Sulan and Zhao Wanner felt helpless. It seemed Xue Xiaoxiao was having another episode. She suffered from a severe case of gigantic cannon obsession, with a particular fondness for the combination of interstellar battleships and large-caliber artillery. Chapter 16. Fire. At this very moment, under the watchful gaze of all, the Zero Storm was racing towards the T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser at an astonishing speed. As they beheld the gleaming 1,200 caliber Devil Crocodile cannon, everyone surmised the intentions of the Zero Storm. All held their breath, anticipating the events that were about to unfold. Damn it! Why is there a 1,200 mm caliber Devil Crocodile cannon aboard that starship? Full-speed evasive maneuvers. Prepare all closed defense guns for interception. Deputy Captain Wang Cheng issued the command with a grim expression. Victory in this battle must belong to us, right? Zhang Haoran's face was ashen. Although he was a scion of privilege, he had spent 3 years at the Starship Military Academy and possessed a modicum of foundational knowledge. The formidable power of a 1,200 mm cannon. Their T2 White Eagles had become mere prey beneath the hunter's artillery. Their only hope was that the enemy's attacks would not strike their starship, allowing them the chance to counterattack, perhaps rekindling a flicker of hope. Deputy Captain Wang Cheng's psychological burden was considerable. On board the Zero Storm's bridge, in 1 minute, we will enter the extreme range of the enemy's secondary weapons. Prior to that, we will fire first. Charlotte turned to Captain Zhao Chen. "I will directly control the targeting, and you will issue the firing order." No problem, Zhao Chen nodded. I will take over the aiming of the Devil Crocodile cannon. Charlotte assumed responsibility for the launch preparations. In 40 seconds, the Starship's speed will be reduced to 0. Understood. In 40 seconds, reduce speed. The crew member responsible for navigation responded. Why reduce speed? Is the hit rate of a Starship firing while in motion higher, or is it greater when stationary? The answer is self-evident. The fleeting 40 seconds soon elapsed. The crew immediately commenced operations. Reducing speed, the engine's reverse thrust system activated. Current speed, 80, 60, 40, 20, 5. Report. The Starship's current speed is 0. The Starship is in a state of complete stillness. End of report. This event has profoundly reshaped the perceptions of the students and instructors in the audience. The engine's capabilities for acceleration and deceleration are astonishingly powerful. At this moment, everyone is acutely aware of what is about to transpire. Charlotte is now initiating a scan of the Starship's weapon systems for automatic targeting data. The 1,200mm caliber Devil Crocodile cannon has already locked onto the T-2 White Eagle. Once confirmed, she stated, "Report to the captain. Targeting complete. We are ready to fire. Fire." Zhao Chen's voice resonated throughout the entire bridge. The exhilaration was indescribable. Almost simultaneously, after an interval of over 80 years, the 1,200mm heavy Devil Crocodile cannon unleashed its thunderous roar once more. A titanium alloy high-explosive shell, measuring 1,200mm in diameter, was propelled at extraordinary speed from the barrel. At the moment of firing, Zhao Chen could even sense the entire bridge trembling slightly. Observers from the outside would witness that this shot caused the Zero Storm to shift backward by several dozen meters, the bow elevated slightly. At the same time, the lingering chemical smoke from the cannon's muzzle was still visible. Warning! 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 An attack targeting this vessel has been detected. Please evade! Please evade! Please evade! Warning! 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 An attack targeting this vessel has been detected. Please evade! Please evade! Please evade! Warning! 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 An attack targeting this vessel has been detected. Please evade! Please evade! Please evade! The bridge of the T-2 White Eagle was illuminated with a crimson glow, the system's alarms ringing incessantly. All Starship close-in weapon systems rapidly unleashed a barrage of fire to intercept. Hurry! 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 Vice Captain Wang Chung urgently issued interception orders. The 2150mm T-2 medium quadruple-mounted close-in weapon systems aboard the T-2 White Eagle unleashed their full firepower, creating a dense network of intercepting projectiles. Unfortunately, these small-caliber rounds faced a colossal cannon with a diameter of 1,200mm, an utterly futile endeavor akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. A deafening roar erupted within the bridge, causing it to tilt perilously to one side. Zhang Haoren was propelled through the air, landing 3 meters away, his head crashing heavily against a protrusion, blood streaming down his face. I do not wish to perish. Mother! Mother! Save me! At this moment, Vice Captain Wang Chang could hardly pay heed to the delicate young master, who, amid the bombardment, was oblivious to the fundamental instinct of stabilizing himself. Report! The port side armor of the hull has been breached, igniting an ammunition compartment on the left side, resulting in a catastrophic chain reaction. This has directly impacted 37 compartments, which have since been sealed. 8 crew members are confirmed deceased. The number of injured remains unknown. Report. The recent explosion has adversely affected our Starship's energy systems, with power supplies plummeting at a rate of 10 per minute. If the situation remains unchecked, it is anticipated that our Starship will completely lose energy supply within 10 minutes. Sir, our armament systems have malfunctioned, rendering several weapon modules inoperable. Sir, our vessel's velocity is steadily diminishing, and we are unable to regain command. A litany of dire reports inundated the bridge. A look of bewilderment washed over Vice Captain Wang Cheng's countenance, as he had not anticipated such devastation from a solitary enemy projectile. Present, the T-2 White Eagle was in a severely crippled state, and continued engagement would likely result in the destruction of the vessel and the loss of all lives. Young Master Zhang, we have been defeated. I implore you to surrender. Vice Captain Wang Cheng approached Zhang Haoren, his voice grave. Defeated. Defeated. How can this be? How could this transpire? Are you not an accomplished captain? My father remunerated you handsomely. How could you allow us to be vanquished? Do you not comprehend that if I am defeated, I shall be expelled from the North Star Academy? Vice Captain Wang Cheng remained silent, his head bowed. At that juncture, a series of explosions reverberated throughout the vessel once more. He raised his gaze towards the panoramic viewport at the fore of the bridge. The T2 White Eagle's bridge was equipped with a specialized glass window, affording a 100-degree field of vision and a direct view of the cosmos. This type of bridge viewport was no ordinary pane of glass. Its resilience surpassed even the Starship's hull armor, making it one of the most fortified areas of the vessel. However, its exorbitant cost meant that it was only installed in select locations. At this moment, a web of cracks appeared on the panoramic viewport. Sir, the enemy vessel is rapidly closing in, and its secondary armaments are inflicting damage upon our ship. A crew member reported hastily. Sir, the frontal armor of the vessel sustained damage amounting to 20. Report. The frontal armor of the vessel has incurred 40 damage. The sound of cracking glass echoed in Zhang Haoran's mind. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination or not, he could vividly envision the catastrophic shattering of the bridge's large windows, conjuring images of his own grim fate. In that moment, a chilling sensation coursed through his lower body. In a state of panic, he cried out, I concede. I surrender. Chapter 17. A shot to the heart, securing victory in the arbitration zone. All mentors and student spectators were left utterly astonished. A shot to the heart. The Zero No. Blizzard's singular cannonball had remarkably reduced the T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser to a state of disarray, teetering on the brink of destruction. It was evident to all as they beheld a gaping maw, at least 10 meters in diameter, blasted into the armor of the T2 White Eagle's starboard side, sporadically illuminated by the flames resulting from the catastrophic explosion. Furthermore, the relentless pursuit of the Zero No. Blizzard inflicted continuous damage upon the frontal armor of the T2 White Eagle. Should the assault persist, the outcome was unmistakable. At this juncture, the adjudicating panel had prepared to render a mandatory decision, for the victor was already apparent. Simultaneously, the T2 White Eagle had voluntarily conceded defeat. The chief judge promptly declared the victor of the Starship duel to be Zhao Chen's Zero No. Blizzard. He immediately contacted Zhao Chen to instruct the cessation of hostilities. This starship is undeniably formidable. Zhang Haoran has lost just like that? So is it true? Zhao Chen has emerged victorious? Many remained speechless for an extended period. Among them was Jiang Shasha, her expression vacant, eyes wide open. Zhao Chen emerged victorious? Zhao Chen's dilapidated starship triumphed over Zhang Haoran's T2 White Eagle? Reflecting on Zhao Chen's indifference towards her earlier at the restaurant, Shasha felt a peculiar discomfort in her heart, especially now that he had won this battle. Shasha. Zhao Chen actually claimed victory. Her friend, who had accompanied her, gazed at her with an odd expression. Shasha. You didn't wait for Zhang Xiao. Please hold on a moment. While some were in low spirits, others found themselves in high spirits. Did you see that? The giant cannon is the ultimate truth. Wanner, your brother's ship is truly remarkable. When can I ask him to let me board and perhaps even touch that 1,200mm giant cannon of his? The twin-tailed lowly, Xue Xiaoxiao, gazed at Zhao Wanner with sparkling eyes. At that moment, Zhao Wanner's expression was one of sheer shock, disbelief. Is it really over? From the moment the two starships entered combat range to the conclusion of the battle, scarcely 5 minutes had elapsed. Most astonishing was that fateful shot. No one anticipated that this cannon fire would conclude the battle so swiftly. The T2 White Eagle's hull armor was inherently weak, especially when facing the T2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon. A direct hit to the hull armor would almost invariably result in a dire outcome. The armor was penetrated, leading to catastrophic chamber explosions. Perhaps it was merely luck on your brother's part. At this moment, Senior Su Lan's impression of her friend's brother underwent a significant transformation, sparking a newfound curiosity within her. Within the span of a mere month, the remarkable Zhao Chen, a third-year student, managed to construct such a starship using 3 antiquated vessels. As the Zero-class blizzard astounded onlookers, Zhao Chen exuberantly raised his fist on the bridge, exclaiming, "Incredible! A perfect hit. Our fortune seems favorable. We must have struck the enemy ship's ammunition room, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that has compromised multiple systems aboard their craft." Charlotte, analyzing the situation, explained why she had just ordered a high-speed advance to continue the assault. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. As a seasoned veteran, one must seize the moment to secure victory. Fortune. Zhao Chen recalled the special reward, Fleet Luck Bonus, which allowed him to recruit female soldiers exclusively. It dawned upon him that this perfect hit was likely linked to that bonus. If every shot could result in a perfect hit henceforth, it would be utterly delightful. Zhao Chen envisioned the possibilities, though the veracity of such a configuration could only be confirmed in future battles. Zhao Chen, you have emerged victorious. Please cease all hostilities immediately. The voice of the chief judge resonated. Observing the beleaguered T2 bald eagle, its hull pierced and devoid of flames, yet still exuding thick plumes of smoke, he inquired, "Chief Judge, may I establish video communication with the T2 bald eagle?" After a moment's hesitation, the chief judge acquiesced to his request. As the judging panel possessed the authority to initiate video communications between the 2 starships at any time. Soon, a video window appeared before Zhao Chen, revealing a disheveled command bridge, engulfed in billowing smoke, with scattered damaged components strewn across the floor, a stark contrast to the previous pristine state of the bridge. Captain Zhang Haoran sat dejectedly on the ground, his face pale, and to his astonishment, a damp stain lingered beneath him. "Zhang Haoran, you actually wet yourself." As Zhao Chen's voice echoed through the command bridge, Zhang Haoran finally noticed the communication window, indignantly pointing at Zhao Chen. "Zhao Chen, you cheated. There's no way you could have defeated me without cheating. Chairman, are you listening to his accusations? By questioning my integrity, are you casting doubt on the impartiality of the judging panel?" Zhao Chen retorted playfully, "If you have any grievances regarding our ruling, you are welcome to escalate your concerns to our superiors. Zhao Chen, if there is nothing further, let us conclude this communication." It was evident that the chairman held a rather unfavorable impression of this spoiled youth. "Chairman, allow me one final statement." Zhao Chen turned his gaze toward Zhang Haoran, calmly stating, "The duel has concluded, and I trust that young Master Zhang has not forgotten our wager, which is duly recognized by the Academy. Zhang Haoran, according to the protocols of dueling aboard your starship, you are to withdraw from the North Star Military Academy. Are you fully aware of this?" The chairman interjected, not missing the opportunity to deliver a final blow. "Fully aware." Zhang Haoran, utterly despondent, realized that if he were indeed expelled from the North Star Military Academy, it would spell disaster for him. His noble father would undoubtedly enact severe retribution. The video communication came to an abrupt end. Zhao Chen was utterly indifferent to the defeated adversary. "Set course for home," he commanded, reclining comfortably in the captain's chair, his spirits soaring. Yet, the uproar surrounding this interstellar duel was far from over. "Class dismissed for Year 3, Class 8, announced the teacher, concluding the lesson. Immediately, students began fervently searching for live broadcasts of the Starship duel, only to discover that the channels had been abruptly shut down. "Why can't we find the duel between Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoran?" One student remarked with a chuckle. "Come on, it's been a while. Zhao Chen was probably defeated ages ago. After all, he was up against a T2 White Eagle." "Indeed," another chimed in, "Zhao Chen brought this upon himself, challenging the formidable. Perhaps this is for the best. Our class will be rid of an irritating presence. Next year we have a group mission, and taking him along would surely jeopardize us." The atmosphere in the classroom was rife with derision. Li Wei, however, wore a dark expression as he began to contact Zhao Chen, contemplating various ways to assist him. "Wait, something feels amiss. Look at the trending topics on our academy's intranet," exclaimed a girl who frequently frequented the forums. "Zhao Chen seems to have won." Chapter 18. Zhao Chen won? The classroom erupted in astonishment at her words. Some students, seated further away, questioned whether they had misheard. "How could Zhao Chen possibly win? Are you sure about that?" a boy inquired with a laugh. It was posted on the Academy's intranet forum. Don't believe me? Check for yourselves. The young woman enlarged the holographic screen before her, allowing those around to behold its contents. A post was rapidly ascending the trending charts, titled Zhao Chen defeats Zhang Haoren to claim victory in the Starship duel. A 1,200mm caliber heavy cannon emerges, delivering a soul-seeking shot that sends the T2 White Eagle packing. In addition, several other related posts existed, yet none garnered as much attention as this one. The post even featured a close-up and detailed description of the formidable 1,200mm caliber cannon. Zhao Chen won? How could that be? Some students remained skeptical, prompting the young woman to play the duel video. Only 5 minutes? Surely this video must be fabricated. A student, noticing the video's brief duration, immediately raised a doubt. Typically, duels of this caliber would last at least half an hour, with some intense battles stretching over several hours. How could it possibly be over in a mere 5 minutes? Yet, the subsequent visuals silenced all present. Even the teacher, captivated and unwilling to leave the classroom, drew closer to the holographic display, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. When the 1,200mm cannon made its appearance, some boys in the classroom were filled with fervor. As the colossal cannon fired, landing a direct hit that severely damaged the T2 White Eagle, it astonished everyone. My goodness! How could Zhao Chen's starship possibly be equipped with a 1,200mm cannon? A student exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, the teacher stood up, swallowing hard, and exclaimed with some astonishment, "If I am not mistaken, this should be the T2 Heavy 1,200mm caliber cannon mounted on the T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship." Upon hearing the teacher's words, the students began to murmur among themselves. Even at this juncture, some still harbored doubts about the authenticity of the video, until someone unearthed the announcement on the Academy's official website regarding the outcome of today's Starship duel. It confirmed the veracity of the matter. ID 303006270-1 Starship duel. Competitors Zhang Haoren and Zhao Chen, with Zhao Chen emerging victorious. With incredulity in his eyes, he could hardly believe it. He had truly won. He pointed at the people in the classroom and boldly declared, "Did you see that? This is my brother, Li Wei. You all mocked him and wished for his downfall. And what now? My brother struck true with a single shot. Zhang Haoren is not even worthy to carry my brother's shoes. You all are nothing but superficial observers. Go find your comfort elsewhere." Having said this, Li Wei, disregarding the disapproving expressions of his classmates, dashed out, eager to find Zhao Chen and uncover the truth. This fellow had actually triumphed. Surely he must be concealing something. In Class 8, after enduring Li Wei's scathing mockery, not a single person dared to utter a word. Even the teacher's countenance was dimmed, for he had previously believed that Zhao Chen would undoubtedly lose. Now, Li Wei's words felt like a series of slaps delivered directly to their faces. The Zero Storm has docked at the North Star Starship Military Academy starport, occupying a berth that Zhao Chen had reserved well in advance. Fortunately, the vessel sustained no damage during the recent battle, eliminating the need for any repairs. With the mission accomplished, Zhao Chen patted the shoulder of Vice Captain Charlotte, granting her and the crew the liberty to explore the confines of the starship. His gaze lingered on Charlotte's fluffy head. A fleeting desire to stroke the white tiger beast-womaness fur crossed his mind, though he quickly dismissed it. After all, Charlotte's sharp tiger fangs were not to be underestimated. His attention was drawn to her pair of white, clipped ears, a sight that evoked both sympathy and an aesthetic concern. Zhao Chen resolutely vowed to restore Charlotte's physical form in the future, considering her current role as his vice captain a worthy investment in crew welfare. "Yes," responded Vice Captain Charlotte, her voice barely above a whisper. Upon entering the captain's quarters, he found the space quite generous, approximately 50 square meters. The room was equipped with a bedroom, a living area, a desk for work, and even a bathroom for bathing. Despite the outdated layout of the starship, which dated back several decades, the captain's accommodations were undeniably commendable. Zhao Chen had previously inspected the crew's quarters, reminiscent of dormitories from his past life, albeit with a more confined atmosphere. A single room housed 6 triple-decker folding mattresses, intended for 18 occupants. The narrow passageway between the beds measured less than a meter wide, and the shared restroom was a communal facility for all. The lingering scent from decades past was almost palpable, leaving Zhao Chen with a sense of nostalgia. Even the starship grapples with significant spatial constraints, necessitating the utmost compression of living quarters for the ordinary crew members. Naturally, there are exclusive single and double accommodations reserved for the higher echelons of the starship. However, the situation has become increasingly dire. The dormitory originally designed for 50 crew members now accommodates 100 half-orc crew members. Many of these half-orc crew members are relegated to sleeping on the floor. In contrast, Zhao Chen's living conditions are exceedingly favorable. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Chen threw himself onto the large bed. He relished a few moments of its comfort before attending to business. Following his victory over Zhang Haoren, the task system had notified him of the mission's completion, awaiting the collection of his rewards. Mission details: challenge Zhang Haoren to a starship duel and defeat him in the contest. Mission difficulty, D-class. Mission rewards: 1 task point and 300 points. Penalty for failure: deduction of 300 points. Mission completed. Please collect your rewards. With a mere thought, Zhao Chen activated the reward collection. Rewards collected: 300 points and 1 task point. At that moment, Zhao Chen's interface displayed these newfound rewards. Host, Zhao Chen. Profession, Elite Starship Engineer. Special attributes: Fleet Luck Bonus, Eye of Insight. Points, 400. Task points, 1. Number of starships, 1. Current task: quarterly mission, incomplete. Inventory: T3 Blizzard-class Light Star Battleship Technical Blueprint. His points had increased from 100 to 400, and he had acquired an additional task point. With a task point now at his disposal, he pondered the possibility of redeeming some valuable items from the marketplace. Zhao Chen opened the system mall, searching for his objective. Chapter 19. Selling Starship Technology. T1 Grey Mouse Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer. T1 Shield Soldier Class Medium Interstellar Frigate. T1. Zhao Chen's excitement gradually waned. As he continued to scroll down, he found that almost everything was a T1 starship. The exchange conditions were not demanding. A mere task point and several system points could procure a T1 item. However, the issue lay in the fact that Zhao Chen had no interest in these T1 starships. Although he understood that these system starships surpassed their real-world counterparts in performance and were exceptionally cost-effective, no matter how high their value or combat capability, they remained T1 starships. Zhao Chen was currently assembling outdated starships of T2 grade. How could he possibly consider constructing a T1 starship? The predicament was that the mall exclusively offered T1 technology-level items. He contemplated the possibility of upgrading. If it were T2 grade, it would be manageable, but T1 grade was simply inadequate. Zhao Chen directly inquired about how to upgrade the system mall. T1 system mall upgrade conditions. First, exchange for 1 T1 level item, not completed. Second, complete 1 D-level system task, completed. Third, consume 100 system points for mall upgrade, must meet the first 2 requirements. It turned out there were upgrade conditions. The duel with Zhang Haoren had been due to the D-level system task, which he had successfully completed. Zhao Chen also had enough system points now. The only requirement he had not fulfilled was to exchange for a T1 level item. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. If he were to exchange for the T1 starship, there was no necessity for him to construct it himself. He could sell it instead. Exceptional starship technology has always been in high demand, though its rarity means few are willing to part with it. Zhao Chen had no such reservations. While direct sales might yield less profit than constructing and then selling, he currently lacked the time to engage in such endeavors. Selling it outright for quick cash seemed the more prudent option. However, taking the initiative to sell a T1 starship technology, albeit the most rudimentary type, would inevitably draw attention to him as a student. He needed to conceal his identity. Selling starships while maintaining anonymity, all while keeping things simple. Zhao Chen contemplated. Suddenly, a name came to mind. Li Wei. Li Wei's family was engaged in interstellar trade, operating a conglomerate known as Northern Goose Interstellar Trading Group. It was said that in recent years, they had been expanding into the starship arms trade, yet the few starship products they had funded for development had not met with success, resulting in scant orders. During a casual conversation with Li Wei, he had mentioned that if they could not present a best-selling Starship product by the end of the year, his family might have to abandon their Starship sales business altogether. This presented a golden opportunity. By having Li Wei facilitate the connection, Zhao Chen could mitigate the risk of exposure. Without delay, Zhao Chen accessed the Academy's network to gather information regarding Li Wei's family's involvement in Starship trade. Over the past 5 years, they had launched 6 Starships, encompassing both auxiliary and combat types, but each one had met with failure. Either there exist significant performance deficiencies, or the cost-effectiveness is exceedingly poor. The most substandard model sold fewer than 10 units, and was consequently discontinued due to complaints regarding its performance flaws, resulting in substantial compensation payments. Even the best-selling model merely reached sales of under 100 units, still operating at a loss while attempting to gain recognition. Yet this endeavor proved unsuccessful. Zhao Chen commenced a rapid review of his research, seeking the most suitable Starship design for the Li family, while comparing it to the T1 Starship available in the system marketplace. This model presented a high construction difficulty. This one is unfeasible, as its market scope is too limited. Ultimately, after meticulous selection, Zhao Chen settled on a T1 Starship technology. This is it. He clicked to redeem. Would you like to consume 50 system points and 1 task point to exchange for the item T1 Laos-class medium interstellar destroyer? Confirmed. Congratulations on acquiring the T1 Laos-class medium interstellar destroyer technical blueprint. Your remaining system points, 350 points. Zhao Chen's mind jolted as a cascade of Starship technical blueprints flooded into his consciousness. This is the T1 Laos-class medium interstellar destroyer. Do not underestimate this T1 Starship. It was meticulously chosen by Zhao Chen himself. Were it not for his possession of the Zero-class Blizzard and the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship technical blueprints, he might have contemplated constructing this Starship for himself. Its advantages lie in its exceptional value and durability. At that moment, the gentle voice of the Starship system's artificial intelligence resonated. Beep, 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 Captain. There is a request for communication from the external network of the Starship, identified as your classmate Li Wei. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a sly smile, exuding the demeanor of a shrewd businessman. Little Li, don't blame me for my exorbitant demands. Between brothers, accounts must be settled fairly. If the Starship is sold to your Li family, it will undoubtedly elevate your family's reputation in the Starship arms trade, especially within the T1 Starship series. Have him wait outside. I will be out shortly. Zhao Chen instructed the artificial intelligence before rising from his bed, preparing to disembark. Prior to that, he ordered Vice Captain Charlotte to remain on board, ensuring that no crew member was permitted to leave the Zero Storm without his command, nor was anyone allowed to enter. In case of any emergencies, they were to contact him immediately. Outside the docking bay, Li Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he surveyed the imposing steel behemoth before him. The Zero Storm measured nearly 260 meters in length. Its formidable structure was reminiscent of a star battleship. Despite the armor plating showing signs of rust and the design reflecting an era long past, Li Wei felt as though he were gazing upon a majestic starship. Regrettably, the 1,200 mm caliber cannon mounted on board was concealed, rendering it invisible for the moment. At that moment, the hatch of the starship opened, and Zhao Chen strolled out with an air of nonchalance. Li Wei quickly approached and threw his arms around Zhao Chen's neck. When did you manage to assemble such an impressive starship? It was assembled from those 3 starships we exchanged at the Academy, Zhao Chen replied. When did you acquire this skill? Li Wei inquired. Zhao Chen shrugged and replied with a smile. While someone was busy courting, playing games, and indulging in leisure, I was absorbed in my studies. You were reading books on starship engineering. Li Wei regarded Zhao Chen with suspicion. Indeed, Zhao Chen had been a diligent student, consistently ranking among the top 5 in their class, particularly in theoretical subjects. Hence, Li Wei did not doubt Zhao Chen's excuse. He was merely astonished that Zhao Chen had reached such a level of self-study. Come on, let me take a quick peek. I want to see that 1,200 mm caliber cannon. Li Wei pleaded. That's not impossible, but I need you to assist me with something first, Zhao Chen said, looking at Li Wei as if he were a wealthy benefactor. Are you hoping for my collection of action films featuring 720 different species, totaling a staggering 10,000T? Li Wei chuckled, leaning closer to Zhao Chen and whispering mischievously, I'll share them all with you. I've recently gathered some exceptional films. We can discuss them later. Zhao Chen immediately recoiled 3 meters, gazing at Li Wei with disdain. Do I look like that kind of person? Chapter 20. It's you. Aircraft carrier Starship. As Li Wei walked through the narrow and somewhat dilapidated corridor of the Starship, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Are you disappointed? After all, this is assembled from 3 starships with nearly a century of history. In terms of comfort and aesthetics, it certainly cannot compare to contemporary starships. Zhao Chen understood Li Wei's sentiments all too well. After wandering for over 10 minutes, Li Wei and Zhao Chen departed from the Zero-No blizzard. The outside atmosphere felt considerably more pleasant. However, old Zhao, why are all your crew members half-orc females? I had no idea you had such a preference. Although such inclinations are inconsequential, the matter of starship warfare is quite serious. Li Wei observed Zhao Chen and issued a reminder. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. I am not as depraved as you imagine. There is a reason behind my recruitment of these half-orc female crew members. Besides, they were once regular female crew members, but due to certain circumstances, they have fallen into this plight. You saw the previous battle of the Zero-No blizzard, didn't you? Do you really believe that a bunch of mere decorations could have achieved such a spectacular victory? His reasoning was indeed quite sound. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you needed my assistance with something. What is it? Li Wei brought up Zhao Chen's previous request. Zhao Chen then began to discuss the matter at hand. Isn't your Li family involved in interstellar trade? I have heard that in recent years, you have expanded into the trade of starship armaments. Coincidentally, I have developed a T1 starship and would like to ask you to send the technical schematics to your family to see if there is any interest in purchasing it. However, this must be conducted in secrecy, as I do not wish for too many people to be aware of my work, you understand? Even if your father inquires, do not disclose my identity. You intend to sell your own developed T1 starship? Li Wei was taken aback. You can actually develop starships on your own? But upon reflection, considering that Zhao Chen had managed to assemble 3 outdated starships into a formidable combat vessel, creating a T1 starship did not seem beyond the realm of possibility. The technological challenges associated with the T1 starship are not particularly formidable. In fact, some technical schematics have already been made publicly available for study. As for our family business, I cannot intervene, so I cannot guarantee whether I can purchase your starship. However, I can mention it to my sister, who was the one who initially proposed expanding into the starship arms trade and is now the head of that division within our group. Nevertheless, our company currently holds a rather pessimistic view on this sector, having sustained losses for 4 consecutive years. The introduction of a T1 starship, which was originally slated for release this year, has also been significantly delayed. The shareholders have begun to exert pressure to abandon this line of business. Li Wei remarked. Zhao Chen patted Li Wei on the shoulder and handed him a thumb-sized storage device. Whether a collaboration can be established is of little consequence. What matters is that this device reaches your family. You should encrypt and send this information to your sister. Remember, keep my identity confidential. If she inquires, simply concoct an excuse. Does this contain the schematics for the T1 starship you mentioned? Are you really comfortable entrusting this to me? Is the network transmission secure? Should I personally deliver it to my sister? Li Wei said cautiously. Although it is merely the schematics for the T1 starship, it represents Zhao Chen's diligent efforts. This constitutes a trade secret, typically delivered in person rather than through online transmission. Rest assured, the files have been encrypted. Once it is sent, just inform me, and I will remotely decrypt it so we can access the information, Zhao Chen assured him. Zhao Chen could not wait until the end of the semester. His intention was to leverage the T1 starship technology to secure funding, subsequently seeking a means to construct a genuine system starship. Although the Zero-No blizzard was commendable, it remained merely an assembled starship. Very well, let us proceed as you suggested. But do temper your expectations, Li Wei cautioned Zhao Chen, concerned that his sister might reject Zhao Chen's technical blueprints, thereby causing him embarrassment. Given his sister's disposition, she was known to be ruthless in business, unyielding to familial ties. If she found something unsatisfactory, she would resolutely refuse it. No worries, just follow through as planned. You need not concern yourself with the subsequent matters, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. As long as Li Wei's sister was not a fool, she would undoubtedly recognize the inherent value of this starship. Indeed, the document is extensive, and considering it involves interstellar information transmission, it will take approximately a day. Li Wei sent a brief message to his sister in advance, mentioning this matter. The dormitory was a single-occupancy room, and its space could not be compared to that of the captain's quarters. Sitting on the single bed, Zhao Chen opened the system interface, accessing the Marketplace upgrade page. T1 System Marketplace upgrade conditions. First requirement, exchange for one T1 level item, completed. Second requirement, complete 1D level system task, completed. Third requirement, consume 100 system points for Marketplace upgrade. First two conditions met. Upgrade can be initiated at any time. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen clicked to upgrade the system Marketplace. Confirm the consumption of 100 system points to upgrade the T1 mall to T2 mall. Confirm. Consuming 100 system points, T1 mall upgrades to T2 mall. Your remaining system points, 250 points. Congratulations on activating the T2 series products in the system mall. You have received an opportunity to exchange any product without the need for task points. An unexpected surprise emerged. Zhao Chen had been contemplating how to acquire more task points to conveniently exchange for the T2 Starship. After all, the system mall stipulated that exchanging products required corresponding task points. At this moment, Zhao Chen inspected the T2 series products, only to discover that 3 task points were still required. Given Zhao Chen's situation, it was uncertain how long it would take to accumulate these 3 task points. It appeared that higher-tier products not only demanded more system points but also required a greater number of task points. Zhao Chen casually glanced at the requirements for upgrading the T2 mall to T3 mall, which entailed completing 2 C-level tasks, exchanging 2 T2 system products, and consuming 2,000 system points, significantly increasing the difficulty. Currently, Zhao Chen was not in a position to contemplate the entirety. Attending to pressing matters was paramount. The pressing matter, of course, was selecting a starship. Let me see which one shall be our first genuine starship. Zhao Chen began to carefully deliberate with greater seriousness than before. After all, this was to be his true first starship. The Zero-type Blizzard could only be considered a half-hearted first attempt. Should he choose the Interstellar Destroyer? Or perhaps the Interstellar Cruiser? Or even the Interstellar Battleship? Zhao Chen pondered and deliberated. Ultimately, he fixed his gaze upon a particular option. T2. The Carrier Starship. This is it. Chapter 21. Zhao Chen's T2 Super Carrier Starship. The T2 Queen B-Class Heavy Carrier Starship. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his previous life, an aircraft carrier was undoubtedly the dream of every citizen of the Flower Kingdom. In the age of interstellar travel, carriers also exist. If one were to consider what could be deemed a colossal vessel in this era, it would most likely be one of 2 types of starships, the interstellar battleship and the carrier starship. At this moment, Zhao Chen decisively chose to redeem. Do you wish to consume 250 system points and utilize one opportunity to exchange for a product without a mission point? Exchange for the product, T2 Queen B-Class Heavy Carrier Starship. Confirmed. Congratulations on obtaining the technical blueprint for the T2 Queen B-Class Heavy Carrier Starship. Your remaining system points, 0 points. Coincidentally, Zhao Chen's system points were just sufficient to redeem this T2 Carrier Starship. At this instant, data regarding the T2 Queen B surged through Zhao Chen's mind. Typically, if an interstellar fleet possesses a carrier starship, it necessitates a substantial number of escort starships, unlike interstellar battleships which can operate independently. Thus, the actual number of operational carrier starships is significantly fewer than that of interstellar battleships, as constructing an interstellar fleet centered around a carrier starship entails enormous costs. Otherwise, logically, a carrier starship would be incapable of establishing a combat force. However, this T2 Queen B is entirely different. It possesses the capability to operate independently, which is precisely why Zhao Chen sought to redeem it. The combat methods of carrier starships are primarily categorized into 3 types: interstellar fighters, interstellar drones, and small to medium-sized starships. The presence of third-party vessels is scarce. Only aircraft carriers capable of accommodating starships are of at least T3 classification, as lesser sizes simply cannot accommodate such vessels. To return to the main topic, let us first discuss the T-2B King. This starship employs interstellar drones as its primary mode of combat. Zhao Chen peruses the detailed specifications. B-King class heavy aircraft carrier vessel type. Aircraft carrier starship technological level. T2 hull armor strength. 300 to 350 units warp engine. Level 4 warp engine length. 460 meters mass. 40,000 tons crew capacity. 100 personnel starship armaments. T2 Larvae class light interstellar drones. Interstellar interceptors. T2 Killer B class medium interstellar drones. Interstellar fighters. T2 Hornet class heavy interstellar drones. Interstellar bombers. Standard hangar configuration. Capable of housing 300 T2 Larvae class light interstellar drones. 100 T2 Killer B class medium interstellar drones. And 20 T2 Hornet class heavy interstellar drones. Merely by observing its dimensions and mass, one can ascertain that this will be a colossal vessel. With a length of 460 meters, it is nearly twice that of the Zero-class Snowstorm. Its mass of 40,000 tons is almost 5 times greater than that of the Zero-class Snowstorm. It is capable of accommodating a total of 420 interstellar drones across 3 distinct models. Typically, an aircraft carrier starship would only carry one type of starfighter or interstellar drone, as varying types necessitate distinct maintenance teams and systems. However, this T-2B King is uniquely equipped with 3 varieties of interstellar drones. This is not an act of folly. Rather, it is a testament to the T-2 Queen Bee's incorporation of an intelligence system that rivals that of T-3 starships. Under judicious and efficient management, these 3 types of interstellar drones can operate seamlessly without any gaps. The trio comprises the Interstellar Unmanned Interceptor, the Interstellar Unmanned Fighter, and the Interstellar Unmanned Bomber. The Interstellar Unmanned Interceptor serves as the personal guardian of aircraft carriers, primarily tasked with safeguarding the carrier's security and intercepting all enemy assaults. The Interstellar Unmanned Fighter represents the central force in securing aerial dominance in interstellar combat, capable of striking enemy vessels. The Interstellar Unmanned Bomber, as its name implies, possesses formidable bombing capabilities and can be equipped with interstellar missiles, bombs, or even torpedoes as needed. It is the most powerful in terms of striking capabilities against starships, albeit its own prowess in interstellar dogfights is rather limited. Thus, these 3 drones can synergize, perfectly complementing each other's functions. Typically, multiple aircraft carriers would fulfill these roles collectively. However, the T-2 Queen Bee consolidates all these responsibilities within itself. Most importantly, this capability eliminates the need for an escort fleet, as it astonishingly possesses a star shield function. The star shield is an energy defense barrier, a standard feature of T-3 starships, capable of creating an energy shield within a designated area to intercept enemy weaponry from a specific direction. This groundbreaking technology of T-3 starships significantly enhances their defensive capabilities, which is why many assert that T-3 starships are the true embodiment of starships. Returning to the main point, as the Queen Bee of the T-2 starship, it possesses a stellar shield, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. When coupled with the T-2 lightweight interstellar drones, it forms a formidable offensive and defensive unit. While facing the T-3 starship fleet may pose certain risks, against a T-2 starship, it certainly represents a terrifying presence. The possibility of taking on multiple foes is not out of the question. Thus, Zhao Chen opted for this T-2 Queen Bee, which is priced at 1.3 million star coins. Upon calculating the cost required to construct this starship, he inhaled sharply. It is worth noting that the total savings of his Zhao family do not exceed 100,000 star coins. Regarding his interstellar territory, due to the barren nature of the galaxy and mismanagement, the annual tax revenue combined with other earnings amounts to merely 1 million star coins. This also explains why Zhang Haoren referred to him as the Fallen Baron. He cannot even afford a T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer priced at 4 million star coins. However, if Zhao Chen were to sell this T-2 Queen Bee, it could easily fetch a value of 20 to 30 million star coins. Selling starships is a lucrative path to wealth, as the arms trade has always been highly profitable throughout the ages. Yet, at present, Zhao Chen lacks the capacity and time to contemplate this. 1. 3 million star coins. With the funds from selling my T1 Laos-class medium interstellar destroyer, it should suffice to complete the construction of 1 T2 Queen Bee, Zhao Chen murmured. Now he is merely awaiting news from Li Wei. At the headquarters of the Northern Goose Interstellar Trading Group, a board meeting is currently underway. Present, alongside the Li family members, are several other shareholders and directors. For the past 5 years, Bei Yan has been incurring losses in the realm of Starship arms trading, relying on other industries to cover the deficits. This even led to an overall deficit in our profits last year. Therefore, I believe we should abandon the Starship arms trade, as it is not a venture that can be easily undertaken. The investment in research and development is exorbitant, and the risks are exceedingly high. It would be wiser to continue focusing on our interstellar trade transport and interstellar industry. A director slammed his hand on the table, voicing his opinion. The other directors concurred, demanding a cessation of the Starship arms trade segment. No, at this juncture, Bei Yan has reached a bottleneck. The competition in our original business segments is intensifying, and if we do not identify a breakthrough soon, our company will inevitably decline. To elevate Bei Yan to greater heights, we must seize the opportunity in the Starship arms trade. A strikingly alluring woman, with an alluring figure, stood up and proclaimed. However, the other directors voiced their dissent. Miss Li, your opinion cannot prevail here. Although Bei Yan was founded by your family, you and your father currently hold only 45 of the shares, and the remaining members oppose this. This is the resolution of the board. A director, who held the most shares apart from the Li family, scoffed. Li Yaqi bit her lip, remaining silent. The Starship arms trade was her dream and the culmination of her efforts. While others saw a mere 5 years of investment, she had actually begun planning a decade ago, dedicating all her time and energy to it. Now in her 30s and still unmarried, how could she relinquish her hard work? Chapter 22. The enigmatic Starship technology cough, cough, cough. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table cast a sweeping glance over the assembly. Esteemed uncles and relatives of Yaqi, the expansion of interstellar arms trading that Yaqi has embarked upon is indeed for the benefit of our Bei Yan. This is akin to pioneering new territories, and as with all ventures, the beginning is fraught with challenges. When my father established Bei Yan, he too persevered through the arduous first decade, which ultimately led to the formation of the Bei Yan Interstellar Trade Group we know today. This middle-aged man is the chairman of the Bei Yan Interstellar Trade Group, the current head of the Li family, and the father of Li Wei. Chairman, what was true in the past may not hold in the present. We are now all burdened with families. We placed our trust in you, in your leadership as the head of the Li family, thus investing our very lives and fortunes into Bei Yan. Yet now, we find ourselves in dire straits. The investment in Starship arms trading appears to be an endless abyss. If we continue down this path, Bei Yan is destined for collapse. The second director scoffed. Sticking to outdated methods, lacking innovation, and fearing to step outside one's comfort zone are the very reasons we find ourselves on the brink of ruin. Li Yaqi could no longer contain her indignation and stood to rebuke, her voice resonating with fervor. Upon hearing her vehement words, the board members began to murmur amongst themselves, chastising Li Yaqi for her perceived lack of decorum and respect for her elders. I have previously stated that a young lady is ill-suited for the world of business. Yaqi, nearing 40, if only you had heeded my advice and married the son of that earl, you would not be toiling here. You would have long since assumed the life of a countess, enjoying the fruits of ease, the second director remarked with a mocking smile. Enjoying ease? Uncle, I certainly do not wish to become a canary in someone else's cage, like my cousin. Even when her husband frolics with others, she dares not utter a word. If this is what it means to enjoy life, then I, Li Yaqi, would rather not partake in such a fate. Li Yaqi, unwavering, retaliated directly. The expression on the face of the second director, her uncle and the younger brother of her father, was one of displeasure. He was the second largest shareholder of the North Yen Interstellar Trading Group. Very well then, let us grant Yaqi a bit more time. Was it not agreed upon for a period of 5 years? Indeed, 5 years. As long as within this time frame, Yaqi's armaments trading department can turn a profit, we shall allow its continued existence. There remains half a year, so why the urgency? The head of the Li family cheerfully stated. Let us give my niece 6 months. At that time, her uncle will arrange a favorable marriage for her. The second director snorted coldly and departed from the conference room, followed by the other directors. Observing his daughter's expression of resentment and indignation, the head of the Li family sighed deeply. Yaki, it is not that your father does not wish to assist you. In business, it is always about profit. You have merely 6 months left. If your armaments trading department can achieve even a break-even point within this time, your father can ensure its continuation. However, if you fail, then so be it. Should you wish to continue in business, you may revert to the previous interstellar transport trade. 6 months. How could one possibly turn a profit in such a brief span? With no substantial Starship merchandise in her possession, she found it hard to believe that she could turn a profit within 6 months. Yaki threw herself onto her bed, while a fluffy pet resembling a cat leaped in front of her. Meng, I am quite exhausted today. Please entertain yourself for a while, she said, shielding her eyes with her arm to prevent the tears from spilling over. 5 years of preparation, 5 years of dedication, over a decade of youth, was it all to end here? Just then, her handheld terminal chimed, and she glanced at it. It was a communication request from her younger brother. She sat up, composed herself, and accepted the call. Sister. Why are your eyes so red? Li Wei greeted her through the video link, though there was nearly a 10-second delay due to interstellar communication. It's nothing. I've just been really tired these past few days. Did you call for any particular reason? Have you run out of living expenses again? If I recall correctly, aren't you about to have a break soon? Or perhaps you didn't pass your grade assessment and will have to repeat the year. Yaki scrutinized him. Li Wei pouted, Sister, why do you never wish me well? I still have living expenses, and I'm not repeating a year. Next year, I'll be in the 4th grade and will finally be able to pilot a starship. Then why would you think to contact me? Yaki asked, eyeing her brother, who rarely reached out without a reason. Li Wei then got to the point. I sent you a starship blueprint yesterday. It should have arrived by now. Please take a look. It was my friend who produced this, and I wanted to inquire if you have any intention of making a purchase. The starship blueprints? Yaki gazed at her brother. You're not in debt and trying to deceive me, are you? Why do you always look down on me? Sister? All right, hurry up and take a look. If you are indeed interested, just contact me. I will put you in touch with that friend of mine. Don't set your expectations too high. If it's barely usable, offer a reasonable price, just to give your older brother a favor. At this moment, Li Wei still harbored doubts about Zhao Chen's ability to produce a starship, hence he uttered some flattering words. I want to say more. Remember to reach out to me after you've had a look. Li Wei, unwilling to engage further with his sister who had always belittled him, abruptly ended the communication. This kid. Where did he find a friend capable of designing starships? It sounds like he's trying to fool me. Yaki was entirely skeptical of Li Wei's claims. Yet, sitting on her bed, after a moment of hesitation, she inexplicably opened her email, and there indeed lay a data file, its contents already decrypted. Since she had nothing pressing to attend to, and her starship design department showed no signs of progress, she thought it wise to examine what Li Wei had sent. Yaki reassured herself as she opened the document, and as she gazed upon the vast starship blueprints, her expression began to shift. From initial indifference, she soon became intensely focused. Even her breath quieted significantly. No problem. No problem. Everything is fine. This process continued for another 3 hours. Yaki's expressions were remarkably vivid as she muttered, T1 Wolf Tick-class medium interstellar destroyer. This technical blueprint. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, swiftly transferring the starship technology onto a data disk, before racing out of her bedroom towards her established starship design research department. What would typically take an hour by manual piloting of a flying car, she accomplished in a mere 10 minutes. Without pausing to change into her research attire, she burst into the research department, standing before her group of engineers and researchers, pointing at the data disk. Please, assist me in assessing the feasibility of this starship blueprint. An uncontrollable excitement surged within Yaki. I require a reliable feasibility report within 5 hours. No, I need it in 3 hours. Chapter 23, 3 million star coins. Buyout in the span of 3 hours. The research team progressed from initial confusion to astonishment and delight. Ms. Li, where did you acquire this Starship technology? Although only 80% of the data was available, with crucial technical information redacted, the Starship design was undoubtedly viable. Furthermore, the cost-performance ratio of this T-1 Wolf Tick-class medium interstellar destroyer was exceptionally high. I never anticipated that a starship with such an affordable price could possess such outstanding performance. If introduced to the market, it would undoubtedly become a highly sought-after Starship product. The chief engineer of the research department, an elderly man with a head of white hair, stood before Liyaki, brimming with excitement. Clutching the data disk, she regarded it as a precious treasure. If it could be said that she had already fallen into the abyss, then this data disk was akin to a rope descending from heaven. You must set aside all your current research endeavors and delve deeply into the technology of this starship. Liyaki handed the data disk to the chief engineer. Director Li, where did this starship technology originate? Before the old engineer could finish his inquiry, Liyaki had already dashed out of the research room. Seated in her flying car, Liyaki promptly attempted to contact her brother. The first call. Disconnected. A sense of perplexity washed over her. The second attempt. Also cut off. A wave of unease began to stir within her. The third call. Met with the same fate. Liyaki proceeded to send a fourth communication request, and this time it was not immediately dismissed. After a pause of nearly half a minute, the connection was finally established. Li Wei appeared, wrapped in a towel, seemingly having rushed through his bath. Sis. What's the rush? He expressed, bearing a look of someone interrupted from an important matter. Who provided you with that Starship technology blueprint? Liyaki inquired directly. You mean that one? It's... Li Wei hesitated, recalling Zhao Chen's instructions. He cleared his throat and replied, Sis, my friend prefers to keep a low profile, so it's not convenient to disclose his identity. Just tell me, how is that Starship technology? Do you want it or not? If not, I'll inform my friend, he continued. Not even your sister can know? Liyaki stared intently at her brother and, with a hint of temptation in her voice, added, if you reveal that person's identity, I will triple your living allowance for the next semester. After grappling with his thoughts, Li Wei resolutely declared, No, I promised him. Moreover, sister, consider the consequences if he discovers that I have divulged his identity. What if he becomes upset and refuses to engage with you? Upon reflecting on this, Liyaki recognized the validity of his reasoning and suppressed her curiosity. She speculated that it might be a project presented by a mentor from the Starship Engineering Department of the Beiji Starship Military Academy. Could you assist me in contacting this gentleman? I am profoundly interested in his Starship technology. Would it be possible to arrange a meeting for a discussion?
Liyaki inquirat.
Huh? You're interested?
Li Wei respunda.
Somewhat astonished. Haven't you seen the contents within? A Haven T. Unlike you, sister, I am not from the Starship Engineering Department. I wouldn't comprehend it even if I looked. Li Wei waved his hand dismissively. His elder sister, Liyaki, graduated from the Starship Engineering Department. Thus, she possessed a keen interest in Starship research and development, compounded by her background in a family renowned for Starship trade. This combination fueled her ambition to delve into the business of Starship arms trading. Hurry and go. Once you have news, never mind, just stay connected. I will await your update right here, Liyaki urged. Without securing authorization for that Starship technology, she felt a profound unease that gnawed at her heart. It was her sole lifeline at this moment. Under Liyaki's insistence, Li Wei proceeded to contact Zhao Chen. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, Li Wei reappeared in the video communication window. Sister, my friend has responded. Disregarding a face-to-face discussion, if you have any thoughts, please join this online room for a conversation. With that, Li Wei sent a link to Liyaki. An online room for discussion? Liyaki was somewhat taken aback. It was surprising that such a significant matter would be addressed in this manner. Nevertheless, the pressing priority was to acquire the technology for the Starship. Understood. Liyaki clicked on the link, and soon a new window appeared before her. Not a video call, but a text chat. Taking a deep breath, she initiated the conversation. Greetings, I am Li Wei's sister, the head of the Starship Arms Trade Department at the Beiyang Interstellar Trade Group, Liyaki. Half a minute passed after sending the message. Hello. The simplicity of the response left Liyaki with a lump in her throat. It was her first time negotiating business in such an environment. I am exceedingly interested in your T1 Wolf TIC-class medium interstellar destroyer technology, and I hope we can schedule a time to discuss the collaboration plan in detail. No need to schedule a time. If you are certain about wanting this Starship technology, just provide a price. If I am satisfied, you can transfer the funds, and I will send you the complete technical data for the T1 Wolf TIC. Liyaki was once again astonished by the straightforwardness of the response. Price. At that moment, she found herself at a loss as to what amount to propose, as this unexpected turn of events had caught her completely off guard, deviating entirely from her previous business models. The other party was not adhering to conventional practices. After some contemplation, she sent a message. What price do you consider appropriate? After a few minutes of silence, the other party sent a figure. 3 million star coins. 3 million star coins? This authorization fee seems rather exorbitant. After all, this is merely a T1 Starship, and its market price is at most 20 or 30,000 star coins. At that moment, the other party sent 2 words, buyout. Upon seeing these 2 words, Liyaki's heart skipped a beat. Are you certain that 3 million star coins will secure the technology for this Starship? Liyaki promptly sent a message inquiring. A buyout means that once this sum is paid, the technology for the Starship will belong to Liyaki indefinitely. Previously, all Liyaki sought was authorization. Yes, do you agree to this price? Upon reading this line, Liyaki immediately replied with 2 words. Agreed. Zhao Chen, on the other side of the communication window, stared blankly at these 2 words. Clutching his heart, he lamented, damn it, I quoted too low. Just moments ago, Zhao Chen intended to suggest that there was room for negotiation, believing his price to be somewhat inflated. To his astonishment, Liyaki had outright accepted it. Chapter 24. Brother Zhao, may I take a look at your cannon? After finalizing the agreement, Zhao Chen immediately sent all the technical data of the T1 Wolf TIC Starship to Liyaki. I have dispatched the Starship technical data to your email. Please transfer the 3 million star coins to my account within 3 days of receiving the data. Below was the account number for a Stellar Empire Interstellar bank card. Sir, you are entrusting me with the Starship technology already? Aren't you concerned that I might back out? Liyaki was taken aback by the other party's audacity in proceeding so unabashedly. Were they not concerned about defaulting? This transaction bore little resemblance to an interstellar exchange. It felt more akin to a casual shopping spree in a supermarket. I trust Li Wei, and should you dare to act in such a manner, I shall ensure that you pay 1,000-fold for it. Well, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall conclude our conversation here. May our collaboration be fruitful. The online interface indicated that the other party had already departed. Such a peculiar individual. This must rank among the strangest business dealings I have ever encountered. Even now, Liyaki felt as though she were trapped in a dream. Moreover, she realized she did not even know how to address the other party. A strange person. A strange business. Nevertheless, as long as she could obtain the complete technical data for the T1 Wolf Louse, she was confident that within half a year, she could turn the tide of the Starship arms trade from loss to profit. She would leave those who awaited her failure utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen felt a twinge of regret. If only he had quoted 4 million. He smiled wryly. He was still quite inexperienced in the realm of business. To be honest, his buyout price of 3 million star coins was already on the higher end for T1 Starship technology. However, it coincided perfectly with Liyaki's urgent need for Starship technology. A thirsty person, upon receiving a bottle of water, naturally overlooks the steep price. 3 million. 3 million. Zhao Chen began to contemplate the construction of his second Starship, namely the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier. Building a Starship requires extensive preparation. It is far more complex than merely assembling one. Raw materials, construction sites, building techniques, and so forth, an overwhelming multitude of matters. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's handheld device chimed. To his surprise, it was his younger sister, Zhao Wanner. Oh my, the young lady has remarkably initiated contact with me. Zhao Chen remarked playfully upon seeing Zhao Wanner on the video call. It was uncommon for her to reach out. Typically, she would approach him in person. At that moment, he noticed 2 stunning young ladies behind Zhao Wanner. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to refer to them as 2 beauties of varying ages. Enough with the banter. My friends are present. Zhao Wan'er shot him an exasperated glance. She then stepped aside to introduce her companions. This is my senior from 5th grade, Su Lan. And this is my classmate from 4th grade, Xue Xiao. I trust one need not introduce this one, my brother. Upon uttering the words my brother, Zhao Wan'er exhibited a distinct air of disdain. Hello, we often hear Wan'er speak of you. Su Lan greeted politely. She speaks of me? Well, it's a relief if she refrains from disparaging me. Zhao Chen shrugged in response. Zhao Chen Gij, may I see your cannon? The spirited twin-tailed girl, Xue Xiao, suddenly leaned in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Her request was rather, what is it? I merely wish to observe the 1,200 mm caliber heavy cannon of your number 0 Blizzard up close. Xue Xiao pouted.
Su Lan.
You must have a specific reason for seeking me out. Do not hesitate to convey your purpose, Zhao Chen urged. Zhao Chen deftly shifted the topic, finding the young girl's speech rather intriguing. Senior sister Su Lan interjected, stating, let us address the matter at hand. The reason I sought you out is due to the incident regarding the Starship duel that transpired yesterday. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, remaining silent as he awaited further elaboration from senior sister Su Lan. She continued, it was Zhang Haoren who sought connections, knowing of my acquaintance with your sister Zhao Wan'er. He has approached me with the hope that you might reconsider the expulsion penalty imposed on him. Upon hearing the mention of the Starship duel, Zhao Chen understood it was indeed related to Zhang Haoren. He was well aware that Zhang Haoren would never willingly resign from the North Star Starship Military Academy, as it pertained to his future prospects. Is this expulsion penalty, which is documented within the context of the Starship duel, truly revocable? Zhao Chen inquired with curiosity. Senior sister Su Lan replied, according to the Academy's regulations, the stakes established during a Starship duel are acknowledged and enforceable. However, should the victorious party wish to waive the punitive stakes, the defeated party can be absolved of the penalty. Thus, your consent is necessary. Zhao Chen remained silent. Senior sister Su Lan continued, a friend of mine has requested this favor, as I owe him a debt of gratitude. If you are unwilling, consider it as though I have said nothing. However, should you be open to discussion, I can facilitate a meeting between you, during which you may present your terms, as it would be unfair for you to forego the penalty without compensation. May I have a moment to converse privately with my sister? Zhao Chen asked. Senior sister Su Lan acquiesced, departing with Xue Xiao, and thus they left. Speak your mind, Zhao Wan'er said, arms crossed. Do you wish for my assistance with Senior Su Lan? Zhao Chen inquired. Zhao Wan'er paused, taken aback. This is your affair. Why are you asking me? My younger sister seldom solicits my help. It seems that your relationship with Senior Su Lan is rather amicable. Zhao Chen observed Zhao Wan'er with a smile. Her cheeks flushed. She candidly admitted, I must confess, I hold great admiration for Senior Su Lan. Since my arrival at the North Star Military Academy, she has shown me immense kindness. She is one of my 2 friends here. The other is Xue Xiao. I am aware of Senior Su Lan's predicament. She is being pursued by a 5th-year senior named Han Tianwang. Previously, he assisted her with a matter, and since then, he has used this as leverage to cling to her, even attempting to woo her. Senior Su Lan has no feelings for him, but out of a sense of obligation, she endures his harassment. If this time she could repay his favor, then Senior Su Lan would no longer have to tolerate his advances. Zhao Chen nodded, responding, very well. Have Senior Su Lan handle this matter. Send me the time and place tonight, and I shall agree to discuss it. Really?
Zhao Wan'er exclaimed in surprise.
After all, this is the first time my younger sister has asked me for a favor. Zhao Chen chuckled. Zhao Wan'er rolled her eyes, retorting, Who asked you? You can help or not. With that, she ended the communication. Zhao Chen pondered over the affairs concerning Zhang Haoren. In truth, whether Zhang Haoren chose to withdraw from school was of little significance to him. He had never paid heed to this peripheral character or the nature of his relationship with Zhang Shasha. Had it not been for the constraints of the system's task, he would never have suggested a Starship duel. Now, with such an opportunity at hand to assist Zhao Wan'er as senior, while also capitalizing on the situation, how could Zhao Chen let this splendid chance slip away? A smile gradually graced his lips, Tomorrow promised to be quite a spectacle. Chapter 25. You shall kneel at the North Star Starship Military Academy's ocean-themed dining hall. Zhao Chen gazed at the holographic image of aquatic creatures from an unknown galaxy, gracefully swimming before him. The ambience of the restaurant was tranquil, with only a handful of patrons present. An elite establishment within North Star, frequented primarily by those of noble lineage. It was said that half of the ingredients served were sourced from organically cultivated produce. Junior Zhao Chen, have you formulated the terms you wish to propose to Zhang Haoren?
Inquired Senior Sulan.
I have a plan in mind, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Noticing his demeanor, Senior Su Lan refrained from further commentary, understanding her role merely as an intermediary. The success or failure of this endeavor did not weigh heavily on her. She was merely fulfilling a debt of gratitude by facilitating this connection. Lai over here, a voice called out, and Zhao Chen could easily discern a fair-faced youth seated at a round table by the window, waving to Su Lan and her companions. Surrounding the table were 3 individuals, one of whom was Zhang Haoren, while the other was a stranger. Zhang Haoren's complexion was evidently poor. His gaze briefly met Zhao Chen's before swiftly averting, displaying a pitiful demeanor. However, Zhao Chen perceptively detected the animosity lurking within Zhang Haoren. Such individuals do not learn their lesson after a single reprimand. Feel free to express any thoughts you may have. If we cannot reach an agreement, we shall take our leave without concern for our presence, whispered senior sister Su Lan into Zhao Chen's ear. Zhao Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Wanner, feeling somewhat uneasy, cast a worried glance at her elder brother. Although he held the title of Baron, he had never encountered such formal situations. In contrast, Xue Xiaoxiao appeared eager, relishing the prospect of stirring up trouble in such settings. As Zhao Chen and his companions took their seats, the senior named Han Tianwang disregarded Zhao Chen, the supposed focal point of the negotiations, and instead pulled open the seat beside him, which had been vacant. Lan, come sit here, he beckoned. The round table had only 7 seats, perfectly matching the trio of Han Tianwang and the quartet of Zhao Chen. Han Tianwang had deliberately left a position beside him, seemingly intended for Su Lan. Yet, Su Lan merely glanced at him and smiled, saying, "It's all right, I can sit over here." With that, she joined Zhao Wanner and Xue Xiaoxiao at another table, leaving Han Tianwang in an awkward position. Consequently, the only seat available for Zhao Chen was next to Han Tianwang. It was at that moment that Han Tianwang turned his attention to Zhao Chen and remarked coolly, "You must be Zhao Chen, right? Please have a seat." Despite his invitation, Han Tianwang had already settled into his own chair. At this moment, the only one without a seat was Zhao Chen. However, Zhao Chen did not approach Han Tianwang's side. Instead, he rested his hand on a chair before him, declaring, "No need, I shall sit here." In that instant, the atmosphere began to shift uncomfortably. Zhao Chen's hand was positioned precisely on the chair where Zhang Haoren was seated. Zhang Haoren's expression darkened as he glanced at his senior, Han Tianwang, who averted his gaze. Faced with this situation, Zhang Haoren had no choice but to rise with a scowl, preparing to occupy the seat next to Han Tianwang. As Zhao Chen took possession of Zhang Haoren's chair, he noticed Zhang Haoren's intent to sit and promptly splashed a glass of water onto the chair. "Is there a place for you to sit here?" The tension in the room plummeted once more. Zhang Haoren clenched his fists. "Zhao Chen, my junior, there's no need to be so aggressive. Previously, it was merely a misunderstanding between Haoren and you. Now that we are gathered for a meal, let us consider this misunderstanding resolved and become friends." At this juncture, Han Tianwang stepped in as a mediator, saying, Lan, what do you think?" Su Lan smiled and replied, "We are merely guests this time," remaining silent. "Everything rests on Zhao Chen's own wishes. If there is a place for him to sit here, then there is no place for me." Zhao Chen met Han Tianwang's gaze without yielding. A shadow flickered in Han Tianwang's eyes, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor as he said, "Indeed, an apology should be accompanied by the appropriate demeanor. Haoren, you may stand." He then called for the waiter, "Please remove this extra chair." The servers here are not intelligent robots, but rather elegantly dressed young women, reflecting the restaurant's sophistication. The chairs have been removed, leaving Zhang Haoren standing like a pillar between Zhao Chen and Han Tianwang. "We are all seated while you stand alone. Does this not elevate your status above mine and our seniors? It makes us quite uncomfortable. Zhao Chen gazes at Zhang Haoren with a smile. Zhang Haoren grits his teeth. What more do you want? Kneel, Zhao Chen casually suggests. The expressions of those present shift dramatically. Zhang Haoren, flustered and enraged, retorts. Zhao Chen, do not overstep your bounds. Overstep? I have heard that you and your gang boasted in my class, claiming that if you defeated me in the Starship duel, I should kneel and apologize. At that time, did you not consider it excessive? Zhao Chen continues to smile at Zhang Haoren? Or is it that young Master Zhang looks down upon furthering his studies at Beiji Star? Zhao Chen's final remark strikes deep into Zhang Haoren's heart. He cannot afford to withdraw from Beiji Star. His father, a viscount destined to become an earl, has more than just him as a son. Beiji Star is one of the top 3 Starship military academies in the Starshine Empire, a coveted admission arranged through his father's connections. If he fails to graduate from Beiji Star, he risks losing his title to other siblings. Upon learning of this predicament, his mother sent a message urging him to find a solution, insisting that he must not withdraw from Beiji Star. Zhao Chen, my junior, this is unnecessary, is it not? Hao Ran, the junior, has already realized his mistake. We are all classmates, so there is no need to let our relationships become so strained. For the sake of courtesy, let us dine first and discuss how to resolve the misunderstanding between you and Hao Ran while we eat. I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory response. Han Tianwang began. Courtesy? Zhao Chen chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Han Tianwang. Are you suggesting that I offer you a favor so you can kneel for him? It's one thing to confront Zhang Haoren, but to challenge Han Tianwang as well. Su Lan and the twin-tailed Xue Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment, realizing that this junior truly seemed different. Han Tianwang's expression darkened at that moment. Very well, I shall kneel, Zhang Haoren shouted, dropping to the ground where a chair had previously been. The height of the table conveniently obscured his head. This arrangement does not impede our dining. Why is everyone staring at me? Aren't we here to eat? Let's order quickly. I am famished. Han, what do you enjoy eating? Please don't hesitate. Zhao Chen raised his hand and opened the holographic ordering interface. With remarkable speed, he began tapping away, leaving Zhao Wanner, seated beside him, unable to discern what he had ordered. I've placed the order. Take a look and see if you need anything else. Let's not hold back. It's a rare occasion to dine with Han, so let us make it enjoyable. Zhao Chen smiled at everyone. Xue Xiaoxiao nearly burst into laughter. Chapter 26. You could sell that T2 White Eagle. As the dishes were presented, even Su Lan was astonished. Every single dish was crafted from entirely natural ingredients. A dish of black eggs stir-fried with 6-legged pork for 200 star coins. A dish of vinegar-flavored 3-legged duck for 300 star coins. A specialty flame fish soup from the Flame Galaxy for 500 star coins. A fruit platter for 1,000 star coins. And a 3-piece set of specialties from the Auget Galaxy for 5,000 star coins. Yet, these were secondary concerns. The bottle of wine being served captured Han Tianwang's attention, causing him to wince. It was a renowned fruit wine, valued at an astounding 13,000 star coins, almost equivalent to the entire meal. Before he could steal another glance, Zhao Chen had already poured the wine for himself and the 3 lovely ladies beside him. Oh dear, it's all poured now. If Senior Han wishes to drink, feel free to order a few more bottles. Zhao Chen smiled at Han Tianwang. No, it's fine. I don't drink, Han Tianwang replied, his lips twitching. There was only 1 bottle of this wine in the restaurant. He had no opportunity to order more. Hey, are you sure it's all right to order so much? Zhao Wanner whispered into Zhao Chen's ear, concern evident in her tone. Don't worry about it. This exquisite food far surpasses any synthetic fare. Opportunities like this are rare. We must indulge while we can, Zhao Chen declared, already devouring the meal with great fervor. Indeed, the term devouring aptly described his approach. Initially, Su Lan and the others were somewhat mindful of dining etiquette, but witnessing Zhao Chen swiftly emptying the dishes before him, they soon abandoned their reservations and quickened their pace, though their manner was still leagues more refined than his. Such lavish and sumptuous food was unprecedented for Su Lan and her companions. They had only sampled a few of these dishes before. After all, such a meal could consume the life savings of numerous families. The annual salary of an ordinary person amounts to merely 40 star coins. Yet, this paltry sum can barely sustain a family of 3, and their diet consists solely of synthetic food. After over a month subsisting on artificial sustenance, Zhao Chen finally rediscovered the delightful sensations of taste. Observing Zhao Chen devour his meal with the ferocity of a wild beast, Han Tianwang attempted several times to speak, but found no opportunity. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the feast, fearing that the lavish spread before them would soon vanish. Such a sumptuous banquet was a rare indulgence for him as well. The most pitiable among them was Zhang Haoran, who, while kneeling in shame, endured the torment of multiple senses, sight, smell, taste, and sound, while his heart bled, for this gathering was ostensibly at his expense. After an hour of voracious consumption, Zhao Chen patted his now considerably distended belly, pondering that had it not been for his adjustable attire, he might have struggled to fasten his buttons. Beside him, Zhao Wanner and Senior Su Lan were equally unwell, wearing expressions of satiated discomfort. At that moment, Han Tianwang hastily called out to Zhao Chen, "Junior Zhao Chen, having feasted to our heart's content, shall we address the matter we agreed upon? Please submit a request to the Academy to lift the punishment on Junior Haoran." "Oh right, I almost forgot. We haven't discussed the main issue yet." Zhao Chen settled back into his seat, chuckling, "My apologies. As a mere mortal, I have never tasted such exquisite fare. I hope you will not mock me." Observing Zhao Chen's mischievous demeanor, Senior Sister Su Lan could not suppress her laughter. Zhao Wanner, however, was fixated on her older brother, pondering how she had previously failed to recognize his cunning nature. "Now, do enlighten me on the conditions you intend to propose for me to spare Zhang Haoran," Zhao Chen inquired earnestly. Han Tianwang was taken aback, gazing at Zhao Chen with surprise. "Conditions? You couldn't possibly think that a mere meal could resolve this matter," he remarked incredulously. Zhao Chen feigned astonishment and replied, "Oh, is that what you believe?" Han Tianwang's lips twitched, and he felt an overwhelming urge to confront Zhao Chen. Suppressing his anger, he smiled and said, "Then, Zhao Chen, do present your terms directly. I appreciate straightforwardness." Raising his hand, Zhao Chen extended 5 fingers. "My starship has endured considerable strain in battle. The costs related to combat attrition, personnel losses, and repairs upon return to port are all expenses to be accounted for." Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. "Come on. That 5-minute skirmish likely consumed less than 1% of your starship's energy. As for any combat losses, Zhang Haoran's T2 White Eagle never even grazed your vessel, let alone the need for repairs." "What repairs?" It was evident to everyone that Zhao Chen was attempting to extort money. 50,000 star coins, perhaps? Han Tianwang gazed at Zhao Chen's raised fingers. Zhao Chen immediately interjected, grinning, "Not 50,000, but 500,000 star coins." The audacity of demanding 500,000 star coins left Senior Sister Su Lan wide-eyed in disbelief. 500,000? Are you attempting to extort me? Zhang Haoran could no longer contain himself and leaped up, perhaps due to having knelt for too long. He tumbled headlong onto the dining table, the remnants of the meal splattering across his face. Fortunately, the round table was fixed in place. Otherwise, his predicament would have been even more embarrassing. Extortion? If that is your belief, then it seems there is no need for us to continue this discussion. I can forego the 500,000 star coins, and you may choose to depart from the Northern Star. Zhao Chen spread his hands, standing up and preparing to leave. Zhang Haoran felt a tumult of anger and despair within him. He shouted, "I can offer you compensation, but I truly do not have 500,000 star coins." "You do?" Zhao Chen interjected. Zhang Haoran looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment. "Although your T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser has sustained significant damage, if you act swiftly, obtaining 50 to 60,000 star coins should pose no problem." Zhao Chen regarded Zhang Haoran with a beaming smile. "A demon? This fellow is nothing but a demon." He had everything meticulously planned before his arrival. Everyone present experienced a complete reversal of their impression of Zhao Chen. "By the way, I have another condition. I believe I heard your friend mention that if you emerged victorious, you would graciously allow me to kneel before you and call you grandfather? If that were the case, perhaps I could avoid expulsion." At that moment, Zhao Chen's smile appeared devilish to Zhang Haoran. "Time is of the essence. I shall give you 10 seconds. Zhao Chen's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. In that instant, all eyes turned to Zhang Haoran, as if they silently began to count down. Ultimately, Zhang Haoran knelt on the ground. This act had already conveyed the answer to everyone present. Grandfather Zhao Chen. I was wrong. Zhang Haoran's head struck the ground. Chapter 27. To his astonishment, he continued to pack. Do not cease until I have exited the dining hall. Furthermore, before the conclusion of the term, I expect to receive a remittance of 500,000 star coins. Surely, it should not be difficult for you to locate my Academy account. The moment the funds are deposited, I shall petition the Academy to revoke the punishment imposed upon you. After Zhao Chen concluded his statement, he departed the dining hall with Zhao Wanner and others. Prior to this, Zhang Haoran had obediently knelt on the ground, repeatedly exclaiming, "Grandfather Zhao, I was in the wrong." Observing the disarray surrounding him, and Zhang Haoran's demeanor resembling that of a stray dog, Han Tianwang spoke in a grave tone. Zhao Chen possesses some skill. However, Haoran, remember that a gentleman avenges himself 10 years hence. Remaining at the North Star Military Academy is of utmost importance. I will ensure that Zhao Chen pays 1,000-fold for this. Zhang Haoran swore, his entire face contorted in anguish. In truth, I believe it would be wiser for you to concede. You are not Zhao Chen's equal, remarked a handsome man who had remained silent until now, seemingly a mere observer of the gathering. Yet, he did not consider his presence a waste. It was indeed a splendid spectacle. Sun Shao, success is contingent upon human effort. Moreover, I believe that Zhao Chen has indeed overstepped. He deserves a lesson. Han Tianwang's eyes flickered with cold light, recalling how Zhao Chen had publicly disrespected him in front of Su Lan. Sun Shao smiled but chose not to elaborate further. Who will settle the bill? At that moment, a restaurant manager approached, observing Zhang Haoran kneeling on the ground, his expression one of surprise. How much is it? Zhang Haoran stood up, his legs trembling slightly. A total of 53,000 star coins. We can waive the small remainder for you, the restaurant manager said with a professional smile. Zhang Haoran nearly stumbled, astonished as he stared at the man. 50,000 star coins? How could that be? Our table only ordered 20,000 star coins worth of food. However, the guest who just left took away 2 additional portions of the same meal, aside from the drinks, so it amounts to 50,000 star coins, the manager explained with a smile. Takeout? Zhang Haoran's rage surged, causing him to spit blood. He roared, Zhao Chen. Observing Zhao Chen carrying several bags in each hand struck a somewhat comical note. Wanner's brother, you were incredibly amusing just now. This meal, was truly worth it. Not only did we eat and drink to our fill, but we also enjoyed a splendid show. And now you're taking food home. I glanced at the bill earlier. A staggering 50,000 star coins. I can only imagine Zhang Haoran's face turning pale when it came time to pay, said Xue Xiaoxiao, who sported twin ponytails, patting her little belly. Quit calling him Wanner's brother. Just call him Zhao Chen. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes and then turned her gaze to Zhao Chen. Aren't you concerned about targeting Zhang Haoran like this, even disregarding Han Tianwang's feelings? What if they seek revenge on you later? Your words imply that if I were to approach them with kindness, they wouldn't retaliate in the future. Since I cannot change the situation, why not take advantage of a fallen adversary? Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly with a smile. Su Lan covered her mouth and chuckled. Wanner, your brother is truly remarkable. He is nothing like you previously described, merely a bookworm. If his demeanor is considered foolish, then I dare say there are no intelligent individuals left in this world. I had no inkling he was so adept at concealing his true self.
Zhao Wanner poutet lichtly.
Senior Su Lan turned her gaze towards Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, I must caution you. Today you have greatly offended both Zhang Haoran and Han Tianwang. I am uncertain about Zhang Haoran, but Han Tianwang is a cunning individual, petty and vindictive. By denying him respect today, he will undoubtedly create obstacles for you in the future. Indeed, I shall be vigilant. Zhao Chen nodded in acknowledgement. What plans do you have for this holiday? Inquired the curious twin-tailed Xue Xiaoxiao. Just a mountain of tasks. Matters within the territory remain to be arranged by your sister. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. Speaking of your sister, I recall she is serving in the imperial army of the Xingyao Empire. having garnered quite the reputation for her exemplary performance, even attaining the position of Starship captain in the princess's personal guard, Senior Su Lan remarked. Zhao Chen contemplated his sister. His memories of her were scant, for since he could remember, their parents had been absent, and his sister had already been enrolled in the Starship Academy. After her graduation, she joined the Imperial Army. Her visits to the territory were infrequent, amounting to less than a month each year, with their encounters being few and far between. Nevertheless, Zhao Wan'er was correct. Without his sister's guidance in managing the territory, Zhao Chen could only wonder what state it would be in now. He smiled and said, "Do not forget, your brother is now quite affluent." Upon contemplating the substantial sum of 500,000 star coins, Zhao Wan'er rolled her eyes and conceded, "All right then. To speak candidly, returning home aboard one's own starship indeed proves to be at least 3 times swifter than purchasing a ticket." The flavor of the food was undeniably delightful. As Zhao Wan'er observed her elder brother's silhouette, she felt an overwhelming sense of change. It was as if she scarcely recognized him. "Your brother is quite intriguing," commented senior sister Su Lan. Both Zhao Wan'er and Xue Xiaoxiao were taken aback. For a man deemed interesting by senior sister Su Lan was rarer than a precious creature. In the midst of a fierce snowstorm aboard the starship, Zhao Chen ascended into the cabin, breathless. Charlotte had been waiting there, per Zhao Chen's instructions. "Quick, help me. Assist me." With this, Zhao Chen handed several meal boxes to Charlotte. "Captain, what's inside?" she inquired, glancing at the bags in her hands. "A secret. Inform all crew members to assemble in the dining hall." Zhao Chen replied with a playful smile. Charlotte did not press further and relayed the order as commanded, and together they made their way to the starship's restaurant. "Don't you need me to carry anything?" Zhao Chen asked, observing Charlotte, who, despite carrying a considerable load, remained composed and unflinching. "Is it heavy?" Charlotte retorted coolly. Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback. "All right then. This must be the strength of the half-beast White Tiger clan." Chapter 28. Will we be able to have rice for every meal? In the Starship restaurant of the Zero Storm, in accordance with Captain Zhao Chen's orders, all 100 female half-beast crew members had gathered. "Why is everyone standing? Please, take a seat." Zhao Chen gazed at the neatly standing female crew members and gestured for them to take their seats. In a somewhat awkward atmosphere, the women gradually settled down. "Charlotte, please assist me in distributing this food." Zhao Chen opened several bags of meal boxes that First Officer Charlotte had brought earlier. In an instant, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the dining hall. It is well known that the olfactory senses of half-beasts far surpass those of humans, making them even more captivated by the delightful scents. Charlotte stared at the enticingly fragrant meal boxes for several moments in a daze. "Don't just stand there. Get to it. Otherwise it will cool down and lose its flavor," Zhao Chen urged. He took on the role of the kitchen matron, meticulously dividing the contents of the meal boxes into 100 portions, instructing Charlotte to distribute the plates filled with food. In truth, if it were just the dishes, dividing them into 100 portions would essentially yield only a single mouthful for each person. However, there was also a large bowl brimming with white rice. Upon seeing the fluffy rice, many of the half-beast female crew members swallowed hard. "Are we really distributing all of this?" Charlotte was perplexed by Zhao Chen's intentions. "What's wrong? This is today's lunch for everyone," Zhao Chen replied casually. "Lunch? Is this the mouth-watering feast that smells so divine?" Upon hearing Captain Zhao Chen's words, Charlotte and the 100 female crew members present were taken aback, staring in disbelief at the captain they had gradually come to know. "Hurry up and serve it. Everyone is waiting," Zhao Chen urged as he noticed Charlotte still in a stupor. At this moment, Charlotte began her task, serving dish after dish of food to the female crew members. In a short span of time, she had already distributed over 30 portions. Zhao Chen took a moment to glance up and noticed that none of the female crew members who had received their meals had yet to touch their food. Although some were already salivating at the sight of the delectable dishes before them, they remained seated with decorum. "What are you all waiting for? It's time to eat. Those who have received their food should start, while those who haven't can wait a bit longer. No need to rush. Everyone will have their share," Zhao Chen encouraged. When he saw that no one was making a move, he feigned annoyance and declared, "This is an order. At this command, the female crew members, who had just received their meals, finally began to eat. Initially, they were somewhat restrained, taking small bites. However, the tantalizing flavors soon overwhelmed their senses, rendering their previous composure futile. After years of enduring artificial sustenance, it felt as if they were parched wanderers in a desert finally quenching their thirst with a sip of water. They began to devour the food ravenously, even resorting to using their hands. In less than 3 minutes, a single portion was consumed, with everyone still yearning for more, licking their plates and utensils. Observing the sight of the female crew members with beastly ears indulging in their meals, Zhao Chen felt a mixture of affection and sorrow. Many of them were younger than he, some even minors. However, according to Zhao Chen's perspective, within the half-beast community, there was no distinction between adulthood and childhood. As long as one could fight, they were considered an adult. Thus, it was common for half-beasts as young as 12 or 13 to be thrust into combat and labor, regardless of gender. Only through combat and labor can one earn their daily sustenance. In no time, 100 portions of food were entirely distributed. The final portion was personally delivered by Zhao Chen to Charlotte's table. Do try it. The flavor is delightful, especially the fruit. Charlotte gazed at the sumptuous feast before her, which included a crescent-shaped slice of apple and small berries the size of her fingers. She looked at Zhao Chen and asked, "So you? I have already eaten, and I am quite full. Just look at my belly," Zhao Chen replied, unabashedly patting his round stomach. Charlotte giggled softly, lowering her head to savor the meal. After a few bites, Zhao Chen noticed that her head dipped even lower, her face nearly parallel to the plate. However, when he caught sight of the glimmer of her eyes peeking through her white hair, he understood what Charlotte was concealing. Suddenly, the sound of weeping filled the dining hall. Some female crew members, while consuming their food, were crying, their tears mingling with the sustenance they devoured. For the first time, they realized that food was not merely for satiation but an exquisite experience to savor. As everyone continued to eat, Zhao Chen suddenly spoke up, drawing the attention of all the women in the dining hall. Some, still engaged with their meals, paused in their actions. "It's all right, please continue eating. Just listen to me," he instructed, gesturing for them to resume their meals. Yet, the female crew members remained focused on him. Reluctantly, Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte, who also had halted her eating to watch him. Charlotte comprehended his intent and took the lead in resuming her meal, albeit at a noticeably slower pace. "The matter I wish to address pertains to the welfare of everyone involved. Previously, we had an agreement. You would work for me for 3 years, and in return, I would grant you your freedom, correct? However, there are certain specifics we have yet to clarify, particularly concerning the welfare of the crew members." Zhao Chen turned his gaze towards Charlotte and inquired, "What was the standard of meal allowances for your previous fleet?" Charlotte hesitated momentarily before responding. The daily meal allowance was set at 0.01 star coins. Zhao Chen's lips twitched slightly. 0.01 star coins? This amount is essentially the cost of the most basic synthetic food per day, equivalent to just one meal. This implies that they were initially on a once-a-day meal regimen. I have calculated that we will eliminate synthetic food entirely. In the future, our sustenance will consist solely of natural ingredients. However, we cannot guarantee the same lavishness as today. Nonetheless, we can assure a satisfying 3 meals a day. Our established meal standard will be 0.3 star coins per person daily, not exceeding 10 star coins per month. As for the specific menu, I will discuss it further with the logistics department responsible for food. Zhao Chen announced this matter with a calm demeanor, yet all present were left in stunned silence. After a protracted pause, a 15-year-old half-orc female crew member, her voice tinged with emotion, softly uttered, "So, does that mean I can have rice for every meal?" Chapter 29. What I desire is a fleet filled with hope, not the living dead. Every meal of rice. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Some female crew members began to exhibit a glimmer of despondency in their eyes. Zhao Chen shook his head and remarked, "Having rice every day is somewhat challenging. For we can enjoy porridge and bread in the morning, partake in noodles at noon, and savor rice or other meals in the evening. Well then, continue your meal. I must attend to other matters." Observing the suppressed joy among the female crew members, Zhao Chen discreetly exited the dining hall. As he stepped outside, He could hear laughter and exuberance resonating behind him. My goodness! We can actually have rice for every meal every day. Is the captain pulling our leg? How could this be? Our former lord's fleet never afforded us such luxury. I believe the captain would not deceive us. Just look at the delectable food he provided. It is undoubtedly the finest I have ever tasted. Does the captain truly need to trick us? We are merely his purchased slaves, and even if he withheld these privileges, we would still faithfully serve him. A faint smile graced Zhao Chen's lips. This was precisely his intention. He did not desire a lifeless and submissive slave fleet. He aspired to cultivate an elite fleet brimming with morale and a fervent desire for battle. Although, in this era, the technological prowess of starships somewhat eclipsed the morale of the crew on board, a fleet with high spirits would invariably surpass its counterparts under equivalent conditions. Moreover, a spirited fleet is capable of achieving the extraordinary. How does one cultivate such a fleet? It is simple. Provide the crew with what they desire and instill in them a sense of hope for the future. Thus, anyone who stands in the way of their hopes, wishing to obliterate their aspirations, shall be regarded as a mortal enemy. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Captain, I believe your decision is profoundly ill-considered. Charlotte interposed in front of Zhao Chen. What's the matter? I think it's quite good. After all, everyone seems to appreciate it. Zhao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Charlotte, with a serious demeanor, responded, I appreciate your efforts to enhance the dining standards for the crew, but do you comprehend what a meal allowance of 0.3 star coins per person per day entails? I can still do the math. That amounts to 10 star coins a month, and with 100 crew members, the total monthly expenditure would be 1,000 star coins. Zhao Chen replied indifferently. Charlotte stated earnestly, 1,000 star coins. Do you realize how many energy blocks, military supplies, missiles, and bullets that could procure? Zhao Chen smiled at Charlotte. Are you done? Charlotte continued. You could elevate the meal allowances. I believe 0.1 or even 0.05 per day would suffice, and we need not entirely abandon those synthetic foods. Zhao Chen awaited the conclusion of Charlotte's remarks before cheerfully asserting, I understand your concerns, but to me, nothing is as vital as ensuring the happiness and satisfaction of the crew. Previously, they were a lifeless throng of slaves. But do you know what I just perceived in them? Hope. I desire a fleet imbued with hope, not one that resembles a horde of the undead. Very well. Regarding the issue of welfare and dining standards, there is no need for discussion. This is the captain's command. It shall remain unaltered and will not be diminished. In the future, if necessary, it may even be gradually enhanced. A captain who cannot satiate the hunger of his crew is unworthy of the title. As he spoke, Zhao Chen suddenly extended his hand and brushed it against the corner of Charlotte's mouth. Taken aback, Charlotte noticed a grain of rice on his finger, and to her astonishment, he proceeded to place it in his mouth. Please summon the logistics department for a meeting shortly, Zhao Chen instructed. We need to discuss the procurement of essential supplies and the future menu for the Starship's dining facility. With that, he departed, leaving Charlotte blushing, her heart stirred by the captain's previous gesture. Particularly, his unwavering insistence on establishing that luxurious dining standard evoked a complex array of emotions within her. The menu is hereby established. You will follow this for the crew's meals henceforth. As we are set to embark on our journey in a few days, I will be procuring a batch of living essentials and military supplies. Charlotte, I need you to compile a detailed inventory list for me. At that time, I will arrange for the necessary supplies to be transported. Do not concern yourself with budgetary constraints. Simply calculate according to the actual needs of the Zero Storm. Zhao Chen surveyed the senior female officers present at the meeting. All right, Charlotte replied, though since entering the room, she had not dared to meet Zhao Chen's gaze again. The logistics department may commence their preparations, as I shall place an order for a batch of food ingredients to be delivered within 3 hours. Our dining standards will take effect starting with tonight's dinner, stated Zhao Chen. Understood, replied the enthusiastic female crew members of the logistics department, who promptly exited the conference room. Zhao Chen glanced at Charlotte. Before he could utter a word, Charlotte hastily remarked, I'll begin tallying the required daily necessities and military supplies, and hurried away. Zhao Chen felt a peculiar sense of unease about his role as captain. That evening, The news of the menu change in the Starship's dining hall rapidly spread across all Starship posts, circulating from one person to another. To his astonishment, the modifications were implemented by nightfall, just hours after the announcement. Soon, a throng of female crew members not on duty flocked to the dining hall. The atmosphere within the dining hall had transformed entirely from its previous state. Even the arrangement had undergone some alterations. Previously, meals were distributed on a rationing basis. Now, they had shifted to a system of self-selection. Whereas the daily menu had been fixed, offering only 1 or 2 synthetic food options at each meal, now the situation was quite different. In addition to the selection displayed in the showcase, crew members could place direct orders with the kitchen, choosing their desired dishes, which would be prepared on site. Of course, the selected items must adhere to the menu, and their prices were slightly elevated. The menus for breakfast, lunch, and dinner had each expanded to include over 10 categories of options. The allocation of monthly rations for each female soldier has been set to 10 star coins. Each dining female crew member may order at will, as long as the total does not exceed this allowance by the end of the month, and wastefulness is strictly prohibited. "Look, meat!" exclaimed a female crew member, her eyes widening at a dish of stir-fried vegetables with shredded meat. However, that particular dish was rather expensive, equivalent to 3 days' worth of meals. May I place my order now?" asked a female crew member timidly yet with eagerness. "Of course. You may order anything from the options displayed on the board and the food showcased in the cabinet," replied the head chef, who stepped forward. This half-orc chef had previously served as a cook for a certain half-orc lord and was quite skilled in culinary arts, now holding the position of logistics head chef aboard the Zero Storm. "I would like a rice bowl. I want a meat patty, just some rice and a portion of vegetables for me. I would like beef noodles." Chapter 30. Trouble in the Phoenix star system. "You will be staying here for the next few days," Zhao Chen said, carrying his sister's luggage and pointing to the single room of the deputy captain before them. "It's quite nice," Zhao Wanner remarked as she surveyed the room. "What about your starship?" Zhao Chen inquired. Zhao Wanner, a 4th-year student, had her own dedicated starship. "My crew consists of academy students, and they have already been given leave," Zhao Wanner replied, sitting on the bed. She nodded in agreement. When Zhao Wanner initially chose the T4 starship in her 4th year, she faced a situation akin to that of Zhao Chen, lacking financial resources and thus compelled to select from the Academy's starship repository. However, Zhao Wanner was fortunate. As an exceptional student, the Academy extended special consideration towards her, preparing a T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser specifically for her. Although it was a second-hand vessel with a service record of 30 years, it undeniably ranked among the finest T2 starships. Furthermore, due to her prestigious reputation as an honor student, numerous students from various disciplines eagerly joined her starship crew. Nevertheless, taking into account the matter of remuneration, Zhao Wanner opted to recruit only commoner cadets. The T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser was commendable, albeit an aging ship. "One day, I'll get you a new vessel," Zhao Chen murmured. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes in response. "A new ship? Spare me. Don't think that just because you've managed to secure 500,000 star coins from Zhang Haoren, you can act extravagant. 500,000 star coins wouldn't even suffice to cover the cost of a T2 starship." Zhao Chen chuckled silently, withholding from Zhao Wanner that he had completed another transaction, amassing a substantial 3 million star coins by selling the starship technology of a T1 Lice-class medium interstellar destroyer. Moreover, he had no intention of purchasing a starship. With his own system housing a plethora of starship technologies, why would he need to buy one? "Listen to me, trust your brother. Just tell me what type of ship you desire, and I will arrange it for you before the year's end." Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively, exuding a carefree attitude. Zhao Wanner couldn't help but laugh. "If you possess such capability, then procure me an aircraft carrier starship. The price of aircraft carriers among all classes of ships is unsurpassed. Truly the most exorbitant of them all. This is due to the substantial array of interstellar fighters and drones housed aboard, which collectively contribute to the staggering cost." Zhao Chen's lips curled upwards. It seemed he had walked right into a trap. "No worries, it's merely an aircraft carrier. I'll take care of it. You shall be thoroughly satisfied," Zhao Chen remarked with a beaming smile. "You're just boasting," Zhao Wanner replied, her disbelief evident. It is well known that even a lightweight T-2 aircraft carrier commands a price no less than 1 million star coins. Alright, once we're all set, let's head out for a meal. Zhao Chen moved towards the door, waiting a moment for Zhao Wanner before they made their way to the Starship dining hall. As they approached the corridor leading to the dining area, Zhao Wanner caught a whiff of something delightful. I seem to detect a tantalizing aroma, she remarked. Zhao Chen chuckled but remained silent. By the way, I've noticed that your half-orc female crew members seem a bit different from before. Yet I can't quite put my finger on it, Zhao Wanner said, eyeing Zhao Chen suspiciously. You haven't done anything to those half-orc women, have you? Zhao Chen playfully tapped her on the head. You silly girl, what nonsense are you conjuring up here? Zhao Wanner stuck out her tongue, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. As they exchanged banter and stepped into the dining hall, Zhao Wanner suddenly halted, her expression one of astonishment at the sight before her. Steaming noodles, fragrant bread, fluffy white buns, and mouth-watering chunks of meat filled the room. There was even a crescent-shaped delicacy, the legendary dumplings. Is this your Starship restaurant? Zhao Wanner exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, you can place your order here. Zhao Chen gestured towards the chef behind the counter, indicating Zhao Wanner, her order will be charged to my account. Captain, you needn't swipe your card for this, the chef remarked with a peculiar expression. According to the regulations set by Zhao Chen himself, dining at the Starship restaurant came with specific meal standards. However, due to his status as captain, his meal allowance was 3 times that of an ordinary female crew member. Naturally, female officers enjoyed a higher meal standard than regular crew members. This stratification served to motivate female crew members. Those who performed exceptionally could be promoted and thus relish superior meal standards, functioning as a form of encouragement. Adhering to protocol, Zhao Chen proceeded to place his order. I would like a portion of pork and cabbage dumplings. The menu here featured a significant portion of dishes designed by Zhao Chen himself, showcasing a plethora of Chinese cuisine. Dumplings, in particular, were renowned in this world, rumored to be an ancient delicacy from a blue planet. However, due to the soaring cost of natural ingredients, this dish had gradually become a staple of the nobility, a legend in the eyes of the common folk. Hurry up and order. There are others waiting behind you, Zhao Chen urged, noticing Zhao Wanner still in a daze. Flustered, she quickly scanned the menu and ordered a serving of shredded pork with garlic sauce over rice. Subsequently, a hovering robot scanned Zhao Chen's face, signifying that payment had been processed. Please take a seat and wait. A robot will deliver your meal shortly, the chef announced. Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner found a vacant seat and settled down. Zhao Chen nodded affirmatively. Zhao Wanner pointed to the holographic electronic screen on the dining table and inquired, are those dishes available for ordinary crew members to order? Each individual has their own meal allowance. As long as they do not exceed the limit or waste food, it is permissible. What is the meal allowance for ordinary crew members? It is 0. 3 star coins per day, not exceeding 10 star coins per month. 10 star coins? Zhao Wanner exclaimed, her voice startling the surrounding diners. She quickly lowered her head and whispered, are you out of your mind? 10 star coins. Even the noble guard fleets of our Starshine Empire do not have such a high meal standard. I only allocate 0.05 star coins per day for my crew. If they do not have such a high allowance, can I not set mine higher? Zhao Chen replied with a smile. This is my starship. I can set the standards as I wish. Zhao Wanner covered her face and retorted, do not think that having those 500,000 star coins gives you the liberty to act recklessly. You are bound to encounter trouble this way. Then let us address the trouble when it arises. Zhao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. At that moment, their meals were served, delicious pork and cabbage dumplings, accompanied by fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. In the presence of such delectable fare, Zhao Wanner abandoned her attempt to lecture Zhao Chen and savored her food, a look of bliss illuminating her face. Just as she was preparing to continue her education of Zhao Chen, her handheld terminal chimed, signaling an incoming message. Upon checking, her expression shifted drastically. Oh no! Something has happened in the Xiaolong star system. The Xiaolong star system is the territory of Zhao Chen. What has transpired? Zhao Chen inquired. Chapter 31. The First Warp Voyage of Storm Zero. Is there someone in the Xiaolong star system attempting to take my life? Zhao Chen furrowed his brows. This unexpected news disrupted his original plans. This individual is a trusted confidant left behind in the Xiong star system by my sister, and only my sister and I are privy to her identity. The information she has conveyed must be credible. Can we establish contact with her? Zhao Chen asked, contemplating the implications for his future development. To strengthen oneself, it is imperative to possess the power of protection. Thus, one must establish a robust foundation, and the Xiong star system presents itself as an immediate opportunity. However, if this sudden news forces the cancellation of his plans, 3 months hence marks the commencement of the academic year, and the subsequent year's academic commitments would render it exceedingly challenging for him to attend to matters regarding the Xiong star system. Such a delay could extend to a year or more. Zhao Chen could ill afford to squander time. To genuinely seize control of the Xiong star system, it is essential to eradicate the malignant forces lurking within. Initially, he had intended to proceed gradually, but now that they have presented him with an opportunity, why should he hesitate?
Zhao Wan discerned Zhao Chen's intentions.
He sought to leverage this opportunity to uproot the forces behind the assassination attempts against him and to undertake a comprehensive restructuring of the Xiong star system. I do not oppose your thoughts, yet one must also be cognizant of one's own limitations. At present, we remain unaware of how the enemy is positioned. For instance, who orchestrated this assassination attempt, what strategies have been devised, and whether there exists an organized interstellar fleet. Zhao Chen spoke solemnly. These are not the issues at hand, but our strength. A smile crept upon Zhao Chen's lips. Rest assured, I shall be adequately prepared. He raised his hand and opened a star map, marking his current location as well as that of the Xiong star system, beginning to filter options between the 2 points. Ultimately, he selected a specific location. Pointing to it, Zhao Chen declared, "We shall first head here." Beijing Fox Starport, Zhao Wanner exclaimed, gazing at the name in astonishment. What purpose do we have in going there? You'll understand once we arrive. Shouldn't we bring my T2 Fire Crow? That won't be necessary. What exactly are you planning? Zhao Chen responded, to construct a ship. After a series of preparations, the Zero Storm officially departed from the North Star Starship Military Academy's starport. Prior to this, Zhao Chen had received 2 transfers into his accounts. 500,000 star coins from Zhang Haoren and 3 million star coins from Liyaki. The former originated from the Academy-S account, while the latter was from a discrete account Zhao Chen had opened before selling Starship technology, designed to conceal his identity. Initially, he had intended to depart on July 1st, but due to matters concerning the Xiong star system, he hastened his plans and set off 2 days earlier, sending a farewell message to Li Wei. Zhao Wanner also hurriedly bid farewell to Senior Su Lan and others. The coordinates were located at the Beijing Fox Star System's Beijing Fox Starport. We would first travel to the Stargate of the North Star System, then proceed through the Stargate to the Beijing Fox Star System's Stargate, ultimately arriving at Beijing Fox Starport. It is anticipated that the journey will require approximately 5 hours. Commander Charlotte stood beside the captain's chair, briefing Zhao Chen on the meticulously devised course plan. You need only to oversee the process. My sole objective is to reach the Arctic Fox Starport in the shortest possible time, Zhao Chen declared as he settled into the captain's chair. Nearby, the irate Zhao Wanner expressed her frustration at Zhao Chen for not clarifying his intentions. All crew members are to enter the cryogenic pods, Commander Charlotte announced. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. To expedite their journey to the Northern Star System's starport, the utilization of a warp drive is imperative. The most commonly employed system is indeed the warp drive. Typically, the warp drive is engaged during prolonged voyages, allowing the starship to achieve extreme acceleration. However, during warp travel, most starships must enter deep-sea mode. Otherwise, the adverse effects of warp navigation could lead to the instantaneous demise of any crew members not housed within the cryogenic pods. The human body cannot withstand the rigors of warp travel. Furthermore, warp drives are classified into tiers based on their speed capabilities, ranging from 1 to 9. The Zero-class Blizzard, captained by Zhao Chen, is equipped with a Tier 3 warp drive. All crew members must enter deep-sea mode within 10 minutes. I repeat, all crew members must enter deep-sea mode within 10 minutes. At that moment, Commander Charlotte's voice reverberated throughout the starship, accompanied by a soft purple glow, a signal indicating the impending transition to warp travel. At this juncture, Several cryogenic pods appeared beside Zhao Chen's captain's chair. These vertical, cylindrical transparent chambers are critical in a genuine battlefield scenario. Especially during combat behind enemy lines, the crew's reaction capabilities of a starship are put to the ultimate test. At this moment, Zhao Chen stood within the sleep chamber, observing Zhao Wanner as she entered her own pod. Don't be nervous. It will be over in the blink of an eye. Please. I've completed combat missions in my 4th year at the academy. I don't need your instruction, Zhao Wanner retorted, rolling her eyes before activating her sleep pod. A transparent cover sealed the chamber, followed by the infusion of a pale blue liquid. Within this slumber-inducing fluid, one could breathe autonomously while simultaneously being lulled into a state of hypnosis. Zhao Wanner had already closed her eyes, serene like a sleeping beauty beneath the water. Zhao Chen did not immediately enter the sleep state. Instead, he watched Charlotte, who was still at the control panel. Meanwhile, most of the energy supply to the Zero Storm had been severed, redirecting almost all resources to the warp engine, while the starship itself maintained a low-energy state. It's our turn. Zhao Chen crossed his arms over his chest and took a deep breath before initiating his sleep pod. The pale blue liquid enveloped his entire body. There was no discomfort. Rather, it brought him a sense of relaxation, and soon he drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 32. Stargate Jump, Arctic Fox Starport Zero Storm. System Notification. Arrived at the designated location. Currently in autopilot mode. In his hazy state, Zhao Chen felt as though there was a sound resonating near his ear. The Zero Storm starship's intelligence system has indicated that it has disengaged from warp travel and has arrived at the designated location. It is now in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath as he observed the slowly opening transparent hatch. The lighting on the bridge had been restored, and familiar figures had begun to resume their tasks. First Officer Charlotte was issuing commands with fervor, while Zhao Wanner assisted her. Instinctively, Zhao Chen took a couple of steps forward, only to find his legs felt weak. Had he not grasped the nearby handrail, he might have tumbled to the floor. Captain, you have awakened. Our ship has successfully arrived at the periphery of the North Star System's gate. All systems are functioning normally, and we have returned to standard navigation status. First Officer Charlotte promptly reported upon noticing Zhao Chen. You all awoke before me? Zhao Chen asked in astonishment. Zhao Wanner, observing his trembling legs, chuckled lightly and replied, We woke up a minute before you. I must say, your physique is lacking. I've mentioned before that you ought to engage in more physical exercise. Do not think that piloting a starship is merely a mental endeavor. Navigating through the stars requires both intellect and physical prowess. Zhao Chen paid no heed to Zhao Wanner's teasing. He inquired of Charlotte, How long have we been in slumber? 32 minutes. This revelation made Zhao Chen feel as though an eternity had passed. The development of warp engine technology had propelled civilization toward the vast expanse of interstellar travel. It is a technology as revolutionary as the Stargate. Suddenly, Zhao Chen felt a wave of discomfort in his abdomen, instinctively leaning forward to vomit. Vice Captain Charlotte seemed to be prepared for this moment, as a hovering waste bin appeared before Zhao Chen. He retched for quite some time before he began to recover. It dawned upon him that traveling at warp speed was indeed a painful ordeal. However, the military's hibernation pods offered no such comfort. Once you reach your 4th year, you will engage in training related to this. The vast majority of first-timers experience nausea.
Zhao Wanner explained.
Her smile clearly conveying pride in her superior constitution compared to Zhao Chen. Ignoring Zhao Wanner, he staggered to his captain's chair, surveying the bridge. He was the last to awaken. The other hibernation pods had already sunk beneath the floor of the bridge, while Zhao Chen's pod was just beginning its descent. Requesting Stargate passage, destination, Arctic Fox System, Stargate, Zhao Chen instructed. Within minutes, the Zero Storm received clearance to proceed, but only after Zhao Chen had paid the Stargate usage fee. Following the navigational route provided by the North Star Stargate Management Department, Zero Storm swiftly approached a line of starships awaiting passage through the Stargate, as well as those that had traversed it into the North Star System. Yet, none of this mattered. Zhao Chen's gaze was captivated by the immense Stargate. Although he had studied the relevant knowledge in his academy courses and had seen images, this was his first experience witnessing it in person. The design of the North Star Stargate resembles 3 interconnected temple gates, each emanating a halo of blue, red, and golden light, akin to the hues of a tricolor lake. Gazing upon this Stargate, Zhao Chen's mind was inundated with information regarding its specifications. The North Star Stargate employs a T3 level trigod gate, a model independently developed by the Radiant Empire, with over 70% of the Stargate network within the Empire comprising this particular model. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, instinctively gripping the armrests of the captain's chair. Utilizing a Stargate for a jump does not necessitate entering deep-sea mode. The reasons for this are complex and can only be elucidated by interstellar scientists. For the average person, understanding this principle suffices. The entire process is remarkably swift, indeed exceedingly so. Zhao Chen felt a fleeting moment as the scenery around him vanished, his pupils seemingly beholding a kaleidoscopic world, before his vision began to stabilize, revealing the vast, inky expanse of the universe once more. This sensation far surpassed that of previous warp travel. It is only natural considering the cost involved. A lifetime of earning for an ordinary individual would scarcely suffice for a short-range jump aboard a T1 Starship. Zhao Chen glanced at the time, noting that less than 30 seconds had elapsed. This exemplifies the remarkable capability of stargates, significantly bridging the distances between galaxies. However, stargates are not without limitations. There exists a cap on the number of starships that can be dispatched per hour, with the specific limit contingent upon the characteristics of the starship. Assuming that 1 hour can yield the delivery of 10,000 T1 starships, the equivalent for T2 starships would be merely 1,000, while for T3 starships, the number would dwindle to 100. This principle illustrates that the higher the tier of the starship, the greater the expense associated with utilizing the Stargate. We have now arrived at the Arctic Fox star system, positioned at the Stargate. Once we depart from the Stargate's vicinity, we shall re-enter warp travel, with an estimated arrival at the Arctic Fox starport in 1 hour. First Officer Charlotte began to elucidate the forthcoming matters. Zhao Wanner leaned closer to Zhao Chen and remarked, "You truly have the luck of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. I never anticipated that among the half-beast slaves, there would be someone so endowed with command talent. This Charlotte is more proficient than many fifth-year students I know." Zhao Chen chuckled inwardly, realizing that her true capabilities had yet to be revealed. Setting course for the Arctic Fox starport, Zhao Chen issued the navigation orders. Chapter 33. I shall construct ships. The journey from the Northern Star System to the Arctic Fox system did not evoke any particular feelings in Zhao Chen. Were it not for the information provided to him, he might not have even perceived that he had arrived in a different star system. The scenery remained largely unchanged. The inky blackness of the cosmos, boundless space, and the myriad forms of planets, moons, and asteroids. Upon awakening from the cryogenic chamber once more, Zhao Chen found that the initial discomfort had somewhat abated, although his legs still trembled. "Captain, our vessel has reached the outskirts of the Arctic Fox starport," reported Charlotte. Zhao Chen gazed upon the immense starport before him, its size dwarfing that of the Northern Star Military Academy's starport by a considerable margin. For this was the true starport. It could also be described as an interstellar city. Contact this individual and refer to yourself as Zero Storm Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen raised his hand and sent a communication link to Charlotte. Following his instruction, Charlotte swiftly summoned a video window. On the other side appeared a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in what resembled a work uniform. "Mr. Zhao Chen, greetings. I am the representative from Arctic Fox starport, designated CC-11. It is my honor to assist you. In accordance with your prior request, a large-scale starship modification and construction workshop has been prepared for you. I will send you the address shortly. You have reserved it for a duration of 2 months at a cost of 100,000 star coins. Additionally, the cargo you ordered, totaling 1.5 million star coins, has been completely arranged and is situated in your starship workshop as per your specifications," she said with a smile. 1.5 million star coins.
Zhao Wanner exclaimed.
Her astonishment directed at the unperturbed Zhao Chen. Charlotte also cast a surprised glance at Zhao Chen, yet her years of psychological fortitude prevented her from reacting as dramatically as Zhao Wanner. "Thank you, miss. I shall treat you to tea another day," Zhao Chen replied with a smile. "I will be at your service around the clock." With that, he couldn't resist throwing her a flirtatious wink. After all, she was a significant client. The commission from this contract equated to her salary for half a year. Having received the docking location of the starport, Charlotte navigated the vessel under the port's guidance, gradually approaching the harbor. I sold a T-1 Starship technology. Zhao Chen confessed without reservation, knowing that concealment would soon become unnecessary. You sold T-1 Starship technology?
Zhao Wanner was left dumbfounded.
Zhao Chen produced an imperial card, and upon clicking it, a holographic projection revealed a balance of over 1.9 million star coins. Where did you acquire such a substantial sum?
Zhao Wanner exclaimed in astonishment.
Even the assets of the Xiaolong star system do not amount to this much. I sold the T-1 Starship technology for 3 million, and I secured 500,000 from Zhang Haoren. Renting the Starship workshop at the Arctic Fox starport for 2 months cost me 100,000 star coins. The batch of goods I ordered amounted to 1.5 million star coins. Additionally, the supplies before the Zero Storm's departure cost around 10,000 star coins. Adding it all up, I am left with approximately 190,000 star coins. Zhao Chen replied with a shrug. She discerned a crucial detail in his explanation. T-1 Starship technology? Where did you obtain it? I developed it myself. When did you start researching Starship technology? Did you not see me assembling a Starship? Assembly and development are entirely different matters. To me, it's merely a slightly more challenging task. Zhao Wanner cradled her head in disbelief, wondering when creating an entirely new Starship had become just a slightly more challenging endeavor. Just as Zhao Wanner was about to inquire further, her handheld terminal flickered. She glanced at it and her expression turned serious. It's the informant that my sister arranged. She wants to know if we can have a video call. Zhao Chen inquired, "Can we?" Zhao Wanner confirmed. She said yes, but only for 5 minutes. 5 minutes will suffice. The video call commenced swiftly, and a window appeared before Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner, revealing a polished and refined woman on the other side. Zhao Chen recalled the information about the woman in his memory, a minor manager in the interstellar trade sector of the Xiaolong star system. To his surprise, she was actually an undercover scout arranged by that elder sister, her name seemingly being Jiang Hong. Second young master, third miss, Jiang Hong offered a slight bow. Let us be succinct. What is the situation in the Xiaolong star system? Zhao Chen inquired directly. Jiang Hong was taken aback. She did not anticipate that the previously timid second young master would adopt such a commanding tone. Nevertheless, this was indeed what she had prepared to discuss. I received intelligence 2 days ago. Soon, they will be able to petition the Empire to nominate a new lord. Interstellar pirates attacking? Zhao Chen scoffed, finding the scheme rather cliché, yet undeniably effective. Are you aware of how many starships the pirates they contacted have prepared to ambush us? Additionally, I require the list of nobles involved in this plan, as well as the number of starships they control, Zhao Chen pressed. Jiang Hong was puzzled by Zhao Chen's inquiries but fortuitously possessed the information. That group of interstellar pirates was not a significant force, merely a band of rogues. They had only 30 starships, 5 of which were T2 class, while the remainder were T1 class. I have a list of the nobles from the Xiaolong star system who are involved in this conspiracy. If second young master requires it, I can transmit it to you. The fleets controlled by these nobles number merely a dozen, most of which are T1 class, though a few families possess 1 or 2 T2 class vessels. Transmit the list to me immediately. Continue to conceal your identity and remain on standby. Notify me at once if any other intelligence arises. Zhao Chen commanded. Understood. Jiang Hong was taken aback. How had she come to heed the commands of the second young master? She hastily inquired, "What are your plans, second young master?" "I shall find a way to contact the eldest young lady. Once she intervenes, this matter can surely be resolved. It is not prudent for me to maintain contact for too long, so I shall leave it at that. Please, second young master and third young miss, take care." After finishing her words, Jiang Hong ended the communication. At that moment, a list was presented before Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner. The names of the Cui family and the Bao family appeared among a multitude of other lesser family factions, numbering over 10. Yet, most were inconspicuous minor families. The first 2 names, however, were significant within the Xiaolong star system. I can't believe the Cui and Bao families have colluded with interstellar pirates to attempt our assassination. Zhao Wanner exclaimed in indignation. The influence of the Chui and Bao families in the Xiaolong star system has long surpassed that of our Zhao family. Our title of lord is merely a faade. Their insatiable desires extend beyond being mere nobility within a single star system. Zhao Chen gazed at the list, astonished. What surprises me is that her family is conspicuously absent from this list. What shall we do now? By the way, you still haven't clarified why we have come to this Arctic Fox starport. The question swirling in Zhao Wanner's mind threatened to erupt like a volcano. Did I not mention it before? We are here to construct ships, Zhao Chen replied. Construct ships? What kind of ships? Zhao Wanner inquired, bewildered. At that moment, the Zero Storm had already entered the expansive Starship dock, a facility vastly larger than that of the North Star Military Academy's shipyard. Even if the Zero Storm were to dock here, it would still have ample space. The allure of the Arctic Fox starport lies in its provision of one of the few large starship workshops in the northern sector of the Starry Empire, complete with all necessary facilities and the ability to promptly allocate various raw materials. This significantly accelerates the shipbuilding process. Zhao Chen gazed at the starship workshop before him, a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins. Shipbuilding. What exactly are you planning to construct? Zhao Wanner could not help but inquire. Zhao Chen raised his hand, and a holographic image of a starship materialized before Zhao Wanner's eyes, instantly captivating her attention. It was an aircraft carrier starship, resplendently designed. This is it. Chapter 34. I have taken my eldest sister's aspiration. You intend to build an aircraft carrier starship? Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment, while Charlotte cast him a surprised glance as well. To be precise, it is a T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship, and it is a starship technology that I have developed myself. Zhao Chen unabashedly claimed this honor for himself. After all, it was produced by the system, and no one could contest it. You developed this? Zhao Wanner stared at Zhao Chen, a mix of disbelief and astonishment in her eyes. As a prodigious student of the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, she was acutely aware of the significance of T2 aircraft carrier starship technology. Although T2 starships do not compare to T3 starships equipped with star shields, for many Lord fleets, private fleets, and interstellar adventurers, T2 starships represent the most cost-effective choice currently available. As one of the twin titans of starships, the aircraft carrier starship's value is indeed immeasurable. Zhao Chen shrugged his shoulders, choosing not to further entangle himself with Zhao Wanner over this issue, for he had many pressing matters to attend to. His sole stipulation was that the subject of his focus must be a female half-orc slave. Zhao Chen issued his command to Charlotte. A tremor coursed through Charlotte's heart, as she had long dreamed of rescuing those half-orc warriors, once her comrades, who had been sold into the Starry Empire. Although she was still grappling with Zhao Chen's intent regarding the necessity of a female half-orc slave, the prospect of saving these enslaved beings overshadowed all other concerns. As she approached the control panel on the opposite side of the vast starship workshop, she beheld a series of interstellar containers, filled with various raw materials he had procured for a sum of 1.5 million star coins, alongside a starship manufacturing platform. Could it be that he intended to construct a T2 aircraft carrier starship all by himself?
Zhao Wanner murmuret in disbelief.
Alone? This seemed implausible. Even Charlotte found it hard to accept. Yet, as the days unfolded, they began to realize that Zhao Chen was indeed resolute in his ambition. He tirelessly operated the mechanical arms and various devices, embarking on the starship construction project day and night, and the progress was astonishingly swift. By the 5th day, Zhao Wanner had already witnessed the completion of the aircraft carrier's keel. Standing upon the platform, she gazed at her brother, who was engrossed in his work, looking somewhat disheveled. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming distance between them, a chasm that had never felt so vast as it did today. With the assistance of a single individual, the construction of the T2 aircraft carrier starship's keel was completed in a mere 5 days. It is noteworthy that even among professional starship manufacturers, this process typically requires no less than half a month. Yet, under Zhao Chen's efforts, the time was reduced to 1/3, accomplished entirely by his own hands. Throughout these 5 days, Zhao Wanner observed Zhao Chen meticulously progressing, resembling a machine in operation. He only took brief respites at the workstation during moments when no tasks required his intervention or when there were no alternative duties to attend to. In these 5 days, He managed to sleep for less than 10 hours. Although he consumed nutritional supplements daily, the strain on his body was undeniably immense. Clenching her fists, Zhao Wan'er hastily approached the oil-streaked Zhao Chen and forcefully pulled him aside. "Are you trying to kill yourself?" Zhao Chen opened his eyes and regarded his sister. "Did Zhang Hong contact you?" Zhao Wan'er was taken aback. She had not anticipated this to be his first inquiry upon seeing her. "No." Zhao Chen slightly furrowed his brow and resumed his approach to the workstation. "Did I not say that unless Zhang Hong reaches out, I should not be disturbed?" Biting her lip, Zhao Wan'er shouted, "Why have you suddenly changed? Is it truly necessary to exert yourself so for the construction of a starship? Is everything now to be left to our elder sister?" Zhao Chen's hands continued their work, his voice somewhat subdued. "Our elder sister is now a member of the Imperial Army, serving as a starship captain in Her Highness's personal guard fleet. If she intervenes, this matter could be effortlessly resolved," Zhao Wan'er remarked, while Zhao Chen continued without lifting his head. "So, everything is just cast upon my elder sister, is it?" Zhao Wan'er paused, feeling an inexplicable sting from Zhao Chen's words, which pierced her like a thorn, leaving her unsettled. "I am aware that you share a close bond with her. From a young age, my elder sister harbored a dislike for me, as I seized what was rightfully hers," Zhao Chen said with a bitter smile, though his hands remained busy with their task. "She is remarkably intelligent, much like you. Recruited directly by the Imperial Military Starship Academy, she was capable of commanding a starship in combat by the tender age of 20. Before even reaching 30, she ascended to the rank of captain of a T3 starship. In our illustrious Starshine Empire, few can boast such accomplishments based solely on their own merit. Moreover, while our father was still alive, she managed the territory with remarkable efficiency. The once faltering Xiaolong star system was revitalized under her stewardship, allowing it to endure until this day. I was merely 2 years old at that time. I possess no memories of our father's passing. Thus I confess I hold little affection for them. Later, I learned that after our father's death, she chose to remain in the Imperial Army of the Starshine Empire, motivated by the words he shared with her before he departed. I am unaware of the specifics, yet the essence was simple. The future title of the Xiaolong star system is to be mine, and she is to safeguard it diligently and assist me. At this juncture, Zhao Chen's gaze dimmed slightly. Isn't that a rather unreasonable demand placed upon my elder sister? Although my interactions with her have been limited, I have gleaned much from the servants. From a tender age, my elder sister harbored the aspiration of becoming the sovereign of the Xiaolong star system, envisioning it as a flourishing interstellar domain. Alas, her dreams were shattered by our father's selfish demands, which cruelly compelled her to assist the very individual who usurped her ambitions. Were I in her position, I might falter, even if it were my own younger brother. Why? I possess greater capability and innate talent, and I have exerted considerable effort. Why must all accolades belong to him? By what right? Yet she, our esteemed elder sister, uttered not a word of protest and acquiesced to our father's wishes. It is unclear when it began, but Zhao Chen felt himself gradually merging with the memories of this body, the emotions and sentiments of the past enveloping him. Initially, he attempted to exert control over them, but he soon discovered that these feelings surged like a torrent, becoming more tumultuous the more he resisted. Thus, Zhao Chen resolved to embrace these emotions with fortitude. It mattered not who he would ultimately become, whether the ordinary Zhao Chen of a previous life or the second young master of the Xiaolong star system. What truly mattered was his desire to act according to his own convictions. In the years that followed, our elder sister, while serving in the imperial military, bore only tidings of success, striving not only to advance her own career but also to safeguard the development of the Xiaolong star system. Do you truly believe these are trivial matters? Though unseen, I can well imagine the solitude she endured while shouldering these burdens alone. Zhao Chen turned to Zhao Wan'er and declared, I cannot bear to witness our elder sister in such a state. Her sacrifices have been more than sufficient. I am a man, the Lord of Xiaolong. These responsibilities should rightfully be mine to bear, and now that I possess the ability, I shall exert every effort to fulfill them. Instead of cowering behind his elder sister like a timid and frail second young master, Zhao Wan'er gazed at her brother before her, and for the first time, she noticed a glimmer of light in his previously unremarkable eyes. An indescribable emotion began to spread within her heart. Chapter 35. T-2 Queen B-Class Heavy Aircraft Carrier Starship. Completion at the end of August. 2 months had passed since the Military Academy of the Northern Star had gone on break, marking the duration Zhao Chen and others had spent at the Arctic Fox Starport. In the shipbuilding area, which previously housed only the keel of a single aircraft carrier, a brand new aircraft carrier was now proudly displayed. With its pristine hull armor and striking yellow-black color scheme, the vessel's streamlined form was commendable both aesthetically and practically. Beside it, the Zero Storm, in comparison, appeared as a child standing next to an adult. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, steadied his weary body, and concluded the final round of Starship testing. He swayed slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Is it done?" Zhao Wanner approached, carrying a meal prepared for Zhao Chen. "Yes, it's done. The next step is the sea trial." Zhao Chen took the food she offered, disregarding his soiled hands, and began to eat. Who could fathom how he had endured the past 2 months? Throughout this period, he had not experienced a single uninterrupted night of sleep. Fortunately, the advanced medical technology and energy drinks available here had helped him stay alert. Otherwise, Zhao Chen would have long succumbed to exhaustion. At last, his diligence bore fruit. In a span of 2 months, he successfully completed the construction of the T-2 Queen B-Class Heavy Aircraft Carrier Starship. Witnessing all of this, Zhao Wanner truly came to admire her brother, who single-handedly constructed a T-2 Queen B, even designing and researching it himself. If the instructors at the North Star Military Academy were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly feel inferior. "How did I not notice your extraordinary abilities before?" Zhao Wanner inquired with curiosity. Previously, Zhao Chen had been an unremarkable presence, distinguished only by his academic prowess, lacking any other notable traits. "Our family already boasts an elder sister who is a prodigy, and now we have you emerging as another genius. If I were to showcase my talents as well, do you think I would attract the attention of some ill-intentioned individuals? I suspect that the faction from the Xiaolong star system fears your potential growth. Hence, they chose this moment to act. A tall tree attracts the wind," Zhao Chen rationalized. "So, you have been concealing your true self all along?"
Zhao Wanner exclaimed in surprise.
"This is what one calls being low-key," Zhao Chen replied, crossing his arms. At that moment, Charlotte approached. "Captain, did you call for me?" Charlotte appeared significantly improved compared to 2 months ago, having acclimated to life with Zhao Chen. After all, who wouldn't relish 3 meals a day of natural food? "How is the training of the 500 half-orc female crew members progressing?" Zhao Chen inquired. Charlotte had spent a month utilizing the slave trade network of the Arctic Fox Starport to acquire 500 half-orc female crew members. Upon their arrival, she began their training. Fortunately, they recognized Charlotte, the legendary general, and thus complied with her management. Furthermore, with the benefits and privileges that Zhao Chen had bestowed upon his female crew members, the sight of those plump white buns had already rendered them blissfully content. "And what of this T-2 Queen B?" Zhao Chen gestured towards the imposing dual-colored starship behind him. Charlotte glanced at the grand vessel adorned in yellow and black, and confidently proclaimed, "Within 3 days, I shall master the starship and establish effective combat capabilities." Zhao Chen patted Zhao Wanner on the shoulder, saying, "Charlotte, you will embark on the ship with Wanner and a selected crew of 100 to conduct test trials on this T-2 Queen B." "Me too?" Zhao Wanner exclaimed in surprise. "Did you not express a strong desire to possess a star carrier? This starship is my gift to you." Zhao Wanner stared at Zhao Chen in astonishment, pointing at the T-2 Queen B and then at herself. "You mean, you are giving me the starship?" "Not without conditions, of course. You must serve as my captain. So, are you unwilling?" Zhao Chen teased. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes in response. I will help you out this once." "Who would covet your starship?" With that, Zhao Wanner unceremoniously took Charlotte's hand, leading her aboard to familiarize themselves with the T-2 Queen B. The internal space of the T-2 Queen B was incomparably superior to that of the zero-number Blizzard. Everything was brand new, unlike the zero-number Blizzard, where traces of age were evident everywhere. Upon reaching the bridge of the T-2 Queen B, Zhao Wanner observed that the entire structure was a circular, enclosed design. However, when activated, the bridge would display a panoramic view of the starship's surroundings, utilizing cutting-edge 360-degree projection technology. Sister Charlotte, let us prepare at once. I can hardly contain my excitement to set sail on this starship. Zhao Wanner exclaimed hurriedly. Commanding a carrier starship had always been Zhao Wanner's dream, and she never anticipated that the moment would finally arrive. First, it was essential to familiarize the crew with the Starship's environment and each of their respective positions. Fortunately, some of the half-orc female crew members I recruited had previously served on carrier starships and possessed relevant experience, so they should acclimatize swiftly. Moreover, this was merely a T2 class carrier starship, and the technical challenges should not be overly daunting, Charlotte remarked. She then commenced the selection of crew members for the T2 Queen Bee, and those chosen swiftly received notifications to report to the T2 Queen Bee for duty. In a spacious chamber, Charlotte surveyed the 100 half-orc female crew members assembled before her, all clad in neat attire and wearing smiles. It is worth noting that just a month prior, when they had been brought here, they had appeared as slaves, terrified as if they were birds trapped in a cage. In the words of Captain Zhao Chen, they now radiated light in their eyes. I hereby announce an important matter. From this moment forth, you are the official crew of the T2 Queen Bee. Detailed assignments will be dispatched to each of you shortly. Over the past month, I trust that your lives aboard the Zero Storm have been enjoyable. However, you must remember who has provided you with this opportunity. Perhaps some of you still harbor doubts about that man, but regardless, you must now fight for him. If anyone becomes complacent in their combat duties, even if you were once my comrades, I shall cast you from this starship. Charlotte fixed her gaze upon each individual present. Remember the 2 words, gratitude. That man bestowed upon you a second chance at life. Without him, you would not be residing in clean quarters or savoring delectable meals. We, the half-orcs, must learn to appreciate and repay kindness. Do you understand? Understood. Zhao Chen lay upon the grand bed in the captain's quarters of his Zero Storm, observing the scene of Charlotte's admonishment. Through the eye of insight, it was evident that these half-orc female crew members, while not overtly loyal, harbored no hostility towards him and were filled with gratitude. He believed that it would not be long before their perspectives would undergo a complete transformation. Now, let us examine my gains. Zhao Chen fought off drowsiness and opened the system interface. Upon the completion of constructing this T2 Queen Bee, a system task notification had already been accomplished. Quarterly task, own a starship, system produced. Completed, reward available for collection. Zhao Chen clicked to claim the task reward. Quarterly task reward collected. Distributing task rewards, gained 5 task points. Acquired a blueprint for a T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Received 500 system points. Obtained T1 Super Soldier Elixir. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's fatigue evaporated. An interstellar industrial ship. Chapter 36. Interstellar industrial ship. An interstellar industrial ship is a type of auxiliary starship, also known by the moniker Interstellar Mobile Factory. As the name suggests, the interstellar industrial ship is capable of undertaking the vast majority of industrial production tasks, even extending to the fabrication of starships. Previously, Zhao Chen had been preoccupied with the realm of interstellar industry. Lacking a foundational base in this area meant that each time he wished to produce a starship, he had to seek out a workshop for rent at a starport. This was not only inconvenient but also hazardous. The prospect of possessing his own interstellar industrial ship would alleviate all these concerns. Now, Zhao Chen has the opportunity to acquire such a vessel. This signifies that with the necessary raw materials and expertise, he can manufacture starships anytime and anywhere. Establishing a fleet of interstellar ships belonging to Zhao Chen is no longer a mere fantasy. Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship type. Interstellar industrial ship technology level. T2 hull armor strength. 100 units warp engine. Level 4 warp engine length. 500 meters mass. 200,000 tons crew capacity. 200 personnel starship weapons. 50 light close-range defense turrets. Zhao Chen examined the specifications of this T2 Hammer-class vessel, noting that its dimensions surpassed those of the T2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier. Its armament was lamentably sparse, as it was not a combat-oriented starship, featuring only the most rudimentary defensive capabilities. However, upon reviewing its core functionality, namely the interstellar industrial aspect, Zhao Chen was nearly drooling with anticipation. This was a semi-intelligent interstellar industrial ship. requiring only a minimal crew to conduct production operations, while boasting remarkably high efficiency. For instance, the recently completed T2 Queen Bee had necessitated 2 months of relentless labor in the finest Starship workshop at the Arctic Fox starport, a process that could have been expedited with his own ship. Moreover, the pivotal technology could be entrusted to Zhao Chen, significantly alleviating the workload. This interstellar industrial ship could also reduce the material wastage rate by 20. Undoubtedly, it stands as the most formidable T2 interstellar industrial vessel known. With it, Zhao Chen would be akin to a tiger with wings. It is imperative to construct one. It must be built. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled with fervor. However, upon calculating the construction costs, he was taken aback. The price for a single unit stood at 2 million star coins. Astonishingly, this exceeded the cost of the T2 Queen Bee. A glance at his account revealed a prior balance of 1.9 million star coins. Although he had allocated several thousand for Charlotte to purchase half-orc slaves, he still retained over 1.8 million. Yet, a deficit of over 200,000 loomed ahead. This did not even account for the expenses related to leasing the starport shipyard. Furthermore, maintenance for both the No.0 Blizzard and the T2 Queen Bee would demand some financial reserves. Calculating all this, it became evident that without at least 2.5 million star coins, Zhao Chen was utterly unqualified to construct this T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Once again, he found himself short of funds. Rubbing his head, he lamented that shipbuilding indeed consumed vast amounts of money. Thus, it is often said that starships are the playthings of the affluent. What to do about the shortfall? Should he seek out Liyaki to sell a starship? However, she currently had a starship in production and had no immediate need for another. Should he approach other starship dealers? Yet, what if he inadvertently attracted the ire of entities he could not afford to provoke? The principle of a common man suffers for possessing something precious is a lesson learned in elementary school. Zhao Chen frowned deeply. Lost in thought, he suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that the money was right there waiting for him. How could he have forgotten about it? The nobles of the Xiaolong star system were wealthy, each possessing considerable fortunes. Although the star system itself was impoverished, it did not hinder these aristocrats from amassing wealth. A cold smirk crept across Zhao Chen's lips. In addition to a technological reward for a starship, he had received 3 other rewards: 5 mission points, 500 system credits, and T1 super soldier serum. The mission points and system credits were self-explanatory, perfectly fulfilling Zhao Chen's needs. However, the third reward piqued his interest: T1 super soldier serum? T1 super soldier serum. A serum capable of altering the human body, to be administered directly into the body. Was it really that simple? This description was almost as good as none at all. The name itself indicated its purpose of body modification. Zhao Chen felt speechless, but since it was a gift from the system, it should pose no issues. Moreover, this body was indeed far too weak. Over the past 2 months of work, he had fainted 5 times. Previously, while using the military cryogenic pod, he had embarrassed himself in front of Zhao Wanner. He was a man destined to conquer the stars and seas. How could he be so feeble? Without further ado, Zhao Chen retrieved the vial from the system's warehouse. Instantly, a 20-centimeter-long cylindrical vial containing a faintly glowing blue liquid appeared in his hand. He swallowed hard, silently contemplating. System, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? With that thought, he swiftly plunged the needle into his arm. In the span of a mere second, the azure liquid from the vial was entirely administered. Was there no sensation? Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Yet, in the next instant, his pupils dilated as he felt an excruciating eruption within his very cells, causing him to collapse onto the ground. He yearned to scream, but it felt as though his throat was constricted, rendering him utterly voiceless. This sensation seemed to Zhao Chen to stretch on interminably, akin to an eternity. Gasping for breath, he abruptly sat up, the discomfort dissipating as swiftly as it had come. A glance at the clock revealed that merely 3 minutes had elapsed. He examined his body, discovering not only the absence of pain but also the complete vanishing of his prior fatigue. Rising to his feet, he summoned a mirror to gaze upon his reflection. His face appeared more chiseled than ever before. Lifting his shirt, he was astonished to find defined abdominal muscles where once there had been a flat stomach. Even his arms bore the mark of muscle definition. Attempting to swing his fists, he could hear the whoosh of air. A leap revealed that he could effortlessly touch the ceiling. Elated, Zhao Chen dropped down to perform push-ups, feeling no strain whatsoever, completing 500 in one go without a hint of fatigue. Have I transformed into a superhero? Zhao Chen was filled with wonder. This T1 super soldier serum truly worked. Wait, if there is a T1, does that imply the existence of a T2? Suddenly, an epiphany dawned upon him, prompting him to access the system marketplace. He first scoured the T1 product section, where he was astonished to discover the very T1 super soldier serum he had just utilized. T1 super soldier serum requires 1 task point and 30 system points, so it turns out there are offerings within the system shop. During his previous explorations, Zhao Chen had only been engrossed in Starship blueprints, completely oblivious to these details. Moreover, he would never have squandered his precious task points on such matters at that time. After a glance at the T2 series products, he swiftly identified his target. T2 Super Soldier Elixir requires 3 task points and 600 system credits. Present, he had no pressing need to enhance his physical capabilities. The current condition was sufficient. He resolved to exchange for it later when he was more affluent. Upon seeing the price, he decided to set it aside for the time being. With the fatigue now dissipated, he made his way directly to the bridge of the Zero Storm. "Good day, Captain," greeted the half-orc female crew member on the bridge, her tone cautious as she observed the captain, noticing that he seemed somewhat different today, taller and more handsome than before. Taking his seat in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen connected with the T2 Queen Bee's bridge. The video window revealed Zhao Wanner and Charlotte. "Why haven't you taken a break?"
Zhao Wanner inquired.
Her gaze fixed on Zhao Chen. "I'm not particularly tired at the moment," he replied. "How is the preparation for your starship coming along?" "All right, Charlotte. Please compile a list of the necessary supplies and military provisions. Make sure everything is on board before we depart. The Zero Storm will accompany you during the trial flight, and once that is completed, we shall set off for the Xiaolong star system," Zhao Chen instructed. "Are we in such a hurry?" Zhao Wanner expressed her surprise. Zhao Chen chuckled teasingly. "We've kept the guests waiting for 2 months for this grand banquet. It would be inappropriate to delay any further." He was eager to collect his wealth. Chapter 37. Journey to the Xiaolong Star System Report. All test navigations of the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier have been successfully completed, achieving a 100 completion rate. Awaiting the captain's instructions, Charlotte stood on the bridge of the T2 Queen B, engaged in a video communication with Zhao Chen, who was situated on the bridge of the number 0 Blizzard. Zhao Chen nodded with satisfaction. "Since everything is ready, let us embark. Our destination is the Xiaolong star system. Are we truly going to eliminate those interstellar pirates with just our 2 starships?" Zhao Wanner voiced her concerns from the video window. Zhao Chen smiled reassuringly at Zhao Wanner. "You must have seen the performance data of the T2 Queen B. Do you still harbor doubts?" "It's not that I doubt. It's just, with only 2 starships, could this be too reckless?" I worry about the unforeseen," Zhao Wanner murmured. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a grin. "There will be no unforeseen circumstances during this operation. By the way, before we depart, send a message to Jiang Hong, inquiring in detail about the data on the starships of the interstellar pirate fleet, as well as the noble fleets. If we could obtain their starship information, it would be even better." "Very well, I shall make contact," Zhao Wanner replied. The communication ended. Zhao Wanner settled into the captain's chair on the bridge of the T2 Queen B, surveying her surroundings in disbelief that she was aboard such a formidable aircraft carrier. "Sister Charlotte, do you think? Is there any danger in this operation?" Zhao Wanner turned to Charlotte, seeking her insight. After more than 2 months of interaction, Zhao Wanner and Charlotte have developed a pleasant rapport. Zhao frequently seeks Charlotte's guidance on starship command and combat techniques. Charlotte does not harbor any aversion towards this girl, who does not discriminate against their half-beast kin, sharing her knowledge without reservation. This operation is expected to proceed with minimal complications, unless they are confronted with over 20 T2 starships or a single T3 starship. After all, one can only imagine the terrifying capabilities of the T2 Queen be crafted by your brother. Charlotte gazed at the starship's bridge and declared with solemnity, "This is not merely a T2 carrier starship. It is, in fact, a quasi-T3 carrier starship. Who has ever witnessed a T2 starship equipped with star shields?" On the bridge of the Zero Storm, Zhao Chen issued a command through the ship-wide intercom. "All crew members, enter deep-sea mode within 10 minutes. I repeat, all crew members, enter deep-sea mode within 10 minutes. As he spoke, the cryogenic pods on the bridge sprang to life. In that moment, Zhao Chen pondered what the experience in the T2 Queen Bee's cryogenic pod would be like, likely far superior to that of this assembled starship. Unexpectedly, the first person to experience the new vessel was not himself. However, once he constructs the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, it will be time to build the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. At that point, he will possess a genuine T3 starship, the T3 Blizzard. This has long been the starship technology blueprint that Zhao Chen has yearned for in his systems repository. The emergence of the T2 Hammer has bestowed upon Zhao Chen the means to construct it. According to the report of the 101 crew members aboard, 99 have already entered the sleep chambers. An Orsish female crew member nearby conveyed this information. She is a temporary aide assigned to Zhao Chen by Charlotte. Understood. You should also enter the sleep chamber, Zhao Chen instructed. Affirmative, the female crew member replied as she stepped into the chamber and the liquid was administered. Zhao Chen cast a glance at the dimming lights of the bridge and then at the star chart, where the T2 Queen Bee was accelerating into warp speed. This journey through warp would not be a mere half-hour as before. It would span an entire fortnight. This time, they were to traverse two star systems. The Arctic Fox system and the Xianglong system are adjacent, yet due to the absence of a stargate in the Xianglong system, they must rely solely on the starship's own navigation to reach it. This underscores the significance of stargates for a star system. Between systems lies a desolate expanse, which typically harbors nothing. Crossing this barren stretch demands a considerable amount of time, akin to ancient times when one had to traverse an endless ocean to journey from one continent to another. This region is known as the galactic fringe space. As Zhao Chen reclined in the sleep chamber, the blue liquid swiftly filled the chamber, and a voice resonated. Trigger the mission to eliminate the interstellar pirate fleet. Mission details. Annihilate the interstellar pirate fleet in the Xiaolong system. Difficulty level C. Rewards 3 mission points and 600 credits. Penalty for failure. Deduction of 600 credits. It was indeed a fortuitous turn of events, prompting Zhao Chen to accept the task without a moment's hesitation. Subsequently, Zhao Chen succumbed to a state of dormancy. The Zero Storm and T2B King also departed from the Arctic Fox system, en route to the Xiaolong system. Within a residence 5 kilometers above the surface of a habitable planet in the Xiaolong system, Jiang Shasha was presently enjoying dinner with her family. Although the Jiang family held noble status in the Xiaolong system, their living conditions were only marginally superior to those of ordinary citizens. Jiang Shasha surveyed the food laid out on the table. Each person had a serving of rice, accompanied by 3 portions of green vegetables, one of which contained minced meat the size of a fingernail. The natural food items were complemented by artificially synthesized dishes, which, despite their opulent appearance, boasting large cuts of fish and meat, tasted remarkably bland, akin to plastic. Nevertheless, such meals represented a month's worth of sustenance for the average person outside. In times past, Jiang Shasha might have taken pride in her family's heritage. However, after attending the Northern Star Military Academy and experiencing the broader world, she began to harbor disdain for her current lifestyle. "Father, why do you not join the plans of the Bao and Shui families? Once the operation succeeds and Zhao Chen is eliminated, our 3 families could then dominate the entire Xiaolong system. Whether we choose to elect our own lord or use the Xiaolong star system as a stepping stone to align ourselves with other interstellar forces, it mirrors our current predicament." Jiang Shasha's father gazed at the elder, perplexed by his indecision. Could it be that he still harbors foolish loyalty towards the Zhao family? To this day, due to the elder Jiang's connections, the Jiang family has abstained from joining the plans of the Bao and Shui families. Chapter 38. The turmoil of the Xiaolong star system, the family members turned their inquisitive eyes towards the elder, curious about his reluctance to act. The elder Jiang murmured, "I have never been loyal to the Zhao family. I am merely a businessman, engaging only in matters that pertain to profit. Firstly, Although we have not directly allied ourselves with the Bao and Chui families, should they succeed, we can effortlessly reap the rewards, for our Zhang family controls a staggering 70% of the interstellar trade routes in the Xiaolong star system. Furthermore, let us not forget the young lady of the Zhao family. Once she discovers the treachery of the Bao and Chui families, her capabilities could easily dismantle them. If we were to openly side with them, we would inevitably become her targets. Thus, the wisest course of action is to remain observant and patient. A prudent individual must always leave themselves an escape route. Upon hearing the elder Zhang's lengthy discourse, the others were enlightened. I had previously heard Xia mention that Zhao Chen, that good-for-nothing, defeated the son of a viscount with an assembled starship at the academy. The elder Zhang turned his gaze towards Zhang Xia, pondering how a mere starship could possibly stir significant waves. I have heard that the Bao and Chui families have engaged the services of interstellar pirates, all of whom are seasoned professionals, former military personnel from the stars. Mr. Zhang remarked with a cold smile, envisioning the moment when the worthless Baron Zhao Chen would meet his demise. Could it be that they have uncovered the operational plans of the Bao and Chui families? Mrs. Zhang muttered pensively nearby. Zhang Xia chimed in, according to the intelligence we have received, that fellow Zhao Chen, along with his sister, has first ventured to the Arctic Fox star system. At that moment, a man resembling a steward approached the dining table and leaned in to whisper a few words into the ear of Elder Zhang. Consequently, the members of the Bao and Chui families could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Zhang spoke with enthusiasm. Elder Zhang narrowed his eyes at his impetuous son. Remember, this time our Zhang family must remain discreet. No one is to interfere in this matter. Understood, Father, Mr. Zhang replied dutifully. 2 weeks later, in mid-September, 2 starships traversed the boundless expanse of the cosmic frontier. Zero Starship's intelligence system indicates that the Zero has exited warp speed and has arrived at the designated location. It is currently in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Compared to his previous warp journey, he felt remarkably more alert at this moment, likely due to the effects of the T1 supersoldier serum. The hatch of the sleep chamber opened, and although he had been submerged in a blue liquid prior, his clothing had dried automatically. He stepped out of the sleep chamber, his legs steady and his spirit quite buoyant. Captain, the half-orc female crew member, who had just regained consciousness, gazed in astonishment at the captain, who appeared to be in remarkably good spirits. It was noteworthy that she had recently witnessed the captain trembling upon awakening. Typically, it takes at least 3 months to fully acclimatize to a military cryosleep pod. Let us commence our duties, Zhao Chen stated with an expression of calm detachment, as he began to undertake his responsibilities. With Charlotte absent, Zhao Chen found it imperative to take charge of numerous tasks himself. He issued commands: Communications Department, attempt to establish contact with the T2 Hive Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier. He then instructed the radar department to scan the surrounding star systems in hopes of locating the T2 Hive Queen. At that moment, a video window materialized, revealing a request for communication from the T2 Hive Queen's bridge. Zhao Chen accepted the call. The screen displayed the bridge of the T2 Hive Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier, where he observed Charlotte and Zhao Wanner, who did not appear as though they had just awakened. We arrived half a day earlier than you, Zhao Wanner informed him. Charlotte added, had it not been for the need to synchronize with the speed of the Zero Storm, we could have arrived 5 days ahead, given the T2 Hive Queen's 4th-level warp engine. The Zero Storm employed a 3rd-level warp engine, while the T2 Hive Queen utilized a 4th-level warp engine, resulting in a significant disparity in speed during warp travel. As Charlotte indicated, had the T2 Hive Queen not set a speed limit to accompany the Zero Storm, they would have already reached the Xiaolong star system. I have made contact with Zhang Hong, who expressed great concern over our reckless actions, repeatedly urging us to depart swiftly. Zhao Wanner mentioned it briefly. Zhao Chen inquired, did Zhang Hong convey any other useful information? Zhao Wanner transmitted a star map. According to the intelligence gathered by Zhang Hong, the Bao and Chui families are poised to launch an attack on us at this location. Zhao Chen scrutinized the star map of the Xiaolong star system. The attack position lies along the route to the planet where the Zhao family resides, and it has been meticulously calculated to determine the precise point at which to terminate our warp travel. The Bao and Chui families have devised a plan. Should their assault succeed, they will immediately strike our home planet, annihilating all descendants of the Zhao family. Zhao Wanner, indignant, remarked, "Our Zhao family has truly nurtured a pack of ingrates." She continued, "Zhang Hong also provided me with information regarding the Starship models of the interstellar pirate fleet, as well as the private fleet models of the Chui and Bao families. Please transmit both pieces of information to me." Zhao Chen stated, as the saying goes, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles." Although Zhao Chen felt a profound sense of confidence, he understood the importance of remaining vigilant at all times. Chapter 39. The game begins, my Lord Baron. Soon, the two sets of information arrived before Zhao Chen. He examined the two information boxes, which not only contained the names and models of the starships but also included visual representations, as these were relatively common starships available on the market. The interstellar pirate fleet comprises a total of 35 starships, among which 5 are T2 starships, specifically, 1 T2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser, 2 T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyers, and 2 T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigates. The remaining 30 T1 starships include 15 T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates, 10 T1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyers, and 5 T1 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruisers. In stark contrast, the rebel nobility possesses a mere 16 starships, revealing the tremors and impoverishment of the Xiaolong star system. Among these 16 vessels, 2 are T2 starships, the T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser and the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. The remaining 14 T1 starships are all T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates. Observing these starships, Zhao Chen cannot help but chuckle, as they are all older than he is. Even the relatively newer T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer was acquired as a second-hand vessel, purchased with decades of the Chui family's savings. As for the starships utilized by the interstellar pirates, they are predominantly the standard vessels favored by pirates, characterized by their affordability and ease of repair. Notably, the most abundant among them is the T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate, a design developed by the Stellar Empire 2 centuries ago. While its combat capabilities may be modest, its low production cost and accessible technology make it a popular choice. Moreover, the Starry Empire has openly disclosed this starship technology, resulting in a lower market price, making it the preferred vessel for certain minor nobles, interstellar pirates, and adventurous voyagers. Based solely on the intelligence regarding enemy ships, achieving victory in this battle seems rather straightforward. The current dilemma lies in determining where and how to engage, Charlotte remarked. Zhao Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully, gazing at the star chart of the Xiaolong star system, muttering, "We cannot engage on their predetermined battlefield, even though we would prevail regardless of the location. However, we ought to minimize our losses as much as possible, and waging war near my Zhao family's home planet poses the risk of collateral damage." Suddenly, an idea struck Zhao Chen. With a vacant gaze, he pointed to a location on the star chart. "Who says we must seek them out? Let us compel them to come to us." Charlotte and Zhao Wanner exchanged glances, and in unison, they comprehended Zhao Chen's intentions. The flagship of the interstellar pirate fleet is a T2 Grey Shark-class medium cruiser, its hull adorned with scars and repairs that tell tales of its storied past. A burly man with a scruffy beard reclined in the captain's chair, his feet resting atop the control panel. "Damn it, I've been waiting here for 2 months. If it weren't for those fellows being considerate enough to send some women my way, I wouldn't be inclined to linger here." This grumbling figure is the captain of this interstellar pirate fleet, which proudly identifies itself as the Three-Claw Serpent Interstellar Pirates. At that moment, another lean figure emerged from the adjacent room, adjusting his trousers. From within that room, the plaintive cries and sobs of women could be heard. These women were as thin as bones, and after a few struggles, they were rendered lifeless. It was rather dull. The true excitement lay with those noble ladies. "In my opinion, we should simply launch an assault on the aristocrats of this star system," the lean man remarked, somewhat unenthusiastically. The captain, sporting a scruffy beard, cast a sidelong glance at the lean man, who was his subordinate. "Although the fleet of this wretched star system was not formidable, let us not forget who summoned us here. If we were to engage with this system, we would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Let us earn this commission diligently and avoid unnecessary trouble, the bearded captain advised. The lean subordinate, absent-mindedly picking his nose, suggested, we may refrain from plundering these planets, but we could certainly negotiate a better commission. After all, it would be unreasonable for our fleet of several dozen ships to languish here for 2 months without recompense. The bearded captain grinned mischievously, raising 3 fingers as he said, I have already considered that. Once they signal us to act, we shall demand a 30% increase in our commission. The lean subordinate gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, truly, our leader is astute in his calculations. Just then, a communication request materialized. It seemed work had arrived. The bearded captain cheerfully activated the video call. On the other end appeared a middle-aged man, one he recognized as the patriarch of the Bao family from the Shalong star system. Patriarch Bao, you have been remiss in seeking me. I was on the verge of coming to find you. My brothers have been waiting here for over 2 months, and their impatience is palpable, the captain of the Bao family stated, visibly displeased. The patriarch of the Bao clan solemnly asserted, have we not delivered a fresh batch of women and provisions to you each month? Thus, we must revise our operational strategy. You are to depart immediately for the vicinity of Longwei Star to eliminate the target. It is merely a single starship. I trust you shall find this task rather manageable. The bearded captain tapped his foot thoughtfully and replied, I have no objections to the altered plan, as we are indeed within the same star system, and it should only take a few hours to reach our destination. However, we have delayed for over 2 months now. You must understand, Patriarch Bao, the extent of business lost during this time weighs heavily on my brothers. This temporal cost must be accounted for. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to justify to my men. Patriarch Bao recognized the underlying intent of the other party's words and inwardly cursed the band of interstellar rogues. He was unaware that these individuals often went a year or more without such endeavors. Yet, the most pressing matter at hand remained the disposal of that incompetent baron. Name your price, he stated coldly. The bearded captain raised 3 fingers, declaring, a 30% increase in commission, no negotiations. The corners of Patriarch Bao's mouth twitched, and he ultimately suppressed his fury. Very well. Upon completion of the task, I shall transfer the agreed sum to you. Excellent. I appreciate your forthrightness. Provide a coordinate, and my brothers will promptly attend to this baron. The bearded captain replied, setting his foot down with a serious demeanor. I shall send you the coordinates immediately. Remember, notify us at the earliest opportunity once the operation is complete, Patriarch Bao reminded him. Rest assured, we are professionals in our endeavors. The captain with a bushy beard spoke with confidence. Soon after, he received the coordinates and immediately ordered his interstellar pirate fleet to set sail, entering warp mode after confirming the coordinates. Due to the presence of T1 starships, the speed of the T2 starships was intentionally lowered to maintain uniformity within the fleet. The entire journey took nearly 6 hours. Upon awakening from the cryogenic chamber, the captain promptly commanded preparations for battle while simultaneously searching for their target. However, there was no need for a search, as the moment they activated the starship radar, they detected a solitary starship hovering near the Dragontail star, resembling prey awaiting its hunter. Captain, our target, the Baron S0 Storm, is just 20 minutes away from our current position, exclaimed the lean first mate eagerly. The captain grinned menacingly and replied, let the game begin, my dear Baron. Meanwhile, aboard the Zero Storm, the Baron awaited his quarry. Chapter 40. The first battle of the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier. The Three-Claw Serpent interstellar pirate fleet did not immediately adopt a combative stance but rather advanced slowly, resembling a typical interstellar fleet. Just as they were about to enter combat range with the Zero Storm, the vessel suddenly began to move, as if sensing something, and altered its course. Boss, have we been discovered? Inquired the lean first mate. At this distance, what does it matter if we have been? In a familiar maneuver, 2 T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigates led several T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates to encircle the target from both flanks. At such a distance, intercepting them would be a trivial task, the bearded pirate captain proclaimed with unwavering confidence. In that moment, the Three-Clawed Serpent interstellar pirate fleet shed all pretense and pursued the Zero-class Blizzard at full throttle. Among them, The two T2 Ishkor-class frigates and T1 Vulture-class frigates boasted the highest speed. This class of interstellar frigate is renowned for its exceptional maneuverability and speed, rivaled only by select interstellar cruisers. With their rapid pace, these frigates excel in executing fleet formations and intercepting enemy vessels. Thus, interstellar pirates favor this economical and effective vessel for plundering. They swarmed forward, relentless in their pursuit, indifferent to the type of starship they faced. At this juncture, the Zero-class Blizzard seemed to sense the imminent threat and began to accelerate. However, the ships of the three-clawed serpent pirate fleet clung to their target like a stubborn adhesive, drawing ever closer. My dear, attempting to escape? The prey I have set my sights on has never eluded capture. The bearded pirate captain sneered. Just then, the communications officer exclaimed, "Captain, we have a communication signal requesting to connect. It appears to be the Zero-class Blizzard." The bearded captain paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "It seems that the useless Baron has been frightened into seeking our mercy. Next, I am rather keen to behold the sight of a certain Baron pleading for mercy in his final moments." As the video communication connects, a window materializes before the bearded pirate captain. A man's visage appears before him. Contrary to the anticipated expressions of terror and dread, there instead lies a glimmer of mockery, as if gazing upon a mere toy. "You must be the leader of the Triclaw interstellar pirate fleet," the man states with an air of nonchalance. This opening remark momentarily stuns the bearded pirate captain, leaving him perplexed. He wonders whether there has been an error in approach, for this fellow appears entirely unafraid. "You know me?" the pirate captain inquires, astonished. "I am also aware that you are employed by the Bao and Chui families to launch an assault against us," Zhao Chen replies, resting his chin upon one hand. The bearded pirate captain shrugs and chuckles. "Since you, dear Baron, are already aware, there is little left to discuss. We are merely mercenaries, so I kindly urge you to meet your demise." Zhao Chen retorts with a light chuckle, "I beg your pardon, but it is not I who shall face death, but rather you." "We? Ha ha ha, you pathetic Baron truly possess a sense of humor. Thinking you can send us to our graves?" The pirate captain derides Zhao Chen. "What right do you have to dictate our fate? Is it based on this hodgepodge of a starship you command? Look around you. Those vessels belong to me. They are poised to obliterate your ship, and you, the unfortunate Baron, shall find your resting place within your own territorial star system. I suggest you take a good look at your surroundings." Zhao Chen feigns blindness, the corners of his mouth curling upward. At that moment, the radar operator of the bearded pirate captain exclaimed, "This is bad. We are surrounded by a significant surge of energy signatures, and they are approaching us." Energy signatures? Could it be a starship? The bearded pirate captain gazed at the radar screen, where hundreds of luminous points surged towards them from all directions, targeting their three-claw serpent interstellar pirate fleet. Interstellar fighters? The captain was astonished, activating the deep space telescope to discern the nature of these myriad light points. They were swarms of interstellar drones. Hundreds of these drones had completely encircled their three-claw serpent interstellar pirate fleet. Meanwhile, in an ongoing video communication, Zhao Chen pondered, unreservedly aware that the opposing pirate leader could hear his words. He coldly issued the command to attack, eliminate all interstellar pirate starships, leave not a single one standing. Subsequently, the interstellar drones commenced locking onto their respective targets. The first to launch an assault were 100 T2 killer B-class medium interstellar drones, equipped with laser cannons. Although their firepower could not rival that of starship weaponry, they were capable of closing in on enemy vessels, seeking the most advantageous positions for their attacks. Most importantly, these were T2-level interstellar drones. "Captain, this is dire. My starship is under heavy attack from numerous interstellar drones. Damn it, these interstellar drones are too swift. My close-in defense cannons cannot fend them off. Report, the bridge of the T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate has come under attack. The captain has been killed instantaneously, and the ship has lost its command system. Report, the T1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer is under siege by enemy interstellar drones. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance." On the bridge of the bearded pirate captain's ship, a cacophony of dire news echoed. Hundreds of interstellar drones swarmed like a hive, devouring their starship. "Counterattack! Counterattack!" Establish a fire net to intercept these interstellar drones. The bearded pirate captain gritted his teeth and issued the command. At that moment, a massive fireball erupted, and the shockwave even impacted his flagship, the sound of the ship's armor reverberating ominously. The bearded pirate captain was taken aback. One of our T-2 Bluebird-class medium interstellar cruisers had allegedly been bombarded by enemy interstellar bombers. The starship had plummeted, the crew reported. Observing the chaotic battlefield before him, the bearded pirate captain swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss. Split the forces immediately. One fleet will continue the assault on the Zero Storm, while the other highly mobile fleet seeks out their carrier starship. Their carrier must be lurking nearby. Once we destroy that carrier, these interstellar drones will pose no threat. At this juncture, the thin first officer provided the most astute suggestion. The bearded pirate captain, regaining his focus, swiftly commanded, "All interstellar destroyers remain here to pursue that Zero Storm, while the remaining interstellar cruisers and interstellar frigates will search at full speed for the enemy's carrier starship. Report. We have located the coordinates of the enemy's carrier starship. The interstellar drones, having completed their assault, have returned in this direction. The aircraft carrier should be located within this area." The radar crew member, a pirate, pointed to a position on the star map. The returning drones displayed no intention of concealing their trajectory. Under the scrutiny of their ship's radar, they swiftly detected a lurking aircraft carrier on the far side of a satellite. The bearded pirate captain, akin to a man who has spotted his nemesis, bellowed in a frenzy, "Charge forth! I shall obliterate that aircraft carrier into oblivion." Chapter 41. A single-shot annihilation. T-2 Heavy Interstellar Destroyer T-2 Queen B-Class Heavy Aircraft Carrier Bridge Report. The first wave of interstellar drones has successfully returned and landed. It is estimated that reloading munitions will require 60 seconds. The operational report for the initial batch of drones has been compiled. Losses include 7 T-2 Killer B-Class Medium Interstellar Drones and 1 T-2 Hornet-Class Heavy Interstellar Drone. The enemy suffered the destruction of 2 T-1 Blue Jay-Class Medium Interstellar Cruisers, 4 T-1 Vulture-Class Medium Interstellar Frigates, and 2 T-1 Scythe-Class Medium Interstellar Destroyers. Report. The enemy fleet has detected our ship's position and is advancing towards us at full speed. The female crew members on the bridge stood ready, continually relaying updates to the captain and the first officer. Charlotte stood nearby, casting her gaze towards Zhao Wanner, who occupied the captain's chair. Prior to this battle, Zhao Chen had privately contacted her, advising that at the onset of hostilities, she should entrust full command of operations to Zhao Wanner. It was stipulated that she possessed the authority to intervene only if Zhao Wanner issued erroneous orders or if the battle spiraled out of control. Thus far, the commands given by Zhao Wanner had proven commendable. Presently, the young woman occupied the captain's chair, her demeanor composed and devoid of any signs of anxiety or trepidation. She appeared not as an ungraduated student, but rather as a seasoned military professional. The deployment of T-2 Young Wasp-class light interstellar drones commenced, aimed at intercepting the enemy fleet. The starship began its movement, sailing at full speed towards its predetermined course, while simultaneously activating its shield system. The resupplied interstellar drones readied themselves for a second wave of assault. Zhao Wanner conveyed her operational directives with precision, her gaze continually sweeping across the data panels, unable to shake off the pursuing adversaries. Concurrently, numerous apertures emerged from the abdomen of the T-2 Queen Wasp, from which a succession of T-2 Young Wasp-class light interstellar drones were released. In less than 10 seconds, 300 such drones had been deployed. The densely packed T-2 Young Wasp-class drones surged towards the rear, charging at the pursuing interstellar pirate fleet. At this juncture, the battlefield was distinctly divided. On one side stood the Zero Storm, while on the other loomed the T-2 Queen Wasp. However, the Zero Storm exhibited no intent to support the T-2 Queen Wasp. Instead, it began to alter its course, maneuvering in a curved trajectory towards the right flank, thereby entering the firing range of the enemy vessels. Several starships from the interstellar pirate fleet were poised to unleash their firepower. However, the enemy vessels exhibited an astonishing speed, rendering the process of locking onto them somewhat time-consuming. "Alter the course," commanded Captain Zhao Chen, for without such a maneuver, the Zero No. Blizzard, with its velocity, would remain perpetually outpaced by the pursuing pirate ships. Engage the T-2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon, Captain Zhao Chen ordered. The crew understood the command and commenced the activation of the T-2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon, a process requiring 10 seconds. 10. The bridge crew diligently executed their orders. At that moment, the colossal cannon of the T-20 No. Blizzard emerged prominently. The right side engines of the Starship powered down, while the left side engines roared to life, enabling a swift pivot. Let us aim our main cannon at that T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer, Zhao Chen instructed. The right side engines were shut off. Completed. The left side engines were fully activated. Completed. The Zero No. Blizzard, which had been navigating in a graceful arc, suddenly executed a sharp turn, its bow directly confronting the pursuing interstellar pirate fleet. This unexpected maneuver caught the pirates entirely off guard. Zhao Chen's gaze was fixed on the targeting window of the main cannon. As the red targeting circle aligned with the T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer, he bellowed, "Fire!" In an instant, the entire Zero No. Blizzard shuddered with the force of the shot. Understood, the helmswoman exclaimed confidently. Thus commenced the so-called high-speed maneuvering hunting mode, encircling the enemy fleet. In a scenario where one starship, propelled by an overwhelming velocity, decimates enemy vessels, the strategy involves maneuvering in a continuous loop around the adversary's fleet. During this intricate dance, a select few of both friendly and enemy starships engage in a concentrated exchange of fire. This tactic effectively mitigates the risk of the friendly vessel enduring the full brunt of the enemy fleet's firepower, thereby significantly reducing the likelihood of being struck. Such a maneuver demands exceptional skill from the helmsman, but fortunately, the Zero-class Blizzard boasts a terrifyingly superior speed, ensuring absolute dominance. As the Zero-class Blizzard once again surged forward at high velocity, the entire operation transpired in a fleeting span of less than 10 seconds, a testament to the formidable maneuverability of this starship. At this moment, Zhao Chen found the opportunity to assess the results of the earlier cannonade, and he was met with astonishment. Meanwhile, others were gripped by terror. The T-2 Ishtar-class vessel had entirely vanished at its bow, leaving behind a gaping crater, as if it had been decapitated. The surrounding space pirates witnessed the entire spectacle. The starship they had been pursuing abruptly veered, followed by a devastating main cannon strike. To their shock, among the only two T-2 Ishtar-class vessels in their fleet, one was obliterated in a single shot. It is crucial to note that this was a heavy interstellar destroyer. The term heavy implies a larger hull, more formidable weaponry, and thicker armor. Yet, this T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer had succumbed to a single shot from the enemy. That was a 1,200 caliber cannon. Suddenly, the captain of a starship from the interstellar pirate fleet exclaimed in the shared internal communication channel. The other pirate captains hastily utilized deep space telescopes to ascertain the situation. They were astonished to witness the vessel they were pursuing, the Zero Storm, equipped with a terrifyingly large cannon at its bow. This very cannon had just obliterated a T-2 Ishtar-class ship with a single shot. How could a T-2 starship possibly mount such a colossal weapon? What manner of monstrous starship is this? The captain of a T-1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer felt a chill run down his spine. If a higher-tier T-2 Ishtar-class ship could not withstand that cannon's fire, what chance did his T-1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer have? If it were to absorb a shot, the consequences were all too clear. One shot every 5 minutes. Let me count how many ships there are. 1, 2, 3. Zhao Chen grinned maliciously, counting the enemy vessels as if they were mere beans. Chapter 42. Does this T-2 carrier starship possess a star shield? Report. Boss. One of our T-2 Ishtar-class ships has been destroyed by that Zero Storm. One shot. Just one shot. Panic-stricken cries echoed through the internal communication channel. The bearded pirate captain felt a pang of dread. His T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer had been annihilated? It was important to note that among the 5 T-2 starships in his fleet, each was vital to his survival. He was indifferent to losses of T-1 starships. He could always purchase replacements. However, each T-2 starship was a considerable investment. This particular T-2 Ishtar-class ship had taken him 5 years of savings from his pirate fleet to acquire from the black market. In just a brief moment, it was gone,
Donod jest with Mistrzostwem Europy.
That was the T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer. How could it be obliterated by a single shot? Captain, it is true. The enemy's Zero-class Blizzard possesses a 1,200 mm caliber cannon. 1,200 mm. Indeed, my heavens. I have never encountered such an enormous artillery in my lifetime. The voice of the pirate captain trembled as he spoke. A 1,200 mm cannon? The bearded pirate captain felt a shiver run down his spine. He knew his subordinates would not jest at such a dire moment. The Bao and Chui families. Those noble fools are deceiving me. He shifted the blame entirely onto his employers, the Bao and Chui families, claiming that their intelligence was insufficient. This was no mere incompetent baron. Alas, he would never have such an opportunity again. During the pursuit of that aircraft carrier, those interstellar drones had already destroyed several of his T-1 starships. Among them was a T-2 interstellar unmanned bomber, whose bomb's power was akin to that of a T-2 starship's main cannon. Furthermore, they targeted specific locations for successive strikes. Typically, 3 of these T-2 interstellar unmanned bombers would unleash a barrage, combined with the assault of T-2 killer B-class medium interstellar drones, easily annihilating a T-1 starship in mere minutes. Report: we have lost another T-1 Blue Jay-class medium interstellar cruiser, a subordinate reported cautiously. The bearded pirate captain clenched his fists. Report: we have entered the range of fire. The time has come to launch an assault on that carrier starship. A subordinate reported some good news. The bearded pirate captain immediately commanded, "Fire! Fire! Fire! Tear that damned carrier starship to shreds!" The laser main cannon mounted on the T-2 Gray Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser locked onto the carrier starship and opened fire. Due to the sluggish speed of the carrier starship, it was virtually unable to evade the laser. As the space pirates awaited the moment of impact, they were met with shock. The carrier starship remained unscathed. The pirates stood in disbelief. I don't know, one crew member said, his expression blank. The thin first mate, struggling to comprehend the situation, uttered 2 incredulous words. Star Shield. Star Shield? The pirates present quickly realized. It was indeed a star shield. But how could a T-2 carrier starship possess such a capability? Could it possibly be a T-3 carrier starship? Hearing the murmurs of his crew, the bearded pirate captain bellowed, "Silence!" He then turned to the thin first mate, insisting star shields are not exclusive to T-3 starships. This carrier starship does not resemble a T-3 in any way. Judging by the scale and combat prowess of its deployed interstellar drones, it was certainly not a T-3 carrier starship. Yet what they had witnessed was undeniably a star shield. Sweat trickled down the thin first mate's forehead. At that moment, the course of this interstellar battle had exceeded their expectations. "What shall we do now?" the bearded pirate captain demanded. The star shield can only deflect attacks from a limited range. Thus, if our starships can launch an assault from multiple directions simultaneously, the star shield will be unable to respond in time, the thin lieutenant remarked. The bearded pirate captain bit his lip until it bled, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. He was well aware of this reality. However, they had pursued this aircraft carrier at great cost, sacrificing several T-1 starships to finally catch a glimpse of its tail. To execute a simultaneous flanking maneuver would require an even steeper price. "Captain, we have no alternative. If we retreat, will that Baron allow us to leave?" "I have come to understand that the Baron is well prepared. He used his flagship to draw us in and then arranged for a swarm of interstellar drones to ambush us." "It is a trap," the lieutenant declared. "It is a matter of either our demise or theirs." Such predicaments are common for interstellar pirates. In the past, they might have retained their fighting spirit. Yet today, with 35 starships besieging 2, they have yet to even scratch the enemy's hull armor, while they themselves have already lost nearly a third of their fleet. This is devastating to morale. Full speed ahead. We must destroy this aircraft carrier at all costs. The bearded pirate captain gritted his teeth. Having reached this juncture, they had no avenue for retreat. They could only fight to the bitter end. Report. The T-1 Blue Sparrow-class medium interstellar cruiser No. 03 has sustained damage to its side armor, with 50 armor strength remaining. Report. The T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate No. 11 has been destroyed, with no survivors. Report. The T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate, ship number 19, has suffered severe damage and is rendered immobile. Report: the T-2 Ishkul-class medium interstellar frigate has sustained a breach in its left hull armor, creating a gaping hole with a diameter of 10 meters. 23 compartments have been sealed in an emergency, resulting in 32 fatalities, and the ship's power system is compromised, causing a continuous decline in speed. This pursuit has persisted for over half an hour. The T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carriers interstellar drones have been launched and recovered nearly 10 times on average, with losses exceeding 30%. However, the exceptional interception capabilities of the T-2 Bumblebee-class light interstellar drones have prevented the pursuing interstellar pirate vessels from mounting a flank attack on the T-2 Queen B. The Star Shield continues to intercept assaults from the rear. Our ship is under attack, and the remaining energy of the Star Shield stands at 44%. Amidst the shimmering light on the Star Shield, the crew aboard the T-2 Queen B anxiously relayed the figures. In truth, Zhao Wanner could observe the declining energy values of the Star Shield on the holographic projection in the bridge, transitioning from green to yellow, and poised to shift from yellow to red. Nevertheless, Zhao Wanner maintained her composure. Report: one of the enemy vessels, a T-2 Ishkul-class medium interstellar frigate, has breached our T-2 Bumblebee-class light interstellar drones interception and is approaching our ship's right flank. Simultaneously, the flagship of the enemy fleet, a T-2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser, continues to bombard us from behind. If both vessels attack simultaneously, our Star Shield will be unable to defend against assaults from two directions, the commanding officer of the Star Shield reported. Zhao Wanner fell into a momentary silence before resolutely commanding, "Mobilize all interstellar drones to launch a full-scale assault on the T-2 Ishkur. Meanwhile, maintain the shield to fend off the attacks from behind." Charlotte observed the orders issued by Zhao Wanner, recognizing it as the most prudent course of action under the circumstances. The priority was to neutralize one flank of the attack. Even if it meant the ship would endure a few strikes, at least the overall situation would remain unaffected. "Captain, our ship is now positioned at the target's flank. We are ready to fire," bellowed the captain of the T-2 Ishkur. The bearded pirate captain frantically shouted over the communication channel, "Fire! Fire! Blast a gaping hole in that accursed aircraft carrier." Affirmative. Preparing to fire. Yet, just at that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. An interstellar warship surged forth at an incredible speed, placing itself between the T-2 Ishkur and the T-2 Queen B, while simultaneously charging directly towards the T-2 Ishkur. The 1,200mm cannon seemed to herald an impending calamity. The captain of the T-2 Ishkur trembled in his command chair, shouting in panic, "Fire! Fire now!" In that instant, the laser main cannon of the T-2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate discharged, its beam racing towards the Zero Storm, which stood defiantly before the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier. Almost simultaneously, the 1,200mm cannon of the Zero Storm roared to life. Subsequently, a colossal fireball erupted between the T-2 Ishkul-class medium interstellar frigate and the Zero-class Blizzard, the explosion generating a swirling cyclone that formed circular mists. Remarkably, the assaults from both vessels fortuitously collided, effectively neutralizing each other. Such a coincidence seemed almost too improbable. Zhao Chen aboard the Zero-class Blizzard was acutely aware that this phenomenon was likely a manifestation of the system's fleet luck bonus. Even the previous instance of a single shot striking true against the T-2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer mirrored this occurrence. The likelihood of these events transpiring was less than 1 in 10,000. However, under the auspices of the fleet luck bonus, the probability of such occurrences rose significantly. Through Zhao Chen's experiments, he discovered that not every attack guaranteed a perfect strike or exceptional results, yet the chances of success were indeed remarkably high. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhao Chen promptly commanded, "Full speed ahead. Target that T-2 Ishkul-class medium interstellar frigate. Engage all 5 T-2 medium Hyena laser cannons and 3,130mm T-2 medium point defense guns." The Zero-class Blizzard, leveraging its superior maneuverability, swiftly closed in on the T-2 Ishkul-class medium interstellar frigate, and both vessels unleashed a barrage from their secondary armaments. However, the T-2 Ishkul-class frigate struggled to achieve a high hit rate against the rapidly moving Zero-class Blizzard, while conversely, the secondary and point defense guns of the Zero-class Blizzard were nearly infallible, relentlessly bombarding the hull of the T2 Ishkul-class frigate. With a resounding crash, the frigate sustained damage, and Zhao Chen heard a deafening roar, feeling the tremors reverberate through the deck of the bridge. Report: the armor on the port side of our vessel has sustained cannon fire, with 90 structural integrity remaining. Report: the armor on the port side of our vessel has sustained cannon fire, with 80 structural integrity remaining. Report: the armor on the port side of our vessel has sustained cannon fire, with 70 structural integrity remaining. This marks the first instance of the Zero Storm enduring an assault. However, the formidable armor of the interstellar battleship is more than sufficient to withstand the secondary fire from an interstellar frigate. Meanwhile, the T2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate, under the onslaught of the Zero Storm, fared no better, with multiple breaches across its hull, even developing cracks. The T2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate could only await the cooldown of its laser main cannon. At this moment, a glint of cold determination flickered in Zhao Chen's eyes. From the rear of the Zero Storm's hull, 3 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones surged forth. 3 interstellar torpedoes were launched at a perilously close range to the T2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate. Helplessly, they witnessed the 3 torpedoes strike the Starship S bridge, the belly of the hull, and the previously targeted section on the port side by the Zero Storm's secondary cannon. Explosive fireballs erupted around the T2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate, which subsequently disintegrated into fragments, meeting its demise. Report: our T2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate, ship number 2, has fallen. The thin officer trembled as he delivered this news to the bearded pirate captain, who sank into the captain's chair, his expression vacant. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Zero Storm, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. This signified that the pirate starships on the opposing battlefield had likely been annihilated. He gazed at a data panel before him, which displayed information regarding all the vessels in his fleet. As anticipated, the icons of the majority of starships had turned gray, particularly those tasked with assaulting the Zero Storm. There were no survivors. Among them were the 2 T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyers and the T2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate. This meant that the 3-claw snake pirate fleet was left with only a lone T2 Gray Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser. Additionally, there remained merely 4 T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates and 1 T1 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruiser. Although the 3-claw snake pirate fleet still held a threefold numerical advantage, the pirates were acutely aware of their impending fate. With both the T2 carrier and the T2 Zero Storm fixated upon them, their demise was unmistakable. Captain, perhaps we should surrender, the thin first mate suggested cautiously. Surrender? The bearded pirate captain was taken aback. He had never envisioned that what he believed to be a certain assassination mission would culminate in such a manner. However, continuing the battle was now devoid of purpose. The destruction of the remaining 6 pirate starships was merely a matter of time. Contact the Baron. We are willing to surrender, the bearded pirate captain murmured, utterly despondent. An hour ago, he could hardly have imagined that he would find himself in this moment as a defeated, surrendering wretch. Captain, the flagship of the enemy has sent a communication, expressing their willingness to cease resistance and surrender. Charlotte inquired Zhao Chen's opinion aboard the T2 Queen Bee. Zhao Chen replied coldly, "We are prepared to accept their surrender, but they must immediately shut down all engines of their starships." Charlotte hesitated for a moment but ultimately conveyed Captain Zhao Chen's command. Soon, all 6 enemy starships ceased their engines. Within the darkened vessels, the interstellar pirates contemplated their impending fate. Would they be imprisoned in dungeons, sold into slavery, or escorted to the mines, condemned to toil for a lifetime until death? Regardless of the outcome, at least they could survive for now. Report: the enemy's 6 starships have shut down all engines, Charlotte relayed. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Chen unexpectedly issued a command that took everyone by surprise. The Zero Storm and T2 Queen B-class heavy carriers are to immediately launch an attack on the remaining 6 pirate starships and obliterate them. He coldly gazed at the 6 pirate vessels. Their fate had already been sealed the moment they set foot here. Annihilation. Chapter 44. From the instant they arrived, the option of surrender was never on the table. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's command, the crew reacted with varied emotions. Zhao Wanner was taken aback, exclaiming, "They have surrendered. Why must we destroy them? Zhao Chen's expression remained impassive. Surrender? When they initiated this battle, surrender was never an option in their eventuality. Have you contemplated the dire circumstances we would face if we were to be vanquished? Zhao Wanner wore a complex expression, envisioning that outcome. Perhaps it would be better if they all perished in battle. However, if captured, she and the female crew aboard the ship would endure a fate worse than death. Zhao Chen continued, I recently managed to connect to the communication network of the Xiaolong star system. During their 2-month stay, these interstellar pirates have received no fewer than 500 women from various planets, sent to endure unspeakable treatment aboard their ships. You must be acutely aware of what awaits them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanner bit her lip in distress. Yet, the textbooks from the Academy speak of human rights. Charlotte, if Zhao Wanner is unable to continue commanding the operation, the authority of the T2 Queen Bee will now transfer to you. Proceed with the operational orders, Zhao Chen declared coldly. Understood, Charlotte replied. At that moment, the complexity in Charlotte's gaze dissipated entirely, replaced by a firm agreement with Captain Zhao Chen's decisive command. A seasoned veteran of battle, she recognized that survival in the interstellar arena necessitates a heart of stone. Miss, Captain Zhao Chen's command is unequivocally correct. In this battlefield, there can be no trace of mercy, especially when confronting these unscrupulous scoundrels. They possess no attachments, no boundaries, and if they survive, they are capable of committing any atrocity. The malevolence that envelopes them is sufficient to condemn them to death 100 times over. The sordid deeds they have committed are beyond the realm of your imagination. Charlotte stood beside Zhao Wanner, offering words of solace. However, concern creased Zhao Wanner's brow as she pondered the fate of the captured women aboard those pirate starships. Charlotte replied gravely, for those women, death may indeed be a release. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wanner turned to Charlotte. May I continue to command the operation? Charlotte nodded in affirmation. Fixating on the 6 pirate starships before them, a hint of cold detachment flickered in Zhao Wanner's eyes. All interstellar drones readied themselves for a final barrage. At that moment, the bearded pirate captain awaited the arrival of the opposing fleet to take control of their vessels. Yet what approached were swarms of interstellar drones and the formidable 1,200mm cannon of the Zero Storm. Zhao Chen, you scoundrel! You have betrayed us! The bearded captain bellowed in fury, his voice ringing out as his last. In the next instant, his T2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser was struck by the 1,200mm artillery of the Zero Storm. The remaining 5 starships succumbed to the relentless bombardment as well. By the time they contemplated reactivating their vessels, it was far too late. Under the assault of the Zero Storm and the bombardment of the T2 Queen Bee's drone swarm, the 6 pirate starships fell one by one, ultimately becoming mere remnants of the battlefield. The battle concluded. Rest for 10 minutes on the spot, Charlotte. Please assess the battle consumption of the 2 starships. If there are no objections, we shall proceed to the core region of the Xiaolong star system in 10 minutes. Zhao Chen stated. Most of the nobles reside in the core area of the Xiaolong star system, and this matter is far from concluded. Indeed, Charlotte promptly commenced her duties. Zhao Chen reclined in the captain's chair, exhaling deeply. This could be considered his inaugural true space battle. Although the adversaries were merely interstellar pirates, it was far more exhilarating than the mock starship duels he had experienced back at the Academy. 2 starships had annihilated 35 pirate vessels, an impressive feat. Leaning back in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen closed his eyes, seemingly resting. In truth, he had activated the system interface. His determination to eradicate this band of interstellar pirates was fueled by another motive, the existence of a system mission. Mission details: eliminate the interstellar pirate fleet in the Xiaolong star system mission difficulty. C-grade mission reward, 3 mission points and 600 credits mission status. Completed. Rewards available for collection. Indeed, it was for the sake of this system mission. Zhao Chen clicked to collect the mission rewards, successfully acquiring 3 mission points and 600 system credits. Alongside the quarterly task he had completed previously, Zhao Chen now possessed a considerable amount of resources. Host. Zhao Chen profession. Elite Starship Engineer special attributes. Fleet luck bonus. Eye of Insight credits, 1100 mission points. 8 number of starships, 2 current missions. None Warehouse. T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar. He had accumulated 8 mission points and a substantial 1,100 credits. Afterwards, he could contemplate exchanging for another T2 product. Zhao Chen felt a flicker of anticipation. With the growth of his capabilities, he gradually laid the groundwork for establishing an interstellar fleet. Charlotte's post-battle report interrupted Zhao Chen's reverie. He opened his eyes and gazed at Charlotte on the video screen. In this skirmish, the T2 Queen Bee's hull remained unscathed, while they incurred the loss of 107 T2 drone-class light interstellar unmanned aerial vehicles, 39 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar unmanned aerial vehicles, and 5 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar unmanned aerial vehicles. The ammunition consumed amounted to 67, with no casualties reported. The T2 Zero Storm's hull armor sustained a comprehensive damage level of 7.5, primarily affecting the portside's armor, yet it did not impede the Starship's navigation or combat capabilities. Ammunition consumption stood at 46, with no personnel casualties. The overall material losses from the battle totaled a market value of 8,000 star coins, as reported by Charlotte. In just 1 hour of combat, 8,000 star coins were expended. Although this was trivial compared to the million star coins Zhao Chen had amassed, for an ordinary person, it represented a lifetime of savings. Furthermore, Charlotte conveyed another piece of news that left Zhao Chen utterly astonished. The anticipated value could reach 600,000 star coins. 600,000 star coins? Is that truly so? Zhao Chen gasped in surprise. Charlotte elaborated, though these 35 starships are outdated, if sold, their value would be no less than 6 million star coins. Reflecting on this, it seemed plausible that the remnants of a pirate fleet originally worth 6 million star coins could indeed yield approximately 600,000 star coins. Indeed, the Xiaolong star system appears to lack industrial facilities for processing the remnants of these starships. Zhao Chen, in a state of resignation, cradled his head in despair, lamenting the backwardness of the Xiaolong star system, which is devoid of any substantial resources. The technological level remains stagnant at Tier 1. For now, the wreckage of these starships shall be left here, as there is no one to claim them. The Zero Storm and the Tier 2 Hive Queen are prepared to embark, engaging in warp travel towards the core region of the Xiaolong star system. It is imperative that I reciprocate in kind. With a vacant gaze, Zhao Chen's eyes were filled with an air of indifference. The moment to cleanse the Xiaolong star system has arrived. Although this cleansing may potentially destabilize the very foundations of the system, considering the numerous families entangled in the interests of the Xiaolong star system. Chapter 45. I, Zhao Chen, have returned. The Xiaolong star system comprises 1 sun, 12 planets, 5 dwarf planets, 400,000 asteroids, and 77 moons, along with over 400 periodic comets. Based on their habitability index, these celestial bodies are categorized into 3 classifications: high-quality habitable planets, low-quality habitable planets, and substandard habitable planets. High-quality habitable planets, as the name suggests, possess an environment that is highly conducive to life due to either natural or artificial modifications. Low-quality habitable planets indicate the presence of certain hazardous elements detrimental to life, yet they remain suitable for habitation. Substandard habitable planets present a more complex scenario. Some interstellar species can reside there, while the vast majority require specialized equipment to survive or necessitate the construction of small artificial cities under energy shields. The Xiaolong star system is resource-poor, boasting only 1 high-quality habitable planet, 7 low-quality habitable planets, and 73 substandard habitable planets. These habitable celestial bodies encompass planets, dwarf planets, satellites, and asteroids. The Xiaolong star system boasts a population of 500 million, predominantly composed of humans, with the remaining inhabitants being humanoid interstellar races. The primary star of the Xiaolong system is known as Xiaolong Prime, the abode of most of the nobility in this system and the sole high-quality habitable planet. Presently, a peculiar atmosphere envelopes the entirety of Xiaolong Prime. All space elevators have ceased operations, and starships within the near-Earth orbital spaceport of Xiaolong Prime are strictly prohibited from departing. These decrees seem to herald the occurrence of a significant event. At the Bao family estate, the family patriarch sits in the hall, surrounded by anxious descendants awaiting his command. Patriarch, may we launch an assault on the Zhao family estate? One of the younger members can no longer contain himself. Observing the composed demeanor of the patriarch, many within the Bao family deem him excessively cautious. The worthless baron is presumably dead beyond any hope of revival. Why waste precious time in this manner? Yet, without the patriarch's consent, none dare to act hastily. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away lies the most idyllic location on Xiaolong Prime, the residence of the Zhao family. Unlike the technological aesthetic of other structures, the Zhao estate is crafted from wood, elegantly perched upon the mountains, exuding an ancient charm. In this tranquil abode, however, the faces of the Zhao family members are ashen. Some have already succumbed to despair, weeping uncontrollably. It is over, it is over. Today marks the complete demise of our Zhao family. Had I known, I would have accompanied my cousin to leave the Xiaolong star system. Wandering in a foreign land feels akin to awaiting death here. Alas, my poor child, born only to face such a fate. At this moment, an elderly woman, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, slowly emerged, striking the ground forcefully with it. What a pitiful sight! What do they amount to, these children of the Zhao family? She exclaimed in anger. Beside her stood a crimson-haired woman. Madame Zhao. The faction led by the Bao and Cui families has now completely sealed off the main star of Xiaolong, gaining control over the patrolling fleets. Moreover, there are rumors. They have hired a band of pirates to ambush Zhao Chen and Zhao Wan. This is tantamount to ensuring the annihilation of our Zhao clan. A middle-aged man lamented. The entire communication network of the Xiaolong main star has been shut down. Even if we wish to seek assistance, our calls go unanswered. Today, it seems our Zhao family faces extinction. Another woman, cradling her child, wept bitterly. The elderly matron observed the distraught faces around her, her ire causing her to gasp. Zhang Hong, is there still no way to reach Shaoxia? Madame Zhao whispered. The crimson-haired woman shook her head. The young lady remains unreachable. I attempted to persuade her, but after our last communication, there has been no word. I cannot ascertain her current situation. Xiao Hong, you originally concealed your identity, now appearing openly within the Zhao family. This. Madame Zhao expressed her concern for the young woman before her. My task has always been to protect the Zhao family. The life of Zhang Hong was saved by the eldest young lady. Thus I am bound to fulfill this mission. Today, I stand with the Zhao family in life and death, the red-haired woman declared calmly. This red-haired individual is Zhang Hong, the covert sentinel left by the eldest sister of the Zhao family in the Xiaolong star system. Aware that her current mission as a sentinel had lost its significance, she resolutely made her way to the Zhao family, preparing for a final showdown. At that moment, a tremendous explosion resonated from above. Instinctively, everyone looked up. A starship was plummeting from the atmosphere, engulfed in flames, with visible damage across its hull. It was a T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate. Zhang Hong instantly recognized the fallen starship. The T-1 Vulture-class frigate crashed into the distant ocean, the impact stirring massive waves that surged forth, creating a tsunami that swept across the area. Fortunately, there were no populated regions nearby. Look, it seems there is fierce combat occurring in space, remarked a keen-eyed member of the Zhao family, noticing the intermittent flashes of red light beyond the atmosphere. Who could be battling outside the Xiaolong main planet? This question lingered in everyone's minds. Could it be that the interstellar pirates have clashed with the forces of the Bao and Cui families? Someone murmured. Activate the energy shield of the Zhao residence. The battle mechs promptly took their positions. At this moment, Zhang Hong stepped forward, issuing commands. Soon, a luminous barrier enveloped the entire Zhao estate. While implementing energy shield technology on the ground is relatively straightforward, adapting it for use on starships represents a monumental leap in technological advancement. 30 T-1 battle mechs manifested around the Zhao family estate, representing the last vestige of their combat power. Although it was acknowledged that they stood little chance against an incoming starship, a cry pierced the air. Look, something is entering the atmosphere. A colossal silhouette was slowly descending, measuring an impressive 300 to 400 meters in length. Could it be a starship? Someone discerned its shape. It resembles a carrier starship. As the massive entity breached the atmosphere, the onlookers finally beheld its true form, only to be met with greater perplexity. This starship was unfamiliar, raising questions as to why it had appeared above the Dragonhawk homeworld. Suddenly, a voice resonated across the land, akin to a thunderous proclamation, emanating from the carrier starship. Chapter 46. If the living cannot be summoned, the dead will suffice. With the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship entering the atmosphere of the Dragonhawk homeworld, a multitude of interstellar drones were deployed. The combat prowess of these drones was overwhelming, easily dominating the surface. Ordinary battle mechs stood no chance against them, as they could effortlessly circumnavigate the planet in mere 10 minutes. Within the bridge of the T2 Queen B, a list lay before Zhao Wanner, a task entrusted to her by Zhao Chen. Following the T2 Queen B's entry into the Dragonhawk homeworld, she was to invite all individuals listed to the Zhao family estate. Zhao Wanner recalled Zhao Chen's words, "If the living cannot be summoned, the dead will suffice." This list naturally comprised all families that had supported the assassination plan alongside the Bao and Chui families. The recently deployed interstellar drones were headed directly towards the residences of those families, intent on inviting them. "Sister Charlotte, you shall command this starship shortly while I embark on the shuttle to the Zhao family estate," Zhao Wanner declared. "Very well, I shall take care of things here," Charlotte replied with a nod. "However, just to be cautious, I will arrange for a squadron of interstellar drones to follow you remotely, ensuring your safety." "Understood," Zhao Wanner responded before departing the bridge and making her way to the hangar to board the shuttle. The shuttle, essentially a small interstellar transport vessel, typically accommodates between 3 to 10 individuals and possesses minimal cargo space, rendering it incapable of long-distance interstellar travel. As the interstellar warship could not land upon entering the planet's atmosphere, it was customary to transfer to such shuttles to reach the final destination. The shuttle was compact, roughly the size of a car, comfortably housed within the starship. At this moment, Zhao Wanner piloted the shuttle away from the T2 Queen B, gazing at the familiar landscape of the planet's surface, soon arriving at a serene mountainous region. From a distance, she could see a residence nestled amid the mountains, enveloped in a layer of energy shield, her destination the Zhao family estate. The shuttle hovered just outside the energy shield, where several combat mechs aimed their weapons at her. "I am Zhao Wanner, the third young lady of the Zhao family. The situation is under our control. You may deactivate the energy shield now," she called out through the shuttle's loudspeaker. Yet, there was no response from within. It appears that doubts regarding Zhao Wanner's identity persist. With a sense of resignation, Zhao Wanner activated the automatic hover mode and opened the front hatch of the shuttle, standing upright to allow those within the light screen to see her clearly. Shortly thereafter, the light screen descended. "It truly is the third miss. Just moments ago, I observed the shuttle of the third miss seemingly descending from that colossal aircraft carrier. Could it be that she has brought reinforcements?" Within the Zhao family estate, the previously anxious members were now filled with surprise and astonishment, all the while puzzled by the current situation. As the light screen darkened, Zhao Wanner piloted the shuttle directly into the courtyard of the Zhao family estate. She disembarked from the shuttle, and the Zhao family members immediately surrounded her. "Miss Wanner, what exactly is happening?" "Third Miss, a grave incident has occurred in the Xiaolong star system. The Bao and Chui families are planning to betray us and even intend to launch an attack on you." Zhao Wanner, observing the concerned faces surrounding her, replied directly, "The situation is now largely under control. As long as everyone remains within the Zhao estate, there is no danger." "How did you arrive here? Did you not encounter that band of interstellar pirates?" The matriarch of the Zhao family, leaning on her dragon-headed cane, emerged. The family members, who had been chattering around Zhao Wanner, fell silent, sensing the gravity of the moment. "My brother and I piloted 2 starships and have annihilated that fleet of interstellar pirates near Longwei Star," Zhao Wanner declared. Upon hearing this, the entire Zhao family erupted in excitement. "The fleet of interstellar pirates has been defeated?" "I have heard that the fleet of interstellar pirates consists of a full 35 starships, among which 5 are classified as T2 vessels. Could it be that merely 2 starships managed to annihilate them? This seems implausible." Most people are skeptical of Zhao Wanner's words. In truth, had she not experienced it firsthand, she would likely find it hard to believe herself. "Time is of the essence. as my brother is currently commanding the T2 Storm Zero to eliminate the starships aligned with the Bao and Chui families outside the Dragonhawk home planet. He has instructed me to lead the T2 Queen Bee to take control of the Dragonhawk home planet. Rest assured, Second Ant, everything is under our control. Zhao Wanner gazed respectfully at the venerable matriarch before her. This matriarch, in terms of status, holds a rank higher than that of Zhao Chen, the Lord, as she is the biological sister of Zhao Chen's grandfather. However, due to personal reasons, she has remained unmarried throughout her life and continues to live robustly to this day. The surrounding members of the Zhao family looked on with a mixture of astonishment. It is well known that this so-called waste baron of the Dragonhawk star system possesses little capability beyond reading. The notion that he could command starships in battle is laughable. Observing the incredulous gazes of those around her, Zhao Wanner's expression darkened. Second Ant, please wait a moment. My brother will arrive shortly, she said. After what felt like an eternity, nearly half an hour had passed. Suddenly, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before them. 2 interstellar warships plummeted from the atmosphere, their hulls engulfed in flames, bearing numerous signs of damage, with one even featuring a conspicuous gaping hole. They appeared to belong to the Bao and Chui families. It is the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer and the T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser. Someone recognized these 2 starships and exclaimed in astonishment. As the vessels plummeted, they collided with a desert and a mountain range, creating a significant shockwave upon impact. However, they did not affect the Zhao family estate. While the Zhao family was still in shock over this occurrence, a shuttle unexpectedly descended upon their residence. This shuttle was larger than the one belonging to Zhao Wanner. The hatch opened, and a squad of female soldiers clad in combat attire emerged. Following them was a man whom the Zhao family members knew all too well, Baron Zhao Chen of the Xiaolong star system. The female soldiers, armed with laser rifles, escorted Zhao Chen through the crowd of the Zhao family, their fierce gazes and menacing presence compelling the family to part ways. Zhao Chen disregarded the other Zhao family members and approached the elderly matriarch directly. He knelt on one knee, fists clasped. The unfilial descendant, Zhao Chen, has arrived late, causing the second matriarch distress. Chapter 47. The butcher Zhao Chen among the Zhao family. The individual Zhao Chen holds in the highest regard and closest affection is the second matriarch standing before him. When Zhao Chen was but a child, both of his parents had passed away, leaving him with only a distant elder sister and an infant younger sister. Furthermore, the majority of the Zhao family considered Zhao Chen to be a superfluous presence, for his birth had forced the Zhao family's eldest daughter, who could have become the head of the family and the baron of the Xiaolong star system, to leave for distant lands. Throughout Zhao Chen's childhood, it was the second matriarch who cared for him, akin to a loving grandmother and mother. Rise, rise, she urged gently. You are now a baron. How can you kneel before this old lady? The matriarch Zhao hastily supported Zhao Chen, her face filled with concern as she gazed at the young man before her. After more than a year apart, he had grown taller and stronger. Once Zhao Chen was steadied, he assisted the matriarch as they made their way indoors. You are advanced in years. You should not be wandering outside at this hour. How can I rest peacefully knowing your well-being is at stake? Zhao Chen remarked. The matriarch inquired with deep concern. I heard from Wanner that you have eradicated the interstellar pirate fleet and are currently assisting the Bao and Chui families in dealing with the remnants of their starships? Zhao Chen replied. Everything has been resolved. The 35 vessels of the Three-Claw Serpent pirate fleet were completely annihilated near Longwei Star. Additionally, I destroyed 16 starships controlled by the Bao and Chui families, consisting of 2 T2 and 7 T1 vessels. The remaining 7 T1 starships have all surrendered. With their fleet diminished, the Bao and Chui families can no longer stir up trouble. The Zhao family was profoundly astonished by Zhao Chen's casual announcement regarding what had previously loomed as a significant threat over the Xiaolong main star for 2 months. The matter had seemingly been resolved with but a few words from Zhao Chen. Jiang Hong, please contact all the nobles of the Xiaolong system. Within 5 hours, I want all the clan leaders to gather at the Zhao residence to meet with me. Inform them this is a baronial command. Those who dare to defy it shall face the consequences. Zhao Chen directed, casting a confident glance at Jiang Hong, who was meeting him for the first time. Jiang Hong hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing at Zhao Wanner. Jiang Hong, follow my brother's instructions, Zhao Wanner urged. Understood. Jiang Hong began to take charge of the matter. Chenner, are you prepared to handle this situation? Lady Zhao detected the implication in Zhao Chen's words. Zhao Chen nodded affirmatively. Lady Zhao then inquired, allow this old woman to be a bit meddlesome. What do you intend to do? It is high time for a thorough cleansing of the Xianglong star system, which has languished in decay for far too long, Zhao Chen replied. Lady Zhao gazed upon Zhao Chen, her withered hand caressing his cheek. You've grown up. Our Chenner has truly matured. Go forth, whatever you choose to do, you remain a baron of the Zhao family, and your grandmother supports you. Grandmother, the upcoming scene may not be suitable for your eyes. Perhaps you should step aside? Zhao Chen expressed his concerns. Lady Zhao laughed heartily, grasping her dragon-headed cane.
Chen.
Pursue your desires without hesitation. I have lived for over a century. What spectacles have I not witnessed? You may not know that when your grandfather ascended to lordship, I served as the deputy commander of the fleet in the Xianglong star system. I shall remain here today to observe how you manage to clear our ranks.
Wann.
Please assist me in bringing over that chair. Zhao Wanner looked at her brother, realizing that, unbeknownst to her, he had transformed from someone she once disregarded into her pillar of strength. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. Zhao Wanner entered the room and emerged with an ancient redwood chair adorned with dragon carvings, showing signs of age with cracks and faded hues. This chair belonged to Zhao Chen's great-grandfather, the founder of the Zhao family, and it was Lady Zhao's favorite. With her dragon-headed cane in hand, Lady Zhao settled into the redwood chair. At that moment, a fleet of interstellar drones materialized in the distant sky, seemingly carrying something beneath their bodies. Subsequently, a horrifying scene unfolded before the Zhao family. Several corpses were unceremoniously cast into the Zhao family estate by these drones, and a voice emanated from one of them. Reporting to the captain, the Chui family remains obstinately defiant, attempting to resist with force. As per your directive, the Chui residence has been obliterated, and all 225 members of the Chui clan have been exterminated. Here lie the remains of the Chui family patriarch and several high-ranking members. The Zhao family members closely scrutinized the lifeless bodies on the ground, and indeed, one bloodied head belonged to the head of the Chui family. A few women and children, overwhelmed by the sight, covered their mouths and retched. The acrid scent of blood assailed their senses. The patriarch of the Chui family had long deserved his fate. Those treacherous ingrates, had it not been for my father's benevolence in sheltering their ancestors and providing them sustenance, there would be no Chui family in the Xianglong star system. How despicable. Madame Zhao, unperturbed by the gruesome spectacle before her, vehemently berated the Chui family. Soon after, several more batches of interstellar drones arrived, either delivering corpses or captives. The living were ensnared in nets and unceremoniously dropped from several meters above into the Zhao family courtyard, barely clinging to life. The Zhao family recognized that all those brought forth were nobles who had, in one way or another, supported the Chui and Bao families. Suddenly, one individual suspended by the drones captured everyone's attention. Bao Daxian, the patriarch of the Bao family. Bao Daxian was drenched in blood, his eyes vacant, appearing utterly unhinged. He was treated the same way as the person before him, unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Chief Bao, I trust you are well, Zhao Chen remarked with a smile, gazing at the figure of Bao Daxian, who lay like a lifeless mass. Upon seeing Zhao Chen, Bao Daxian's fury ignited, and he bellowed, Zhao Chen, you beast, you devil! You have slaughtered my entire clan. I will never rest until I have my revenge. Even in death, I will not spare you. Hearing Bao Daxian's words, the Zhao family felt a tremor of fear. Another noble from the Xiaolong lineage had been nearly annihilated. Bao Daxian, it seems your audacity knows no bounds, Zhao Chen retorted mockingly. Who was it that orchestrated the assassination plot aimed at me and Zhao Wanner? Who secretly organized the ground troops, preparing to seize the Zhao family estate upon news of my demise? Fetch a pillar and bind Chief Bao to it. And those corpses as well. Tie them up too. Let us not leave them on the ground, lest they catch a chill, Zhao Chen declared with nonchalance. Before long, the once mighty head of the Bao clan, one of the three great noble families of the Xiaolong star system, found himself bound like livestock to a pillar. The Zhao matriarch observed this spectacle in silence. sipping her tea several times without uttering a word. At that moment, a shuttle arrived outside the Zhao estate, but it was unable to land due to the interception by interstellar drones, forced to remain in the courtyard. Report, the head of the Zhang family has arrived, a servant of the Zhao family announced. The Zhang family was the only one of the three great clans of the Xiaolong star system to have survived, and it was also the family of Zhao Chen's fiancée Zhang Shasha. Chapter 48. Zhao Chen's death list. Old Master Zhang Xiong, was now making his way into the Zhao estate, accompanied by his son and daughter. Father, is it true what you just said about the two starships annihilating the interstellar pirate fleet? Zhang Ziwen's whispered, the younger brother of Zhang Shasha. Beside him, Zhang Shasha wore a grim expression, biting her lip as if lost in troubling thoughts. The battlefield is at Longwei Star, where our collateral relatives are present. The news is absolutely credible. The wreckage of those interstellar pirate starships still drifts outside Longwei Star. Zhang Xiong replied solemnly. Sister, are both of those starships Zhao Chen's? Where did Zhao Chen procure such formidable vessels? Zhang Ziwen's inquired with curiosity. One is named Number 0 Blizzard, which Zhao Chen used to triumph in the Starship duel at the North Star Military Academy. The other carrier starship is unfamiliar to me, and I cannot provide further details, Zhang Shasha said quietly. Suddenly, a wave of a metallic scent assailed their senses. As they pondered the source of the bloodshed emanating from the Zhao family estate, the scene before them caused their pupils to dilate in shock. Stone pillars stood resolutely within the Zhao family's courtyard, each bound with a person, some alive, some barely clinging to life and others lifeless. They recognized the identities of these individuals, particularly the two among them who were either dead or alive, the patriarch of the Bao family and the patriarch of the Cui family, two of the three major families in the Xiaolong star system. Navigating through this forest of stone pillars, the trio approached the Zhao family members. Zhang Shasha gazed upon the man before her. He seemed unfamiliar. Despite his familiar appearance, his eyes, expressions, and the aura he exuded made her feel that the Zhao Chen she had known for over 20 years was an entirely different person from the one standing before her now. Zhang Xiong, accompanied by his children Zhang Ziwen and Zhang Shasha, was summoned to pay his respects to the esteemed baron. Zhang Xiong was the first to bow before Zhao Chen, with Zhang Ziwen and Zhang Shasha following suit. Uncle Zhang, you arrived quite early, Zhao Chen remarked with a smile, gazing at Zhang Xiong. Upon receiving the baron's message, I hastened to come, not daring to delay, Zhang Xiong replied, his head bowed, exuding an air of humility and sincerity. Are you aware of the rebellion involving the Bao and Cui families? Zhao Chen inquired, revealing the primary purpose of his visit. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Ziwen and Zhang Shasha, as if a blade were poised at their throats. Yes, Zhang Xiong responded. Then you were complicit? Zhao Chen asked flatly. Not at all, Zhang Xiong replied. I only learned of the rebellion a month ago, but by that time, the Xiong main star had already fallen under their control. The starships under my command had also been forcibly requisitioned. I wished to avoid association with them, yet I was powerless to thwart their actions, forced to witness the unfolding events helplessly. Fortunately, the Baron remained unscathed and managed to defuse the crisis. Zhang Xiong then shifted his tone, kneeling on one knee. However, I recognize that as a subordinate, my inaction regarding the betrayal of the Bao and Cui families renders me an accomplice. I, Zhang Xiong, am willing to accept any punishment the Baron deems fit, pleading only for the safety of my family. Zhang Shasha cast a worried glance at her father, then at the unfamiliar man. You bear no fault in this matter. I do not hold you accountable, Zhao Chen replied, redirecting the conversation. Please escort your children to the side. I must convene a noble assembly for the Xiong star system. No direct punishment was imposed upon the Zhang family regarding this matter. As time gradually passed, the number of corpses and prisoners within the Zhao family estate steadily increased, and the news attracted an ever-growing assembly of noble clan leaders. Each visitor, upon witnessing the gruesome scene in the Zhao family courtyard, displayed an expression of shock. Once everyone had arrived, Zhang Hong approached Zhao Chen and whispered to him. Zhao Chen surveyed the courtyard, noting that, apart from the living and deceased bound to the pillars, all the prominent nobles of the Xiaolong star system were present, totaling around 20 to 30 individuals. Among them, the most powerful was undoubtedly the Zhang family, the last remaining of the three great families. I have dealt decisively with the betrayal of the Bao and Cui families, Zhao Chen stated, gesturing toward the bloodied pillars. All those involved are now bound to those very stones. I am aware that many of you have previously questioned my authority as your leader, deeming me ineffectual. Zhao Chen continued, spreading his hands. However, I am indifferent to such opinions. You may discuss my worth as you please behind my back. Should you believe I am unworthy of your allegiance, you are free to depart from the Xiaolong star system in search of your own fortunes. I shall not hinder you. Zhao Chen's expression shifted, radiating a quiet authority. Yet, I harbor a deep disdain for duplicity, those who present one facade while concealing another. Having chosen this path, they must bear the consequences of their decisions. Zhang Hong, he called, at your service. Zhang Hong stepped forward. Zhao Chen produced a list. All families named herein that still draw breath shall be detained. The leaders will be executed, and the remaining family members will be dispatched to the mines for indefinite labor. The individuals present gazed upon Zhao Chen's list, their faces etched with terror. That was, indeed, a death list. As for the families not mentioned on the list, how many among you can genuinely claim to be untainted? Deep down, you are well aware. In the past, I have overlooked your minor misdeeds. From this day forward, remember that the Xiaolong star system belongs to the Zhao clan. Should you disagree, you are free to leave at once. Otherwise, I fear that one day you too may find yourselves inscribed upon these stone pillars. Zhao Chen turned away, presenting his back to the assembly. That concludes the meeting. Second Aunt, it is growing late, and we should dine. I have prepared dinner for you. I am certain you will enjoy it. Zhao Chen smiled as he assisted the elderly matriarch into the main house, appearing a stark contrast to the formidable figure he had just portrayed. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the courtyard exchanged glances, uncertain who would be the first to break the silence. One by one, they lowered their heads and departed from the Zhao residence. On the Zhang family's shuttle, Zhang Xiong spoke in a low tone, "Prepare yourselves. We shall relocate as a family." Relocate? Why? We possess numerous assets in the Xiaolong star system. Zhang Ziwen exclaimed in astonishment. With a heavy sigh, Zhang Xiong responded, "Did you not grasp the underlying message in Zhao Chen's words? He was issuing a warning. If we do not obediently surrender our assets, our family will meet the same fate as the Bao and Cui families. Without our holdings, we can start anew. Moreover, I have long since established footholds in other star systems. As interstellar merchants, we must adhere to the wisdom of having multiple safe havens. However, must we truly depart? Sasha is Zhao Chen's fiancée, and given the rapport between our families, we could wholeheartedly support Zhao Chen. Perhaps we might even rise to a position of prominence in the Xiaolong star system." Zhang Ziwen mused dreamily. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shasha lowered her head even further. Zhang Xiong regarded his daughter with a cold gaze and remarked, "Are you unaware of your sister's actions at the Beiji Starship Military Academy? Our ties with the Zhao family have long since frayed. If we involve ourselves in the rebellion alongside the Bao and Cui families this time, Zhao Chen would not hesitate to bind us to that stone pillar. While we still have the option, it would be wise to depart from here." Zhang Xiong peered through the porthole of the shuttle, gazing toward the Zhao family's direction. The Zhao family has a promising heir. Chapter 49. Establishing a new city amidst ruins. In the following days, Zhao Chen consolidated 7 surrendered T-1 starships. Previously, he had instructed Charlotte to procure 500 half-orc slaves at the Arctic Fox starport, of which 100 were assigned to the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier. Including the 100 half-orc slaves acquired at the Beiji Starship Military Academy, with 50 stationed aboard the Zero Storm, there remained 450 half-orc female crew members without formal assignments. They were temporarily tasked with managing these T-1 starships, overseeing the order within the Xiaolong star system, while also collecting the remnants of 35 starships from the Three-Claw Snake interstellar pirate fleet on the battlefield near Longwei Star. All these efforts rendered the Xiaolong star system seemingly tranquil, as everything returned to its usual state. However, the reality is that the Xiaolong star system has undergone a profound transformation. Once a noble family, the Zhao clan, marginalized for so long, has swiftly seized control of the entire Xiaolong star system overnight. The T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier, accompanied by interstellar drones and several battle mechs of the Zhao family, is tasked with consolidating the assets of the families listed on the death roster under Zhao's dominion. All these families have been classified as rebels, and their assets and properties have been confiscated by the Lord. The endeavor to manage these affairs consumed nearly a week's time. Young master, this is the wealth we have amassed from those rebellious nobles in recent days, Zhang Hong reported to Zhao Chen. Moreover, we have fully taken over their industries, and production has resumed to its former capacity. No one was more suitable than Zhang Hong to handle the affairs of the Xianglong star system, surpassing Zhao Wanner and Charlotte in this regard. Previously, she held a minor leadership position in the trade department, yet her extensive connections within the Xianglong star system rendered her exceptionally knowledgeable about its intricacies. Zhao Chen entrusted all these matters to Zhang Hong, who did not hesitate to accept the responsibility, as her mission was to safeguard the Zhao family's legacy. At this moment, they found themselves in the temporary office of Zhao Chen within the Zhao family estate. How much is the total value of these assets? Zhao Chen inquired. In total, over 600,000 star coins, Zhang Hong replied. She continued, additionally, dozens of noble families, including the Zhang family, have migrated from the Xianglong star system within this week. The legacies left behind by those families have all been gathered by us, and some of the possessions they could not take with them naturally became part of the Zhao family. Those items hold a value of 100,000 star coins. Once again, with another 100,000 star coins, that amounts to a total of 700,000 star coins. Zhao Chen could not contain his joy. It seemed his T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was within reach. Second young master, are you truly going to let the Zhang family and those noble families depart? Is that appropriate? Previously, your list had already eliminated half of the noble powers within the Xiaolong star system, including the influential Bao and Cui families. Now, with the Zhang family also departing and taking along a number of noble families, the remaining noble families in the Xiaolong star system are less than 20% of what they once were. Zhang Hong looked at Zhao Chen with concern. Allowing those noble families to leave is indeed a significant loss for the Xiaolong star system. Those willing to stay will remain without us needing to say anything. As for those who wish to leave, it is futile to try to stop them, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. This way they depart cleanly, sparing me the sight of their hypocritical countenance, which might provoke me to take their heads.
Zhang Froned.
Second young master, have you considered the Xiaolong star system? After all this turmoil, its already meager resources have. The Xiaolong star system has always been a dire situation. How could it possibly be worse than it already is? Zhao Chen said, spreading his hands in a gesture of acceptance. Rather than entangling ourselves in the murky affairs of the Zhao family, it would be better to dismantle and rebuild anew. Establishing a city upon the ruins is far simpler than transforming a decayed one. Applause erupted. Zhao Chen and Zhang Hong turned their gazes, witnessing the venerable matriarch Zhao emerging with the aid of her cane. What a splendid notion to construct a new city upon the remnants. How remarkable it is to rise anew from ruin. Zhang Hong, I believe Chun'er speaks the truth. Rather than lingering with that group of families, it would be wiser to expel them all and start afresh. Seeing the matriarch's stance, Zhang Hong found herself unable to dispute, yet her heart remained unconvinced by Zhao Chen's methods. Second aunt, why have you come out again? Zhao Chen approached, assisting the elder to a seat. He nodded, indeed. It is already late September, and the academy commences in early October. We will require 2 weeks to traverse the outskirts of the Xiaolong star system. Although I have already secured a leave of absence, the academy maintains strict assessments. Failure to meet the academic requirements would preclude passing at the end of the term. Indeed, education is paramount. It is regrettable that our Xiaolong star system lacks a stargate. Otherwise, our journey would be considerably easier. The matriarch sighed deeply. The absence of a stargate has long been a lament for the Xiaolong star system. Current stargate technology mandates the establishment within a binary star system, yet Xiaolong possesses but a solitary star, rendering the construction of a stargate impossible. The stargate remains an insurmountable obstacle in Zhao Chen's plans for the Xiaolong star system, and within the system's marketplace, there exists no technology that meets the necessary criteria. Only by upgrading them all to T3 and placing our hopes on those T3 commodities can we find a way forward. After a casual conversation, old Madame Zhao patted Zhao Chen's shoulder, saying, "Chunner, you have grown up. Whatever you wish to pursue, do so with confidence. Your second grandmother supports you. As you mentioned earlier, the current situation in the Xiaolong star system is a complete mess. It cannot possibly get any worse." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Once old Madame Zhao departed, only Zhao Chen and Zhang Hong remained in the room. "Zhang Hong, I am aware that you have always harbored discontent towards me. You believe that the rightful occupant of the lordship of the Xiaolong star system should be my elder sister, not me, correct?" Zhao Chen gazed at Zhang Hong, whose expression remained impassive. "Indeed," she replied without flinching. Zhang Hong fell silent. Zhao Chen continued to look at her intently. "Warner and I plan to leave the day after tomorrow. At that time, I will leave you with 200 half-orc crew members, and those 71 starships will also be at your disposal, allowing you full command. All affairs of the Xiaolong star system will be entrusted to you. Before I depart, I shall announce that you are the acting lord of the Xiaolong star system. To meet you is to meet me." Zhang Hong was taken aback. She had not anticipated Zhao Chen would make such arrangements. Knowing full well that her loyalty did not lie with him, he still chose to entrust the Xiaolong star system to her. Chapter 50. I seek to achieve food freedom. I have also learned of Zhang Hong's background. She was a young girl discovered by the eldest daughter of the Zhao family during her travels to other planets in different star systems. At that time, she was found staring blankly at her deceased mother, having starved to the point of being unable to cry. It was the eldest daughter of the Zhao family who took Zhang Hong in and gave her mother a proper burial. Since then, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family has treated Zhang Hong as if she were her own sister, teaching her to read and write, imparting various forms of knowledge. Gradually, Zhang Hong's innate talents began to manifest. She grasped many subjects with remarkable swiftness and exhibited exceptional managerial skills. In fact, for many years, she had been discreetly managing certain affairs of the Xiaolong star system on behalf of the Zhao family, with orders relayed by the matriarch Madame Zhao. Zhao Chen was merely a nominal lord. The eldest daughter of the Zhao family had long ago entrusted the responsibilities to Zhang Hong. Over time, Zhang Hong became adept at handling diverse matters. Most importantly, she harbored unwavering loyalty towards the Zhao family, particularly to the family that raised the eldest daughter. Presently, Zhao Chen found himself devoid of capable talents. Remaining in the Xiaolong star system was not a viable option, given its stark barrenness. Charlotte, a general, was proficient in commanding starships in battle, but governance of the Xiaolong star system was beyond her expertise.
Tu, Zhao Chen chose Zhangong.
A woman who was not entirely compliant. "Are you willing to entrust the management of the Xiaolong star system to me?" Zhang Hong inquired, expressing her doubts. Zhao Chen nodded. "I entrust it to you. I have complete confidence." At that moment, Zhang Hong found herself at a loss for words. Zhao Chen then began to articulate his plans. For the Xiaolong star system to rise and flourish, 3 pivotal opportunities were necessary. The first, the stargate. A star system devoid of a stargate lacks prospects for development. This issue cannot be resolved in the short term, yet I shall seek a solution. The second, industry. The Xiaolong star system has long been confined to a rudimentary T1 technological industry, merely sustaining its self-sufficiency. In fact, emergencies on those planets often lead to dire situations of starvation. If memory serves, the Galactic Alliance employs a rating system based on the living conditions of a star system, ranging from 0 to 10. Our Xiaolong star system regrettably holds a dismal rating of merely 0. 3, significantly below the average of 5. Hence, it is imperative that we cultivate a promising industry, one that possesses advantages in external trade. Only through such means can we attract external funding to develop the Xiaolong star system. I have already devised a plan for this, though it requires a bit of preparatory time. The third point pertains to the establishment of a new order. The old aristocracy has mostly vanished, leaving a void. The Xiaolong star system stands in need of a fresh order. Despite my disdain for the nobility, the presence of prominent families is still essential. I trust you can manage this task. As Zhao Chen expounded on these matters, Zhang Hong regarded the first 2 points as mere fantasies, utterly unattainable. However, she found herself in agreement with the third point, recognizing that the Xiaolong star system is in dire need of a new order and system. The task entrusted to me by the young lady is to safeguard the Xiaolong star system and the Zhao family in her absence. Zhang Hong cast a cold glance at Zhao Chen, asserting, I do this not for you, but for the young lady. This woman still exhibited a touch of pride at that moment. After a straightforward agreement was reached, Zhang Hong took her leave. Zhao Chen activated a handheld terminal, projecting a holographic map of the Xiaolong star system, contemplating the expanse of this celestial domain. Zhao Chen raised his hand, as if to caress the vast expanse of the starry sky. Since this was your previous wish, allow me to fulfill it for you, he seemed to murmur, adorned with a gentle smile. He then accessed the system interface. Host. Zhao Chen occupation. Elite Starship Engineer special attributes. Fleet luck bonus. Eye of Insight points. 1100 mission points. 8 number of starships. 2 current missions. None warehouse. T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser blueprint, T1 Wolf Lice-class medium interstellar destroyer blueprint, T2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier blueprint, T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship blueprint. Presently, he possessed 1100 system points and 8 mission points. He then examined the prerequisites for upgrading the system mall. T2 system mall upgrade requirements. First condition. Exchange for 2 T2 level items. 1-2. Second condition. Complete 2 C-level system missions. 1-2. Third condition. Spend 2,000 system points for mall upgrade. 1100 2,000. Zhao Chen's countenance darkened. It seemed his meager savings were wholly insufficient for upgrading the T2 system mall. Very well, let us tackle the upgrade conditions one by one, he resolved. The third condition could wait, and the second condition's C-level missions relied on chance. Thus, he decided to focus on the first condition, exchanging for 2 T2 level items. Having previously exchanged for the T2 Queen Bee, he was now only 1 item short. Conveniently, he had already contemplated which item to pursue. I recall having seen it before. Where could it be? Zhao Chen rummaged through the system's marketplace, specifically the T2 product section. At long last, he discovered a product he had previously encountered, T2 Bronze Eden-class Starship Technical Blueprint. Due to the redemption status, he was unable to access detailed data, but a brief introduction was available. T2 Bronze Eden-class Starship, a support-type starship capable of conducting agricultural, forestry, livestock, and fishery operations in an infinite cycle without resource consumption. In simpler terms, this represented an interstellar farm, ranch, forest, and fishery, all without incurring costs. Would you like to consume 400 system points and 3 task points to redeem the T2 Bronze Eden-class Starship Technical Blueprint? Confirmed. Congratulations on acquiring the T2 Bronze Eden-class Starship Technical Blueprint. Remaining system points, 700. Remaining task points, 5. Zhao Chen immediately began to peruse the data regarding the starship. The T2 Bronze Eden, as described, was a support-type starship capable of traversing the cosmos, utilizing nutrients derived from cosmic particles to endlessly cultivate agricultural, forestry, livestock, and fishery resources within the starship itself. In essence, it allowed for the cultivation of crops and rearing of livestock without depleting any resources. Although the Galactic Alliance had researched similar technology, its cost-effectiveness far surpassed traditional crop cultivation on planets, yet it had never been commercialized or mass-produced. However, Zhao Chen's situation was different. The construction cost of a single T2 Bronze Eden was a mere 3 million star coins. Comparatively, this might seem somewhat steep. After all, the construction cost of the T2 Queen Bee is merely 1,500,000 star coins, which is a twofold difference. However, the crux lies in the fact that the monthly crop yield from the T2 Bronze Eden is approximately valued at 1 million star coins, depending on the type of crops cultivated. This yield is sufficient to meet the sustenance needs of at least 1 million individuals. By this calculation, constructing 500 T2 Bronze Edens would eradicate the food crisis in the Xiaolong star system. Moreover, natural crop food has consistently been a hard currency in interstellar trade. In the future, it could also become a significant component of the Xiaolong star system's foreign interstellar commerce. This is precisely why Zhao Chen had previously mentioned his second point to Zhang Hong. He had long been planning this. His ambition is to achieve food freedom. Chapter 51. The uniform of the female soldier T2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier. Bridge. This marks Zhao Chen's first time aboard the bridge, aside from its construction. It is considerably more spacious than the Zero Storm's bridge. Zhao Chen surveyed his surroundings and promptly took a seat in the captain's chair.
Zhao Wan er.
The nominal captain of the T2 Queen Bee offered no further remarks, as this was Zhao Chen's vessel. Shall we set off ahead of schedule? We can travel at maximum warp speed towards the Arctic Fox star system, Zhao Wanner inquired. Yes, this time we need not wait for the Zero Storm. We shall depart first and rendezvous at the Arctic Fox starport, Zhao Chen replied. Have you ensured that you brought everything you were instructed to? Zhao Wanner confirmed. All the supplies, worth a total of 700,000 star coins, that were seized from the nobles are already stored in the T2 Queen Bee's cargo hold. The remnants of the Triclaw Serpent interstellar pirate fleet are being transported to the Arctic Fox star system by the Zero Storm. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. This represents substantial funding for Starship construction. I never anticipated that you would truly let the Zhang family go, Zhao Wanner remarked, somewhat surprised as she gazed at Zhao Chen. He chuckled. What else could I do? Annihilate the Zhang family as well? According to Zhang Hong's intelligence, although the Zhang family is aware of the plans of the Bao and Cui families, they have remained mere spectators, not engaging in the fray. In my quest for authority over the Xiaolong star system, I needed to assert my dominance, thus I eliminated the Bao, Cui, and several other families. However, no one wishes to be ruled by a senselessly bloodthirsty lord. Excessive slaughter would ultimately be counterproductive. Therefore, I chose to spare the Zhang family, but I will ensure they vacate my territory. Zhao Wanner nodded in understanding. She had initially thought Zhao Chen might seize this opportunity to confront Zhang Shasha's family. Yet, astonishingly, he had never once mentioned her name. Let us prepare to depart, Zhao Chen said, stepping into the hibernation pod. The T2B King's hibernation pod was far superior to that of the Zero Storm, boasting an aesthetically pleasing design and enhanced comfort. Even the infused blue liquid exuded a subtle fragrance. Gradually, Zhao Chen began to drift into slumber. As the T2B King entered a state of warp travel, it prepared to traverse the interstellar boundary, heading towards the Arctic Fox star system. Arctic Fox starport. Greetings, Mr. Zhao Chen. I am the personnel in charge of Arctic Fox starport, designated CC-11. It is an honor to serve you once again. The woman greeted with a smile from the video window. Please arrange for me another Starship workshop similar to the previous one, and temporarily reserve it for 2 months. Additionally, I will provide you with a materials order worth 2 million star coins. I need you to procure the specified materials as swiftly as possible. Lastly, please book a ticket to the North Star Starship Military Academy for me, Zhao Chen stated. Understood. I have already secured a large Starship workshop, the same one you utilized last time. Furthermore, the ticket to the North Star Starship Military Academy has been booked. It is a first-class ticket on a T2 interstellar cruise ship for tomorrow afternoon. Is that acceptable? The female manager inquired with a smile. That will suffice, Zhao Chen replied, promptly transferring 210,000 star coins from his account. Initially, Zhao Chen had only 190,000 star coins left, but after plundering 700,000 star coins from the noble families of the Tyrant Dragon star system, he now possessed a total of 260,000 star coins. Even after this expenditure, he still retained a substantial sum of 50,000 star coins. I will be at your service 24/7, she said, casting a flirtatious glance before reluctantly concluding the video communication. After all, he was her significant benefactor. A ticket? Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chen in disbelief, uncertain of his intentions. The T2 Honeybee, having undergone a week of warp travel, equipped with its 4th-level warp engine, arrived at the Arctic Fox starport a full week ahead of the Zero Storm. Coincidentally, it was the last day of September. Zhao Chen gently patted Zhao Wanner's head, reassuring her, do not worry. Your brother knows what he is doing. The T2 Queen slowly glided into the Starship workshop where it was originally constructed. Although one T2 Queen was now stationary, there remained ample space to either dock or fabricate several more starships. With the raw material orders yet to arrive, there was a perfect opportunity for idleness. Let us wander through the Arctic Fox starport. During our previous visit, we were so preoccupied with the construction of this T2 Queen that we hardly explored the place, suggested Zhao Chen. Sounds wonderful, Zhao Wanner replied with delight. Subsequently, Zhao Chen summoned a squad of half-orc female guards, arranged by Charlotte, and the 7 of them boarded an unmanned vehicle, departing from the Starship workshop and entering the interior of the Arctic Fox starport. The interior of the Arctic Fox starport resembled a sprawling city, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, provided one possessed sufficient wealth. By the way, it seems my crew lacks a uniform attire, Zhao Chen mused, observing the 5 half-orc female guards beside him, clad in nothing more than the most ordinary of garments, which had been complimentary from the slave trader upon their acquisition. Since you haven't acquired any new clothing this year, let us purchase some new outfits, and I shall also order a batch of crew uniforms, he proposed. I have my academy uniform, Zhao Wanner replied, her expression one of surprise. As they journeyed, a figure cloaked in black, head bowed, staggeringly approached Zhao Chen and his companions. The half-orc female guards, ever vigilant, swiftly positioned themselves in front of Zhao Chen. The figure collided with one of the guards and immediately began to apologize, the voice revealing itself to be a hoarse female tone. Apologies. My sincerest apologies. And then she immediately departed. Zhao Chen watched the figure retreat until it vanished around the corner. What transpired? Zhao Wanner observed the peculiar demeanor of Zhao Chen, who replied, "It's nothing. Let us proceed to purchase some garments." Inside the clothing store, Zhao Chen fixated on several outfits before him, his expression fraught with indecision. The form-fitting uniform, the maid outfit, the bunny girl ensemble. If only the female crew members aboard his starship donned such attire. The imagery was simply too exquisite, yet he dared not entertain such thoughts. He would simply have this design custom-made as per my sketches. Zhao Wanner promptly illustrated several designs beside him, shattering Zhao Chen's delightful reverie. Suddenly, Zhao Chen noticed a familiar silhouette outside the store, accompanied by several furtive figures lurking behind. "Wanner, please wait here. You two stay behind, and the 3 of you accompany me." Zhao Chen abruptly departed the clothing store with 3 half-beast female guards, vanishing into the throng. Chapter 52. Interstellar Succubus. Not far from the clothing store, within a secluded and abandoned underground passage, a multitude of figures emerged from the shadows. They were all women, sporting short horns atop their heads, diminutive wings protruding from their backs, and even slender tails extending from their posteriors. Sister Lilith. The girls encircled the figure cloaked in black. As the figure lowered her hood, her exquisite features were revealed. Though smeared with what appeared to be a muddy black substance, her allure remained undeniable. Like these girls, she too bore black horns atop her head. "Are you hungry? Here, I have found some food for you. Please eat first." Lilith produced a box filled with a viscous green substance. This is synthetic food. Although the taste leaves much to be desired, the sight of it compelled the girls to eagerly grasp it and feed it to their mouths, revealing their prolonged hunger. Watching the children devour the food, Lilith couldn't help but swallow hard. Regrettably, today she had set her sights on a wealthy target, but the man's vigilant guards had left her with no opportunity to act. "Sister Lilith, you should eat some too," urged a small girl, appearing to be around 13 or 14, as she cradled a portion of the green synthetic food and gazed at Lilith. With a gentle smile, Lilith replied, "I have already eaten outside, so I am not hungry. You all should enjoy it." The little girl blinked and began to voraciously consume the food herself. Lilith turned away, her hand resting on her flat stomach. In truth, she had not consumed anything at all, for the meager amount of food she had pilfered today could only satisfy the needs of the group. If she were to partake, there would not be enough for everyone. She could forgo a meal, but she could not bear to witness her kin endure hunger. Observing the bowl of green, viscous synthetic food, it was soon emptied. Even the bottom of the container licked clean. With a sigh, she realized she would have to venture out to hunt once more. At that moment, the faintest sound of footsteps reached her ears. Yet it was still enough for Lilith to detect. She immediately turned towards the direction from which she had come and called out sharply, "Who goes there?" Indeed, I had not been mistaken. This young lady is undoubtedly a succubus. How astute you are, dear brother, to surmise that this succubus is not alone, and by tracing the threads, one might uncover others of her kind. I never anticipated there to be so many. Currently, the market value of a well-preserved succubus is said to exceed 1,000 star coins, and the one before us could very well be worth 10,000. 7 men emerged from the shadows, wielding blades and similar weapons. Within the confines of the starport, regulations prohibit the carrying of any firearms in the designated trade areas. Thus they bore only cold weapons. The 7 men sneered as they surveyed the succubus before them, along with the terrified succubi huddled together behind her. Succubi are among the rarest interstellar species, devoid of males and capable of asexual reproduction. Each succubus is an extraordinarily alluring creature, originally inhabiting an untroubled planet. However, once discovered, their enchanting forms quickly attracted the attention of humanoid predators. The planet inhabited by the succubi soon erupted into a war of invasion, as the succubi were inherently weak, leading to the eventual fall of their world. Most succubi perished in battle or were captured, while the remaining few fled their home planet aboard starships, embarking on a protracted journey of wandering. During their plight, the succubi gradually dispersed. In the black market, the price for a single succubus can reach into the thousands of star coins, and those of exceptional beauty may command tens of thousands. Many nobles take pride in possessing a succubus slave, yet due to extensive hunting, sightings of succubi have become exceedingly rare. Who could have imagined that within the abandoned conduits of this starport resided dozens of succubi? A veritable treasure trove. You must leave at once, Lilith exclaimed, drawing forth a dagger and assuming a combat stance. The succubi behind her began to flee in haste. No way you're getting away. The men surged forward. Lilith brandished her dagger, but it was evident that her combat prowess was lacking. Before long, the weapon was wrested from her grasp by one of the men. Little girl, I advise you not to resist. Instead of languishing here, allow me to sell you to the nobles, and you shall live in luxury, far removed from this suffering. The man sneered, gripping Lilith's arm tightly. Who would ever want to be a captive of scoundrels like you? I would rather die than allow you to succeed. Lilith bit down fiercely on the man's arm. In retaliation, he delivered a brutal kick to her abdomen. Lilith was sent sprawling to the ground, clutching her belly in agony. Let go of me, Sister Lilith. Save me. A cry arose from a fleeing companion behind her. Gritting her teeth, Lilith raised her head, only to find that 4 or 5 individuals blocked the exit at the other end of the conduit, already capturing her comrades. It was clear they were part of the same gang. Hey, why did you strike her so harshly? If you injure her, we won't get a good price. Another man shouted in protest. The man who had been bitten scoffed and approached Lilith, adding, if we can't sell her, we might as well enjoy her ourselves. Having lived for so many years, I have yet to experience the allure of a succubus. It is said that indulging in such an encounter, even at the cost of a decade of life, is a worthwhile exchange. With those words, the man approached Lilith, planting one foot firmly upon her back while grasping her hair with the other, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Tonight, I shall savor the renowned flavor of the succubus, he declared. Lilith, held by her hair, lifted her head despite the physical pain, which paled in comparison to the anguish within her heart. She was acutely aware of the fate that awaited her and her companions after being captured. After years of fleeing, barely clinging to life, she questioned, why did they, the succubi, lack the right to exist equally? Was it merely because of their beauty? Lilith seethed with hatred for this cursed universe, for those who invaded her home planet, and for the man before her. If only someone could rescue them, she would willingly sacrifice everything, even her life. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the pipes. Initially, it was thought to be another escaping succubus, but soon it became clear that something was amiss. A figure emerged from the darkness. Such a lively gathering. Do not mind if I join in, he remarked. Chapter 53. Lilith the succubus Zhao Chen observed the lively scene within the underground pipes, a smile gracing his lips, as 3 female soldiers vigilantly surrounded him for protection. Who are you? The man standing over Lilith demanded, his hands beginning to gesture ominously behind him. The companions who had been apprehending succubi began to close in, one by one. The man felt humiliated, furiously pointing at Zhao Chen. You kid, I warn you. Behind me stands the Black Fox Society of the Arctic Fox Starport. If you leave now, I may pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you cannot depart from the Arctic Fox Starport. The mention of the Black Fox Society, reminiscent of a criminal syndicate, elicited a dismissive chuckle from Zhao Chen as he shook his head lightly and extended his palm. The Black Fox Society you speak of may indeed possess some influence. However, Do you truly believe that you and your companions will leave this place alive? The man discerned the implication behind Zhao's words and promptly drew a dagger, while his compatriots brandished their weapons, forming a group of over a dozen. The 3 half-orc female soldiers immediately assumed a combat stance. Hold on. Let me take care of this myself, Zhao Chen interjected, stepping forward alone and beckoning with a finger. No more dilly-dallying. Let us settle this swiftly. You're seeking death, the man bellowed, commanding his allies to charge. They surged forward, but the narrowness of the underground passage permitted only 5 to advance side by side, limiting the assault to 3 who led the charge. Observing this, the 3 female soldiers gripped the daggers at their waists. General Charlotte had instructed them that regardless of the circumstances, the captain's safety should be their utmost priority. Yet, the captain had ordered them not to intervene, creating an internal conflict. They resolved to remain vigilant, ready to act the moment their captain was in peril. But then, an unexpected scene unfolded. Zhao Chen, taking the lead, deftly evaded the dagger wielded by the first assailant, and then delivered a powerful punch to the man's chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed. His sternum had shattered. Following this, Zhao Chen executed 2 flying kicks, propelling the other 2 assailants away with astonishing speed and fluidity, coupled with an overwhelming force. The 3 half-orc female guards were left in awe. His prowess was on par with the elite warriors of their kind. With a glint of combat fervor in his eyes, Zhao Chen felt invigorated after having been administered the T1 super soldier serum. During his time aboard the Starship, he had engaged in simulated combat, which revealed that his physical capabilities surpassed those of the majority of interstellar soldiers. However, the absence of real combat left him uncertain of his true strength. Had the half-orc female crew members been his opponents, their hesitation due to his rank as captain would have prevented them from unleashing their full might, leaving him reluctant to strike with force against them. Thus, he had been awaiting an opportunity to truly showcase his abilities. And now that moment had arrived. 3 minutes later, apart from the man, all his companions lay defeated on the ground, a third of them having succumbed to their injuries. Their demise was either due to lethal blows to the heart or their necks being severed by precise strikes. Zhao Chen's strength was simply too formidable for ordinary bodies to withstand. Please, don't come any closer. The man stammered, terror evident in his eyes as he retreated, ultimately turning to flee in panic. Zhao Chen retrieved a dagger from the ground and hurled it with precision. It struck the man squarely in the buttock. A piercing scream erupted from him as he collapsed beside Lilith, his body contorted in a peculiar manner. Zhao Chen expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "The accuracy is still lacking. I was clearly aiming for the head." Consumed by rage, she seized a small knife nearby and plunged it into the man's neck, blood splattering across her face. "You belong to the Succubus clan, do you not?" Zhao Chen remarked to Lilith, simultaneously signaling her 3 female guard soldiers to cleanse the battlefield, ensuring that none of the still-breathing foes would remain. For the half-orc female crew members, this was a commonplace occurrence. A swift strike meant a life extinguished. "Are you here to capture us as well?" Lilith questioned, pressing the dagger against her pale neck. "I would rather die than allow you to humiliate me." Zhao Chen shrugged and replied with a smile, "If you wish to die, then so be it. However, I harbor no intention of humiliating you. I merely saw members of the Succubus clan and was intrigued enough to come and observe." Lilith paused, perplexed by the man's true intent. "It is no longer safe here. If you do not mind, you may come aboard my starship. I can assure your safety," Zhao Chen offered. Lilith scrutinized Zhao Chen, wariness etched on her features. "How can I be certain that your intentions differ from theirs? If my intentions aligned with theirs, I could easily have captured you by now. Why waste words with you here?" Zhao Chen countered. "If you choose to reject my offer of goodwill, that is entirely your choice. We shall take our leave. Ultimately, someone will come to apprehend you shortly. Your demise will be swift, but it is a pity for your kin. There seem to be children among them." With that, Zhao Chen turned to depart. Lilith felt her vulnerability pierced as she glanced back at her terrified kin huddled together. Biting her crimson lip, she ultimately could not suppress her exclamation. "Hey, I am willing to go with you, as long as you can ensure the safety of my people and do not harm them. I can agree to any condition you set." Such words wield considerable power, especially when uttered by a captivating succubus. Clutching her kin, Lilith was uncertain whether her choice was right or wrong, but she deemed it better to take a gamble than await death in this place. Her gaze lingered on the man's silhouette, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Unbeknownst to her, the corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards. Chapter 54. This is not a starship. It is, quite evidently, paradise. The succubi, beyond their enchanting appearance and innate seductive talents, possess another defining trait. They are remarkably intelligent. While their physical prowess is modest, their mental acuity is exceptional. They excel in cerebral endeavors, adeptly managing numerous affairs and acquiring knowledge with remarkable speed. Yet, society tends to focus more on their captivating exterior. After all, there are many intelligent interstellar races. Without his permission, even those from the Arctic Fox starport are forbidden entry. Come forth. You are safe now, Zhao Chen called out after disembarking, addressing the several unmanned flying vehicles. Subsequently, one by one, the succubi cautiously descended from the vehicles, cloaked in garments that concealed their identities. This is my starship workshop, and this vessel is my starship. Zhao Chen introduced to the succubi, I am the captain of this starship. My name is Zhao Chen. I am Lilith, their leader. Lilith stepped forward, visibly anxious and timid, yet compelled to stand for her kin behind her. At that moment, a woman descended from another unmanned flying vehicle. It was Zhao Wanner. Zhao Wanner gazed in astonishment at the new faces before Zhao Chen, and upon closer inspection, she exclaimed, Succubi. Lilith immediately regarded the woman with caution. First, let us take them for a bath, then to the dining hall for a meal, and afterward, we shall provide them with clean clothing and accommodations. Understood, Zhao Wanner instinctively replied, yet soon realized the implications of her words. She pressed further, wait, you haven't explained where these succubi came from. Despite being a woman herself, Zhao Wanner was acutely aware of what succubi represented to men. Hey, what do you mean by abducted? I prefer to call it helping others. Zhao Chen retorted with an eye roll. I will elaborate on this matter later. It seems my batch of raw materials is arriving, so I must check on that. As for the garments we ordered earlier, you can take care of the arrangements. With that, Zhao Chen hurriedly departed, leaving Zhao Wanner and the group of succubi behind. What are succubi compared to the importance of Zhao Chen's starship? Thus, Lilith led her kin aboard the vast starship. I am Zhao Wanner, although I do not comprehend how you were brought here by that fellow. Rest assured, as long as I am here, he shall not inflict any harm upon you, Zhao Wanner asserted with unwavering confidence. I am called Lilith, the girl whispered softly. Her kin remained timidly huddled behind her, yet they gazed curiously at the splendid corridors of the starship. In contrast to the Zero Storm, the interior architecture of the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier was utterly exquisite, resembling a work of art. Upon her initial entrance, Zhao Wanner instantly fell in love with this starship. You all seem to carry a certain scent. Allow me to take you for a bath, Zhao Wanner remarked, glancing at Lilith. The expansive bathing area was enveloped in a steamy haze, with shower stalls equipped with shower heads lining either side, while a soaking tub occupied the center. Hurry and take your baths. Clean clothes are set aside for you. Once you are done, you may change on your own. I shall take you to dine shortly, Zhao Wanner instructed from the doorway of the bathhouse. All right. Lilith responded, still somewhat reserved, though several succubi could no longer restrain themselves and eagerly ventured into the shower stalls to relish the warm water. Warm water, indeed. It has been so long since I last enjoyed a hot bath. However, I wonder if using this much water will draw ire. I have heard that water resources aboard starships are quite precious. On a previous T2 starship I boarded, there were only 5 shower stalls, making it difficult to turn around, and each person had merely 3 minutes to bathe. Not to mention, it was not even this clean hot water, one of the succubi lamented. Lilith surveyed her surroundings, well aware that such a luxurious bathing facility was a rare find, especially for a succubus who once served aboard a starship in the Demoness Kingdom. Rest assured, the water is abundant. Our starship employs the most advanced cosmic particle collection technology to gather water molecules. Zhao Wanner's voice echoed from outside, dispelling their concerns entirely. The succubi began to indulge in a relaxing bath, washing away the grime that clung to their delicate forms, each one a vision of allure. Had Zhao Chen been present at that moment, he would undoubtedly have been captivated, for the previous obscurity of their appearances in the underground pipes was now replaced by their radiant beauty, truly deserving of the admiration from humanoid males across the cosmos. After a brief interlude of 15 minutes, the succubi emerged, freshly bathed and adorned in clean attire. In truth, had they not been informed of a forthcoming meal, they would have relished the opportunity to luxuriate in that blissful sanctuary for the entire day. "Sister Lilith, will I have the chance to bathe here again?" A small succubus tugged at Lilith's arm, casting a hopeful glance at the bathing area behind them. Lilith, touched by the innocence in the little succubus's eyes, could not bear to deny her. She softly replied yes. Yet, she remained oblivious to the true intentions of the man named Zhao Chen, as well as the fate that awaited them. "Miss Warner, we are all finished bathing. Thank you for the garments. To be honest, our clothes are still quite wearable," Lilith said, a hint of shyness coloring her tone. However, the garments they wore had become utterly tattered and ill-fitting. During their days of flight, who could afford to concern themselves with attire? As long as it provided modesty, that sufficed. Zhao Warner gazed upon the dozen or so succubi before her, her eyes widening in astonishment. "You all are exceptionally beautiful," she exclaimed enviously. The succubi possessed an innate allure, exuding an irresistible aura in every gesture and movement, an essence beyond their control. Thus, they were indeed born enchantresses. Lilith felt a flush rise to her cheeks, yet she was well accustomed to such gazes. Zhao Warner glanced at Lilith, then at herself, especially at her own modest bosom, feeling utterly dwarfed in comparison. Nevertheless, Zhao Warner was not lacking in beauty. She simply had yet to fully blossom and was of a distinctly different style than Lilith and her companions. Clearing her throat, she said, "Ahem. Let us proceed to dine." To dine. Zhao Warner shifted the subject, leading Lilith and the others to the Starship restaurant. Inside, she gestured towards the buffet. "Please help yourselves to whatever you desire, as long as there is no wastage." After her statement, none of the succubi stepped forward.
Zhao Warner,
Taken aback, looked over to see the succubi standing in a daze. A few were staring intently at a half-orc female crew member who was eating, making her quite uncomfortable. "Is this what you usually eat?" Lilith asked in astonishment. "Everything on this menu consists solely of natural foods, not synthetic fare," Zhao Warner replied nonchalantly. "Of course, feel free to indulge." Lilith inhaled the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, her heart marveling at the scene before her. This was not merely a starship. It was, without a doubt, paradise. Chapter 55, The Overindulgent Succubi. "I would like an order of dumplings. And, may I have a serving of that steak rice, please? Sister Lilith, don't forget the fruit, the legendary fruit." The succubi seemed like children who had never ventured outside, standing before the banquet table with uncontainable excitement. Observing her kin, Lilith felt a pang of sorrow within her heart. After placing their orders, the succubi continued to linger at the table, eagerly awaiting their meals. The chef behind the counter smiled and said, "You may take a seat and wait. Once your food is prepared, a mechanical waiter will bring it to you." A few minutes later, the first dish of rice was ready. "It's truly rice." The succubi gazed in disbelief at the fragrant bowl before them, and as they savored the grains, an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped their taste buds. Envious glances were cast by the others, but soon enough, their meals were also prepared. One by one, they began to devour their food with fervor, relishing a joy they had never known before. Gradually, one of the succubi began to weep as she ate. Lilith turned her attention to the small succubus, concern etched on her face. "Why are you crying? Is it not to your liking?" "It's not that it's bad. It's simply too delicious. But thinking about how I might not be able to eat like this again, I can't help but cry. Sister Lilith, I no longer wish to live as I did before, hiding and wandering." Enduring days of hunger, the small succubus said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lilith silently embraced the little succubus, remaining quiet for an extended period. The somber atmosphere proved contagious. As soon a significant number of succubi began to sob quietly while consuming their food. A petite succubus, carefully balancing a bowl nearly the size of her own face, timidly approached the dining table and stammered, may I have Another bowl? The bowl had been licked clean, as if it had just been washed. What did you say? Perhaps her voice was too soft, for the chef did not catch her words at first. The diminutive succubus lowered her head in embarrassment and murmured, half a bowl? Half a bowl would be fine. Oh, you wish to eat more, do you? No worries, Miss Zhao Wanner mentioned that you could eat as much as you like today, as long as there is no waste. Let me see. You ordered beef noodles, so please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly, the chef replied warmly. Over an hour later, several of them wore expressions of distress. What is happening to you all? Zhao Wanner inquired, casting a surprised glance at Lilith. Lilith, looking somewhat apologetic and shy, responded, I'm sorry, they couldn't control themselves and ate too much. A few of them have overindulged. As she spoke, she intentionally gathered her own slightly rounded belly. Burp. This is the first time I've felt. So this is what it feels like to be stuffed. A little succubus leaned back in her chair, her expression one of both pain and delight. Zhao Wanner chuckled softly. I will arrange for someone to bring you some digestive medicine shortly. Once you feel better, I will take you to see your dormitory. Thank you, Miss Wanner. Lilith expresses her heartfelt gratitude this time. She is acutely aware that the value of this meal far exceeds the total worth of the food she and her fellow succubi have consumed over the past several years. There is no need for thanks. It is merely a meal. Zhao Wanner has grown accustomed to the cuisine of the Starship restaurant, gradually finding it unremarkable, as if humans were inherently meant to consume such natural foods rather than those artificially manufactured. Do all crew members eat this? Lilith inquired. Zhao Wanner nodded and raised a finger, saying that guy Zhao Chen, who happens to be my brother, has established a dining standard of 10 star coins per month for the crew aboard this starship. 10 star coins. Upon hearing this dining standard, Lilith was taken aback. It seemed excessively extravagant. When she had glanced at the menu earlier, she noted that for 10 star coins, one could afford to dine here daily, provided it wasn't an everyday feast of lavish meats. This life seemed exceedingly blissful. I have another question, Lilith continued. From what I've observed since arriving, it appears that all the crew members on the starship are female, and aside from you and Captain Zhao Chen, they are all half-beast women. Lilith voiced her observation. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes and retorted, you should ask my brother about that. All these half-beast women were purchased as slaves from the black market. Slaves? Lilith exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the half-beast women in the restaurant, laughing and enjoying their sumptuous meals. Is this truly what one would call slaves? When did slaves receive such treatment? However, upon contemplating the presence of numerous women aboard a manned starship, she couldn't help but harbor some doubts regarding Zhao Chen's intentions. After several satiated succubi had rested, Zhao Wanner guided them towards their quarters. There are a total of 18 of you, correct? I shall arrange 5 dormitories, each accommodating 4 individuals, leaving the unoccupied beds vacant, Zhao Wanner remarked as she walked. Lilith waved her hands repeatedly, saying that's unnecessary. Just a single dormitory will suffice. If not, a place to sit will do. Observing the pristine corridor, Lilith mused that resting there was not entirely out of the question. After all, during their years of fleeing, they had endured far worse conditions than these underground passages. Do not hesitate. The one thing our starship boasts is ample space, Zhao Wanner declared with pride, as if introducing her home. Though this vessel requires merely 100 individuals for navigation, it can comfortably accommodate 300 residents. With a bit of crowding, we could even host 700 or 800 without issue. Before long, they arrived at the dormitory area. This will be your residence from now on. The beds and quilts have been arranged for you, and there are clean clothes on each bed. Here is a temporary identification card. You may visit the bathhouse for your daily showers and dine at the cafeteria, Zhao Wanner explained. Lilith stood before the dormitory, utterly astonished and unable to move. A room so immaculate and bright would serve as her sleeping quarters? Moreover, to her left upon entering was a private restroom. She had never heard of a starship dormitory that featured independent restrooms. Typically, an entire dormitory area shared a single bathroom, resulting in a rather deplorable environment. Furthermore, the room was quite spacious, measuring around 40 to 50 square meters, furnished with 4 bunk beds. However, the lower tiers of these bunks were repurposed as desks. The aisles between the beds were impressively wide, measuring a full meter. It was roomy, clean, and orderly, truly convenient. It was hard to believe that this was indeed a dormitory aboard a starship. Lilith couldn't help but exclaim once more, "What kind of miraculous starship is this?" Chapter 56. Where would you like to go? I can escort you there. After Zhao Wanner had settled the succubi, she made her way to the control station on the opposite side of the Starship workshop. There, Zhao Chen was busy planning the upcoming Starship construction project, his hands deftly manipulating the holographic display before him, adjusting various parameters. Pausing his work, Zhao Chen sighed and said, "Hey, I suppose I've done a good deed, right? Haven't you noticed how pitiful those succubi are? There are plenty of unfortunate souls in the Arctic Fox starport," Zhao Chen remarked, realizing he could not hide anything from Zhao Wanner. With a grin, he added, "Come on, those are succubi. I know they're the types that men find most alluring." Zhao Wanner crossed her arms and huffed, "Pa, am I such a base individual? What I mean is, those succubi are quite intelligent." Zhao Chen lifted his hand, revealing detailed information about the succubi race, particularly highlighting their strong learning abilities and intelligence with a red underline. Zhao Wanner deduced Zhao Chen's intentions. "Are you planning to recruit them?" "Indeed. What I currently lack is talent. Those half-orc female crew members, while competent as interstellar soldiers, fall short in certain tasks. Take Charlotte, for instance. She excels in combat, yet when it comes to managing the myriad affairs of the fleet, it is a complete disaster. Conversely, the succubi are adept at administration and possess excellent memories, making them perfectly suited for clerical roles aboard the starship." Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled as he spoke. "Talent. This is truly talent. What Zhao Chen desperately needs now is talent, particularly female talent. That being said, is this truly your sole intention?" Zhao Wanner scrutinized Zhao Chen with a skeptical gaze. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. "Come on, I'm your brother after all. If I were that kind of person, would you have seen me interact with a single half-orc female soldier in these past few months? While that may be true, those succubi are undeniably captivating. Even I find myself drawn to them. Who knows if you might turn out to be more beastly than a mere beast." Zhao Wanner scoffed. "What exactly is this starship?" Zhao Wanner inquired with curiosity. Zhao Chen smiled mysteriously. "It holds the potential to forge an interstellar fleet for us in the future." "An interstellar fleet?" Zhao Wanner initially intended to tease him. It is worth noting that even the smallest interstellar fleets require at least 30 starships, and currently, he has only 2. Aspiring to establish an interstellar fleet seems rather far-fetched. However, considering Zhao Chen's track record of assembling the zero-number Blizzard and constructing the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier, one cannot dismiss the audacity of his ambitions. Perhaps he truly can achieve it? Very well, I shall await you at the North Star Military Academy. Zhao Wanner glared at Zhao Chen. "But I warn you, should I discover that you dare to bully those succubi, beware of me." Zhao Wanner gestured with her fingers in a scissor-like motion before turning on her heel and departing. Where on earth did this girl learn such behavior? Zhao Chen muttered to himself, then resumed his work. Now that they had boarded his starship, there would be no chance for them to disembark from this rogue vessel. After a considerable passage of time, Zhao Chen set down his tasks and opened the system interface. 2 pop-up windows appeared. Quarterly task. Please construct and possess 3 distinct T2 or higher-grade starships. System produced. So, the quarterly task had emerged. Zhao Chen glanced at the time. It was now October. It seemed that this quarterly task was issued every 3 months, with no penalties for failure, but if not completed, it would automatically be cancelled, accompanied by substantial rewards. It served as a rather excellent avenue for acquiring system benefits. He then examined the other pop-up window. Monthly points. 80 points. To his astonishment, Zhao Chen's system points had increased by 80 points. Upon further investigation, he discovered that this was the passive income generated by the T2B King. As mentioned previously, there were several means of acquiring system points aside from completing system tasks. One could also rely on the passive income from owning system starships. The T2B King had been commissioned at the beginning of September, thus enabling him to collect monthly points in October, accumulating to 80 points daily. The more starships one possessed, the greater the points. The higher the grade of the starships, the more points accrued. This was indeed a fortuitous development. As the number of starships increases, even if I refrain from undertaking system tasks, I can still accumulate substantial system points. Zhao Chen felt a surge of joy within. Furthermore, all the raw material orders he required had been fulfilled, marking the commencement of his prolonged journey into the realm of starship construction. However, during these 5 days, one individual found herself engulfed in anxiety: Lilith, the Succubus. Initially, she anticipated that the following day, the man would seek her out to reveal his intentions. To her dismay, the man did not appear, and even Miss Zhao Wanner bid her farewell. The 3rd day passed without a sign of him, and the 4th day followed suit. By the 5th day, Lilith had surprisingly acclimatized to life aboard the starship, rising with the female soldiers, making her bed, attending to her hygiene, and dining in the mess hall. During the remaining hours, they assisted in maintaining the ship's cleanliness, despite the presence of cleaning robots. Yet, unwilling to remain idle, they sought tasks to occupy themselves. Gradually, they became acquainted with the half-orc female crew members and learned that their lives here were quite pleasant, under the command of a captain who never forced them into any obligations. On the 6th day, Lilith fell deeper into her anxiety. The more she adapted to her current existence, the more her unease grew, especially with the man's continued absence. That night, she found herself unable to sleep. On the 7th day, lying on her soft bed, she stared at the ceiling, unable to drift into slumber for an extended period. It had been a long time since she had rested on a proper bed. Often, she had settled for merely having a sheltered place to escape the elements. On the 1st day, many succubi found themselves unable to sleep, with some ultimately resorting to lying on the cold floor to find slumber. Simultaneously, Lilith discerned an air of anxiety enveloping her fellow succubi. The expressions they bore were unmistakable in their meaning. They were vehemently reluctant to relinquish the lives they currently led, a life that was, indeed, their most fervent aspiration. By the 8th day, Lilith, bearing the weight of dark circles beneath her eyes, made her way to the starship dining hall, where she ordered her favorite dumplings and took a seat. Before long, another plate of dumplings was set before her, and a figure sat down across from her. At that moment, it seemed as if the entire restaurant fell into a hushed silence. Lilith raised her gaze to behold the person opposite her, the man who had been missing for 7 days, the man she had awaited with bated breath. "Speak. Where do you wish to go next?" "I can escort you," Zhao Chen said, casually enjoying his dumplings. His voice, though not overly loud, resonated throughout the dining hall, reaching the ears of every succubus present. To them, his words struck like a thunderbolt. They felt as though they had been plunged into an icy abyss. The delectable food before them suddenly lost all allure. Chapter 57. The Lament of the Succubi. Her name was Beishi, a succubus. She had heard from her companions that they hailed from a succubus kingdom, now besieged by malevolent invaders, forcing them into a life of flight. From the moment her memories began, she had been fleeing, across planets, aboard starships, and in various locales. They had to disguise their true identities, remaining hidden from the eyes of the world. Their sleeping quarters were predominantly dark, damp, and infested with insects, reeking of foul odors. The sustenance they consumed was predominantly artificial, and they would only have the opportunity to eat once every 2 or 3 days. She had witnessed several companions perish from starvation. On multiple occasions, they had narrowly escaped capture by nefarious individuals or succumbed to hunger. Fortunately, their formidable sister Lilith always managed to lead them away from peril and procure sustenance for them. However, one fateful day, a group attacked their refuge in the underground tunnels. Just as they found themselves in grave danger, a remarkably powerful man appeared. He effortlessly vanquished the assailants and subsequently guided them to his starship. She had never beheld such a magnificent vessel before, and here, they need not conceal their identities, as the majority of those present were female half-beasts. Sister Lilith had warned them to exercise utmost caution around men, for they were ravenous demons. Afterwards, they were attended to by a beautiful and gentle young lady who arranged for them to bathe. This was her first experience with clean, warm water, as they had previously only been able to cleanse themselves with filthy water. As she felt the soothing water flow over her body, she became enamored with the sensation. It was not merely a bath. The facility also boasted a soaking pool where one could indulge in blissful moments of immersion. Subsequently, they were escorted to a dining area, where the lovely young lady informed them they could order freely. Gazing at the unfamiliar names on the menu, she was momentarily taken aback, for she had only ever consumed artificial food prior to this. Ultimately, she chose a dish that appeared to be laden with an abundance of meat. When the sumptuous platter of meat was presented before her, the intoxicating aroma enveloped her senses, and the exquisite flavors danced upon her palate. For the first time, she realized that eating was not merely a means of survival, but rather an indulgent experience to be savored. Subsequently, they were escorted to an exceptionally pristine room, adorned with a plush bed, clean linens, and even a private bathroom, complemented by neatly arranged garments that exuded a subtle fragrance. Each individual was afforded their own personal space, free from the confines of cramped quarters. Everything appeared to be remarkably splendid, akin to a dream. If this were indeed a dream, Betsy fervently wished never to awaken from it. For an entire week thereafter, they resided aboard the Starship, inhabiting immaculate chambers and relishing delectable meals. They would assist the crew in tidying the vessel, performing trivial tasks. Yet today, the man who had brought them here reappeared, and his words resonated within her like whispers from an abyss. "Speak, where do you wish to go next? I can arrange your departure." In an instant, Betsy's eyes glazed over. The once tempting meat before her lost all allure. "No," she refused. "What do you mean?" Lilith stared blankly at the man before her. Zhao Chen stated, "I have made arrangements. I can secure tickets for an interstellar cruise to any planet or spaceport you desire." Lilith's expression remained vacant, momentarily at a loss for words. The words spoken by the man took her completely by surprise. Suddenly, a succubus erupted in distress, seizing a fork from the plate and pressing it against her throat. "I won't go anywhere. I refuse to go anywhere." Tears streamed down Basie's face as she trembled, gazing at Zhao Chen. "Basie, what are you doing? Put down the fork," Lilith exclaimed, observing her youngest companion, Basie, who, by the standards of the succubus race, was still a mere child. Ignoring Lilith entirely, the young succubus turned her eyes to Zhao Chen, asking, "Why?" If certain individuals with a penchant for youthful innocence were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be enamored. "I no longer wish to consume that black water. I no longer wish to hide in this lightless abyss, nor endure the harrowing existence of living in constant fear. I refuse to scavenge for moss on the walls to stave off hunger, to eat dirt, or to seek any morsel of sustenance only to suffer in silence from the pangs of my empty stomach. I will not continue to fight terrifying beasts in the desolate wilderness for a mere scrap of food, nor do I want to witness the lifeless bodies of our companions falling in battle." The young succubus, choking back tears, scanned her surroundings. With a bittersweet smile, she uttered, "Here, for the first time I realized that living can be a delightful experience. The notion that living could be enjoyable is indeed ironic. Yet, for those succubi dwelling in shadows, merely surviving is an arduous task, let alone savoring the joys of life." Many succubi present were choked with sobs, their eyes swollen and red. Some of the older succubi continued to savor the food in their bowls, meticulously chewing each grain of rice, for this might be the last time in their lives they would indulge in such exquisite sustenance. The young succubus, Basie, with bloodshot eyes, stared intently at Zhao Chen, her voice breaking with desperation as she cried out, "If you intend to take us away, why treat us so kindly? Why allow us to experience such a life, providing us with clean clothes, warm water, nourishing food, and soft beds? Why must we realize that we too could live so blissfully?" As she spoke, the knife and fork in Basie's hands clattered to the floor, and she collapsed, covering her face in tears. Lilith, with a tumult of emotions, stepped forward and embraced the young succubus, feeling both guilt and helplessness. Chapter 58. They could have endured the darkness. Had they never encountered the light, Zhao Chen observed the succubi before him, their emotions unraveling. He understood that his objective had been achieved. They could have borne the darkness, provided they had never glimpsed the light. Yet, Zhao Chen had brought them aboard the Starship, offering them an unimaginable existence of happiness. He had cast a radiant beam into their previously pitch-black lives, but now, his words signified that this light was to vanish. This was a cruel reality for them. "In truth, if you do not wish to leave, you need not go," Zhao Chen stated calmly. In that moment, All 18 succubi turned their gazes toward him in unison, even Lilith's eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. You may join my crew like those half-orc sailors. Fighting for me, Zhao Chen proclaimed. Lilith was taken aback, for she had never anticipated such a choice, to battle for a human. This notion had never crossed her mind, as succubi were perceived by humans not as interstellar warriors, but rather as mere instruments for indulgence. I shall grant you time to contemplate, and you may finish your meal. Should you choose freedom, you may exit through the back door of the dining hall, and arrangements will be made for you to travel to any planet or starport of your desire. If you wish to remain here, proceed to the front entrance, where your information will be recorded, and from that moment forth you shall become my crew, under the command of Zhao Chen. Upon concluding his words, Zhao Chen wiped his mouth and rose, departing the dining hall. The choice had been bestowed upon the succubi, yet he already knew the answer. Before long, the little succubus Basie, without uttering a word, dashed towards the front door, wiping her tears as she went. Regardless of the outcome, she was determined to stay. If not here, she would rather perish. One by one, the other succubi followed suit towards the front entrance. Lilith, let us stay. Another succubus, observing Lilith's silence, stepped forward and took her hand, urging her. Lilith bit her lip, soon finding clarity. She had previously yearned for freedom, but what would await her outside? As Basie had expressed, would she merely continue to hide, living a hand-to-mouth existence? You go ahead, I will follow shortly. Lilith gently caressed the demoness head before swiftly making her way towards the direction in which Zhao Chen had departed. As Zhao Chen walked through the corridor of the starship, he heard footsteps approaching from behind, signaling his success. Wait, Lilith called out, positioning herself in front of Zhao Chen. Is there something you wish to discuss? Zhao Chen inquired. Lilith fixed her gaze upon him, asking, what is your true intention? Are you seeking to entice us with a life of privilege? What do you hope to gain from us? Is it merely to enlist us as your interstellar soldiers? My intentions have been clearly stated, Zhao Chen shrugged. Lilith scrutinized him, aware that without a satisfactory answer, she would remain unconvinced. To be frank, my fleet has just been established, comprising only 2 starships and approximately 800 interstellar soldiers, all of whom are half-orcs. While they excel in operating starship combat, they falter in managing the internal affairs of the vessels and fleet operations. I am in dire need of talent, and you demonesses are precisely the individuals I seek for this purpose. Rest assured, I will also conduct assessments and training for you in due course. Zhao Chen articulated his thoughts. You truly value, not our physical forms, but rather our capabilities? Lilith expressed her astonishment, taken aback that someone could still recognize the inherent talents of demonesses. You are undeniably beautiful and alluring. However, I would never coerce anyone into undertaking tasks they despise. Similarly, should you choose to depart, I would not impede your decision. Zhao Chen replied with a smile, speaking earnestly. Lilith gently bit her crimson lip, saying, do you realize that if you recruit us and the news of succubi serving on your starship spreads, it will bring considerable trouble to you and your fleet? Trouble? Zhao Chen smiled slightly, exuding an air of authority. If anyone dares to trouble my crew, I shall become the greatest nuisance in their life. Zhao Chen was admirable in many respects, yet he had one notable flaw, his fierce protectiveness. You truly are an unusual individual, yet you have managed to convince me, Lilith remarked, gazing at Zhao Chen. I am willing to work for you, though I cannot yet claim absolute loyalty. Zhao Chen replied with a smile, I do not require your loyalty. I only need you to work here with sincerity, for the benefit of us all and for your own livelihood. In truth, Zhao Chen cared little for concepts of loyalty. Once they had genuinely acclimated to this life, notions of fidelity would become irrelevant, as they would find themselves unable to part from it all. Zhao Chen provided them with light. He was their beacon. Naturally, they would gravitate towards that light. What shall we do next? Lilith quickly embraced her new role. Zhao Chen handed her a handheld terminal, saying, inside, you will find some educational materials. Take this and study with your kin. In 1 month, I will assess your progress. This evaluation will determine your future roles within my fleet, directly impacting your living conditions here, whether you will enjoy meat at every meal. Lilith took the handheld terminal and remarked with a smile, based on your final explanation, I am confident they will diligently absorb the knowledge contained within. Learning. The succubi excel at learning. The quarterly task involves 3 distinct models of T2 starships, and I already possess a T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier. With the addition of this T2 hammer to complete the task by the end of December, I must construct yet another T2 starship. Zhao Chen is eager not to miss out on the generous rewards of the quarterly mission. Within the Arctic Fox Star port, in the underground passage where Zhao Chen had previously taken the Succubus, a team equipped with searchlights was probing the area, discovering corpses within the subterranean conduit, as well as signs of habitation. A young man, pinching his nose in disgust, surveyed the surroundings. Brother, we have found the remains of several individuals, half of whom appear to have died from blunt force trauma, while the other half likely had their throats slit after sustaining severe injuries. Their assailants were remarkably decisive. Furthermore, we have yet to uncover any trace of the target Succubus. One of the subordinates approached the young man to report. I wondered why those rats had been missing for days. It seems they met with misfortune here. The Succubus we have been searching for has also vanished. A task entrusted to us by our esteemed leader of the Black Fox Society with utmost urgency. The relevant clues were painstakingly acquired at the cost of several thousand star coins. We must ascertain who took the Succubus. Chapter 59. The Dragonhawk fleet. A month has swiftly passed. The construction of Zhao Chen's T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship is now more than halfway complete. In the future, it seems I must recruit soldiers skilled in starship construction. Otherwise, all these tasks will fall upon me, and I shall surely be worn out. Zhao Chen, with a face smeared in grease, gazed upon the new vessel before him. He chuckled, brother, with your presence, my work pressure shall significantly diminish. At that moment, a soft feminine voice called from behind Zhao Chen. Clad in a pristine white, form-fitting military uniform, the hem gracefully reached just above her knees, complemented by white knee-high stockings. Due to her succubus nature, the skirt and the back of the jacket were intentionally designed with openings, allowing her tail and small wings to emerge. The already captivating succubus, adorned in this attire, truly embodied the essence of uniform allure. Zhao Chen silently expressed his gratitude to his younger sister, for this was precisely the starship uniform designed and tailored by Zhao Wanner. Considering the unique characteristics of Zhao Chen's fleet, the uniform style was not fixed. Rather, the fabric and general design were consistent, ensuring that they were immediately recognizable as part of the same series. Variations could be made based on the specific physique and traits of the female soldiers, as Zhao Chen's troops comprised either half-beasts or succubi. Captain, Lilith called out again. We have completed our studies on the material you assigned us previously. May I inquire when the assessment will commence? Lilith asked. It was only then that Zhao Chen recalled the task he had entrusted a month prior. Let it be today. Please gather all the succubi in the Starship conference room. Understood, Lilith replied promptly. As Lilith departed, Charlotte made her entrance. In fact, Charlotte had arrived here driving the Zero Blizzard in the first week of October. It was evident that the succubi had grown accustomed to life in this place. Charlotte approached Zhao Chen, and the two were now as familiar as old friends. So, are you satisfied with my arrangements? Zhao Chen inquired, while appraising Charlotte's standard military uniform from head to toe. Yet, while it exuded an air of seduction on Lilith, on Charlotte it resembled that of a valiant female general, presenting a strikingly different visual impact. Indeed, there were rumors about the innate abilities of succubi, suggesting they possessed remarkable learning and management skills. However, as you know, most people's attention is fixated on their physical forms, and very few have put these abilities to the test. It seems you are the only one bold enough to recruit the succubi to serve as your interstellar soldiers. If outsiders were to discover this, they would surely accuse you of squandering resources, Charlotte teased. Zhao Chen smiled and replied, allowing them to realize their value in suitable positions is what truly makes it worthwhile. Charlotte glanced at the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship that Zhao Chen was constructing. Is your interstellar industrial ship nearly complete? I can't help but notice you seem to have a rather peculiar taste. It's odd, really. We have hundreds of women aboard the Starship. While not all are breathtakingly beautiful, they are certainly pleasing to the eye. And aren't humans quite fond of half-beast women, referring to them as beast-eared girls? Charlotte scrutinized him with a hint of suspicion. Zhao Chen, with a serious expression, remarked, "Come on. We've known each other for 3 to 4 months. Do you not yet grasp the essence of my character?" Suddenly, Charlotte leaned in and whispered in Zhao Chen's ear, "Captain, could it be that you are experiencing some physical issues?" Zhao Chen paused momentarily before erupting. "What do you mean by physical issues? I assure you, if you dare to visit my quarters tonight, I will show you what an electric little warrior truly is." Charlotte was not offended by Zhao Chen's lewd remarks. After all, she had previously served as a captain herself and had been surrounded by a cadre of brutish half-beasts, having heard all manner of crude jokes. However, she was not yet prepared to seduce Zhao Chen. Shifting the conversation to more serious matters, she inquired, "Your construction of this interstellar industrial ship, does this imply your intention to build numerous starships in the future?" Zhao Chen nodded in affirmation, stating, "My immediate goal is to establish an interstellar fleet." Charlotte continued, "There are several issues that need to be addressed. Currently, we possess 2 starships, and in the future, we will have 3. At that point, we must finalize our fleet's name. Should we adopt the title of your territory and call ourselves the Owl Dragon Fleet, or would you prefer a different name? We already have the standardized uniforms for the fleet, but we still need to gather some other essentials." She added, "Moreover, there is another matter to consider. Although we currently have only 2 starships, I believe you should contemplate the arrangement of the fleet's flagship. The flagship denotes the foremost starship within a fleet, the most significant entity. The designation of the flagship can remain undecided for now, as we do not yet possess a multitude of starships." Zhao Chen remarked that he had long since contemplated the arrangements for the flagship. It was none other than the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, currently resting within his system's warehouse. Regrettably, it has yet to be unveiled to the world. Nevertheless, Zhao Chen has resolved that the inaugural flagship of the Xiaolong fleet must indeed be the T-3 Starship. To be candid, the term Xiaolong fleet is rather uncommon within the Xiaolong star system, and he yearns for its name to resonate throughout the cosmos. In the conference room for the T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship and the T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship, 18 succubi stood at the ready. The examination commences. You are required to complete the questions before you within 3 hours. Zhao Chen addressed the 18 succubi. Each succubus was equipped with a holographic screen displaying their respective examination questions. At the moment Zhao Chen declared the examination open, not a single succubus uttered a word. Instead, they earnestly set to work on their assessments. In truth, these questions were all sourced by Zhao Chen's sister, Zhao Wanner, from previous civil service departments within the North Star Starship Military Academy, specifically from the 6th grade curriculum. The materials Zhao Chen had previously provided to Lilith and the others comprised theoretical resources that the civil service departments at the North Star Starship Military Academy require over 6 years of study. However, Zhao Chen allotted them merely a month to prepare. Throughout this month, these succubi dedicated themselves to their studies, even during meals, sleep, and bathing. Today marked the moment of truth, as time steadily passed by. Some succubi remained unfazed, while others furrowed their brows in contemplation, and some exhibited signs of anxious concern. The 3-hour duration swiftly elapsed. Everyone ceased all actions. I shall receive the content of your examination questions, and the results will be announced in a few hours. You are now to leave the conference room immediately and engage in your own activities, Zhao Chen stated with a serious demeanor. Although the examination had concluded, each succubus dared not relax, remaining on high alert outside the conference room. The young succubus, Beishi, held Lilith's hand and whispered, "Sister Lilith, if we do not perform well in this assessment, will he expel us?" Although Captain Zhao Chen had previously mentioned that the assessment would impact their future positions aboard the starship, he had not explicitly stated whether poor performance would lead to their dismissal. Thus, they had spent the entire month in trepidation. "Do not worry. You have all worked diligently, and I believe your assessment will yield positive outcomes," Lilith reassured her. An hour later, Zhao Chen emerged from the door. The gazes of the 18 succubi were fixed upon him, filled with tension, anxiety, and fear. I will now announce the results of the assessment rankings. First place, Lilith. This ranking was anticipated by all, as Lilith's talent surpassed that of her peers. Second place, Marcy. Third place. Sixth place, Beishi. Upon hearing her ranking, Beishi breathed a sigh of relief. At least she was sixth and not at the bottom. The few demons at the bottom of the rankings were now feeling anxious, glancing helplessly at Lilith and the captain. Some of them were even covering their faces in tears, regretting their lack of effort. After Zhao Chen announced the performance rankings, he surveyed the room and declared, "Each of you has passed." A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of the demons at the bottom. One of them cautiously inquired, "Captain, does this mean we can stay?" "Of course," Zhao Chen replied with a smile. In truth, the evaluation of their performance and their ability to remain was entirely at Zhao Chen's discretion. The assessment was merely a formality. However, it must be acknowledged that they had performed admirably. In just 1 month, even the lowest-ranking demon had achieved a level equivalent to that of a fourth-year student in the civilian department of the Northern Star Military Academy. Notably, Lilith had achieved the highest score, surpassing the assessment benchmark of the Northern Star Military Academy by several points. "I will now announce your future assignments," Zhao Chen began. "Lilith will serve as my secretary, and Marcy will take on the role of bridge officer aboard the Zero Storm." As he announced each individual's position, they were all assigned to civilian roles within the starship. Among them, Lilith held the highest position. The role of secretary can be considered second in command within a fleet, subordinate only to the fleet commander. Within a starship, it is undoubtedly one of the top 3 positions of authority, comparable to that of the vice captain. Secretary? Lilith was taken aback. "Indeed, this is a position you have rightfully earned due to your capabilities. I hope you will approach your work with the utmost seriousness in the future. If we encounter other succubi in the future, you too can recruit them just like Charlotte," Zhao Chen remarked. Lilith looked at Zhao Chen with surprise, as she had never anticipated such high regard from him. "Captain, I will certainly work hard," exclaimed Bessie, her excitement palpable. For them, remaining here was the epitome of happiness. Thus, Lilith and the other succubi officially became members of the Xianglong fleet. In the final days of November, Zhao Chen's T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was officially completed. "With this, I can construct our starships more swiftly and abundantly." Zhao Chen joyfully gazed at the T2 Hammer. He turned to Charlotte beside him. "How have you fared with the tasks I assigned you?" "Very well. Starting tomorrow, let them board the ship to begin their training and swiftly master the T2 Hammer," Zhao Chen replied with palpable excitement. However, at that moment, Charlotte doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. "Captain, although we now possess the T2 Hammer, our fleet's financial reserves may not suffice to construct another starship. We previously sold the wreckage of the Three-Claw interstellar pirate fleet and acquired 400,000 star coins. Adding our remaining funds, we currently have a total of 900,000 star coins." 900,000 star coins indeed fell short of the material requirements necessary for constructing a starship. "Once again, we find ourselves lacking funds." Zhao Chen scratched his head, not expecting that just a few months had led to another financial shortfall. He needed to devise a strategy to generate revenue, yet only a little over a month remained until the deadline for the quarterly mission requirements. He had little time left. At that moment, a system task emerged. "Accept and complete the bounty mission issued by the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system. Would you like to accept this task? Refusing it will cost 300 system points." Zhao Chen initially hesitated to accept, but upon considering the steep price of 300 points for refusal, he ultimately chose to proceed. Task details. Accept and complete the bounty mission issued by the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system. Task difficulty, level C. Task rewards, 5 task points and 1,000 points. Special reward, a random reward based on task completion. Penalty for failure, deduction of 1,000 system points. Zhao Chen glanced over the system task and immediately asked Charlotte to check if there were any bounty missions published in the Arctic Fox star system. "Are you aware of this matter?" Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen, astonished. "What matter?" Zhao Chen replied, sensing Charlotte had knowledge of something. Charlotte explained, "Just now, the Arctic Fox Starport broadcasted a request for private fleets and adventurer fleets to accept bounty missions. The content stated that a remote asteroid base in the Arctic Fox star system had encountered a cosmic wormhole, and a small fleet of Imperial warships had already been dispatched for support. However, the number of interstellar insectoid creatures within the wormhole is considerable, and the situation is dire. The Lord's fleet of the Arctic Fox star system, along with other Imperial warships, will require a day to arrive, while it only takes us 3 hours to reach there. The task at hand is to provide cover for the evacuation of 5 million residents from the asteroid base. The mention of the insectoid species sends a shiver down Zhao Chen's spine. Chapter 61. The interstellar insectoid species. The interstellar insectoid species is an enigmatic entity, seemingly materializing from thin air, shrouded in mystery and devoid of any concrete intelligence. It is understood that they possess an innate aggressiveness, instinctively consuming any life forms within their sensory range, occasionally even turning upon their own kind. Should they descend upon a planet, it would spell utter catastrophe for all life therein. Typically, the emergence of the interstellar insectoid species coincides with the appearance of cosmic wormholes. These cosmic wormholes, to date, remain scientifically unexplained. They are also referred to as cosmic rifts or interstellar fissures, resembling a sudden tear in the fabric of the universe through which the interstellar insectoid species pour forth, launching assaults on nearby celestial bodies. If left unchecked, these interstellar insectoids will devour all life on a planet, subsequently reproducing and spreading to adjacent planets and star systems. The duration of a cosmic wormhole's existence is unpredictable, varying in length and size. The scale of the interstellar insectoid emergence correlates with the size of the wormhole. In this regard, researchers from the Galactic Alliance have established a systematic classification, categorizing cosmic wormholes from low to high as Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, and so forth, paralleling the technological tiers of T1 and T2. Through their engagements with the interstellar insectoid species, it has become evident that some formidable individuals possess strengths comparable to that of interstellar warships. These formidable entities are referred to as the Hive Mother Ships. The mothership of the Zerg will transport a multitude of interstellar Zerg to engage in battle, conquering and annihilating planet after planet. Regarding this mission, do we possess any detailed information? Zhao Chen inquired of Charlotte. Charlotte shook her head. I have only heard vague rumors. I am unaware of the specifics. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chen instructed Charlotte. You must immediately prepare and arrange for the Zero Storm and the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship to be fully stocked with military supplies, ready to depart at the swiftest possible pace. Depart? Where to? As Charlotte posed her question, a realization dawned upon her, and she gazed at Zhao Chen in astonishment. Captain, you wouldn't. Follow my instructions, and I shall seek to uncover more intelligence regarding this matter. Having conveyed his orders, Zhao Chen promptly made his way to the bridge of the T2 Queen B. Meanwhile, Charlotte proceeded to issue her directives to the Zero Storm. Upon arriving at the bridge, Zhao Chen immediately contacted an individual. Good day, Mr. Zhao. I am the head of Starport CC-11. How may I assist you today? The female official, whom he had encountered for the third time, smiled as she regarded him. Are you aware of the cosmic Zerg nest situation? The official paused, then nodded. Are you referring to the cosmic Zerg nest incident occurring in proximity to asteroid P331? If your star system has not experienced 2 cosmic Zerg nests, then that must be the one. Zhao Chen replied, I have no time to waste. I urgently require all available intelligence regarding this mission and must undertake it with utmost expediency. You wish to accept this mission? The female supervisor was taken aback. It had been half an hour since the bounty task was announced, and the overall leader of the starport had personally inquired with several commanders of private fleets and adventure fleets stationed there, yet no one was willing to undertake the mission. Indeed, Zhao Chen affirmed. The female supervisor responded, accepting the task poses no issue. However, according to protocol, we must first register your fleet and... Zhao Chen interjected. I require it done with utmost urgency. Complete these formalities within 10 minutes. 10 minutes? The female supervisor appeared troubled. These procedures are obligatory. They are also in consideration of your fleet's safety. Suddenly, a notification chimed, indicating that 1,000 star coins had been deposited into her account. The female supervisor glanced at the message and exchanged an understanding look with the holographic Zhao Chen. They both comprehended the implications. Given the task's exceptional nature, an expedited channel could be utilized. I will make arrangements to contact you within 10 minutes, she assured, and in the meantime, I shall send you all relevant task information. She swiftly conveyed her instructions before abruptly terminating the communication with Zhao Chen to pursue the emergency protocol. Indeed, it was evident that money facilitated matters everywhere. Zhao Chen, disregarding the preceding interactions, began to peruse the task information sent by the female supervisor. This incident had occurred 3 hours prior in a remote area of the Arctic Fox star system, where a Level 2 cosmic wormhole had unexpectedly emerged. Upon receiving this information, the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system promptly issued orders to deploy fleets to eradicate the interstellar insect species. However, a significant portion of the Imperial forces stationed in the Arctic Fox star system was recently redeployed. Meanwhile, the local Lord fleet of the Arctic Fox star system was dispatched to another border battlefield to undertake a minor military mission. Consequently, only a small detachment of the Imperial fleet remains in the Arctic Fox star system, and this fleet has already rushed to the site of the incident. Unfortunately, the overwhelming numbers of the interstellar insectoid swarm render this small fleet incapable of suppressing the threat. The Arctic Fox star system immediately sought assistance from neighboring star systems and the governor of the North Wind Star Domain. The North Wind Star Domain is one of the 8 major regions of the Radiant Empire, encompassing 63 star systems, including the Owl Dragon star system, the North Star star system, and the Arctic Fox star system. However, reinforcements also require time to arrive. The earliest assistance will not reach the battlefield for at least 10 hours. According to simulations conducted by the High Command of the Arctic Fox star system, within this 10-hour window, the swarm will impact inhabited planets within the vicinity, including 3 small asteroids and 1 satellite, with a total population of 70 million. The first to face an assault will be the 5 million inhabitants of the P331 asteroid. Currently, the High Command of the Arctic Fox star system is divided into 2 factions. One advocates abandoning the P331 asteroid and retreating to other more populous planets until reinforcements arrive, while the other faction concedes to relinquish the P331 asteroid but insists on evacuating all 5 million residents. The latter viewpoint, regrettably, aligns with the opinion of the commander of the remaining Imperial fleet, who unilaterally decided to direct the fleet towards the P331 asteroid. An immediate request was made to dispatch additional interstellar transport ships to commence the evacuation of the populace on asteroid P331. However, calculations indicated that the Imperial fleet alone would be utterly incapable of facilitating the safe retreat of 5 million individuals amidst the onslaught of the interstellar Zerg. Thus, the commanding officer of the Imperial fleet conceived a notion. Since the Lord fleet and Imperial forces were temporarily inaccessible, why not solicit assistance from civilian fleets? This led to the current bounty mission, offering an impressive reward of 500,000 star coins. Furthermore, the fleet commander assured that all losses and expenditures incurred by the starships during the conflict would be borne entirely by the Imperial forces. Zhao Chen stroked his chin. Truth be told, he was indifferent to the notion of rescuing lives. He would not jeopardize the safety of the personnel aboard his 2 starships for the sake of others, as he did not consider himself a savior. However, the corpses of the interstellar Zerg were indeed valuable, containing a plethora of resources, essentially serving as mobile vaults. Unfortunately, Zhao Chen found himself in need of funds, coupled with the system's mission. Chapter 62. Target. Edge of the Arctic Fox system asteroid P331 Arctic Fox Starport Interstellar Mission Headquarters. My lord, summoning us here is of little use. This is a Level 2 cosmic wormhole, housing no fewer than 3 T2 motherships and over 30 T1 motherships. How could our band of adventurers hope to withstand their assault for even a few hours? While the bounty is indeed substantial at 500,000 star coins, one must consider the value of life. Who is unaware that dealing with the insectoid menace can lead to the downfall of an entire starship, with no opportunity for surrender or capture? After all, it is merely the loss of 5 million lives. In my opinion, it would be far wiser to retreat to the P300 asteroid, which harbors a population of 20 million. Defending that position would require a mere 2 hours of steadfastness before the swiftest reinforcements could arrive. Conversely, at the P331 asteroid, we would need to withstand a 3-hour assault from the interstellar insect race to ensure the safe evacuation of those 5 million souls. A risk far too great. In a room, the chief administrator of the Arctic Fox starport gazed with a furrowed brow at the 3 commanders of the largest private fleet currently stationed in the starport. Each of them had declined the mission for various reasons. I am willing to personally increase the offer by 100,000 star coins. Will you not reconsider? This task does not require you to engage in a relentless battle with the insects. It merely requires a delay of 3 hours. Perhaps even just 2 will suffice, the chief administrator urged. Not even for 600,000 star coins would I take on this task. 1,000,000 star coins, and those who wish to engage may do so. As for me, I will not partake, one of them scoffed. It is indeed peculiar that the commander who recklessly sought to safely evacuate 5 million civilians from the P-331 asteroid seems to have lost their senses. You could simply command the Lord of the Arctic Fox system to order the fleet's withdrawal, another remarked with disdain. The chief administrator of the Arctic Fox starport sighed deeply, harboring unspoken frustrations within. The noble lord above him undoubtedly wished to withdraw the Imperial fleet, for although the Imperial army did not fall directly under his command, a lord generally holds some authority over their territory. Moreover, the lord of the Arctic Fox system was a count, and the Arctic Fox system ranked among the most prosperous in the North Wind Star domain, thus holding a significant position. However, the commander of the Imperial fleet, by contrast, possessed an even more extraordinary identity. The lord of the Arctic Fox system had declared that he would not grieve even if 5 million lives were lost, along with the total of 70 million from the nearby planets. Yet, if anything were to befall that commander, he would face grave repercussions. At that moment, the chief officer of the Arctic Fox spaceport received a message on his terminal, and upon reading its contents, he was filled with elation. He immediately connected the call. You say there is a fleet willing to accept this bounty mission. The 3 individuals present exchanged glances at the chief officer's enthusiastic remarks. None of them dared to take on this task. Who could possibly be bold enough to step forward? Are the necessary procedures complete? No worries, at such a critical juncture. We can simplify all processes. It would be best if they could depart immediately, the chief officer of the Arctic Fox spaceport declared. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, what is the background of the opposing fleet? How many starships do they possess? Black Dragon fleet? Currently, we have only 2 starships from them at our spaceport. The chief officer of the Arctic Fox spaceport was taken aback. The name Black Dragon Fleet echoed in the minds of the 3 bystanders. They had never heard of such a faction in the entire North Wind Star domain. Moreover, are there truly only 2 starships? While it is conceivable that the majority of the opposing fleet is not docked at the starport, who would dare undertake such a perilous mission? Never mind the fleet in question. Inform them that they must set sail immediately. Should they successfully complete this endeavor, the Arctic Fox starport will reward them with an additional 100,000. No, 200,000 star coins, the chief officer of the Arctic Fox starport declared. As the communication concluded, he turned to the 3 individuals present and inquired once more, are you truly not reconsidering? This bounty task is not limited by numbers. If you all venture together, perhaps. Never mind. Such an easily attainable task should be entrusted to that so-called Black Dragon fleet. One individual remarked with a tone of derision. I am quite curious to see if they can successfully evacuate those 5 million people. Another person chimed in, their tone and expression dripping with skepticism regarding the other's capability to accomplish such a feat on board the T-2B King-class heavy aircraft carrier. In the command bridge, Mr. Zhao Chen, we have registered your details. You have accepted this mission. Additionally, we have increased the reward by 200,000 star coins. Should you complete this task, your total compensation will amount to 700,000 star coins. The female officer communicated via video link to Zhao Chen. Thank you, Zhao Chen replied. Wishing you a triumphant return, the female officer concluded. As the communication came to an end, Zhao Chen turned his attention to another video link, which displayed Charlotte. Zhao Chen elucidated that the registration task necessitated a designation. After some contemplation, he decided against using the name of the Xiaolong fleet, deeming it too ostentatious. Therefore, for external purposes, they would initially adopt the title of the Heilong fleet. Having clarified this, Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte and inquired, aren't you curious as to why I am so determined to undertake this mission? Charlotte replied, what mission to accept is a matter for you as the captain. As your subordinate, my sole duty is to engage in battle. It must be said that Charlotte is indeed an exceptionally skilled starship commander. Currently, the T-2 Queen Bee and the number 0 Blizzard were departing from the Arctic Fox starport, with some time remaining before entering warp speed. Zhao Chen continued, "What do you estimate our chances of success are, relying solely on our efforts for this task?" Charlotte's expression turned grave as she raised her hand, summoning a holographic projection detailing the mission. This pertains to a secondary cosmic wormhole. If there are more than 3 T2 Hive motherships and 30 T1 Hive motherships, our chances of success in a direct confrontation are minimal. Those creatures. We currently lack interstellar supply ships, and even if we exhaust all our ammunition, we may not be able to eliminate them entirely. However, if our goal is merely to delay and secure the evacuation of 500,000 individuals from the P331 asteroid, the difficulty diminishes significantly. Our chances would be approximately 80%. Such a high probability? I assumed you would consider my approach reckless, Zhao Chen remarked, somewhat astonished by Charlotte's assessment. Charlotte responded, if it were merely 2 ordinary T2 starships, the likelihood of success would be less than 30%. However, your 2 starships cannot be regarded as typical T2 vessels. Furthermore, regarding the interstellar Zerg, my encounters have been limited. As long as they are not in large numbers, their threat is relatively minimal. With Charlotte's words, Zhao Chen felt a surge of confidence. In 10 minutes, all crew members must enter deep sea mode. I repeat, in 10 minutes, all crew members must enter deep sea mode, Zhao Chen commanded. Target: the edge of the Arctic Fox star system, asteroid P331. Chapter 63. They truly dare to fire 20 minutes later. The Zero Storm and T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier arrived at the predetermined coordinates in succession. Zhao Chen awoke immediately, exiting the cryo chamber and taking his place in the captain's chair, ready to issue commands when a voice emerged beside him. The starship instantly entered a state of level 2 combat readiness, with interstellar drones poised for deployment. Turning his gaze, Zhao Chen noticed his secretary, Lilith, had already begun issuing commands. Lilith, aware of Zhao Chen's attention, spoke somewhat self-consciously. Am I doing something wrong? No, you're doing excellently, Zhao Chen replied. I didn't expect you to recover so swiftly. Your physical condition is quite impressive. He expressed his admiration. The secretary's role is to assist the captain in issuing commands and, when necessary, to issue certain commands outside the captain's specified authority, much like the words just spoken. The Battle of the Demon Kingdom. I recall that was over 50 years ago, wasn't it? Were you serving back then? So, how old are you now? Zhao Chen began to ponder the age of his secretary. Lilith remarked, Indeed, I am 75 years old this year. Zhao Chen was taken aback. 75 years? Judging by Lilith's appearance, one could easily assume she was merely in her 20s. Sensing Zhao Chen's skepticism, Lilith elucidated, our succubi possess a lifespan that can reach up to 300 years under normal circumstances. If one were to harness certain technological advancements akin to your human race, it might be possible to extend that to 400 years. 400 years? Zhao Chen swallowed hard. By that calculation, Lilith indeed resembled a young woman of merely 20 in human terms. Presently, the maximum lifespan for humans has reached 150 years, though such longevity is a privilege reserved for the elite. The average lifespan for the common populace remains around 70 to 80 years. Captain, the Zero Storm has successfully completed its warp travel. Please provide the next instructions. Charlotte's communication window appeared. What is our current distance to asteroid P331? Zhao Chen inquired. For the Zero Storm, it will take approximately 10 minutes to arrive, came the response. Since warp travel only allows for approximation of the destination, in a non-combat environment, one can arrive slightly closer to the target. However, when approaching a combat area, interstellar fleets typically decelerate in advance, halting warp travel at a safe distance before transitioning to conventional engines to enter the combat zone. The Zero Storm will form a formation with the T2 Queen B and proceed to asteroid P331. We shall discuss the specific battle plan upon arrival, Zhao Chen stated. Understood. Both Charlotte and Lilith replied in unison. Thereafter, the 2 starships maintained identical velocities as they navigated toward a shared destination. After navigating for approximately 10 minutes, they encountered a fleet of interstellar transport ships moving at a sluggish pace. Based on the identification numbers of these vessels, they appeared to belong to the fleet of the Arctic Fox star system. Zhao Chen regarded Lilith with a hint of astonishment. Lilith quietly elucidated. I have encountered this information in my studies. We should establish communication with their starships to inquire about their slow velocity. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. Soon, the communication link was established. What fleet are you? Inquired the commanding officer of the opposing fleet. We are the Black Dragon Fleet, assigned to support the evacuation operation at asteroid P331. You are the interstellar transport ships responsible for evacuating P331, correct? Why is your speed so slow? Lilith questioned. The opposing fleet commander hesitated momentarily. Our starships have sustained damage, which has resulted in our reduced speed. Since you are here to provide assistance, you may proceed ahead of us. Upon concluding his statement, the fleet commander severed the communication, turning to his aide with a smirk. Can you believe there are fools willing to take on this task? They must be out of their minds. We are not so naive. If we rush over and the interstellar insectoids attack while we are evacuating personnel, what then? We will proceed at our own pace, and when the Imperial forces can no longer hold their ground, we will await the order to retreat. I warn your fleet to execute your operational duties and proceed at full speed towards asteroid P331. Lilith's voice echoed. The fleet commander frowned. Who are you to meddle in our affairs? Due to the lack of communication in this area, his words were inaudible to the T2 Queen Bee. The aide, casually smoking nearby, remarked nonchalantly, "Let them be. We shall proceed with our own course. They are not the Imperial Army. What can they possibly do to us?" Suddenly, a report came from the bridge crew. The unidentified starship has aimed all its secondary cannons at our fleet. The fleet commander scoffed. What? Do they dare to fire upon us? We are the subordinate fleet of the Arctic Fox Systems Lord. At that moment, streaks resembling meteors flashed past the panoramic windows of the bridge. With the closest barely 100 meters away, that starship truly dared to open fire. This is your final warning. Should you neglect your duties again, you shall bear the consequences. A female voice echoed ominously. The fleet commander swallowed hard, muttering, "A lunatic. This must be the act of a mad woman. She seeks her own demise and insists on dragging us down with her. What shall we do? At this rate, they genuinely intend to fire. We have no escort fleet. With only the meager firepower of our interstellar transport vessels, we have no means to retaliate." The aide, now startled, suddenly yelped as the burning cigarette in his hand had scalded him. The fleet commander, with a grim expression, declared, "This misfortune falls upon me, but I shall remember this grudge." Full speed ahead to asteroid P331. On the bridge of the T2 Queen Bee, Zhao Chen observed the once sluggish interstellar transport fleet now accelerating with vigor, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He could discern the ulterior motives these individuals harbored in their hearts. In ordinary times, his affairs bore no significance, and one could act as one pleased. However, fate had intertwined this moment with Zhao Chen's system task, leaving no room for deliberate procrastination. Chapter 64. The insect nest mother ship asteroid P331, with a population of 5 million, is a modest resource-rich planet. Consequently, the Arctic Fox star system established several bases here, assigning 5 million individuals to exploit the resources of this small celestial body. Who could have anticipated the calamity that would befall them? A cosmic insect nest had emerged. The initial threat was directed towards their very asteroid, P331. The asteroid supervisor was currently overwhelmed, desperately executing evacuation procedures. Unfortunately, the interstellar transport vessels in the vicinity were far too few. Thus far, less than 1/10 of the population had been successfully evacuated. Their transport capacity was woefully inadequate, and the fleet of interstellar transport ships from the Arctic Fox star system, which was supposed to arrive half an hour ago, had yet to make an appearance. How is your evacuation progressing? A video window materialized before the asteroid's supervisor, revealing a woman clad in the uniform of the Stellar Empire's military. What of the interstellar transport fleet? The female officer's brow was furrowed in evident dissatisfaction with the efficiency displayed. Not yet arrived, the asteroid supervisor replied, his tone tinged with helplessness. Captain, we are encountering a massive swarm of insects on the right flank of our fleet. The numbers are overwhelming. We must retreat immediately. Captain, the enemy's T2 insect nest mothership is launching plasma cannon attacks on our vessels. One of our T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyers has sustained damage. The atmosphere in the command center was tumultuous, filled with the cacophony of various reports, each piece of news amplifying the anxiety of the asteroid's overseer. My lord, perhaps it would be prudent for you to withdraw. Sacrificing 30 Imperial warships for the sake of a few million lives here is hardly justifiable, the overseer implored once more. He had repeated this plea numerous times. Had it not been for this noble leader commanding the Imperial fleet to this location, he might have already departed aboard a starship. We still have time. We cannot abandon a single citizen of the Empire, the female officer declared resolutely. The overseer could only manage a bitter smile within. Her compassion was admirable, yet he hoped she would not involve the upper echelons of the asteroid as scapegoats. If she remained, then none of them would escape unharmed. We will continue to delay the onslaught of the interstellar insect horde. We anticipate holding out for another 2 hours. You must find a way to expedite the evacuation of the populace. The officer insisted with unwavering determination. Yes. The overseer replied, steeling himself. On the bridge of the flagship of the 5th Fleet, 3rd Corps of the 7th Legion of the Starry Empire, the female officer, having just concluded her communications, gazed gravely at the starship's radar. The screen was awash with a multitude of red dots, numbering in the millions. These are all insects. My lady, we truly must retreat. If we continue to fight like this, our fleet may inadvertently become ensnared by the swarm, leading to our total annihilation. Currently, we rely on our firepower to suppress the swarm, but with the increasing number of insects, we will soon find ourselves surrounded, at which point retreat will be impossible. An anxious female officer urged nearby. The female commander gritted her teeth and lamented. Must we abandon the lives of millions on that planet? Milady, your life is far more valuable than those millions. The female officer candidly replied. No, every life holds equal worth. As soldiers of the Empire, our duty is to protect the people of the Empire, the female commander asserted with conviction. Internally, the female officer felt a torrent of frustration. Could the young lady's sense of justice not be so overwhelming at this moment? Left with no choice, the officer resorted to her trump card. Milady, while you care for those millions, have you considered the cost if something were to happen to you? How many would suffer the consequences and how many families would be affected? The female commander wrestled with her conscience, fully aware of her current obstinacy. Yet her sense of justice forbade her from easily forsaking the millions of lives on that planet. 2 hours. We can hold out for 2 more hours, she declared through gritted teeth, choosing to concede. 2 hours is impossible. Given our current situation, we can only endure for 1 hour at most. We must retreat within that hour. If it comes to it, you should evacuate your flagship and I will lead the remaining fleet in defense, the female officer resolutely stated. In comparison to the life of the young lady before her, this fleet of 30 Imperial starships was of little consequence. How could I abandon you and flee? The female officer dismissed the suggestion, clenching her fists and inquiring, have any fleets come to provide assistance regarding the bounty mission I issued earlier? My lady, it is impossible for anyone to come to our aid. The female adjutant, in that moment, truly wished to render the young lady unconscious and carry her away. The female officer's heart was torn, her sense of justice clashing with the harsh reality. To retreat or not to retreat. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the relentless surge of the insect horde had already breached the defenses, leading to the loss of a T2 Guardian-class medium interstellar frigate. Insects, each the size of a human, began to swarm over the frigate's hull, ravenously gnawing at its armor. Helpless against these creatures clinging to its structure, the T2 Guardian could only watch as its armor was systematically compromised. Report. The starboard hull of T2 Guardian 0712 is heavily infested with flying insects. It is. Beyond saving, the bridge crew informed the female officer. Once an interstellar vessel is besieged by these insects, it is as though it has 1 foot in the realm of the dead, facing certain doom. The officer gazed at the T2 Guardian with a mix of fury and guilt. This would mark the first vessel of her fleet to perish here, but likely not the last. Report. A swarm of interstellar drones has appeared behind our fleet. A crew member monitoring the Starship radar suddenly announced. Interstellar drones? The female officer exclaimed in astonishment. As they processed the emergence of these drones, The interstellar drones have plunged into the battlefield, targeting the swarms of insects with a barrage of gunfire, rendering them into mere fragments. Simultaneously, they provided support to the besieged T2 Guardian. With the relentless cannon fire from the drones, the insects on the ship's hull were gradually eradicated. At last, the battered T2 Guardian successfully retreated from the perilous zone. Where did these interstellar drones originate? The female officer mused in astonishment. Just then, a communication came through. I am the commander of the Black Dragon Fleet, here to render assistance for the bounty mission. A male voice resonated through the communication channel. The female officer felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, a blend of joy and relief. Her call for help had not gone unanswered. There were still those who shared her sense of justice. Meanwhile, in the distance of the battlefield, several colossal insect-like creatures, reminiscent of interstellar warships, were gradually advancing towards the fray. Chapter 65. Just 2 starships? Commander of the Black Dragon Fleet, greetings. I am Commander Zhao Chen of the 5th Fleet, part of the 3rd Corps of the 7th Legion of the Starry Empire. Your support has arrived at a most opportune moment. May I inquire how many starships you have brought?
Commander Zhao Chen Italy Inquit.
The presence of reinforcements meant the potential safe evacuation of the 500,000 inhabitants on that planet. We have 2 starships, Zhao Chen stated candidly. 2? Zhao Chen immediately doubted her ears, glancing at her female aide. She whispered, did I just hear 2 starships instead of 20? I also seemed to have heard 2. The aide nodded, her expression one of disbelief. Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment, reaffirming, did you just say that your fleet consists of only 2 starships? Indeed, Zhao Chen replied. The only vessels here for support are our 2 starships. As for the mission issued by Your Excellency the Commander, no one else is willing to accept it. Only 2? Just 2 starships? Zhao Chen felt her hopes plummet from the pinnacle to the abyss. Are you T3 starships? She pressed on, unwilling to concede. At this moment, her expression had turned blank. Perhaps she truly should not have chosen to defend the P331 asteroid. She could not let her so-called sense of justice and responsibility lead her fleet to sacrifice itself here. Must we abandon our efforts without even trying? Zhao Chen countered, catching her off guard. To defy the Lord's command and insist on covering the evacuation of 5 million civilians on P331, even at the risk of placing her fleet in peril, and potentially jeopardizing the safety of tens of millions in the rear, may indeed be a grave error. You may not be a competent commander, yet you are an admirable soldier. I refuse to believe that, in the absence of complete despair, you would willingly relinquish your steadfast belief. Zhao Chen's gaze bore into Zhao Chen's. Despite the virtual window separating them, she felt an electric charge coursing through her, raising goosebumps across her skin. Zhao Chen opened her mouth to respond, but her female adjutant interrupted. Captain, you may not fully grasp the current situation. It is essential to note that there are 30 T2 starships of the Imperial Army present here. 2 mere starships. The female officer initially held a modicum of admiration for the man before her, yet her sentiments had shifted to perceiving him as a fool. After considerable effort, she had persuaded her esteemed lady to retreat, and now this young upstart sought to sway her with mere words. Did he not comprehend the stature of her lady? If anything were to befall her here, the entire Arctic Fox star system could suffer dire consequences. Let us first elucidate the current predicament. Zhao Chen turned to Commander Zhao Chen. Commander Zhao Chen halted the female officer, who was about to speak further, and addressed the situation with gravity. The current scenario is as follows. This swarm of interstellar insects originates from a secondary cosmic insect nest, which has since been sealed. A total of 4 T2 hive motherships and 35 T1 hive motherships have emerged. Thus far, we have destroyed 4 T1 hive mothers and severely damaged 1 T2 hive mother. However, the sheer number of insects is overwhelming, and we are struggling to maintain our defenses. Zhao Chen inquired, what is the damage report for your fleet? How much combat capability do the starships retain? Our weaponry still possesses over 50% capacity, yet our firepower is insufficient. The numbers of the insects. I understand. I believe there remains a glimmer of hope for us to fight back. Zhao Chen interjected, resolutely asserting his stance. The female officer covered her face in exasperation. Where had this brash youth come from, so similar in folly to her esteemed lady. Bah! Her lady's status was incomparable to this man's. Pray, have you truly grasped the gravity of our current predicament? We cannot, on the mere whim of your words, summon 30 starships to accompany your 2 vessels into this perilous venture. The female lieutenant, exasperated, omitted any formal address towards Zhao Chen, her voice rising in urgency. Zhao Chen, however, paid her no heed, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Xian. Do you possess a solution? Chu Xian inquired of Zhao Chen. There is no time for extensive explanations. You must instruct your fleet to comply with my directives. While defeating the interstellar insectoid menace before us may be unfeasible, securing an additional 2 hours for the P331 asteroid is entirely within reach. Zhao Chen regarded the youthful and striking commander before him. All you need to do is express your willingness to trust me, to wager once more for the beliefs that reside within your heart. Chu Xian clenched her fists, biting her lip visibly torn within. Are you finished? If you wish to court death, none shall restrain you. The lieutenant could no longer contain her frustration, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen interjected, should you remain unconvinced, I can offer you a guarantee. When you deem this battle to be utterly hopeless, you are free to retreat at any moment. Very well. I acquiesce to your command. My fleet shall now heed your orders. At that instant, the commander's eyes shimmered with a brilliance akin to precious gems. Lady, you mustn't, the lieutenant exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Allow me this one last indulgence. If it proves impossible to alter our fate, we may yet withdraw when the time comes, murmured Commander Chu Xian. The female adjutant, in a state of helplessness, understood that she could not alter the decisions made by her esteemed mistress. Her mistress was a person of profound justice and an exceptionally stubborn temperament. My fleet of drones will provide you with cover. Now your fleet must retreat at full speed. At this position, we will establish a unidirectional carrier battle formation centered around my T-2 carrier starship, Zhao Chen declared with resolute seriousness. Given the overwhelming numbers of these creatures, are you certain your interstellar drone fleet can truly withstand them? Commander Chu Xian inquired with concern. Zhao Chen, unfazed, responded, please place your trust in me, Commander Chu Xian. As Commander Chu Xian gazed at the man before her, she felt an inexplicable radiance emanating from him. She began issuing orders to her fleet. All ships, disengage from combat and retreat at full speed towards coordinates. At location, form a unidirectional carrier battle formation centered around the friendly fleet's carrier starship. Chapter 66. Tactical approaches against swarms. One cannot deny that the quality of the Imperial fleet was remarkably high. Following Commander Chu Xian's orders, 30 starships retreated from battle at the utmost speed, all while maintaining a very secure withdrawal formation. The T-2 Guardian-class medium interstellar frigate provided rear guard protection as a precaution. Fortunately, the anticipated contingencies did not materialize. 100 T-2 killer B-class medium interstellar drones safeguarded 20 T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones as they advanced to engage the encroaching swarm. 100 T-2 killer B-class medium interstellar drones immediately unleashed their cannons and missiles, launching an assault on the swarms of insects, which were obliterated in explosive bursts. Simultaneously, 20 T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones deployed pre-prepared timed explosives before retreating entirely. The insects, relentless in their pursuit, surged forth like a black tide, eager to seize the prey before them. As the swarm closed in, the timed bombs detonated one by one, creating a firepower net that momentarily disoriented the pursuing insects. On the bridge of the T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drone, Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, observing the battlefield magnified before him through the deep space telescope. Although he had studied the interstellar insectoid species in the textbooks of the North Star Starship Military Academy, witnessing their combat methods firsthand was profoundly unsettling, sending tremors through his very being. This was especially true for those afflicted with trypophobia. The sight before them would likely induce immediate collapse. The combat style of the interstellar insectoids is rather unique. The hive motherships are substantial in size, classified as biological starships. However, their mobility is generally limited, and their primary weaponry, bioplasma cannons and biological torpedoes, offers no significant advantage when compared to equivalent starships. Yet, Their distinctive social structure affords them a specialized combat style and tactics. The swarm tactic. A single T-1 hive mothership can host approximately 10,000 T-1 flying insects. A T-2 hive mothership is home to 100,000 T-1 flying insects and 1,000 T-2 stingers. Both the flying insects and stingers serve as the engineering units of the hive mothership. The former resembles a mantis with wings, measuring roughly the size of a human and possessing solely close combat capabilities. In contrast, the latter exhibits characteristics akin to elongated serpents, standing only as tall as a human but stretching nearly 10 meters in length, capable of unleashing highly corrosive acid at close range. They can leave the hive mothership to survive and engage in combat within the cosmic environment, exhibiting remarkable agility. Among vessels of similar class, only the interstellar corvette can barely match their speed. All other starships fall short in comparison. Collectively, these units are colloquially referred to as bugs. Despite being categorized as T1 and T2, the true combat prowess of these insectoid engineering units is, in fact, significantly below that classification. For instance, a T2 Stinger would be easily overwhelmed by a T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drone in a confrontation. However, when these bugs launch an assault, they do not come as a solitary entity, but rather in swarms numbering in the thousands, crashing upon their target like a relentless tide. Unless one can eradicate them entirely, even a few that manage to breach the hull of a starship can spell disaster for the interstellar warriors within. Moreover, these insects are devoid of fear. They operate solely on instinct and the commands of the hive mothership, relentlessly advancing towards their objective. This mode of combat bears a certain resemblance to that of an aircraft carrier, with these insects acting as the interstellar fighters of the hive mothership. Report. The first wave of T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones and T2 Wasp-class medium interstellar drones have completed their bombardment and are preparing to return. Lilith remarked beside her, urging the swift takeoff and landing of these Hornets and Wasps for resupply, in readiness for the second wave of assault. Concurrently, 300 T2 Bumblebee-class light interstellar drones are to be deployed in 3 alternating batches. Zhao Chen issued the command. Understood. Lilith began relaying the captain's orders. Initially, there were concerns regarding whether these interstellar drones could withstand the onslaught of the Insectoid Empire's fleet. However, their performance has now astonished everyone. The combat capabilities of these interstellar drones are indeed on par with those of equivalent-class starfighter aircraft. Commander Chu Xian exclaimed in admiration. At this moment, the female officer also caught sight of the carrier starship, its hull adorned in yellow and black, resembling some form of insect, akin to the opposing interstellar insect race. What kind of carrier starship is this? I have never seen one before, the female officer queried, accessing the starship database to scan the image of the carrier before her, only to find no records whatsoever. There is not a single entry in our database, the female officer exclaimed in astonishment. Commander Chu Xian gazed at the carrier starship, recalling the words of that man, and whispered gravely, I hope that Captain can truly turn the tide of battle. The female officer silently mused. How could 2 mere starships possibly make a difference? Unless they are 2 T3 starships, that might be a different story. But wait, aren't there supposed to be 2 starships? Why is there only 1 carrier starship and 1 starship here? The female officer suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, her gaze fixed on the starship radar. There was no energy signal from a second starship. Where could that vessel be? Above the P331 asteroid, dozens of T2 Seahorse-class medium interstellar transport ships hovered gracefully, while airships continuously evacuated civilians to the starships. At last, you have finally arrived. The asteroid's commander looked at the fleet of transport ships with tears almost spilling from his eyes. We are also on a mission. Please expedite the evacuation. The urgency was palpable. We are pressed for time. Once the interstellar insectoid horde approaches the alert range, we must retreat. The fleet commander managed a strained smile. All right. We shall expedite the evacuation. Let us aim to complete it within 2 hours. No, within an hour and a half. The asteroid commander vowed with utmost sincerity. Ultimately, the quicker, the better. The transport fleet commander replied impatiently. It was not by his own volition that he had come. A band of lunatics had coerced him here with the threat of starship cannons. Now that he was present, he could only dutifully carry out the task of evacuating the populace. Deep down, he harbored dark thoughts, wishing that the detestable man would endure a little longer, allowing for a safe and smooth evacuation. Yet, he also cursed inwardly, hoping that man and his accursed starship would become fodder for the insects on the distant battlefield. Ideally, after they had successfully evacuated, let them be devoured. Yes, just like that. He muttered his curses in silence. Chapter 67. The White Tiger General Charlotte, under the protection of the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier's swarm of interstellar drones, Commander Zhao Chen's Imperial fleet successfully retreated to the vicinity of the T-2 Queen B. Centered around the T-2 Queen B, they established a unidirectional carrier battle formation. This formation, known as a unidirectional carrier battle formation, is one that constructs its combat line facing a singular direction. Positioned at the rear was the T-2 Queen B, with a T-2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser and a T-2 Fire Leopard-class medium interstellar battleship in front. Further ahead were 8 T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyers and 20 T-2 Guardian-class medium interstellar frigates. These 31 starships stood resolutely against the approaching swarm of insects, preparing for combat. Almost at the moment the swarm entered firing range, all Imperial warships opened fire. Simultaneously, the T-2 Queen B continued to deploy swarms of interstellar drones. The third wave, the fifth wave, the seventh wave, the 10th wave. With the support of the T-2 Queen B, the combat capabilities of the interstellar drones were unexpectedly formidable. However, the sheer scale of the swarm was overwhelmingly vast, gradually pressing the line closer. From a distance, it appeared as though a black tide was poised to engulf the 31 starships. If this continued, the outcome would remain unchanged. Our firepower is utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught of these swarms, the female adjutant anxiously remarked beside Commander Zhao Chen. Commander Zhao Chen focused intently on the shifting holographic interstellar map, her expression grave. Given the current situation, it would not be long, less than 20 minutes, before the swarms would close in on their fleet's line, posing a direct threat to their starships. Contact the esteemed captain of the Black Dragon fleet, Commander Zhao Chen instructed in a solemn tone. The female officer promptly established the connection, and the video window unfurled, revealing the visage of the man once more before them. Before Commander Zhao Chen could utter a word, Zhao Chen interjected, "Wait a moment." Both Commander Zhao Chen and the female officer were taken aback. "Wait for what?" Commander Zhao Chen instinctively inquired. "Time," Zhao Chen replied, his gaze fixed not on Commander Zhao Chen, but on the interstellar holographic sand table, as if he were anticipating something to transpire. The bewilderment was palpable for both Commander Zhao Chen and the female officer. 10 minutes. We shall wait no longer than 10 minutes, Zhao Chen declared with gravity. Although Commander Zhao Chen had intended to speak, she chose to restrain herself, contemplating that they would wait for 10 minutes more. Should there be no change after that, she would indeed have to lead her Imperial fleet in retreat. As time gradually slipped away, the tide of the swarm drew ever closer to the fleet's formation. The female officer was in a state of frantic disarray. Suddenly, the starship radar operator, who had been vigilantly monitoring the battlefield, exclaimed, "Report. A high-energy reaction has emerged behind the swarm." Simultaneously, the life signal of a T-2 Hive mother vanished. An unidentified energy signal, moving rapidly, had appeared behind the swarm. Commander Zhao Chen and the female officer exchanged glances. Could this be what the man had been waiting for? "It begins," Zhao Chen murmured, his eyes alight with a fervent madness. "Charlotte, commence your performance." At that moment, the once overwhelming tide of the swarm inexplicably slowed, with some of the creatures even retreating. Drones were deployed, for the battlefield was shrouded in a dark mass of insects, preventing the starship from discerning what transpired behind them. It was a cannon, a weapon with a caliber exceeding 1,000 millimeters. Commander Zhao Chen, utilizing the imagery, promptly identified the source of the devastation. She urgently commanded, "Zoom in on that starship." The image was gradually magnified. Though somewhat blurred, it revealed a swiftly maneuvering starship within the enemy ranks, seemingly indifferent to the pursuing swarm. Its astonishing speed rendered the insects incapable of catching up. The motherships of the swarm attempted to attack with their bioplasma cannons. Yet the starship's velocity was so great that not a single shot found its mark. Zhao Chen, arms crossed, explained nonchalantly That is a starship from my fleet. The Zero Storm, a T-2 class vessel equipped with a 1,200 mm caliber cannon, renowned for its high speed. A T-2 starship armed with a 1,200 mm cannon? The female officer exclaimed. So, this is the second starship of your fleet? You never intended to defend against the swarm's assault from the outset. Instead, you utilized us to lure the swarm forces from the motherships, allowing a considerable number of their troops to be diverted towards us, thereby leaving their defenses vulnerable. At this moment, your vessel, the Zero Storm, is approaching with remarkable speed, launching a direct assault on the Hive motherships. Commander Zhao Chen articulated Zhao Chen's strategy clearly. Zhao Chen nodded. This commander of the Imperial fleet possessed not only a profound sense of justice and responsibility, but also exhibited considerable military talent. You are insane. Have you ever considered that a single misstep could lead to that starship being devoured by the swarm? The female officer gazed at Zhao Chen in astonishment. Yet, Zhao Chen resolutely replied, "There will be no accidents. For that starship is named Zero Storm." There was one more statement that Zhao Chen refrained from uttering. The operation on that starship was commanded by the legendary half-orc general, the White Tiger General, Charlotte. Chapter 68. Full speed ahead. Ram its Zero Storm bridge report. The swarm on the front lines has begun to retreat. They seem to be coming towards us, reported a crew member from the bridge. Ignore them. Continue at full speed. At this moment, Charlotte was personally maneuvering the starship, controlling every angle of navigation and trajectory herself. Typically, such responsibilities would fall to specialized helmsmen. However, today, after many years, General Charlotte was once again at the helm. She understood the perilous nature of this mission. Any carelessness could result in being struck by the bioplasma cannon of the Hive mothership, or being overtaken by the swarm, which would lead to a fatal outcome. The course and trajectory were calculations she had rehearsed countless times in her mind. Now, the Zero Storm can adeptly evade and maneuver, primarily due to its astonishing velocity and the scant presence of T-1 flying insects and T-2 stinging snakes aboard the remaining insect mothership, which are insufficient to encircle it effectively. Time passes gradually. A report comes in. The T-2 heavy 1,200 mm Devil Crocodile cannon has been reset and is ready to fire, announces the crew responsible for the weapon systems. In truth, such news was already etched in Charlotte's mind. At this precise moment, the Zero Storm fortuitously finds its bow directed towards a T-2 insect mothership. This T-2 insect mothership, perhaps sensing impending danger, begins to retreat while simultaneously firing its plasma cannons at the Zero Storm, yet it proves futile against the swiftly moving starship. Charlotte fixates on the targeting reticle. She has but one chance to fire. While it may not be possible to destroy the T-2 insect mothership with a single shot, it is imperative to inflict significant damage. The swarm is governed by the insect mothership. Though its destruction does not lead to the immediate demise of the swarm, it drastically diminishes their combat efficacy. It is akin to an army bereft of its commander, leaderless and disarrayed. Now is the moment. Fire! Charlotte bellows. The cannon of the T-2 heavy 1,200 mm Devil Crocodile unleashes a shell that streaks through the void with comet-like speed, ultimately striking the flank of the T-2 insect mothership. An immense explosion ensues, toppling the colossal 1-kilometer-long T-2 insect mothership, with chunks of debris cascading through the cosmos. Following the explosive event, an even more resounding detonation erupted from the abdomen of the T-2 Hive mothership, cleaving it in twain and heralding its demise within this vast cosmos. Witnessing this spectacle, Commander Zhao Chen and her female adjutant were rendered utterly speechless. The fact that this starship succumbed to a single cannon shot was nothing short of astonishing. Furthermore, it was evident that the previous explosion had also resulted from a singular strike. Could it be that this was the prowess of a T-3 starship? The female adjutant was incredulous. However, Commander Zhao Chen swiftly unraveled the mystery. The strike had targeted the Hive mothership's organ that housed the reserve bioplasma elements, akin to the munitions depot or the engine of our own starship. A hit to such a vital area would trigger a chain reaction, producing an explosive effect exponentially greater in power. Yet, to achieve 2 consecutive hits. Could that truly be feasible? The female adjutant inquired skeptically. Commander Zhao Chen's gaze remained fixed upon the screen, where the zero-numbered blizzard commenced its high-speed maneuvers. It is not a matter of possibility, but rather that this starship has achieved it. In a mere 10 minutes, 2 T2 Hive motherships were obliterated, which is indeed an impressive feat of warfare. A report came in, over half of the enemy's swarm forces have retreated, and the remaining units can no longer breach our fire blockade. The crew relayed the news. Commander Zhao Chen could not suppress her admiration. This is utterly insane, a battle strategy that borders on madness. Yet, it has indeed fulfilled the strategic objective of delaying time, allowing for at least an additional hour of respite. Even a duration of 2 hours poses no concern. At this moment, the Zero Storm has commenced its retreat after demolishing 2 T2 Hive motherships. Yet, how could the besieged swarm tolerate the escape of the perpetrator? Waves of creatures, akin to a tempestuous black whirlwind, began to encircle the interstellar warship, their numbers multiplying exponentially. It was as if a colossal black hand sought to crush a mere mosquito. Report. According to the Starship systems, the probability of our escape in the current direction is merely 16. The crew nervously relayed. However, she had the uncanny ability to reverse dire situations. Turn around, Charlotte suddenly commanded. This order took the crew on the bridge by surprise. Originally, the Zero Storm was retreating towards the opposite side of the main battlefield. Turning back now meant heading straight into the fray. Was this not akin to walking into a trap? Yet, Charlotte's words were law aboard the Starship. The Zero Storm executed a deft maneuver and pivoted sharply. Full speed ahead, Charlotte declared with gravity. At that moment, she summoned a virtual control interface and, after inputting a sequence of numbers, proclaimed, "Lift the restrictions on the Starship's engines. Continue to accelerate. Lift the restrictions on the Starship's engines?" The officer in charge of navigation was taken aback, then anxiously replied, "If we do so and continue to accelerate, the engine will be overloaded. This is an order. Accelerate without hesitation," Charlotte asserted with unwavering focus. "Understood. Lifting restrictions on the Starship's engines. The ship will continue to accelerate."
Cruising speed at 103. Cruising speed at 106. Cruising speed at 110.
Each Starship's engine is configured not to reach its peak velocity, but rather its optimal speed, which ensures the longevity of the engine. Exceeding this threshold can lead to navigational complications and significantly reduce engine lifespan. Consequently, Starship engines are typically equipped with a restrictive mechanism, accessible solely by the captain or the first officer through a code. Report. Engine overload initiated. Report. Power system is operating beyond its capacity. Report. Current speed has reached 120. Tension gripped the hearts of all crew members on the bridge. The sudden maneuver of the Zero Storm, coupled with the abrupt acceleration, caught the surrounding swarm of insects off guard, flinging them far away. As the saying goes, the most perilous place is often the safest. The battlefield was divided into 2 areas. One was the main combat zone of the Imperial fleet. Under normal circumstances, one would assume that the Zero Storm would flee in the opposite direction, prompting the swarm to encircle it early on. Ironically, the swarm density heading towards the main battlefield was the least. However, unfortunate circumstances prevailed, as a T2 Hive mother and a small contingent of insects lay directly in the path of the Zero Storm. Report. Speed too rapid. We are unable to execute a significant turn. The crew reported anxiously. Suddenly, Charlotte broke into laughter, her first genuine smile since joining Zhao Chen. "Then let us not take the detour. Full throttle, charge ahead." Chapter 69. Is it a collision? Imperial Fleet Flagship, T2 Fire Leopard-class medium-star battleship, bridge. What is that starship attempting to do? Commander Zhao Chen gazed in astonishment at the Zero Storm, which was hurtling directly toward a T2 Hive mothership. In front of the T2 Hive mothership, a small swarm of insects was present. It appeared as though it intended to collide. The female officer was left speechless. Commander Zhao Chen, with a grave expression, remarked, "The main cannon of the Zero Storm requires approximately 5 minutes for reloading. Only 3 minutes have elapsed since the last shot. The main cannon is not yet operational." In merely a few minutes of observation, Zhao Chen had discerned various combat details regarding the Zero Storm. At that moment, they all fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on the video feed, witnessing the ancient knight, seemingly prepared to face death, charging into the enemy swarm. The insects guarding the T2 Hive mothership sensed the impending danger and transformed into a black whirlwind, rushing forward in an attempt to intercept the starship. Simultaneously, the abyssal maw of the T2 Hive mothership slowly opened, targeting the speeding starship. Bioplasmic cannons began to charge within its gaping maw, glowing with a blue luminescence. Meanwhile, the Zero Storm had already collided headlong into the insect swarm. From the perspective of Chu Xian and her team, it seemed as though the Zero Storm had plunged into the heart of the swarm. However, due to the Zero Storm's incredible speed, which even surpassed that of T1 flying insects and T2 stingers, the spectacle of two high-velocity entities colliding was about to unfold. One side is left battered and bruised, and now it is these insects that fulfill this role. One by one, the T1 flying insects and T2 stinging serpents collide against the hull of the Zero Storm, only to be reduced to a pulpy mass before they can even launch an attack. Their green ichor becomes the new livery of the Zero Storm. Meanwhile, the crew inside the starship experience an acute sense of being amidst a tempest. At every corner of the vessel, the incessant thuds resonate, and the floor beneath their feet trembles. The bridge reports that the overall damage to the frontal hull armor has reached 10, 12, 14. Meanwhile, the lateral hull armor has sustained damage levels of 3, 5, 7. The crew continuously relays various conditions of the ship. The relentless thud-thud-thud of impacts casts a shadow over the hearts of many on the bridge. Yet, Charlotte, the acting captain, gazes with wild intensity, her long dormant blood ignited into fervor. "What is our current speed?" Charlotte demands. Observing the crimson digits that pulse with life, she feels her own heartbeat racing, amplified several-fold. "Continue to accelerate," she commands. In truth, there is no visibility now, only an abyss of darkness surrounds them, as the exterior of the hull is enveloped by a swarm of insects. They are navigating against the tide of the swarm. The extraordinary velocity renders these creatures incapable of inflicting significant damage upon the hull armor. The only meaningful harm arises from their sacrificial collisions. Though obscured from sight on the starship's radar, the Zero Storm was drawing ever closer to the colossal energy entity. At last, the scene before them illuminated, piercing the darkness. The Zero Storm erupted from the swarm of creatures, and the T2 Hive mothership loomed almost within arm's reach. The T2 Hive mothership gaped its massive maw, preparing to unleash its bioplasma cannon, ready to fire at any moment. All secondary and closed defense cannons. "Open fire," Charlotte roared. The well-prepared secondary and closed defense cannons unleashed their fury simultaneously. The bioplasma cannon discharged in tandem, the two forces colliding to create a magnificent fireball, accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke. The shockwave swept away the surrounding insects, scattering them far and wide. Moments later, the Zero Storm surged forth from the explosion's haze. "Charge!" The closed defense cannons continued to fire. Charlotte commanded. Nearby crew members immediately utilized the ship's communication system, shouting, "All hands prepare for impact." Repeat, "All hands prepare for impact." Every crew member aboard the Zero Storm braced themselves for the impending collision, grasping anything within reach to steady their bodies. In the next instant, the speeding T2 Zero Storm crashed directly into the bow of the T2 Hive mothership. The disparity in their sizes was indeed several-fold. Yet, one must not forget the caliber of the vessel that was the Zero Storm, a Starship battleship, its structural integrity among the highest in its class, second only to that of interstellar frigates. Moreover, augmented by a surge of speed, the Zero No. Blizzard transformed into a projectile akin to an accelerated starship shell. Under the tremendous force of impact, the bow of the T2 Hive mothership crumpled inward, while the entire structure of the vessel veered to one side. Simultaneously, the closed-in weaponry of the Zero No. Blizzard continued to unleash a relentless barrage. On the bridge of the Zero No. Blizzard, several female crew members, caught off guard by the sudden collision, lost their grip and were thrown across the space, landing heavily on the ground in disarray, limbs akimbo, fortunately suffering only minor injuries. Report: the frontal armor integrity has sustained damage levels reaching 50. Report: the swarm is closing in. Charlotte remained silent, her gaze fixed intensely ahead, as though her eyes could penetrate the ship's armor and lock onto the T2 Hive mothership. Ultimately, under the violent collision, the position of the T2 Hive mothership was displaced. The hull of the T2 No. Blizzard grazed against the T2 Hive mothership, the two vessels scraping past each other in a fierce friction. Full acceleration. Press on. Charlotte commanded without hesitation. With no obstacles in its path, the T2 No. Blizzard surged forward once more, this time heading towards the main battlefield of the Imperial fleet, pursued by a vast swarm akin to a black tide. As for the T2 Hive mothership that had been struck, its bow had crumpled by a third, and its flank was riddled with numerous bullet holes. It was evident that this biological starship was on the brink of demise. Who could have anticipated that a T2 Hive mothership could be so utterly destroyed by a T2 starship through sheer collision? Was this mere fortune? T2 Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier starship bridge. All T2 B-class light interstellar drones and T2 Wasp-class heavy interstellar drones convened to carve a breach for the Zero Storm. Let the Imperial fleet coordinate with us. Zhao Chen gazed at the starship radar, observing the encroaching Zero Storm. At this moment, a Zerg frontline stood between them. The situation of the Zero Storm remained perilous, with a Zerg frontline ahead and a swarm pursuing from behind, much like a sandwich, where a moment's carelessness could lead to being devoured by the Zerg. Imperial Fleet T2 Fire Leopard-class medium interstellar battleship bridge. Even without Zhao Chen's directive, Commander Zhao Chen understood the course of action. With a grave expression, she issued her command. Relay my orders. At all costs, we must create an opening. Chapter 70. The triumphant return of the Zero Storm. The Imperial Fleet's starships tirelessly unleashed their firepower upon a single point, forcefully tearing open a breach. Yet, how could the Zerg allow the architect of their destruction, the one responsible for obliterating 3 of their T2 Hive ships, to escape so easily? They began to encircle, forming a blockade with the pursuing Zerg. In that moment, they even forsook the Imperial fleet as their target. Their singular Zerg imperative was to annihilate that accursed starship. Report. The breach has been sealed again, the female aide exclaimed anxiously. Commander Zhao Chen clenched her fists, resolutely declaring, continue the assault. No matter what, we must enable that starship to break free. In her heart, that starship represented a hero. How could she bear to witness the heroic vessel being engulfed and devoured by the swarm? Yet, at this moment, despite their relentless bombardment, they were utterly incapable of breaching the enemy's defenses. Meanwhile, the Zero Storm was drawing perilously close to the line of the insectoid horde. Given the current condition of the Zero Storm's hull, it could not withstand another onslaught from the relentless swarm. Commander Zhao Chen bit her lip, a pang of guilt gnawing at her. The female deputy let out a deep sigh, lamenting the fate of that starship. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted within the ranks of the swarm, annihilating a multitude of insects and clearing a swath of space. In that instant, the T2 B-class light interstellar drones and the T2 Wasp-class medium interstellar drones, already poised for action, surged forward, launching an assault on the insects surrounding the newly formed breach, thwarting their attempts to seal it again. That was the main cannon's projectile from the interstellar missile cruiser. It had been set for a timed detonation, with precise calculations for the explosion's radius. At this moment, Commander Zhao Chen could see through the gap in the insect line the Zero Storm racing toward them, alongside the glaring 1,200 mm cannon. She quickly grasped the implications of this development. Quickly, provide covering fire, Commander Zhao Chen commanded urgently. Under the formidable firepower of the Imperial fleet and the offensive maneuvers of the T2 Honeybee-class heavy carriers interstellar drones, a shadowy vessel surged through the swarm's front lines at an astonishing speed. It was none other than the much-anticipated Zero Storm. At this moment, the Imperial fleet starships could distinctly observe the scars left by the swarm's assaults on this ship. The hull's armor bore hundreds of indentations from impacts, rendering it a veritable tapestry of wounds. The remnants of numerous swarm creatures, along with splattered green ichor, adorned the vessel's exterior. Moreover, swarms of assailants attempted to attack the starship, clinging to its surface, using their mandibles, claws, and corrosive acids to inflict further damage upon the armor. However, these intruders were swiftly dispatched by the arriving T2 juvenile Honeybee-class interstellar drones. What a remarkable starship this is! Commander Zhao Chen gazed at the vessel, feeling a twinge of envy. Simultaneously, she admired the commander aboard the starship. That recent display of combat, both audacious and fluid, was nothing short of perfection. She pondered whether she could have performed so admirably had she been in that position. Zhao Chen found no answer. Report. The Zero Storm has successfully completed its mission. The hull has sustained some damage, and 7 crew members have suffered minor injuries. Charlotte communicated through video transmission to Zhao Chen. Well done. Zhao Chen praised Charlotte's performance, lavishly commending her efforts, having previously discussed strategies for this battle in private. At that moment, Charlotte proposed the idea to which Zhao Chen agreed. However, she could not guarantee the detailed steps for battle, as they were still facing the interstellar Zerg on the battlefield, necessitating adaptability to changing circumstances. Nevertheless, Charlotte assured Zhao Chen that she possessed at least an 80% confidence in successfully leading the Zero Storm to a safe retreat, even if the primary objective was not achieved. Charlotte fulfilled her promise. A hissing sound indicated a communication request from the flagship of the Imperial fleet. The aide, Lilith, pointed to the incoming communication request. Connect it, Zhao Chen instructed. The video communication resumed, and the female officer reappeared before Zhao Chen. Commander, we have just received information from asteroid P331. The evacuation of the populace has reached 80% completion, and it is expected to be finalized within half an hour. In this case, we only need to hold our position for a few more minutes before we can gradually withdraw from the battlefield. Commander Zhao Chen's gaze was fixed upon the man before her, filled with curiosity. This man seemed to descend from the heavens, using merely 2 starships to assist them, who had completely lost hope in resolving the current crisis and rescuing 5 million souls from that planet. Who exactly is this man? What is the origin of those 2 starships? Countless questions and uncertainties flooded Zhao Chen's mind. Understood. Then we shall engage while we retreat, she declared. With 3 T2 Zerg motherships destroyed, their command system would be thrown into chaos for a short period, significantly impairing their combat efficiency. Essentially, they posed little threat. Zhao Chen spoke in a calm tone. Well, Commander Zhao Chen intended to engage in further conversation, but he interrupted, stating, "Let us pause here. Until the battle concludes, we must remain vigilant." After finishing his statement, Zhao Chen abruptly terminated the communication. Commander Zhao Chen was taken aback, staring blankly at the now blackened screen. It was the first time a man had ended a conversation with her so swiftly. After all, she was a prized flower among the Imperial fleet. Was her treatment truly amiss? Unbeknownst to Zhao Chen, he had left this esteemed member of the Imperial fleet pondering in a somewhat melancholic reverie. Let me report on the current status of the 2 starships. Sitting in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen finally allowed himself to relax, pressing his temples and taking a deep breath. Despite Charlotte's prior assurances, claiming not to feel anxious would be disingenuous. Lilith, seated nearby, had already compiled the data regarding the 2 starships and began her report. As of now, the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier had suffered losses of nearly 200 T2 drone-class light interstellar unmanned aerial vehicles, 60 T2 Wasp-class medium interstellar unmanned aerial vehicles, and 7 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar unmanned aerial vehicles. The losses of unmanned aerial vehicles had reached 70%, with ammunition consumption at 50%, and fortunately, there were no casualties. Having concluded the report on the T2 Queen B, she turned to the status of the Zero Storm. The situation with the Zero Storm was far from optimistic. The comprehensive damage to the frontal armor of the Zero Storm has exceeded 70, while the side armor has sustained a 30 impairment. The 3 compartments located at the bow have been crushed and deformed, and are now sealed off. The structural integrity of the Starship's main framework has diminished by 5, yet this does not impede the Zero Storm's capacity to continue combat and navigation. The propulsion, energy, and control systems are functioning normally. Ammunition and supplies have been consumed by 30. Chapter 71. This individual must have fallen into the money pit. Lilith turned to Zhao Chen. The combat information regarding the Zero Storm was provided by Charlotte, along with the data I retrieved to compile these statistics. Zhao Chen was quite pleased. Lilith had begun to acclimate to her role, demonstrating the remarkable learning ability characteristic of the Succubi. The forthcoming battles could essentially proceed in an orderly manner, and they would await their return journey. No, wait, Lilith, remember to tally that. Zhao Chen squinted, speaking in a somewhat mysterious tone. Lilith nodded earnestly. We have consistently been gathering statistics on that matter, and there will be no significant data discrepancies. That is reassuring, Zhao Chen replied with a slight smile. Report. We have received news from asteroid P331 that over 5 million civilians have been successfully evacuated. The female officer excitedly informed Chu Xian. Chu Xian let out a long sigh of relief. This crisis had finally been averted. They could now retire in triumph. As for the vast number of motherships and swarms before them, that responsibility would be entrusted to the Imperial Fleet and the Lord S Fleet that were en route for support. Fortunately, this time it was merely a secondary cosmic wormhole, which has not existed for long. Had it been a tertiary cosmic wormhole, it is likely that a significant portion of the Arctic Fox galaxy would have suffered dire consequences. Chu Xian remarked with a sense of relief. She had once witnessed a recorded account of a battle against the insectoid species, wherein a tertiary cosmic wormhole emerged within a galaxy. In less than a week, the entire galaxy succumbed, transforming into a breeding ground for the interstellar insectoid species, which subsequently spawned fleets that numbered in the dozens, if not hundreds. Following that, the Imperial Fleet spent a grueling 3 to 4 months annihilating this swarm of interstellar insectoids. As for that galaxy, centuries later, it had devolved into a desolate wasteland, forsaken and forgotten. Quickly contact the Black Dragon Fleet and inform them that we can withdraw from combat now, Commander Chu Xian said eagerly, only to halt her aide moments later. She wished to make the contact herself. For reasons unknown, she felt an insatiable curiosity towards the Black Dragon Fleet and the man associated with it. The communication request was sent, and the response came swiftly. Captain, we have just received news that over 500,000 people on asteroid P331 have safely evacuated, and we too can withdraw from the battle, Commander Chu Xian conveyed. Zhao Chen nodded, displaying no emotional response to this news, for he had just been notified by the system of the successful completion of his mission. Before he could review the details, Chu Xian had already sent a communication request, and he decided to engage with her first, as there was an exceedingly crucial matter he needed to discuss with Commander Chu Xian. Your Excellency, it is thanks to your fleet that we have achieved this success. Commander Chu Xian was preparing to engage further with the captain to better understand him, yet Zhao Chen unceremoniously interrupted her words once more. Had it been anyone else, Commander Chu Xian would likely have begun to harbor disdain for the individual. "SNT that so?" Zhao Chen inquired. Chu Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed. Zhao Chen promptly raised his hand, projecting a holographic table that displayed a series of clear numbers. 3 T2 mother insect nests destroyed. Over 70,000 T1 flying insects eliminated. More than 400 T2 stingers vanquished. Even discounting the corpses consumed by their comrades, at least half of the insect remains could be preserved. As I seek to simplify matters, I wonder if you would be willing to directly accept this batch of insect carcasses. Zhao Chen said with a smile. Your starship participated throughout this battle, and the battle recorders aboard should validate the accuracy of our enemy kill count. Is this all you wish to discuss with me? Chu Xian was taken aback. To discuss finances so soon after the conclusion of battle? This made her perceive a certain disillusionment with the imposing figure before her. Zhao Chen, however, was indifferent to any loss of grandeur in his image. He needed funds. He sought to procure raw materials. He aspired to construct a starship. Zhao Chen continued pressing. When can I expect the funds to be transferred? Chu Xian maintained her smile. If you are in a hurry, we can utilize our authority to expedite the process through special channels, and the funds can be credited within a day. In recognition of your fleet's exemplary performance in this battle, I can increase the sum to 600,000 star coins. Thank you very much. I will send you the account now. I look forward to our next collaboration. Goodbye. A radiant smile immediately spread across Zhao Chen's face, and before Chu Xian could utter a word, he decisively ended the call. Was conversing with oneself truly such a futile and tedious endeavor? No, I must meet this individual face to face. At this moment, Chu Xian's feelings resembled that of a curious kitten, yearning for satisfaction. Just then, an account notification appeared. Chu Xian's eyes brightened upon seeing it. She recognized the information contained within the account, The initial code signified it was a temporary account established at the Arctic Fox starport. A temporary account indicated that the base of the Black Dragon fleet was likely located at the Arctic Fox starport. Considering her bounty task and the timing of the fleet's arrival, it was probable that they had departed from the Arctic Fox starport. If necessary, she could confirm with the person in charge at the Arctic Fox starport who accepted the bounty task. Once the other Imperial fleets arrived for the handover, they would head to the Arctic Fox starport. Chu Xian made a resolute decision. She would seek out this man. As for what she intended to do upon finding him, she was uncertain, yet an inexplicable urge guided her thoughts. At that moment, Zhao Chen was blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of an Imperial female officer, as he busily calculated the small fortune in his hands. 600,000 star coins, combined with the previously offered bounty and the additional bounty from the Arctic Fox starport, amounted to a staggering total of 1,300,000 star coins from this operation. With an additional balance of 900,000 star coins, the total now amounts to 2,200,000 star coins. Zhao Chen murmured, resembling a true aficionado of wealth. With merely a month remaining until the quarterly mission deadline, he had only accomplished 2/3 of the requirement to possess 3 starships produced by the system, the T-2B King-class heavy aircraft carrier and the T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. The quarterly mission bore no penalties but offered substantial rewards. Zhao Chen was determined not to squander this opportunity. Thus, in the remaining month, he must produce another starship. He first glanced at the recently completed system task. Within his consciousness, he activated the system interface, and a long-awaited box appeared before him. Chapter 72, Miniature Armored Behemoth? Task Details. Accept and complete the bounty task issued by the Lord of the Arctic Fox Star System Task Difficulty. C-Class Task Reward, 5 task points and 1,000 points special reward. A random reward based on task completion special reward completion rate. 100 for the safe evacuation of the populace from asteroid P331. Task completed. You may claim 1 task reward and 1 special reward. It appeared that the completion rate was assessed based on the data regarding the safe evacuation of the populace from asteroid P331, as all residents had successfully fled. Zhao Chen focused his thoughts and proceeded to claim these 2 task rewards. Task rewards have been successfully claimed, 5 task points and 1,000 points. Special reward claimed. Obtained the technical blueprint for the T-2 Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault frigate. To his astonishment, a Starship technical blueprint had been unveiled. This was beyond Zhao Chen's expectations. The type of vessel was an interstellar frigate, but judging by its designation, it was no ordinary interstellar frigate. Host. Zhao Chen Profession. Elite Starship Engineer Special Attributes. Fleet Luck Enhancement. Eye of Insight Points. 1780 Task Points. 10 number of starships. 2 tasks. Quarterly task. Claimed. Warehouse. T-2 Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault frigate technical blueprint. T-3 Snowstorm-class light interstellar battlecruiser technical blueprint. T-2 Bronze Eden-class starship technical blueprint. After claiming these 2 rewards, Zhao Chen's system page data became significantly enriched. He decided to delve into the study of this interstellar frigate. The Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault frigate is classified as an interstellar frigate with a technological tier of T2. Its hull possesses an armor strength ranging from 3,000 to 5,000 units, powered by a level 4 warp engine. Measuring 110 meters in length and weighing 120,000 tons, it accommodates a crew of 20 individuals. The starship is armed with 50 T-2 class 300mm caliber heavy close-in weapon systems, capable of firing 1 round at a time without any delay. It features a special performance mode for short-range assaults. Zhao Chen envisioned the model of this starship, which bears a resemblance to a compact, curled-up rhinoceros, characterized by an irregular oval-shaped structure. Despite its diminutive size, it is difficult to find a T-2 starship on the market that is smaller. One should not underestimate this modestly sized vessel, for its armor is crafted from the most resilient metals within the T-2 classification, assembled in a unique combination, yielding an armor strength tenfold that of the Zero-class Blizzard. The term heavy armor is indicative of its robust design. The weakest points of its hull armor possess a defensive strength of 3,000 units, while the most fortified sections boast an impressive 5,000 units. If one cannot find a smaller starship within the T2 category, it is equally improbable to discover one with superior armor strength. Thus, the defining characteristic of this starship is its resilience and durability, making it the ideal choice for robust travel. While one might expect that such heavy armor would adversely affect its speed, it remains a formidable contender in its class. Indeed, this is the case. Under normal conditions, the T2 Black Rhino does not possess remarkable speed. However, it boasts a unique capability known as the short-range assault mode, allowing it to accelerate in an exceptionally brief period. This feature enables the T2 Black Rhino to position itself precisely where Allied vessels require it most. To put it plainly, it serves as a formidable shield for starships. Furthermore, it has the added advantage of a mere cost of 100,000 star coins per unit. The expenditure for a single T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier could instead fund the construction of an impressive 15 T2 Black Rhinos. Truly an astounding value. Zhao Chen eagerly contacted Charlotte aboard the Zero Storm. Charlotte, is the Zero Storm currently capable of engaging in warp travel? Yes, Charlotte promptly began making arrangements. Both starship bridges commenced relaying commands, instructing the fleet to enter warp travel status within 10 minutes, transitioning into deep-sea mode. As the captain, vice-captain, and secretary, Zhao Chen and his two companions naturally awaited their turn to enter the cryogenic chambers. Charlotte, that was a splendid maneuver. Zhao Chen praised her generously as he watched her on the video feed. It is primarily due to this starship. Without its exceptional speed and the formidable armor of an interstellar battleship, my imaginative tactics would have been utterly unattainable. Charlotte responded earnestly. Lilith could not refrain from asking, however, why did you ultimately choose to break through in the opposite direction from the front lines, rather than continuing to accelerate toward another escape route? Lilith voiced her curiosity. Charlotte replied, disabling the restrictions on the starship's engines means that the maximum cruising speed cannot be sustained for long. If I allow the Zero Storm to continuously head in that direction, it would encounter issues in less than 10 minutes, at which point the starship's speed would struggle to even reach conventional levels. Being overtaken by the pursuing swarm is merely a matter of time. Thus, from the very beginning, the Zero Storm had only one route for breakout. Upon hearing this, Lilith realized that what seemed like reckless actions were actually meticulously orchestrated by Charlotte. However, she never anticipated that they could collide with and destroy that T2 Hive mother ship. It seemed rather unyielding. When Charlotte mentioned this incident, she too felt it was unexpected. At that moment, her intention was merely to use the impact to break through the opponent's defenses and continue their escape. She never imagined it would lead to such an outcome. A T2 Hive mother ship being destroyed by a starship would surely diminish its reputation among the swarm. Zhao Chen understood that such fortuitous events were unlikely. It was likely due to his own luck aura that the Zero Storm exhibited such remarkable performance. Captain, we have captured images of the P331 asteroid through the Deep Space Telescope. Lilith suddenly interjected. This was pertinent as Zhao Chen's Hawk Dragon fleet, referred to as the Black Dragon fleet during missions, had begun its withdrawal alongside the Imperial Navy. Although the swarm continued its relentless pursuit, they were now completely outpaced. On their inevitable path, the P331 asteroid became their target, as a vast swarm of insects surged towards the ground base situated on that celestial body. Although the structures of the base were obliterated, the swarm failed to detect any traces of humanity. Zhao Chen observed this scene with a hint of melancholy. Had they not intervened, the asteroid would have manifested an entirely different reality, a hell on Earth. The entire asteroid would have transformed into a breeding ground for the insectoid species, producing more hive ships and combat units, thereby serving as a launchpad to engulf the entire Arctic Fox star system. The interstellar insect race resembled a spark amidst the prairie. If not extinguished promptly, it would yield dire consequences. Report. All 102 crew members are accounted for. 100 have entered their cryogenic pods. Lilith informed Zhao Chen from the dimly lit bridge. Meanwhile, 2 starships began to engage their warp drives, vanishing into the abyss of the cosmos in the direction from whence they came. Chapter 73. The mysterious origins of the Black Dragon fleet. Upon reopening his eyes, they had already reached the periphery of the Arctic Fox starport, mere minutes away from sighting the port itself. As the starship resumed its normal navigation, Zhao Chen promptly established contact with the female officer designated as CC-11. Not feeling welcomed, Zhao Chen jested. No, I didn't mean it that way. The officer stammered, her curiosity piqued by the mention of the battle at P331 asteroid, a question that technically contravened the reception protocols, which forbade inquiries into the matters of guests. The situation has been resolved. Zhao Chen spoke in a calm tone. Is everything settled? Please extend my original Starship workshop's usage for another month. Additionally, I require the raw materials listed in this order to be delivered to me within 3 days. A portion of these materials is intended for the repair of the Starship, as indicated in the bounty mission. The damage incurred during this battle, along with the operational costs, will be borne by the issuer. I have already itemized this separately. Zhao Chen sent over a list of raw materials. The payment of 1 million star coins for this transaction will be deducted from my bounty. Any shortfall will be covered by a forthcoming influx of funds within a few days. All right? Yes. The female manager responded. The communication abruptly ended. What on earth transpired? The female manager pondered uneasily. At that moment, a communication request came in, activating the call without prior consent. It was an internal communication from the higher-ups. The female manager promptly composed herself, astonished to see the overall director of the Arctic Fox starport on the video screen. You recently hosted the Black Dragon fleet, correct? The starport director inquired directly. Yes. Indeed, the female manager replied. Did they make any specific requests? She relayed Zhao Chen's earlier statements. The fee for 1 month of workshop usage will be waived for them. The raw materials order will be arranged within a day. Furthermore, the bounty and an additional sum will be deposited into this gentleman's account within 12 hours. You may send a message to that gentleman, the starport director stated with gravity. The female supervisor was astonished, pondering the identity of the gentleman who could elicit the personal attention of the starport's chief executive, who expedited every matter concerning him. From this moment forth, you are promoted to the position of Deputy Director of the Arctic Fox Starport S Reception Department. You may delegate other guests to your colleagues, as your sole responsibility will be to cater to this gentleman's Black Dragon fleet. Any requirements he may have should be met to the best of your ability, and should you encounter difficulties, feel free to reach out to me, commanded the starport's chief executive. Deputy Director of the Reception Department? The female supervisor felt dizzy. Prior to this, she was merely an ordinary Starship reception manager, arguably just customer service. Now, she was suddenly elevated to the role of Deputy Director, a significant leap in her career. Thank you, my lord, she stammered, her words faltering. The starport's chief executive replied, if gratitude is to be expressed, let it be for your fortuitous encounter with such a distinguished guest. My lord, what exactly is the background of this Black Dragon fleet that warrants such gravity in your demeanor? Please enlighten me so that I may proceed with caution, she inquired delicately. The specifics remain somewhat unclear. However, this individual successfully completed a bounty mission, leading the Imperial fleet in the safe evacuation operation of the P331 asteroid, the chief executive stated solemnly. The female supervisor gasped, realizing that a task that numerous private fleets had been unwilling to undertake had indeed been accomplished by him. Although she had previously contemplated such possibilities, the choice of words from the chief executive conveyed crucial information that she could not ignore. It was the Black Dragon fleet that led the Imperial naval fleet to accomplish the mission, rather than merely assisting or aiding it. One should not underestimate the significance of these 3 distinct terms, as their meanings diverge greatly. The term assist conveys a sense of a subordinate aiding a superior, while help implies a scenario where both parties are on equal footing. Conversely, lead signifies that the battle was centered around the Black Dragon fleet, with the Imperial naval fleet providing supportive coordination alongside it. Moreover, an influential figure has inquired about the Black Dragon fleet's information, and this individual is scheduled to visit our Arctic Fox starport imminently. This person is not someone we can afford to provoke. Even the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system must extend warm hospitality and feign smiles in their presence, as the chief officer of the starport nervously remarked. Is there truly someone so formidable that even the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system must tread carefully? The Lord of the Arctic Fox star system is a prominent Imperial count, with prospects of ascending to the rank of Marquis within the next decade. To have connections with such a notable Imperial count demands utmost caution. The female officer gulped nervously. Just treat this esteemed guest with the utmost respect, and report any matters to me at once, concluded the chief officer before the communication was severed. At that moment, 2 starships of the Black Dragon fleet slowly emerged into the view of the Arctic Fox starport, navigating towards their designated docking bays in the Starship maintenance area. The female officer activated the video feed, revealing the sight of the 2 starships, one a carrier predominantly colored in yellow, and the other an indeterminate type of starship. The situation with the latter is somewhat dire. The bow of the ship is concave, and the hull bears numerous pockmarks resembling those inflicted by meteorite impacts. Furthermore, there are elongated, deep gouges stretching for several meters along the port side of the vessel. These scars were, in fact, left behind during a close encounter with the T2 insect mothership. What exactly transpired? The female officer mused. As the starship successfully docked, Lilith released a sigh of relief. After years of evasion, she was participating in an interstellar battle for the first time in her capacity as the secretary of the starship, and it was a confrontation against the interstellar insectoid species. Although she appeared remarkably composed on the surface, her heart was undeniably fraught with anxiety. She arranged for the injured aboard the Zero Storm to receive treatment. Should their injuries prove severe, they could utilize the healing chambers at the starport, with expenses covered by the fleet. Meanwhile, the T2 Hammer commenced its operations, undertaking repairs on the hull of the Zero Storm and manufacturing the lost interstellar drones from the T2 Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier, striving to restore the T2 Queen to its combat-ready state. I will personally oversee this matter. You shall assist, Zhao Chen declared as he began to allocate tasks. Chapter 74. Preparations for the construction of the 3rd interstellar warship. At this moment, the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship commenced its inaugural operations. The interior of the interstellar industrial ship is equipped with comprehensive industrial construction facilities, capable of producing everything from starships and mechs to interstellar fighters and drones, down to the battle suits and laser guns worn by interstellar soldiers. However, limitations exist based on the level of the construction targets and the ship's production capacity. Engineering construction can be conducted aboard the vessel. When in a state of suspension within the cosmos, it is even possible to extend operational platforms beyond the hull, allowing for the construction of substantial starships, such as aircraft carrier-class vessels. The T2 Hammer operates in a semi-intelligent mode and is equipped with a variety of engineering robots. By inputting task codes and corresponding technical standards, the system of the interstellar industrial ship can orchestrate the activities of these robots. However, human oversight remains essential, as 20 of the processes necessitate manual operation of certain robotic arms and industrial equipment. Additionally, personnel are required to supervise and verify the quality of the completed work. A T2 Hammer requires a workforce of 200 individuals, significantly more than comparable combat starships. At this moment, Zhao Chen begins to lead a team of 200 Orsish female crew members, each possessing a foundational understanding of industrial technology, to embark on various operational tasks. This team operates maintenance robots to repair the number 0 Blizzard. Meanwhile, they are organizing the production of T2 Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier drones within the T2 Hammer. Zhao Chen, endowed with the prowess of a top-tier engineer, swiftly and efficiently directs the team to accomplish their assigned tasks. After delegating the responsibilities, Zhao Chen proceeds to the bridge of the T2 Hammer, where he begins to input the technical schematics for a new starship, the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault corvette. Indeed, the next starship Zhao Chen intends to construct is the T2 Black Rhino. Although Zhao Chen still possesses the technical blueprints for the T2 Bronze Eden-class starship, its completion within a month remains uncertain, and the cost amounts to a staggering 3 million star coins. Consequently, in light of the quarterly objectives, the endeavor must be postponed. Upon inputting the technical data into the T2 Hammer, the industrial ship system has encrypted it, rendering it inaccessible even to the ship's captain without Zhao Chen's special authorization. During the allocation of construction tasks, the industrial ship system will fragment the entire technical blueprint and distribute it among the crew, while encrypting a minuscule portion of the core technologies, which Zhao Chen must oversee personally. Should the T2 Hammer face any threats, the system will obliterate all encrypted information. Having completed the final input of the technical blueprints, Zhao Chen concealed the operational interface and reclined comfortably in the captain's chair, surveying the T2 Hammer's bridge. The matte black design, while not ostentatious, exudes a sense of simplicity and clarity, evoking the essence of steel industrial aesthetics. From this vantage point, he can access images from various positions aboard the T2 Hammer, monitoring the status and progress of each operational unit. Having addressed his immediate tasks, Zhao Chen was pleasantly surprised to receive notifications of 2 incoming funds, along with messages confirming the delivery of raw materials to the workshop exterior. Remarkably, within just half a day, these matters were resolved, showcasing commendable efficiency. The 2 transactions had deducted the cost of the raw materials Zhao Chen ordered, with the remainder transferred to his personal account in the Imperial Bank, leaving him with a balance of 120,000 star coins. Once the construction of the T2 Black Rhinoceros is completed, efforts can be directed towards the creation of the T2 Bronze Eden-class starship, thereby achieving complete food autonomy for the fleet and even venturing into the commercial realm of grain trade. Zhao Chen summoned Lilith and approached the entrance of the starship workshop, where he opened the grand door. Given that the T2 Hammer was located deeper within, it was out of sight from the entrance. Zhao Chen did not hesitate, instructing the personnel outside to stack the raw materials box by box on the inner side of the door. "Sir, these are the raw materials from your order. Please let us know if you require anything further." The female supervisor, who had previously only appeared on video calls, now stood before Zhao Chen, adorned with a professional smile and clad in a fitted business skirt uniform, with one button deliberately undone at her chest. However, Zhao Chen paid little heed to such details. His focus was solely on the raw materials for constructing the starship. He gazed at the containers filled with materials, envisioning the completed T2 Black Rhinoceros starships. The supervisor felt a twinge of awkwardness, believing herself to be quite attractive, and contemplated the possibility of inviting this prominent figure out for a casual meeting later. At that moment, she caught sight of Lilith, who was dressed in a white military-style uniform, and her heart skipped a beat. She was breathtaking. There was an innate allure about her, evoking an impulse to both protect and tease. The supervisor self-deprecatingly acknowledged that with such a stunning beauty by Zhao Chen's side, she, as merely a humble starport attendant, was hardly worthy of attention. "Lilith, please take charge of coordinating with this young lady." Zhao Chen assigned the task to Lilith. After all, as the current secretary officer, such responsibilities would inevitably fall upon her in the future. Although Lilith possessed an abundance of theoretical knowledge, true growth could only be achieved through practical experience. Ranging from fleet combat to internal affairs and logistics, Lilith stepped forward, eagerly engaging in conversation with the female supervisor. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was preoccupied, gazing thoughtfully at the raw materials contained within the cargo containers, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Next door, at the starship docking station, Lao Chen appeared to be in a foul mood. A carefree young man accompanied by a middle-aged individual emerged from the docking area. The individual referred to as Lao Chen was the fleet commander of an interstellar transport fleet, having just returned for rest and recuperation after completing a mission. "You have no idea the kind of fool I encountered this time, threatening me with ship cannons, and he actually dared to fire. The shells landed perilously close to my bridge."
Lao Chen lamented.
"Unbelievable. Who would dare to do such a thing? To threaten me? Brother Chan, tell me who it was, and as long as it's within the Arctic Fox star system, my Black Fox Brotherhood will know how to deal with them," the young man boasted. Lao Chen shook his head, saying, "I have no idea. I only heard it was someone from a fleet called the Black Dragon." There was no video communication, just the sight of their starship. As the two continued their conversation, they passed by the entrance of a starship workshop and, noticing a multitude of cargo boxes, Lao Chen instinctively directed his gaze towards them, given his background in interstellar transport. Upon glancing, he found himself transfixed. Through the expansive workshop doors, he beheld the very starship he loathed with every fiber of his being, docked in its designated berth. Although the vessel bore signs of wear and tear, its bow dented, he would recognize that accursed starship even in ashes. In an instant, rage ignited within him. Old Chun, with a grim visage, strode purposefully toward the starship hangar. "Who the hell is the captain of this starship? Step forward," he bellowed, his finger pointing fiercely into the hangar. Beside him, a young man with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of arrogance, sneered, "You've crossed my brother Chun. It seems you're tired of living. Best come out now and apologize to him." His thunderous shout drew the attention of all present. Lilith and the female official, engaged in negotiations, halted their discourse to observe. The official's expression shifted. She recognized both men. The one referred to as Brother Chun was a commander of an interstellar transport fleet affiliated with the Arctic Fox System's lordly fleet, apparently related to the Lord himself. His reputation within the realm of interstellar trade was formidable, frequently meddling in the affairs of others. Yet, due to his connections, those victimized by him could only seethe in silence. The other young man was a senior member of the Black Fox Society, equally notorious within the Arctic Fox System. After all, darkness exists in every corner of the universe, and the Black Fox Society epitomizes that shadow. The two shared a close camaraderie, often utilizing the interstellar transport fleet to smuggle illicit goods, thereby reaping substantial profits. "I am the captain. What brings you here?" Zhao Chen emerged nonchalantly, positioning himself directly at the entrance. "What is it? How dare you inquire? You blasted my starship with your cannon. Have you forgotten? Do not presume that the absence of video communication renders you unrecognizable. I would recognize your wretched, hybrid starship even if it were reduced to ashes," Old Chen exclaimed, preparing to seize Zhao Chen by his clothing. Unfazed, Zhao Chen lifted his foot and delivered a swift kick. The force struck Old Chen squarely in the chest, propelling him several meters away. "How dare you lay hands on me? I am a member of the Black Fox Society. Do you comprehend the repercussions of offending the Black Fox Society?" he shouted, his voice trailing off. Before he could finish, Zhao Chen's foot met his face, sending him spiraling sideways to collide violently with a cargo crate. The sound echoed as a vivid red shoe print appeared on his face. At that moment, Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, while onlookers instinctively assumed the man's anger was directed at Zhao Chen. Clearly, he has miscalculated his target, Zhao Chen mused inwardly, realizing he had inadvertently damaged his precious belongings. In theory, such a collision would not affect the raw materials within the crate. Yet Zhao Chen felt a pang of discomfort. Cough, cough. "You dare raise your hand against me. You allowed your starship to bombard mine. Do you believe I will not report you to the Imperial Military Court?" Old Chen groaned, clutching his churning stomach, feeling as though his innards were about to spill forth. With a finger pointed at Zhao Chen, he declared, "You have landed yourself in serious trouble, monumental trouble. Cough, cough. Indeed, let me inform you, should you dare to lay a hand on any member of our Black Fox Society, I have already summoned my brethren. Prepare to collect your remains." The young man from the Black Fox Society shouted defiantly. "You intentionally delayed and slowed the fleet's pace, disregarding the lives of 5 million souls on asteroid P331. The trouble you have brought upon yourselves is evident." At that moment, Lilith stepped forward, standing beside Captain Zhao Chen to speak on his behalf. "It is your voice, the very one that threatened me. An insufferable wretch." Old Chen recognized Lilith's voice as the same one that had issued threats during their previous communications. Succubus. Suddenly, the young man from the Black Fox Society took several bold steps forward, seemingly intent on charging at Lilith. However, Zhao Chen swiftly positioned himself in front of her, his gaze icy as he regarded the challenger. The young man faltered, alarmed by Zhao Chen's imposing demeanor. Cautiously, he scrutinized Zhao Chen before raising his hand to reveal an image, a shadowy figure cloaked in black, barely revealing half of its face. Upon closer inspection in comparison to Lilith, it became clear that this was indeed the woman standing before him. "You insolent brat are responsible for the assault on our Black Fox Society members, stealing those charms. Those artifacts, are you not?" The young man initially intended to utter the word succubus, but quickly realized that such information could not be allowed to circulate. After all, one must avoid drawing undue attention. "Indeed, and what of it?" Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Well. It appears that our relentless search has yielded results effortlessly. The entirety of the Black Fox Society has been seeking you, and you have fortuitously delivered yourself right to our doorstep." The young man of the Black Fox Society swiftly retreated several steps, wielding a handheld terminal to compose and resend a message. He then pointed at Zhao Chen, declaring, "Just wait, you're finished. Here, no one dares to oppose the Black Fox Society. Ha ha ha. It turns out she is the person you have been searching for." At this moment, Old Chen was also laughing joyfully, having heard tales of the succubus from the young man. Observing the unfolding events, he felt an overwhelming elation. This lad had offended the Black Fox Society, and thus he was undoubtedly doomed. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. He was not afraid of the Black Fox Society, but he found the situation troublesome. If things escalated, he would have to vacate the Arctic Fox starport, which would inevitably delay the construction of the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate. This matter was of utmost importance. Indeed, if it weren't for this fellow approaching him, Zhao Chen would have been disinclined to involve himself in such trivial affairs. Are you not concerned that your actions might land you in a military tribunal? Lilith, fuming with indignation, pointed at Old Chen while simultaneously worrying whether their identities as succubi might bring trouble to Captain Zhao Chen. They were still precariously surviving outside, with their futures uncertain. You're talking nonsense. What evidence do you have? She retorted. My starship experienced a malfunction which caused a reduction in speed. You lot indiscriminately bombarded my fleet without understanding the situation. Old Chen sneered at Lilith and Zhao Chen. This is the Arctic Fox star system. Without evidence, who would believe your nonsensical claims? I would, came a voice from behind Old Chen. A woman clad in an imperial military officer's uniform was approaching with measured steps. The impact of military boots against the ground produced a somewhat melodious sound. Behind her stood a squad of 30 soldiers, each armed with laser rifles. They bore a single character in golden lettering. Chapter 76. The distinguished Chu Xian, the female officer, strode past the old man and approached Zhao Chen, removing her white glove from her right hand and extending her delicate fingers. It is a pleasure to meet you again, she said. Zhao Chen gazed at the Imperial Fleet's female commander, known as Chu Xian, with a hint of surprise. Why was she here? Out of courtesy, he shook her hand, but soon withdrew it. He was not particularly inclined to engage with individuals from the Imperial Army, as they represented the Radiant Star Empire. Disclosing too much about himself to them could lead to complications. This bounty mission was triggered by the system, and it also addressed the resource shortages in the quarterly task of constructing starships. Does she not favor men? Chu Xian pondered as she observed Zhao Chen hastily retracting his hand. However, this was an opportune moment to request a favor from him. The gentleman had indeed spoken correctly. Your interstellar transport fleet is responsible for executing the evacuation mission for asteroid P331. Correct? Chu Xian turned her gaze toward the man, whose face was now ashen and beaded with sweat. Our esteemed commander is addressing you. What are you staring at? The female lieutenant stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across the old man's face. Old Chen hurriedly averted his gaze and explained, I am the commanding officer of the interstellar transport fleet responsible for the evacuation of asteroid P331. However, we successfully completed the civilian evacuation mission. Are you implying, Chu Xian countered sharply, that this gentleman accuses you of deliberately delaying the mission and refusing to assist in evacuating the populace from asteroid P331? Is that not a falsehood? Indeed. Of course it is. We harbor enmity between us. He has intentionally framed me. Furthermore, he even launched a direct assault on my starship with his cannon. I am prepared to bring him before a military tribunal. Old Chen insisted, his resolve hardening, for he had no choice but to deny the allegations, lest he face dire consequences. Shaosong, Chu Xian suddenly called out a name. Among the ranks of soldiers, a male soldier stepped forward and stood before Chu Xian. The sight of this seemingly personal guard left Old Chen and the others momentarily stunned, for the soldier donned the uniform of a general, a star prominently displayed on his insignia. This soldier was, in fact, a one-star brigadier of the Empire. Sir, my subordinate here claims he has been wronged. Please assist me in investigating this matter thoroughly. We must not unjustly accuse an innocent, nor should we allow a guilty party to escape justice, Chu Xian stated coldly, her tone imbued with an icy resolve. Understood, ma'am. Shaosong respectfully turned to Zhao Chen and saluted. He had been present during the recent war against the insectoid race, serving as the captain of another starship, and thus held great admiration for the man before him. However, when Shaosong's gaze shifted to Old Chen, the latter felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Rest assured, we shall not wrong any individual. Old Chen swallowed hard, sweat pouring down his face. He could argue that it was merely slander. He had deleted all the navigation logs of the Starship, erasing any evidence that could potentially incriminate him. As for the footage that might have been recorded when that fellow Starship issued a warning, he could easily explain that it was indeed his own starship that had sustained damage and was fortuitously encountered during repairs. Everything, all of it, would be fine. Nothing would go awry. Hello, let us reintroduce ourselves. My name is Chu Xian, and I am the commander of a small fleet in the Imperial Navy. Chu Xian greeted Zhao Chen with a smile. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes inwardly. Your rank is colonel, yet you command a one-star brigadier general? Who would believe you are merely a commander of a small fleet in the Imperial Navy? Zhao Chen acknowledged. Chu Xian gazed into the Starship workshop, where she observed the maintenance of the Zero Storm and another aircraft carrier. This one is called the Zero Storm, but what is the name of the other aircraft carrier? Chu Xian inquired enthusiastically. Queen Bee? Zhao Chen replied. I've never heard of that name. I searched the Starship database for the models of these two vessels and found nothing. Chu Xian said, her eyes wide with curiosity. I'm not sure, Zhao Chen responded. Not sure? You don't know your own starship? She found his demeanor rather indifferent. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps resonated through the air. A throng of individuals clad in garments adorned with a black fox emblem entered from the distant corridor, numbering at least 300 to 400, each brandishing an array of weapons, including laser guns. But in the next moment, they were left utterly astonished. A troop of no more than 30 Imperial soldiers had taken their positions, their laser guns trained upon them. At that instant, the atmosphere seemed to still. How did Imperial soldiers end up here? Zhao Chen remarked. These must be members of the Black Fox Society. Have you offended them? Chu Xian inquired with curiosity. Zhao Chen cast a cold glance at the distant members of the Black Fox Society. They seek to seize my troops. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Fox Society began to retreat cautiously. Hey, that leader over there. Come here. Chu Xian suddenly pointed at a conspicuous little chief among the crowd of the Black Fox Society. At this moment, he dared not flee, and could only muster the courage to approach, catching sight of his dazed subordinate, Wang Chong, standing nearby. Wang Chong felt wronged. Ever since the Imperial troops had appeared, he had intended to send a message urging the Black Fox Society members to hold back. However, the officer named Xiao Song had fixed his gaze upon him, and with a mere glance he abandoned that notion. Speak. Why are you here? Chu Xian asked, arms crossed. The little chief lowered his head, momentarily at a loss for words. If you do not tell me, I shall directly inquire with your leader of the Black Fox Society. Chu Xian replied with a feigned nonchalance. I do not know, the little chief attempted to ask. My name is Chu Xian, and this is my friend. If you bully my friend, you are effectively bullying me. Chu Xian boldly gestured towards Zhao Chen, whose lips twitched in disbelief. When had he become this lady's friend?
Chu Suan. Chu?
The Chu family.
Chu Suan.
Suddenly, the small leader was struck by a thought, his entire being quivering as though he had encountered a colossal beast of flood. You are from the Chu family. Instinctively, he was about to utter the name of the female officer before him, but he was quelled by the intensity of her gaze. Chapter 77. No time to waste. I am in a rush to construct the starship. The small leader anxiously regarded the female officer, surnamed Chu. Even if their Black Fox Society's chief were present, a single word from this woman could obliterate the entire organization. The matter unfolded as follows. We were in the midst of apprehending a group of succubi. However, unfortunately, this gentleman had already arrived ahead of us. We were unaware that he was your acquaintance. Should we have caused any offense, I am willing to offer my life in atonement, hoping you will not involve others. Resolutely, the small leader drew forth his laser gun. In that very instant, several of Chu Xian's personal guards had already set their sights on him. Should he display any threat toward Chu Xian, he would meet a swift and irrevocable demise before he could even react. Moreover, the young lady possessed a trump card capable of ensuring her survival in any circumstance. The small leader extended the laser gun toward Chu Xian, his demeanor one of utmost reverence, akin to a submissive hound. This elicited a measure of surprise from Zhao Chen, who observed Chu Xian with newfound respect. It appeared that the woman's status was indeed extraordinary. Just moments ago, a one-star brigadier general had shown her deference. What rank does a one-star brigadier general hold? With a standard discharge, such an individual could be directly ennobled as a baron or even a viscount, placing them in a position far superior to Zhao Chen's. Chu Xian turned her gaze toward Zhao Chen, clearly seeking his counsel. "Leave," Zhao Chen uttered succinctly. Were it not for the ongoing operations in the warehouse, he would have already been disturbed for over 10 minutes in his efforts to construct the new ship. "I am in a good mood today and wish to avoid any bloodshed. Handle your own matters. Just be clear on one point. This individual is a friend of me, Chu Xian." A faint smile graced Chu Xian's lips. The small leader let out a sigh of relief. At least his life was spared. However, since the young lady indicated that he should handle it, he felt compelled to adopt a certain demeanor. As for that demeanor, the small leader glanced at the dazed Wang Chong beside him. With a cold expression, he approached and, without a hint of courtesy, began to strike him with fists and feet. "How dare you show disrespect to Miss Chu's friend? It seems you are courting death. This cannot be dealt with lightly. Brother, please stop. I know I was wrong." Wang Chong pleaded from the ground. "Someone, take this scoundrel away and administer the harshest punishment upon him," the small leader stated indifferently. Sacrificing a key member to appease Miss Chu's anger is a deal too lucrative to pass up. Not only would he act thus in this situation, but even if the leader of the Black Fox Society were present, he would not hesitate to do the same. He might even go so far as to eliminate all the subordinates present, merely to please Miss Chu. Upon hearing the small leader's words, Wang Chong's face turned ashen, his body trembling. He crawled towards Chu Xian and Zhao Chen like a dog, exclaiming, "I understand my mistake. I truly recognize my wrongs. Please, do not kill me. I have an elderly mother who is 3 years my senior, relying on me for her care, and an 80-year-old wife along with a young child who depends on me for sustenance." Wang Chong, pleading for mercy, spoke in disjointed phrases. Yet, Zhao Chen remained unmoved. Even if his claims were true, Zhao Chen believed there were many who had suffered far worse under his command in the past. This was merely his just deserts. Ultimately, Wang Chong was dragged away by the minions of a petty leader. The scoundrel took his leave. The petty leader cautiously inquired. "Begone." Chu Xian waved her hand. The petty leader, as if granted a reprieve, promptly departed, and the members of the Black Fox Society scattered like birds and beasts. As for Wang Chong, it was later reported that he was tortured to death. His body discovered days afterward in a refuse dump within the Arctic Fox starport. The petty leader dared not defy orders. At that moment, Old Chen's face was ashen, his eyes filled with dread, his legs trembling as if they might give way at any moment. How did the matter proceed? Chu Xian inquired. Xiao Song cast a glance at Old Chen, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. The navigational data from his interstellar transport vessel had been entirely erased. Yet he had not anticipated that at the lowest tier of the Starship system processor, a backup data file existed. "I have retrieved this backup data." Within it were orders to the interstellar transport fleet to procrastinate the mission and delay their journey to the P331 asteroid. Upon hearing this, Old Chun collapsed to the ground as if his very being had disintegrated, utterly dazed. "Our Imperial soldiers fight on the battlefield, risking their lives to gain precious time, and you, in the rear, have the audacity to squander the vital time needed for rescue." Chu Xian gazed coldly at Old Chin. This time, her actions were not motivated by Zhao Chun, but rather fueled by her own seething anger. She held a deep disdain for those who spoke one way yet acted another, especially those selfish enough to sacrifice others for their own gain, particularly when it jeopardized the soldiers of the Empire. Old Chen had undeniably crossed her line. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I will give up all my possessions." Old Chen pleaded incessantly. "Xiao Song, escort him to the military tribunal," Chu Xian stated indifferently.
No.
"I don't want to go to the military tribunal. My cousin is the lord of the Arctic Fox system. You cannot treat me this way," Old Chen cried out, fully aware that once he was delivered to this woman named Chu, even if innocent, he might not survive. Moreover, he was undeniably guilty. The lord of the Arctic Fox system? If he believes I am in the wrong, let him come and confront me personally, Chu Xian retorted with a cold scoff. "Our young lady prefers silence. Be quiet." Xiao Song stepped forward, delivering a seemingly careless punch that dislocated Old Chen's jaw. Woo-wah! Old Chen attempted to speak but could utter nothing. He was subsequently escorted away by other soldiers, and the outcome was all too predictable. Following this incident, the Lord of the Arctic Fox system promptly divorced Old Chen's cousin and sought out Chu Xian to offer his sincere apologies. Fortunate that she chose not to punish him. As for Old Chen, he faced the death penalty from the military tribunal. Chu Xian, satisfied, turned to Zhao Chen and inquired, "How do you intend to thank me for resolving these matters for you?" "Thank you? Do I owe you a favor?" Zhao Chen remarked, his demeanor unwavering. Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback. She pointed at Lilith standing beside Zhao Chen, then gestured towards the position where the small leader of the Black Fox Society had just been standing. "Hey, don't turn your back on me now. If it weren't for my intervention, who knows what the Black Fox Society would have done to you today?" Zhao Chen smiled faintly and replied, "Even if we were to consider this a reluctant assistance on your part, it would merely mean we are even. Let us not forget that it was I who provided you with the information regarding Old Chen's matter, and had my fleet not discovered their negligence at the time to issue a warning, the subsequent battle would not have allowed P-331 to retreat so swiftly." You! Chu Xian was left speechless by Zhao Chen's words. Remembering her purpose, she took a deep breath and managed to smile. "Then let us set this matter aside for now. As friends who have fought side by side, how about I treat you to a meal?" Oblivious to the stunned expressions behind her, Chu Xian, unaccustomed to such treatment, pressed on. Chapter 78. The pearls of 2 imperial dukes. All items on the order have been successfully delivered. The female manager turned to Zhao Chen. "All right, thank you. Are you really not going to engage with Miss Chu?" Lilith inquired. "Her status is quite extraordinary. Are you aware of her identity?" Zhao Chen asked, directing his gaze at Lilith. "After I assumed the role of your secretary, I gathered various intelligence regarding the Stellar Radiance Empire, particularly concerning Miss Chu." Zhao Chen slowed his pace towards the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, gesturing for Lilith to continue. The Arctic Fox star system falls under the jurisdiction of the North Wind Star Domain, whose governor is Miss Chu Xian's maternal grandfather, a Duke of the Empire. Additionally, the governor of the Chu River Star Domain, one of the 8 major star domains of the Stellar Radiance Empire, is Miss Chu's paternal grandfather, also a duke and concurrently the Empire's 5-star marshal. Most significantly, this Miss Chu Xian is the only granddaughter of the Duke of Chu River, cherished beyond measure. The North Wind Governor holds a greater affection for his granddaughter than for his own grandson, rendering her the apple of the eye of both governors. Lilith's expression turned grave. The 2 governors are, in fact, her grandfather and maternal grandfather. This underscores the formidable background of Chu Xian, explaining why the Black Fox organization refrains from making rash moves, daring to openly challenge the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system. "You believe I should cultivate a relationship with her?" Zhao Chen inquired. Lilith gazed at the captain in confusion, unable to comprehend his meaning. Was it not obvious? The more prominent her status, the more we should maintain our distance. Our current objective is to develop discreetly. Although we possess 2 T2-class starships of unparalleled caliber, we remain vulnerable in the face of genuine adversaries. Zhao Chen stated calmly. In truth, there was another reason. Zhao Chen harbored doubts that a duke's granddaughter would suddenly exhibit such warmth towards him. Where there is an anomaly, there is often a hidden motive. Moreover, the secrets surrounding him are multiplying. Who knows what might transpire in close proximity to such an individual? It is only prudent to maintain a considerable distance. Lilith responded in understanding. The raw materials I ordered have arrived, and the task ahead is to construct the T2 Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault frigate before the year's end, Zhao Chen declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. Meanwhile, outside the gate, if Chu Xian were to realize that her allure paled in comparison to that of a T2 interstellar frigate, she would likely confront Zhao Chen in indignation. "I invite him to dinner, and he dares to disregard my courtesy?" Chu Xian exclaimed, hands on her hips, abandoning the solemn demeanor of a military officer, revealing a hint of fluster. The female aide stifled a laugh beside her. "Miss, could it be that you have developed feelings for this gentleman?" "Boo, boo, boo. We've barely met a few times. How could I possibly have feelings for him? Besides, he is nothing but a straightforward man of steel." Like him? Unless I were to be struck by a starship while leaving, Chu Xian retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Then why have you traveled all the way to Arctic Fox Starport? Was it truly just to invite him for a meal or to become acquainted? The aide inquired skeptically. Chu Xian composed herself, gazing at the gate as if she could perceive Zhao Chen's figure within. I had someone investigate the starship named Zero Storm, but there are no records whatsoever. Not even for the other carrier-class vessel. I even expanded the search beyond the Starry Empire, yet still found no matching ship type. Chu Xian, with a contemplative gaze, stated solemnly, this leaves us with only two possibilities. First, he possesses a remarkably clandestine channel for acquiring ships. Second, these two starships were not purchased by him. Rather, he designed and constructed them himself. The notion of him having designed and built them himself seemed implausible. Although the T2 starship is merely semi-military grade, it is not something that just anyone can create. The female deputy questioned this conclusion. I share your skepticism, which is precisely why I seek to uncover the truth. Should it be the former, we could exploit this channel to procure a fleet of these formidable starships. However, if it is the latter, then he is undoubtedly a talent worth recruiting for our Chu family, which would significantly bolster our strength. With the current complexities surrounding the stellar empire, seizing any opportunity to enhance our family's power is imperative. After articulating her thoughts, Chu Xian shot her deputy a disdainful glance. Surely you don't believe I am some airheaded romantic, eager to pursue a man, do you? The deputy vigorously shook her head, though her conviction seemed less than steadfast. She cast a sideways glance at a certain location and muttered, moreover, this does not necessarily imply being airheaded. Chu Xian's lips twitched in annoyance. You cheeky girl. How dare you mock me? Report, miss, there are communication requests from two Duke Lords. At that moment, Xiao Song approached, projecting two links for the communication requests. Wait, don't answer. Chu Xian began, but before she could finish, Xiao Song had already connected the call. He appeared oblivious to the dagger-like glare from the young lady and turned to leave, while the female deputy discreetly stepped away. Chu Xian covered her face and soon, two familiar voices resonated in her ears. My dear granddaughter, are you all right? I heard that a level 2 cosmic wormhole has appeared in your vicinity, and you took 30 starships to engage in battle? Xiao Xian, are you unhurt? I have already dispatched my fleet to support you. The two elderly men appeared in separate video communication windows. That old fool, Zhu. I previously warned you against letting Chu Xian go to your place, and you assured me without a doubt that nothing would happen. Now look what has transpired. If anything were to happen to my granddaughter, I swear I would tear your crown from your head. Now, such words are uncalled for. It was Xiao Xian who was terrified by you and sought refuge with me, her grandfather. Moreover, this incident was entirely unforeseen. I never anticipated the emergence of the interstellar Zerg. However, rest assured, Xiao Xian is now safe and sound, and there will be no further issues. If it comes to that, you can command my fleet. The flagship is a renowned T4 interstellar battleship. I know you have a fondness for it, so consider it yours. I heard that over at that old man's place, your ship is merely a T2 starship. That thing lacks even a star shield. What would you do in case of danger? In our North Wind Star domain, while we may not possess T4 starships, we do have T3 carrier starships. The interstellar fighters soar everywhere. It's quite exhilarating, and you need not be on the front lines, making it far safer than any interstellar battleship. I will arrange everything for Xiao Xian. Tomorrow she shall assume the role of captain. Chu Xian wore an expression of utter despair. It was precisely the excessive indulgence from these two elderly gentlemen that drove her to escape. Otherwise, one could only speculate what actions they might resort to. Chapter 79. Promoted to Fleet Commander Headquarters of the Black Fox Society, the eldest daughter of the Chu family? The leader of the Black Fox Society was taken aback upon hearing that name. The matter had been resolved, and it was unlikely that the young lady would hold us accountable. The subordinate remarked, however, we may not be able to interfere with the situation regarding the succubi any further. Although we remain uncertain about the identity of the man accompanying the Chu family's eldest daughter, it is evident that she holds him in high regard, explicitly stating that he is her friend. The implication of her words serves as a warning to us. The leader of the Black Fox Society furrowed his brow in contemplation. This is a task assigned to us by young Master Han, and we have yet to fulfill it. While young Master Han is significant, he pales in comparison to the Chu family, the subordinate muttered. The leader nodded. That is indeed true. It seems that if we were to confront the Chu family, the Black Fox Society would not stand a chance against them. Time swiftly passed, and before one knew it, the end of December had arrived. The once spacious Starship workshop now felt rather cramped, as 10 new starships had been added. Had these vessels not been of modest size, they would scarcely have fit within the confines of the facility. Zhao Chen stood before the 10 starships, surveying them with a satisfied smile. Listen to my command. Prepare to initiate the testing of the starships. Zhao Chen ordered from the bridge of the vessels. Immediately, the starships began to stir with activity. Meanwhile, beside Zhao Chen, 10 video windows displayed the captains proceeding methodically with the activation of their starships. Report. Black Rhinoceros Class Ship 1 is initiating the Starship engine. Report. Black Rhinoceros Class Ship 2, Starship engine activation is proceeding normally. Report. Black Rhinoceros Class Ship 5, the Starship propulsion system is undergoing automatic diagnostics. Diagnostics complete. Functioning optimally. Report. Black Rhinoceros Class Ship 7, the Starship weapon systems are undergoing automatic diagnostics. Diagnostics complete. Functioning optimally. Zhao Chen listened attentively to each report. Soon, one of the starships completed all initial activation procedures. Report. Black Rhinoceros Class Ship 8, initial activation and full process diagnostics complete. All systems normal. As the messages confirming the self-check procedures of the T2 Black Rhinoceros Class Interstellar Heavy Assault Frigates accumulated, Zhao Chen's face radiated a brilliant smile, and he gently clenched his fist. Splendid! After nearly a month of effort, Zhao Chen had produced 10 T2 Black Rhinoceros ships in one go. Given the relatively small size of the T2 Black Rhinoceros and the assembly line production method employed, the efficiency of Starship manufacturing was significantly enhanced. Furthermore, with a modest cost of only 100,000 star coins per vessel, the total expenditure for these 10 ships merely consumed the 1 million star coins worth of materials previously procured. To his astonishment, he had successfully constructed 10 T2 Black Rhinoceros ships in a single endeavor. Charlotte stood beside Zhao Chen, surveying the 10 sleek, ebony Starship frigates before them. Every starship, aside from the numerical designations such as 001, 002, and 003 on their hulls, is virtually identical. Zhao Chen remarked with a smile, after all, they will inevitably be constructed. Our fleet comprises merely 2 starships, one of which is an aircraft carrier variant. Although it is equipped with a star shield, it does not provide comprehensive protection. A requisite number of interstellar frigates must be incorporated to truly establish the semblance of a fleet. Wouldn't you agree? Charlotte gazed at the interstellar frigate in awe, exclaiming, "It is truly astonishing that a frigate with such remarkable specifications can be constructed for a mere 100,000 star coins. Moreover, within just a month, 10 have been completed. Both efficiency and quality have been assured. This is undoubtedly the result of the T2 Hammer's prowess. Without it, the shipyard's capacity would permit the completion of no more than 3 ships within a month." Zhao Chen observed the industrious T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship stationed at the side of the Seoul Starship workshop. Taking a 3-month leave as a student feels rather inappropriate. In truth, Zhao Chen's academic status is irrelevant at this point. However, there exists a pressing matter requiring him to obtain a degree from the North Star Starship Military Academy. The Stellar Empire mandates that any lord must secure graduation certification from an accredited interstellar military academy within its borders. The specific institution is not stipulated, as long as it is a legitimate interstellar military academy. Due to the untimely passing of his father, Zhao Chen ascended to his title prematurely in accordance with imperial law. Yet, should he fail to acquire the military academy certification within a stipulated time frame, he risks the potential forfeiture of his nobility. "I believe there is another matter that requires our attention," Charlotte remarked. "What is it?" Zhao Chen inquired. "The establishment of our Falcon fleet system," Charlotte replied. Zhao Chen turned to look at her as she continued, "Previously, we only had 2 starships, so our assignments were quite casual. However, the situation has changed. We now possess 12 combat starships and 1 auxiliary vessel, which forms the rudimentary structure of a small fleet. In order to facilitate future management, it is imperative that we establish a fleet system. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Since you have a vision, you must also have a contingency plan prepared. Beginning today, your title will no longer be captain, but fleet commander. You may choose any starship as your flagship, which will serve as the fleet's command vessel. I recommend the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier, as it is a safer option. I will assume the role of captain of the Zero Storm, while also serving as the fleet's deputy commander. Lilith can take on the responsibilities of your flagship secretary and fleet secretary. Subsequently, we will appoint a captain for each of the remaining starships. Before we proceed, we still have approximately 200 female soldiers without formal positions. A single T-2 Black Rhino requires only 20 female soldiers for operation, so these 200 can perfectly fill that gap. As for the selection of captains and the crew for each starship's bridge, that will require your personal arrangement. Charlotte laid out her meticulous plans. Truly, as a former fleet commander, you have already thought through every detail for Zhao Chen. I presume you have a list prepared. Please show it to me shortly. If all is satisfactory, I will grant my approval directly. All these matters are entrusted to your care. Charlotte rolled her eyes. This captain, no, he should now be referred to as the fleet commander, was increasingly fond of shirking responsibilities. Naturally, Zhao Chen was resolute in avoiding tasks he could delegate. With subordinates at his disposal, why should he toil unnecessarily? As for the present moment, Zhao Chen was not seeking rest. Instead, he was reviewing his completed quarterly tasks to claim his rewards. Quarterly task: own 3 starships, system produced. Task completed, rewards available for collection. Chapter 80, Stars and Moonlight, vowing eternal companionship. Quarterly task: own 3 starships, system produced. Task completed, rewards available for collection. Task rewards collected. Acquired 10 task points. Acquired 1,000 system points. Acquired T-2 Super Soldier Serum. Acquired a blueprint for T-2 Black Knight Class Light Interstellar Combat Mech. Indeed, the rewards for the quarterly tasks were exceedingly generous, fulfilling Zhao Chen's month-long anticipation. Besides the customary rewards of 10 task points and 1,000 system points, Zhao Chen noticed a familiar item, the T-2 Super Soldier Serum. It appeared this Super Soldier Serum belonged to a series. After previously injecting the T-1 Super Soldier Serum, Zhao Chen felt a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. What transformations might occur upon administering the T-2 Super Soldier Serum? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen focused his thoughts, and a vial identical to the previous Super Soldier Serum materialized in his hand. Recalling the sensation of his first injection, Zhao Chen sat on his bed, taking a deep breath before swiftly piercing his arm with the needle. A sharp hiss escaped his lips as an electrifying jolt coursed through his mind, causing every cell in his body to tremble, as though his consciousness were on the verge of detaching from his physical form. After enduring a few minutes of pain, a look of relief washed over Zhao Chen's face. His mouth slightly agape and his eyes narrowed in satisfaction. He first swung his fist and with a whoosh, a shadow of his punch flashed by. Surveying his surroundings, he approached the edge of the bed, effortlessly lifting the large mattress with a single hand. Glancing into the mirror, he noticed a newfound determination in his gaze. His features appeared more defined, and the muscles in his abdomen were sculpted to an admirable degree. If he were to unleash his current strength upon the old Chen from that time, it would likely spell the end for him, Zhao Chen mused. The T-2 Black Knight Class Light Interstellar Combat Mecha. In this era of interstellar travel, the combat mecha had unfortunately become a supporting character. Nevertheless, it remained indispensable. While starships are capable of engaging in battle within the cosmic environment, how does one seize control of a planet? If the intent is merely to annihilate the forces present on that planet, one could simply order the starship to conduct an orbital bombardment, decimating the ground below. However, if one seeks to exert control over the planet while minimizing collateral damage, the combat mecha becomes an essential weapon. It is crucial to note that although combat mecha and interstellar combat mecha belong to the same category of weaponry, they are 2 entirely distinct branches. The former is typically deployed among the ground forces within a planet's interior, while the latter is capable of engaging in combat within the cosmic environment, even executing starship jump assaults. Zhao Chen examined the data pertaining to the interstellar mech. T2 Black Knight Class Light Interstellar Combat Mech Type. Interstellar Combat Mech Technology Level. T2 Armor Strength. 40 units, 50 units height. 15. 8 meters weight. 420 tons crew. 1 weaponry. 2 36-barrel Gatling laser cannons, 30 units of small missiles, and 1 Black Knight lightsaber. The armor strength of this mech is already comparable to that of a T1 Starship, and its weaponry rivals the firepower of a T1 Starship, complemented by melee capabilities. Its cruising speed is relatively slow, as it is merely an interstellar combat mech rather than a starship. However, its short-term maximum speed can rival that of certain T2 starships. It would be prudent to construct and deploy some interstellar combat mechs within the starship's hangar for readiness, as they may prove advantageous in future surface combat missions. Zhao Chen mused to himself. Having completed his understanding of the interstellar combat mech, he cast a glance at his data interface. Host: Zhao Chen. Profession: Elite Starship Engineer. Special attributes: Fleet Luck Bonus, Eye of Insight, points, 2950, task points, 20, number of starships, 12, tasks, none, warehouse, T3 Blizzard class. The task points and system points have been duly accounted for. In addition to the recent acquisition of 1,000 system points, there are also the monthly points accumulated over October and November, totaling 160 system points. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment before accessing the T2 Marketplace upgrade page. T2 System Marketplace upgrade conditions. First requirement: exchange for 2 T2 level items, 2-2. Second requirement: complete 2 C-level system tasks, 2-2. Third requirement: consume 2,000 system points for Marketplace upgrade, 2,952,000. All 3 conditions for upgrading the T2 Marketplace have been fulfilled. Confirm consumption of 2,000 system points to upgrade T2 Marketplace to T3 Marketplace. Confirm. Consuming 2,000 system points, T2 Marketplace upgraded to T3 Marketplace. Remaining system points, 950. Congratulations! You have unlocked the T3 series of products in the System Marketplace, granting you 1 opportunity to exchange for any product without the need for task points. Once again, Zhao Chen received the same reward privilege, but upon glancing at the T3 series products, he noted that the average price was around 6,000 system points. Currently, this penniless individual found himself devoid of system points to make any exchanges, leaving him to merely indulge in a fleeting visual delight. Subsequently, Zhao Chen accompanied Charlotte to oversee the inaugural trial run of the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault corvette. A fleet of 10 T2 Black Rhinos departed from the starport. The trial run was successfully completed. Next, the procurement of military supplies and everyday necessities commenced. Zhao Chen's account still held ample funds. While it may not suffice for the construction of starships, it was more than adequate to sustain the over 600 interstellar female soldiers. Concurrently, Zhao Chen had meticulously organized a grand banquet, the New Year's Eve celebration. This marked what could be considered Zhao Chen's first New Year's Eve since his arrival in this world. Within the Starship workshop, a space was cleared, adorned with a sumptuous array of food and beverages, accompanied by the latest popular music. Some danced, others indulged in feasting and revelry, while a few sang joyfully. This extravagant banquet undoubtedly consumed a significant amount of star coins. Charlotte took a sip of an unknown brand of strong liquor, gazing at Zhao Chen and Lilith beside her. Shaking her head, she reflected on the 5,000 star coins spent, a sum that, during her time with the rebel fleet, would have covered numerous months' worth of meals. To expend it all in a single night felt undeniably lavish. "Are you feeling the pinch?" Zhao Chen teased, observing Charlotte's expression, which spoke volumes. "Warriors of the Falcon Fleet, tell me, are you happy?" Zhao Chen suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing their commander's voice, everyone shouted in unison, "Happy!" Zhao Chen's lips curled into a smile as he raised his glass and downed its contents in one gulp, then laughed. "I, Zhao Chen, harbor no grand ambitions. I simply do not wish to disappoint my family's expectations. I aim to diligently cultivate my Xiaolong star system and the Xiaolong fleet. I desire for myself and those who choose to follow me to live well, to exist as human beings imbued with hope, rather than merely surviving like marionettes. Simultaneously, we must possess the strength that safeguards us from any form of oppression. Dignity shall always lie within the reach of our starships. Many female soldiers paused in their actions, gazing longingly at the commander, some even with reddened eyes. On this day next year, I hope we can raise our glasses in joyous celebration, dancing beneath the moonlight together. To our future. Zhao Chen raised his cup once more. Lilith stepped forward, placing her hand over her heart, and solemnly declared, "Stars and bright moons, I pledge to follow until death. Stars and bright moons, I pledge to follow until death," echoed the voices of numerous female soldiers in unison. Zhao Chen tilted his head back, downing the fiery liquor in his cup. At this moment, the time had ushered in a new year. System notification. Annual task triggered. System notification. Quarterly task triggered. Chapter 81. Annual and quarterly tasks. The system tasks have arrived. Zhao Chen sought a reason to excuse himself from the banquet and retreated to a tranquil location. Before him, 2 system pop-ups materialized. Annual task. Please ensure the host graduates normally from the North Star Starship Military Academy within 1 year. Zhao Chen was taken aback. Graduate from the North Star Starship Military Academy within a year. He was merely a 4th-year student at present. Normally, he would have to wait over 2 more years to graduate. At best, he would only become a 5th-year student before the end of this year. However, the rewards for the quarterly tasks are already so generous. It is indeed a pity to squander such a substantial annual task reward. It seems I must devise a plan to graduate from the North Star Military Academy as soon as possible. Coincidentally, I also wish to fully develop the Xiaolong star system once a solid foundation is established. Glancing at another task notification. Quarterly task. Own 5 different models of T2 or above starships. 3-5. Create an interstellar fleet with a total of 30 starships. 12-30. Own 1 T3 level starship. 0-1. System-produced starship. The requirements for this task are indeed numerous. However, the difficulty of completing the first 2 requirements is not particularly daunting. Zhao Chen has already constructed 3 T2 starships. The T2B King-class heavy aircraft carrier, the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate, and the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Additionally, he possesses blueprints for a T2 Bronze Eden-class starship and a T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser in his system warehouse. If necessary, redeeming a T2 starship from the T2 marketplace is also an easily attainable task for Zhao Chen at this stage. Regarding the second requirement of constructing 30 starships, Zhao Chen could fulfill this criterion within 2 months by solely building the T2 Black Rhino. The most crucial aspect remains the third requirement, a singular T3 level starship. Zhao Chen once again opened the T3 Blizzard technical blueprint that had been languishing in his system warehouse for quite some time. To complete the construction of this T3 Blizzard, the initial cost would amount to a staggering 13 million star coins. This figure is equivalent to the total construction costs of 130 T2 Black Rhinoceros ships or nearly 10 T2 Queen Bees. However, Zhao Chen found himself with less than 1.2 million star coins remaining, leaving a daunting gap of tenfold. Bridging this gap within 3 months posed a formidable challenge. Furthermore, if he were to enlist a T2 Hammer to undertake the construction of the T3 Blizzard, it would necessitate the allocation of all production capabilities for a duration of 2 months before completion could be achieved. Even in the finest starport workshops, this time frame would remain consistent. Yet, constructing the T3 Blizzard within the confines of the starport shipyard was simply not feasible. Once completed and exiting the starport, the ship's exterior would unmistakably reveal its classification as a T3 starship, or as an unregistered model of the same type. A subsequent investigation into the starport's shipyard rental records would inevitably expose Zhao Chen. While constructing a T2 starship might not attract much attention, the creation of an unprecedented T3 starship would undoubtedly draw unwelcome scrutiny. Although exposure was an eventual certainty, it was preferable for Zhao Chen to delay it for as long as possible, allowing him more time for preparation. The construction costs and time frame presented themselves as significant challenges for Zhao Chen. The difficulty of this quarter's task weighed heavily on his mind. He muttered to himself, lamenting the thought of wasting the rewards of a quarterly mission if he failed to complete it. With a deep breath, Zhao Chen closed his eyes, allowing his mind to engage in a continuous process of planning and contemplation. A few seconds later, Zhao Chen opened his eyes. He had devised a series of construction plans. First, he would utilize the T2 Hammer No. 1 ship, dedicating a month to the expansion of a T2 Hammer. In the second month, the T2 Hammer No. 1 would commence the construction of a T3 Blizzard, a task that would take 2 months to complete. Concurrently, in the second month, the T2 Hammer No. 2 would begin the construction of a T2 Bronze Eden, which was preliminarily estimated to be finished in less than a month. Although this auxiliary starship was expensive, its construction time was relatively short. By the third month, the T2 Hammer No. 2 would operate at full capacity, producing a substantial number of T2 Black Rhinos, or potentially other T2 starships that could be completed within the deadline, fulfilling the quarterly requirement of 30 starships. Time posed no significant issue. However, the dilemma lay in the shortfall of raw materials. Considering the construction costs of all starships, the total amounted to a staggering 20 million star coins. Zhao Chen covered his face in despair. With this calculation, the funding gap had widened. Where could he possibly source the money? The territory? That was a lost cause. The Xianglong star system remained a dismal mess. Thus, external funding was the only option. Zhao Chen thought of Liyaki. Arms trading was the quickest way to generate funds. Previously, in a rush to secure financing, he had hastily sold the blueprints for a T1 Wolf Lice-class medium interstellar destroyer, opting for a one-time buyout as a last resort. Had he chosen to sell technology licenses or agency rights, the immediate funds would undoubtedly have been less substantial, and it would have been impossible to secure a lump sum. A direct buyout was the only way to make quick money. However, this time Zhao Chen had no such intentions. With the trust established through the T1 Wolf Lao Starship technology at Liyaki's disposal, he aimed to orchestrate a grand scheme with Li Wei's sister. His mind was already brimming with ideas. On the first day of the galactic calendar 3031, the Xianglong fleet officially set sail, a formidable assembly of 13 starships majestically departing from the Arctic Fox starport, venturing into the distant star realms. Observing the fleet navigating in an aircraft carrier battle formation, Zhao Chen mused, "This is what constitutes a fleet with aircraft carrier starships." Previously, a mishmash of an assembly starship paired with a T2 Queen Bee hardly resembled a fleet. Now, with 10 T2 Black Rhinoceros frigates surrounding them and the Zero Storm positioned beside the T2 Queen Bee, they were prepared to confront any potential threats at a moment's notice. Report. We have exited the restricted area of the Arctic Fox starport where warp travel is prohibited, Lilith reported. Seated in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen commanded, "Order the entire fleet to prepare for warp travel. Destination: the Arctic Fox Stargate." After a 6-month interval, Zhao Chen was finally returning to school. Chapter 82. The best-selling T1 starship with a Stargate at their disposal, their efficiency was remarkable. The previous journey from the Xianglong star system to the Arctic Fox star system had taken nearly half a month, whereas the current trip from the Arctic Fox star system to the North Star system would merely take a few hours. The Queen Bee intelligence system has alerted that the starship has exited warp travel mode and has arrived at the designated location. It is now in autopilot mode. Report. All starships of the fleet have successfully arrived. Please provide your instructions. Lilith and Zhao Chen have reported in. Zhao Chen raised his hand and activated the star chart of the Northern Star Galaxy. The choice of this location was deliberate, as Zhao Chen needed to establish his Phoenix fleet. This sector of space is relatively remote within the Northern Star Galaxy, a place seldom frequented by ships. He tasked Charlotte with finding a suitable location to station the fleet. Having previously served as a general in the Beastman rebel army, Charlotte was well-versed in selecting discreet hideouts. Soon, she identified a cluster of 3 small asteroids forming an optimal hiding spot, utilizing the visual blind spots to conceal their presence. Unless a starship happened to pass through, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect the existence of this interstellar fleet. You will oversee the stationing here, ensuring the fleet's safety, while also supervising the production and construction of the T2 Hammer. Utilize our existing raw materials to expand 1 T2 Hammer-class ship first, Zhao Chen instructed. Before departing from the Arctic Fox starport, Zhao Chen converted 1.2 million star coins into supplies, military provisions, and raw materials. Naturally, the raw materials were allocated within the T2 Hammer. The living supplies would suffice for the female soldiers aboard all starships for 3 months. Excluding considerations for living provisions, these starships could sustain themselves for decades in the cosmos, provided they were not engaged in long voyages or battles, thanks to their ample internal energy reserves. Understood. Charlotte acknowledged the command. Subsequently, Zhao Chen exchanged vessels with Charlotte. The distance between the two locations was, in fact, not considerable. In an emergency, utilizing the warp engine, accounting for the acceleration and deceleration times of the starships, one could arrive in as little as 15 minutes. Soon, the Zero Storm and the T-2 Black Rhino reached the periphery of the North Star Military Academy. Zhao Chen submitted a request to secure a docking berth suitable for both a large and a small starship. "Is this your Starship Academy, Commander?" Lilith remarked, gazing at the splendid interstellar city before her, a hint of envy in her voice. Once, their demon kingdom boasted such exquisite architecture. Alas! Inform the crew to remain on standby aboard the starship. "You will accompany me outside," Zhao Chen stated. "I will accompany you?" Lilith responded, her anxiety palpable. She felt somewhat constrained by the outer society, as for decades prior, she had led her kin in flight, hiding in the darkest corners. Even her recent integration into the Falcon fleet was facilitated by the enclosed environment, allowing her to gradually adapt. The prospect of venturing into an external social setting was indeed daunting. "Indeed," Zhao Chen affirmed. I could just stay aboard the starship and await your return. Should you require anything, please feel free to contact me," Lilith softly suggested. Zhao Chen regarded her with understanding. This is an order. He was acutely aware of Lilith's psychological barriers, yet as the secretary of the Falcon fleet, she must transcend these limitations. Hence, he insisted that she accompany him to cultivate her resilience. "You may don a daily uniform that conceals your form, shrouding your tail, wings, and horns," Zhao Chen remarked. During a previous procurement of daily necessities, aside from the military uniforms of the Phoenix fleet, he had also acquired some casual attire, available for every female soldier. Lilith felt a surge of joy. Although it merely concealed part of her features, it still afforded her a measure of security. Once the two starships were docked, Zhao Chen guided Lilith out of the vessel. He had changed into the Academy's uniform, while Lilith donned a lovely dress, the voluminous skirt obscuring her tail, and the layered back of the garment enveloping her wings. A slightly oversized hat adorned her head, effectively hiding her horns. Zhao Chen assessed her appearance. She resembled a timid, introverted young girl, yet anyone who beheld her beauty would undoubtedly be captivated, regardless of gender. After all, this was the allure of a succubus. He attempted to send a communication request to Zhao Wanner, but it was unexpectedly declined. Could she be preoccupied with something of great importance? Zhao Chen pondered to himself. Never mind, there was no need to rush. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he and Lilith began to meander through the academy. Lilith timidly trailed behind Zhao Chen, initially too shy to lift her head, clutching the hem of his clothing. As she gradually acclimated to her surroundings, she began to cautiously observe the architecture and the throngs of people. Zhao Chen, meanwhile, was preoccupied with a significant matter: graduation. The annual missions requirement was to graduate within a year. This implied that Zhao Chen must advance a grade, and within a single year, he needed to ascend through 3 levels. If it were the lower grades such as 1st or 2nd grade, it would be manageable. However, for the higher grades like 4th, 5th, and 6th, the difficulty is indeed considerable. Perhaps I should ask Wanner. She should know how to navigate the process of skipping grades smoothly and swiftly, Zhao Chen murmured. At this moment, he noticed a holographic model of a starship displayed in a nearby showcase. He was quite familiar with this vessel. It was the T-1 Wolf Tick-class medium interstellar destroyer. Below it were bold letters proclaiming the most popular T-1 starship, released only 2 months ago, with reservations exceeding 500 units. Chapter 83. Are you crying? Zhao Chen paused, gazing at the news displayed above. The T-1 Wolf Tick is currently in high demand. I've heard that now, placing an order means waiting for 6 months to receive the starship. Indeed, I've heard many lords are eagerly ordering this model, with a single unit priced at a mere 30,000 star coins. Such an incredible bargain. Rumor has it that this starship is poised to become the best-selling T-1 starship of 3031, and it might even break past sales records of previous years. As Zhao Chen listened to these remarks, he observed the promotional advertisements beneath the holographic projection, featuring Liyaki herself speaking. T-1 Wolf Tick, the most cost-effective T-1 starship. Please pay attention to the Northern Wild Starship Technology Group, wholeheartedly preparing the finest starships for you. It appears that during the months Zhao Chen entrusted the T1 Wolf tick to Li Yaqi, she successfully promoted it. This was an outcome Zhao Chen had anticipated. Being the most cost-effective combat starship in his T1 marketplace, it was bound to be a bestseller, with a production cost of merely 10,000 star coins. Present, Li Yaqi has quoted 30,000 star coins. Even when accounting for various advertising, operational, and labor costs, the profit per vessel ranges between 10,000 and 15,000 star coins. If the order volume has reached 500 vessels, this implies that upon fulfilling these contracts, Li Yaqi stands to earn nearly 6 to 7 million star coins directly. In comparison to the 3 million star coins offered to Zhao Chen, this figure is indeed doubled. However, this is predicated on the construction and delivery of 500 T1 Wolf mites, anticipated to be Li Yaqi's total profit over the next 6 months. At that time, Zhao Chen could not afford to wait such an extensive period. Only by outright purchase could he secure the 3 million star coins in one go. Yet upon reflection, perhaps offering 4 million star coins might have elicited Li Yaqi's agreement. Never mind, let bygones be bygones. Zhao Chen covered his face, feeling a deep sense of despair. Nevertheless, this time he was determined to approach Li Yaqi, and he was well prepared for a significant move. Just as Zhao Chen pondered these matters, his handheld terminal buzzed with activity. It was a message from Li Wei. Zhao Chen, hurry, your sister is being bullied. Zhao Chen's expression shifted, and he promptly took Lilith to the location indicated by Li Wei. It was a Starship duel arena. The number 1 Starship simulation duel arena. Within the arena, a T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battleship, with its hull contorted and one section emitting black smoke, was being slowly towed away by an interstellar transport vessel. Simultaneously, several shuttles were transporting crew members from the interior of the T2 Fire Crow. In the nearby arbitration zone, Zhao Wanner, who had just descended from the shuttle, gazed furiously at the individuals opposite her. They were a group distinctly clad in uniforms unlike those of the North Star Starship Military Academy. What's the matter? Are the students of the North Star Starship Military Academy incapable of accepting defeat? Our victory was entirely legitimate. If blame is to be assigned, it lies solely with your own inadequacies. A group stood there, mocking her, encircling a haughty woman with cascading brown waves. Suddenly, the spirited young girl Xue Xiao leaped forward, indignantly pointing at the arrogant woman. You are despicable. We have clearly conceded, so why do you persist in your assault? And to the arbitrators, did you not witness this? The arbitrators, chastised by Xue Xiao's outburst, averted their gazes in discomfort. These arbitrators were not affiliated with the North Star Starship Military Academy, yet they were wary of the noble lineage of these young lords, who hailed from the illustrious Tianyao Noble Starship Military Academy, where the students were either wealthy or of noble birth. They were not to be trifled with. The woman shrugged nonchalantly, a sardonic smile playing upon her lips. I simply didn't have the opportunity to intervene, and who could have anticipated that your T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser would be so easily overwhelmed? I apologize to my fellow students from the North Star Starship Military Academy. However, despite her words of apology, a mocking expression lingered on her face. At that moment, a shuttle landed, and several injured crew members were carried down, bloodied and battered, one of whom had even succumbed to unconsciousness. What is the condition of my crew? Zhao Wanner, disregarding any disputes with the opposing party, hurried to attend to her injured crew members. The accompanying medic reported, one is severely injured, but has already received a cardiac stimulant. There is no danger to life. The remaining 7 have only minor injuries and will recover with a few days of rest. Zhao Wanner gazed at the gravely wounded crew member, a junior from her academy. When she had recruited her, the junior had expressed her admiration, stating that Zhao was her idol and that she was eager to join her starship. Their interactions had been quite amicable. Yet now she was left in this dire condition. A wave of self-reproach, guilt, and anger surged within Zhao as she glared at the woman across from her. Oh dear, that gaze is quite frightening, the woman remarked. Is she not merely a civilian? What does it matter if she dies? What is there to lament? Your North Star Military Academy is rather peculiar, admitting civilian students. Unlike our Tianyao Noble Military Academy, which exclusively enrolls those of noble birth. As for crew members, we could simply recruit retired soldiers from the Imperial Army. Enough, enough. I'll cover your crew members' medical expenses. The woman chuckled, covering her mouth. Do not dare to insult my crew, Zhao Wanner shouted at the woman. The woman's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, mocking expression as she looked at Zhao Wanner. And if I do insult? If you have the capability, come fight me. I shall gladly accept your challenge for a starship duel. Just remember, when your crew members are either dead or maimed, do not shed tears.
Zhao Wanner yearned for vengeance.
Yet she currently lacked a starship. Her crew remained injured. A profound sense of defeat and helplessness enveloped her. At this moment, she unexpectedly thought of her brother, whom she had previously deemed to be of little use. If he were here, then let the fight continue. The Zhao family would stand their ground until the end. Just then, a voice resonated, capturing the attention of everyone present. Zhao Wanner trembled slightly, her gaze filled with excitement as she looked over, recognizing a familiar figure. Once, she had found this figure distasteful, yet now, upon seeing it, she was enveloped by a sense of security. Tears welled up in her eyes, as feelings of injustice flooded her heart. Zhao Chen, with hands tucked into his pockets, approached Zhao Wanner. He offered no words of comfort but instead inquired, "Are you crying? You're the one who's crying," Zhao Wanner retorted, swiftly wiping her tears. "If you're not crying, then go fight that wretched woman again." Zhao Chen's words infuriated the woman with the voluminous waves of hair opposite them. "Who is this insolent fool that dares to insult me?" She glared at Zhao Chen, enraged that he would dare to label her a harlot. At that moment, one of the admirers of the woman with the flowing locks felt a surge of inspiration. This was a rare opportunity to make a display. He approached Zhao Chen, declaring, "How dare you disrespect Miss Zhou Min? Watch as I silence you." With that, he swung his fist toward Zhao Chen's face. The onlookers, including Xue Xiao and others, were taken aback, astonished that a student from the Tianyao Military Academy would be so audacious, not only violating the rules during a starship battle but also resorting to physical violence. As Zhao Chen confronted the incoming fist, his hand moved with remarkable swiftness, seizing his opponent's fist with precision. He then twisted it, eliciting a pained scream from the man who crumpled to the ground in agony. Zhao Chen followed up with a swift kick to the man's face, sending him flying backward, ultimately landing fortuitously beneath the skirt of a voluptuous woman. Regrettably, he had succumbed to unconsciousness, missing the sight of his dream lover's allure. It appeared that this was Zhao Wanner's brother, Zhao Chen. Wasn't he the one who, during the last semester's finals, triumphed over his opponent in a duel against a rival academy when no one held high hopes for him? My goodness, how did Zhao Chen become so formidable? Have you noticed that he is rather handsome as well? Among the students of the North Star Starship Military Academy, some recognized Zhao Chen while others had merely heard tales of his exploits. However, witnessing him decisively strike down an external student was utterly satisfying. For days, the students of North Star had harbored resentment towards the students of Tianyao Academy. Well done. A resounding victory. It would be splendid if that detestable woman could also receive her comeuppance. The twin-tailed lowly, Xue Xiao, leaped to Zhao Chen's side, seemingly relishing the chaos. Meanwhile, a noble lady named Zhou Min, taken aback by Zhao Chen's brutish behavior, instinctively stepped back. Zhao Chen, however, paid no heed to her, directing his attention once more to Zhao Wanner. "Handle your own affairs." Zhao Wanner pointed at the T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battleship, which was being dragged away from the duel arena, her voice tinged with grievance. "But my starship has been severely damaged, and my crew has sustained injuries." She nodded heavily, her eyes reflecting a mixture of indignation and fury. While she accepted her defeat in the duel, she could not tolerate the fact that her adversary had bombarded her ship even after she conceded, resulting in her crew's injuries. "I will." Zhao Wanner gritted her teeth and declared, "I will challenge her again, and I will arrange for the starship." Zhao Chen responded. Although Zhao Wanner was uncertain about the specifics of Zhao Chen's plans, a sense of confidence rose within her. Taking a deep breath, she strode directly to Zhou Min, pointing at her. "Zhou Min, I hereby challenge you to another duel. You may set the time. Do you dare to accept?" Zhou Min, amused by the audacity, replied, Very well, let us not postpone. My starship has not been affected at all. Once my ship is resupplied, let us have another match in half an hour. Agreed. It is settled, Zhao Wanner affirmed. At that moment, the onlooking students parted to create a path as several individuals resembling instructors approached. My student has been attacked here while in good standing. You must provide an explanation. One of them exclaimed. We from Tianyao Academy are here for an academic exchange. And is this how you treat your guests? Vice Dean Hong, taken aback, attempted to calm the situation. Vice Dean Jia, please, let us remain composed and ascertain the details of the situation first. At this moment, the students on both sides began to hurl insults at one another. The students from Beiji Star Academy could not accept their defeat and resorted to violence. They spoke nonsense. It was clearly the individuals from Tianyao Academy who had violated the rules during the Starship duel. They had already conceded defeat yet continued to fire, resulting in injuries among the crew and insulting them as mere civilians. What of being called civilians? Should civilians remain docile on their planets and refrain from piloting starships? Do they even deserve such a privilege? Before long, both Vice Deans grasped the entirety of the situation. Vice Dean Hong's expression darkened, and he turned to Vice Dean Jia, stating, "It appears that this incident has its roots, and both parties bear responsibility. Let us settle it this way." Was Vice Dean Hong attempting to shield his students? Vice Dean Jia, accustomed to arrogance, retorted without hesitation, "You insolent fool! With your haughty demeanor these past few days, one might mistake you for the dean. I have treated you with respect since you are a guest, yet you take advantage of my courtesy." Vice Dean Hong silently cursed in his heart, though his face maintained a faint smile. If we must delve deeper, it is evident that the cause lies in your students' disregard for the rules. After one side has surrendered and called for a ceasefire, they continued to fire. These regulations regarding starship duels should have been imparted during the first year. Did your academy not teach them? His words were laced with barbs, and Vice Dean Jia's expression darkened. Earlier, the students from Beiji Star expressed their desire for another round. Since there are conflicts between us, and as we are all part of a Starship military academy, why not resolve our differences through another Starship duel? Zhou Min approached with a cold smirk directed at Zhao Wanner. If she could triumph over this woman once, she could certainly do so again. She was prepared to see it through to the end. Zhao Wanner glared back, feeling an inexplicable surge of confidence at that moment. Very well, Vice Dean Hong. How about we handle it this way? As for what transpired earlier, let us not dwell on it. Vice Dean Jia observed with a somewhat chilling smile aimed at Vice Dean Hong. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Very well. I shall have my student defeat your prodigious pupil once more in your presence. Let us see if your Northern Star can maintain its dignity. Vice Dean Hong hesitated, casting a glance at Zhao Wanner, aware of her diligence and talent. If she were to suffer consecutive defeats, it might inflict a psychological scar that would be detrimental. I believe it would be better to. Vice Dean Hong began to evade the issue, but Zhao Wanner interrupted, resolutely stating, "Vice Dean Hong, I want to fight. Please respect my decision." Vice Dean Hong furrowed his brow and stepped closer to Zhao Wanner. "Student Zhao Wanner, your starship is damaged, and your crew is injured. How can you possibly fight? Let us call it off this time. I have a starship. I want to fight." Zhao Wanner insisted stubbornly. At that moment, Zhao Chen approached and remarked, "Vice Dean Hong, matters between women should be resolved by women themselves." With that, he gestured discreetly to Lilith behind him, whispering, "Take Wanner to the Black Rhino." Understood. Lilith moved to Zhao Wanner's side, and together they departed. Observing this, Zhou Min sneered, "If you wish to humiliate yourself further, I shall gladly oblige. I hope your starship can withstand the trials this time." With that, he turned and made his way back to his docked supply starship, preparing for the impending second battle. Chapter 85. Triple assessment credits. Panting heavily, Li Wei squeezed through the crowd and rushed in, spotting Zhao Chen. "Old Zhao, I thought you entered through entrance A. I've been waiting for you over there for quite some time. I must tell you, those aristocrats from the Tianyao Military Academy are utterly insufferable, each one more arrogant than the last." As Li Wei spoke, he suddenly noticed the presence of two vice principals. He quickly cleared his throat, feigned indifference, and fell silent, discreetly moving closer to Zhao Chen. Where's your sister? I just saw the status of her starship. She is preparing for the next duel, Zhao Chen replied. The next duel?
Li Bei exclaimed.
Xue Xiaoxiao chimed in. You should have seen it. Earlier, Wanner's brother was magnificent. He confronted that wretched woman directly and utterly thrashed her champion. Now, Wanner's brother has asked her to pilot his starship for another match. Wanner's brother? Is that the famed number 0 blizzard? Am I about to witness your colossal cannon once again? Xue Xiaoxiao gazed at Zhao Chen with eager anticipation. It's not the number 0 blizzard, Zhao Chen clarified. Then what starship is it? Xue Xiaoxiao inquired, slightly disheartened yet still curious. You'll find out shortly, Zhao Chen replied, then asked, Where's senior sister Sulan? Isn't she with you all? It appears that the other party is deliberately targeting you. Is there some underlying conflict? Senior Sulan was currently attending an exchange event between Beiji Star Academy and Tianyao Academy. As a representative of the 6th grade, she was accompanied by her teachers to such gatherings. Xue Xiaoxiao explained the situation, her indignation palpable as she recounted the tale of Zhao Wanner. This wretched woman brought this upon herself. She cannot control her man and now takes her frustration out on us. Xue Xiaoxiao elaborated on the events that transpired. It turned out that Tianyao Academy had visited Beiji Star Academy a week prior, initiating a fortnight of academic discussions and intercollegiate exchanges. Zhao Wanner, along with others like Xue Xiaoxiao, had naturally become the center of attention. Zhao Wanner had consistently rebuffed the advances of a young man from Tianyao Academy, firmly requesting that he cease his harassment. Nevertheless, this young man continued to send exquisite, natural delicacies and various gifts daily, even promising that if Zhao Wanner agreed to be his girlfriend, he would bestow upon her a T3 starship. A T3 starship? Is he truly so extravagant in his pursuit? Zhao Chen expressed his astonishment. The cost of a T3 starship hovers around 10 million star coins, with market prices soaring into the hundreds of millions. Such an alluring temptation would likely be irresistible to an ordinary girl. I suspect he is nothing more than a libertine, employing such sweet enticements to win her over, only to discard her once he tires of the game. I even had my friends investigate this individual from Tianyao Academy, and indeed, he has played with countless girls before. What a scoundrel! Bah! It is truly pathetic that a wretched woman like Zhou Min is infatuated with that man. They are indeed a match made in heaven, scoffed Xue Xiaoxiao with disdain. Li Wei interjected, however, the reason so many girls fall for him is largely due to his status. He is the second son of the Hurricane Consortium, Feng Xiao Wei. The Hurricane Consortium is currently a rising star in the Xingyao Empire, flourishing in the realms of grain trade, interstellar transportation, and notably starship technology. In recent years, their T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer has become a bestseller, with over 100,000 units sold since its launch. It is rumored that this single starship has brought the Hurricane Consortium wealth exceeding several hundred billion star coins over the decades. It is precisely this T2 Hyena that has elevated the consortium from obscurity to a prominent imperial financial entity. With such a wealthy scion, it is no wonder that those enamored young ladies are eager to believe his promises of a T3 starship. The allure of acquiring such a vessel is simply irresistible. Li Wei's voice trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. He appeared somewhat uneasy when mentioning the T2 Hyena, as he himself had previously purchased one. Is that man not here? Zhao Chen surveyed the vicinity, pondering that if that young master were present, he would surely attract attention. Xue Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and scoffed. That debauched heir is a master of self-preservation. He never involves himself in the conflicts of women vying for his affection. May I inquire about something? Do you know how one might advance a grade in a short span of time? Taking advantage of this moment, Zhao Chen began to gather information regarding grade advancement. Advance a grade? Xue Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Chen in surprise, puzzled as to why he was inquiring about this matter. However, due to the impressive Zero Storm cannon, her impression of Zhao Chen remained favorable, albeit she too lacked clarity on the subject. I am not entirely sure, she admitted. In our academy, the grade system stipulates that as long as you accumulate sufficient assessment credits for your current grade, it is tantamount to completing the evaluation for that level, allowing you to ascend to the next grade in the following semester. If you can amass 3 times the required credits for the grade assessment within the academic year, you may directly leap to the subsequent grade. However, should you fail to meet the credit standards for the grade assessment after advancing, you will be retained in your current grade. A voice interjected from the side. Zhao Chen turned to see Vice Dean Hong, who had just previously made an appearance. Is there a limit to the number of times one can advance a grade within an academic year? For instance, jumping directly from the first grade to the third? Zhao Chen inquired. Vice Dean Hong paused momentarily before responding. Theoretically, there is no such limitation. Yet, the original grade assessments pose considerable challenges, coupled with the necessity to accumulate threefold the assessment credits, while simultaneously ascending 2 grades within the same academic year, all the while ensuring that one does not repeat a grade. This has never occurred in the history of our Beiji Star Academy. Most instances involve merely a single leap, followed by successfully meeting the assessment credit standards for the elevated grade. Ensuring that he does not face academic retention and can smoothly advance to the next grade next semester, Zhao Chen felt a sense of certainty within himself. Chapter 86. Is it truly an interstellar frigate? Vice Dean Hong inquired curiously. Zhao Chen, why have you suddenly begun to inquire about this? Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Oh, it's nothing. I am merely curious about how my sister managed to advance beyond her level. I see, Vice Dean Hong remarked. Your sister's talent is indeed remarkable. With further cultivation and the accumulation of more practical experience, she is bound to become an exceptional fleet commander. His mention of a fleet commander rather than a ship captain reflects the Academy's high regard for Zhao Wanner's innate abilities. Speaking of which, Zhao Chen's own talents are not to be underestimated. It is unfortunate that he chose the wrong major. The fact that he could assemble 3 outdated starships into a new one, capable of defeating a T2 Harpy-class light interstellar cruiser, is truly remarkable. If you are willing, I could assist you in changing your major to Starship Engineering Technology, Vice Dean Hong proposed. I am still more interested in piloting and commanding starships. Zhao Chen declined the Vice Dean's kind offer. Time swiftly passed, and after more than half an hour, an interstellar battlecruiser gradually entered the Starship duel arena. All eyes were fixed upon this majestic vessel. Vice Dean Hong commented, "This is a T2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser, a product recently developed and released by the Hurricane Consortium. Though it is merely a medium-class starship, its firepower and armor strength are not inferior to those of heavy-class starships of the same category. In the previous Starship duel, although the T2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser belongs to the same category of starships, a significant disparity in performance exists. To my knowledge, the price of the T2 Purple Rose reaches an astounding 11 million star coins. 11 million star coins? Good heavens! That sum is sufficient to purchase either a T2 interstellar battleship or a T2 carrier starship." Li Wei was taken aback. Vice Dean Hong chuckled softly and shook his head, remarking, "This is a starship that relies solely on the accumulation of wealth. Its cost-effectiveness is exceedingly low. Consequently, there are actually very few who procure this starship. However, due to its extravagant hull design, it has become a symbol among the noble ladies, and thus, it is typically these affluent young women who are inclined to purchase such exorbitantly priced yet low-value starships that possess aesthetic appeal. It is worth noting that Zhao Wanner's T2 Firecrow is priced at less than 8 million star coins, nearly a 50 difference. At first glance, one might mistake it for a work of art. However, when pitted against classmate Zhao Chen's zero-number Blizzard, the odds should still favor the zero-number Blizzard." As Vice Dean Hong continued speaking, a rather miniature circular starship appeared before the audience in the broadcast of the duel arena. What starship is that? How did it contravene regulations and enter the duel arena without permission? Vice Dean Hong furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with this oversight in management. "That is the starship piloted by my sister," Zhao Chen remarked, igniting a wave of astonishment among Shui Xiaoxiao and Li Wei as they gazed incredulously at Zhao Chen. Vice Dean Hong was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Student Zhao Chen. If I am not mistaken, that should be an interstellar escort ship, the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort vessel." Zhao Chen named the starship, yet the bystanders cared little for the specifics of its designation. They simply recognized it as an interstellar escort vessel. "Ha ha ha. Look, that's a starship from the North Star Starship Military Academy. And it's an interstellar escort ship," they jeered. "An interstellar escort ship dueling against an interstellar battlecruiser? Have the students of North Star lost their minds? If they don't want to win, they should just say so instead of humiliating themselves like this. It truly is laughable. Witnessing this spectacle, the students from the Tianyao Noble Starship Military Academy erupted into fits of laughter, launching a barrage of verbal attacks directed at their counterparts from the North Star Academy, with Zhao Chen being the primary target. However, they only dared to shout from a distance, for just moments ago, he had shown a willingness to resort to violence. The students from North Star wore expressions akin to having consumed something distasteful, their faces reflecting their dismay. They looked at Zhao Chen in disbelief, having anticipated that he would send his sister into battle aboard the Zero Storm, only to be met with the unexpected appearance of a T-2 interstellar escort ship. Zhao Chen. You! Li Wei swallowed hard, at a loss for how to counsel his friend, as Zhao Chen's actions had become increasingly unpredictable since the earlier incident with the Zero Storm. Just watch, Zhao Chen declared, arms crossed and a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The reason he arranged for the T-2 Black Rhinoceros was that it had long been his intention. Regarding the opposing starship, Zhao Chen had investigated the dual records of starships on his way here and was aware that it was a T-2 Purple Rose, along with its equipped weapon systems. The primary armament consisted of 10 T-2 class dual 200mm medium electromagnetic railguns, capable of firing once every 30 seconds. Railguns are classified as non-ballistic weapons, utilizing electromagnetic technology to accelerate metal projectiles. They boast a rapid firing rate and a high accuracy within their effective range. However, they lack guidance systems, which results in a significant decrease in hit probability once the projectiles reach their maximum range. Consequently, it is essential to deploy such starships in close proximity to engage the enemy effectively. Typically, these are found on interstellar cruisers and interstellar corvettes. The firepower of the T-2 Purple Rose's railguns is commendable against ordinary T-2 class starships, especially considering the vessel was constructed at the expense of 11 million star coins. Regrettably, this time it faced the T-2 Black Rhinoceros. Even if all attacks were concentrated on a single section of the hull's armor, it would require a precise bombardment lasting 20 minutes to inflict significant damage. 10 minutes. Setting aside the improbability of such a scenario, the T-2 Black Rhinoceros would never afford it 20 minutes. At this moment, the T-2 Purple Rose and the T-2 Black Rhinoceros swiftly maneuvered into their designated combat positions. The size comparison between the two starships was stark. The T-2 Purple Rose boasted a length of 310 meters, whereas the T-2 Black Rhinoceros measured a mere 110 meters, characterized by its semi-elliptical, rhinoceros-like hull structure. Such a diminutive vessel pales in comparison to the formidable Zero-class Blizzard's colossal cannon. Xue Xiaoxiao, unable to suppress her disdain, remarked that not only had she failed to witness the grand artillery she so desired, but instead was faced with this insignificant craft, leaving her thoroughly dissatisfied. Zhao Chen interjected, stating, sometimes, size does not equate to superiority. Robustness holds its own significance. Chapter 87. Merely a resilient starship escort in accordance with convention, the adjudicator recounted the rules of the duel, subsequently instructing the two starships to proceed to random spawn points in preparation for the impending starship confrontation. Meanwhile, in the ongoing video communication, Zhou Min erupted in laughter, pointing at the opposing Zhao Wanner, and taunted, Zhao Wanner, are you attempting to make me die of laughter in order to secure victory in this duel? If that is your strategy, congratulations, you were nearly victorious. Using a starship escort to combat a battleship is quite the audacious move. Zhao Wanner remained unperturbed, declaring, I hope you can still find amusement after this. The video link was abruptly severed. Zhou Min scoffed, a mere starship escort dares to flaunt its bravado. Soon, you shall witness how I reduce your vessel to mere fragments. In the audience, anticipation filled the air as spectators awaited the commencement of the duel. A stark division of emotions was palpable. The students from Tianyao Academy reveled in glee, as if they were observing a comedic performance, while a small contingent from Beiji Academy had already vacated the premises, unable to fathom the forthcoming spectacle of a starship escort engaging a battleship. Perhaps the escort's armor could withstand a few salvos from the enemy's artillery, but the outcome remained uncertain. However, what of your firepower? The armament of the interstellar frigate is widely acknowledged to be the lowest among all classes of vessels. Furthermore, with such a diminutive starship, How many weapon modules can you possibly equip? How do you intend to engage their interstellar battleship? With your meager close defense artillery?
Donod jest.
Employing an interstellar frigate against an interstellar battlecruiser. This is the education your esteemed institution provides? It is truly astonishing. Vice Dean Jia unreservedly mocked Vice Dean Hong, wearing a look of amusement. In truth, Vice Dean Hong felt quite uncertain himself. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Chen, who remained impassive not far away. Logically, Zhao Chen should not be one to underestimate the situation. Yet deploying an interstellar frigate against an interstellar battlecruiser, there is no such combat scenario in textbooks. Merely an academic exchange. Hong could only mutter to himself. Soon, both interstellar warships reached their birth points. At the moment the arbitrator declared the commencement of battle T2 Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault frigate bridge, I can hardly wait to witness that wretched woman's expression. Prepare all weaponry. Zhao Wanner sat in the captain's chair, her heart ablaze with suppressed fury. Secretary Lilith and the former captain of this T2 Black Rhinoceros flanked her. Miss Wanner, I believe we need not fire our weapons this time, Secretary Lilith suggested. Zhao Wanner paused, gazing at Lilith in confusion. Not fire? How then shall we secure victory? Among all the trial missions concerning the T2 Black Rhino, there was one that had previously not been afforded the opportunity to be conducted. I believe we might experiment with it during this battle, Lilith remarked, a glint of mischief shimmering in her eyes. What test?
Zhao Wanner inquired.
Zhao Wanner paused, then, understanding the implication, revealed a somewhat mischievous expression. After a few minutes of navigation, the two starships were on the verge of entering each other's fire coverage range. On the bridge of the T2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser, target the enemy interstellar frigate with the magnetic railguns. Zhou Min declared, ready to teach the adversary a lesson. It was truly audacious to engage her battlecruiser with an interstellar frigate. Report. 10 magnetic railguns fully charged and ready for firing. The first officer reported from the side. Zhou Ming, gazing intently at the interstellar radar, sneered, let them come a little closer. Fire in 1 minute. Understood. In the spectator area, all eyes were glued to the live battlefield footage, where the larger and smaller starships approached each other. Soon, they witnessed the T2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser strike first. 10 T2 dual-mounted 200mm medium magnetic railguns roared to life. 20 metal projectiles were expelled at incredible speed, striking the enemy interstellar frigate. The metal projectiles impacted the hull armor of the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate, resulting in a spectacular explosion that generated a dense cloud of smoke, momentarily enveloping the small vessel, which measured just 100 meters in length. The students of Beiji Star Academy began to express their concerns for the prodigious Zhao Wanner, who enjoyed considerable popularity among her peers. Xue Xiaoxiao, seemingly unconsciously, clutched the hem of Zhao Chen's garment, revealing her anxiety for her dear friend. Moments later, a small figure burst forth from the swirling dust. At that instant, everyone rose to their feet, gazing in astonishment at the small vessel. How could this be possible? Vice Dean Jia's face was etched with disbelief, while others murmured in astonishment. For there, before them, the interstellar patrol ship bore no visible damage whatsoever. Perhaps, upon closer inspection, they might discern traces of paint damage on the starship, but at least in the live broadcast, it appeared entirely unchanged from the moment before the attack. The T2 Black Rhino continued its advance towards the T2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battleship, the distance between them steadily diminishing. How could there be no damage at all? Fire again. Fire again. Utilize armor-piercing projectiles. Zhou Min felt a surge of panic. Following the second round of bombardment, everyone held their breath, fixated on the cloud of smoke. Seconds passed, and still that starship emerged, intact before their eyes. My heavens! What kind of hull armor is this? Withstood 2 rounds of fire from the T2 Purple Rose head-on, and remained unscathed. Could it possibly be a T3-level interstellar patrol ship? Is this truly the interstellar patrol ship we studied in our textbooks? All the students were left in a state of incredulity. Simultaneously, the students of the North Star Academy were invigorated, while those from the Tianyao Military Academy appeared utterly stunned. My goodness, how is it possible that there is not a single scratch? Zhao Chen, what kind of interstellar frigate is this? Li Wei gazed at Zhao Chen in disbelief, and Xue Xiaoxiao cast a curious glance his way. It's merely a rather resilient interstellar frigate, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Li Wei and Xue Xiaoxiao exchanged exasperated glances. Is this what you call relatively sturdy? With such armor strength, it could likely withstand several strikes from the massive cannons of an interstellar battleship, Xue Xiaoxiao murmured beside him. Chapter 88. Small ship versus large ship. Following this, the T-2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser commenced its third, fourth, and fifth rounds of assault. Finally, after the fifth round of attacks, the spectators, upon magnifying the live broadcast image of the T-2 Black Rhino's portside armor several times, discovered a damage of several centimeters deep and a few decimeters long. Even if it were extraordinarily robust, what could a mere interstellar frigate-S firepower configuration possibly achieve against the T-2 Purple Rose? Moreover, the speed of an interstellar frigate may not even be sufficient to catch up with the T-2 Purple Rose, Deputy Dean Jia stated, struggling to maintain his composure. Indeed. You are the Deputy Dean of Tianyao Academy. Your words carry weight, replied Deputy Dean Hong, feigning a sycophantic smile. This remark was clearly laced with sarcasm aimed at the opposing side. With a darkened expression, Deputy Dean Jia remained silent, resorting to these excuses to convince himself that there was still hope for this battle. At this moment on the battlefield, the T-2 Purple Rose discerned an anomaly and began to maneuver at cruising speed to maintain distance from the T-2 Black Rhino, all the while continuing its barrage. Zhou Min, however, remained skeptical, believing that under such relentless bombardment, this T-2 interstellar frigate could truly withstand the onslaught. The T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate reported from its bridge that its frontal armor had sustained an overall damage of 6, with the most severely affected area suffering a 12 impairment. The side armor had incurred a 3 damage. The captain of this starship communicated with Zhao Wanner, who glanced at the star map to assess the distance between the two vessels. Having previously familiarized herself with the capabilities of the T-2 Black Rhino, she commanded, "Prepare to initiate short-range assault mode. Simultaneously, all crew members, brace for impact." Understood. The crew responded as the captain relayed the orders. The T-2 Black Rhino had been designed with the foresight of enduring substantial attacks, even direct collisions. Each combat station was equipped with measures to ensure that soldiers could maintain their balance and avoid injury during impacts. Short-range assault mode activated. Speed is increasing, the captain announced. The crimson digits indicating speed surged upward in an instant. The audience, fixated on the two starships, erupted in astonishment. My goodness! Look, that interstellar frigate seems to be accelerating. The speed is astonishingly rapid, far surpassing its previous pace. Wait. This speed. This trajectory. Could it be that this interstellar frigate intends to collide with the T-2 Purple Rose? An astonishing thought suddenly emerged in the minds of all the students. A collision? An interstellar frigate intended to ram into an interstellar battlecruiser? Zhao Chen wore a faint smile, seizing this opportunity to test the impact resistance of the T-2 Black Rhinoceros's hull in practical combat. The rapidly accelerating T-2 Black Rhinoceros aligned one of its horn modules at the distant T-2 Purple Rose's side. Faster! Accelerate! Evade! Zhou Min shouted in panic upon seeing the swiftly approaching interstellar frigate. Captain, we are already at maximum speed, and at this distance evasion is impossible. The first officer lamented. We should prepare for impact. Before the first officer could finish his sentence, a resounding crash reverberated throughout the vessel. In an instant, unsecured items in the bridge were sent flying, and some crew members, unable to stabilize themselves, were propelled several meters away. Zhou Min, seated in the captain's chair, remained grounded but with her pupils dilated. She watched as a curvaceous posterior hurtled toward her face. The visage she had spent hundreds of star coins maintaining was now about to make intimate contact with that very part. Woo-woo! Woo-woo! Warning! 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 The left side of the hull has sustained severe damage. The armor has been penetrated, and the 13 adjacent compartments are sealing off urgently. Warning! 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 The impact has affected the left starship engine, resulting in a 30 loss of speed. Warning! Warning! The alarm within the bridge drowned out Zhou Min's pleas for help. As everyone regained their composure and began to rise from the ground, the first officer noticed a 200-pound soldier plopped down in the captain's chair. "Where is the captain's daughter?" he demanded, seizing the hefty soldier. I don't know." The soldier stammered. "I am here." A voice emerged from the captain's chair. The first officer turned to look behind the overweight soldier and saw Zhou Min slumped in the captain's chair, her entire form seemingly compressed, particularly her face, which had become distorted. "Captain's daughter. Your face." The first officer swallowed hard, pointing at Zhou Min's visage. Zhou Min was taken aback, then promptly kicked the hefty soldier aside, retrieving a mirror. Gazing into it, she saw her reflection marred by visible indentations. "My face. Ah! Warning! 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 The hull is experiencing impact. The hull is experiencing impact." Suddenly, there was another jolt, causing the first officer to lose his balance, his body momentarily airborne. Instinctively, he grasped onto something before plummeting down. "Ah!" Zhou Min screamed in utter despair as the relentless impacts continued. One after another, they struck, each time from varying angles and directions. To the outside observer, it appeared as though a T-2 interstellar frigate was relentlessly colliding with a T-2 Violet Rose, which was desperately trying to evade. The issue, however, was that it could not escape the entanglement with the frigate due to its lack of speed. "Warning! Warning! Warning! The hull has lost control. The hull has lost control. It is hurtling towards a small asteroid. Immediate evasion is imperative. Immediate evasion is imperative. Collision with an asteroid." The first officer, disregarding the emotional breakdown of Zhou Min, swiftly operated to assess the current situation. Through the transmission to the bridge, they observed their starship racing at an alarming speed towards an asteroid. As for the cause of this predicament, the culprit was undoubtedly the interstellar escort vessel. That vessel was currently positioned right behind their starship, its formidable horn pressing against the T-2 Purple Rose, driving it towards the asteroid. "Captain, surrender immediately. Surrender at once. Otherwise, our starship shall be doomed." The first officer urged Zhou Min to concede. "My face." Zhou Min was still fixated on her own visage, a face she had meticulously altered. The first officer pressed Zhou Min to surrender quickly. At this moment, she could hardly concern herself with victory or defeat, as the interstellar escort vessel was simply too terrifying. Zhou Min promptly contacted the arbitration, signaling her surrender. In the audience, the arbitrator had just received the surrender of the T-2 Purple Rose, yet they had not had the chance to relay this directive to the T-2 Black Rhino. Through the live broadcast, they witnessed the T-2 Purple Rose crash heavily onto the surface of the asteroid, sending up a massive cloud of dust. The T-2 Purple Rose's hull was severely deformed. In stark contrast, the true culprit, the T-2 Black Rhino, appeared as if nothing had transpired. It retracted its imposing horn, seemingly satisfied as it gazed upon the T-2 Purple Rose, which was now rendered unrecognizable. All eyes were fixated on the interstellar escort vessel, with 1,000 curses racing through their minds. Is this truly an interstellar frigate? Chapter 89. One sells her sister, another sells her senior. All eyes in the audience were fixed upon the desolate asteroid situated within the dueling arena, where the vessel lay severely deformed, its hull marred beyond recognition. Numerous gaping holes punctuated its structure, the principal culprits being the formidable black horns of the T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate. Several interstellar barges and small medical ships had commenced their journey towards the stricken starship to facilitate the rescue of its crew. The scene was far graver than the earlier incident involving Zhao Wanner ST-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser. The arbiter subsequently declared Zhao Wanner of the North Star Academy as the victor of this starship duel. I must sincerely apologize. Our students can be rather reckless, causing such devastation to your starship. Vice Dean Jia let out a low grunt. No need. With that, he turned and exited the audience area. The other students from Tianyao Academy followed suit, departing in a despondent manner. Hey, don't leave. Weren't you just brimming with arrogance? Why the silence now? The starship from Tianyao Academy hardly fared better. It was unable to withstand even one of our interstellar frigates. An interstellar battlecruiser being thoroughly outmatched by a mere frigate. Had it been me, I would have sought a hole to bury myself in. The students of North Star Academy were all abuzz with excitement, as if they had personally triumphed in this battle. The individuals from Tianyao Academy possess an air of superiority, arrogantly belittling other military institutions, buoyed by their status as a direct military academy of the empire. Vice Dean Hong let out a cold snort, feeling quite exhilarated at this moment, as he had endured much of their disdainful haughtiness in recent days. However, the T2 Black Rhino that had just appeared was undeniably formidable. Its armor strength was astonishingly terrifying, coupled with a remarkable short-range acceleration capability upon nearing enemy vessels. It was hard to fathom that such a small ship could exhibit such robust acceleration and defensive capabilities. He pondered discussing this starship with that student Zhao Chen, only to realize that Zhao Chen and his companions had already vanished without a trace. What an enigmatic student! Look, the latest report has emerged. The T2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser has sustained a composite armor damage of 60, with the most severe area having been directly penetrated, resulting in 37 compartments being damaged and sealed off. Even the structural integrity of the starship's main frame has suffered a reduction of 20, approaching the brink of disintegration. Captain Zhou Min has been injured, her face severely disfigured. Ha ha ha. It seems this woman has undergone cosmetic surgery. The entire starship has seen 7 crew members perish, 26 severely injured, and 57 sustaining varying degrees of injuries. Estimates suggest that the repair costs for this T2 Purple Rose will reach an astonishing 3 million star coins. Ha ha ha. That's nearly enough to purchase a brand new T2 interstellar frigate or destroyer. As Zhao Chen and his companions made their way to find Zhao Wanner, Xue Xiaoxiao incessantly spoke about the recent report concerning the Starship duel. Old Zhao. This interstellar frigate is simply incredible. Just a few powerful collisions and it reduced that T2 Purple Rose to ruins. Where on earth did you acquire such a magnificent vessel?
Li Wei inquirat.
Gazing at Zhao Chen with curiosity, Li Wei was taken aback and nodded repeatedly. With a starship of such caliber, who wouldn't desire one? It could even stand its ground against an interstellar battleship. When I find the time, I shall procure one for you, Zhao Chen replied. While he currently lacked the production capacity, constructing a T2 Black Rhinoceros in the future would undoubtedly be a trivial endeavor. Really, Zhao Gu, you are indeed like a brother to me, Li Wei exclaimed, momentarily disregarding the frigate's origins as he began to fantasize about owning such a majestic starship.
Xiao Yi.
You're still single, right? Have you considered my sister? Though she has a bit of a temper and is somewhat older, she is undeniably a stunning beauty. Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Are you really willing to trade your sister for just one starship? Zhao Gu, if you could get me a T2 Black Rhinoceros, I might consider it, Xue Xiaoxiao teased. I'll share with you the contact details of senior sister Su Lan, along with her measurements and preferences. You know, Han Tianwang promised me numerous benefits for this information, but I haven't disclosed it yet. Well, here comes another one trying to barter away a senior sister, Zhao Chen remarked. Aren't you fond of massive warships? How could such a starship possibly catch the discerning eye of a young lady like you? Zhao Chen jestingly teased Xue Xiaoxiao, who replied with a smile, I now realize that what you said earlier does have its merits. Indeed, being a bit tougher can be quite advantageous. Of course, I still have a penchant for colossal ships and mighty cannons. Imagine the thrill when my great cannon pairs with a small artillery piece. It would be utterly delightful. As for the two who were solely fixated on starships, even to the extent of selling their sisters or senior classmates, Zhao Chen could only offer a moment of silence for their siblings and mentors. In the short term, I lack the capability, but once I have access to resources in the future, you two will be my first consideration, Zhao Chen promised. Such a vessel must not be too costly, right? Li Wei inquired tentatively. He had recently acquired a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, and if the price were exorbitant, he would be unable to bear it. It's not expensive. The market price will not exceed 3 million star coins, and I can offer you a discount when the time comes, Zhao Chen assured him. This was indeed the truth, as the profit margin for typical T2 starships hovers around 20 times. For instance, a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, priced at approximately 4 million star coins, has a production cost of merely 200,000 star coins. However, Zhao Chen's T2 Black Rhino is quite exceptional. Should it be put up for sale, a profit of 30 times would not be unreasonable. Perhaps its only shortcoming lies in its firepower. Before long, the three arrived at the docking station of the T2 Black Rhino. Li Wei and Xue Xiaoxiao immediately began to circle the starship. Wow, there are truly no significant damages, Li Wei exclaimed. There are numerous minor scrapes, yet the only large-scale damage is this wound, measuring 50 centimeters in diameter and 10 centimeters in depth. Wow, wow, wow. The Grand Black Horn. Xue Xiaoxiao stood at the bow of the ship, tilting her head back, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she gazed at the gleaming black horn. Chapter 90. Li Yaqi's Business Legend. Zhao Wanner and Lilith descended from the starship.
Van er.
Your performance was truly exceptional just now. You should have seen Zhou Min's disheveled state after the battle. It's a pity we couldn't witness it firsthand. Xue Xiaoxiao darted to Zhao Wanner's side. Zhao Wanner smiled, acknowledging that her contribution to the victory in the starship duel was minimal. The formidable T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate was the true hero. The crew aboard had fully mastered the vessel, and she merely needed to convey her thoughts, after which the half-beast captain would manage everything seamlessly. Zhao Wanner glanced at Zhao Chen, her lips moving slightly. Zhao Chen blinked in surprise. Are you speaking to me? Zhao Wanner's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. Speak up, I didn't catch that. Zhao Chen stepped closer. Zhao Wanner bit her lip, her cheeks reddening further. What Wanner meant to say was, brother, I adore you, suddenly interjected Xue Xiaoxiao from the side.
Zhao Van er.
Flustered and indignant, feigned a strike at Xue Xiaoxiao, who nimbly evaded her. I never said such a thing. Xiaoxiao, stop spreading nonsense. If you keep blabbering, I'll tear that mouth of yours apart. As Xue Xiaoxiao ran away, she laughed. What? You don't like your brother? How about this? You let me have your brother. Is that all right, brother Zhao Chen? Xue Xiaoxiao, if you have the guts, don't run. If you have the guts, don't chase me. Zhao Chen gazed at the two giggling girls, unable to stifle a chuckle himself. At that moment, Zhao Wanner, in pursuit of Xue Xiaoxiao, reached Zhao Chen's side, halting her steps and avoiding his gaze. Thank you, brother, she uttered before resuming her chase after Xue Xiaoxiao. Zhao Chen lingered on her retreating figure, momentarily taken aback. It was noteworthy that in all these years of memory, Zhao Wanner had never referred to him as brother before. The news of the North Star Academy students defeating the interstellar battleship of the Tianyao Academy using their starship frigates continued to circulate within the academy. Zhao Wanner, a prodigious 5th grade student, had reached a pinnacle of renown. Although he had accommodations at the academy, accustomed as he was to the spacious comforts of his starship's grand quarters, who would willingly settle for a cramped room? Additionally, Zhao Chen had another task at hand, to locate Li Wei's sister. Of course, it was not to assume the role of a free brother-in-law. The Beiyan Starship Technology Group's Industrial Park headquarters is an interstellar shipbuilding facility situated in the orbit of a planet, originally owned by a company specializing in the manufacture and supply of starship components. Approximately 6 months prior, it was acquired by Beiyan, which invested 2 months in upgrading and renovating the site, establishing multiple starship production lines and docks. Subsequently, mass production of the T1 Wolf mites commenced. This starship factory boasts a maximum monthly output of 100 T1 Wolf mites. The bold initiative spearheaded by Li Yaqi required an investment nearing 5 million star coins, of which 3 million was allocated for the acquisition of elusive starship technology. The actions of Li Yaqi had once incited considerable ire among the upper echelons of Beiyan, who deemed her behavior as reckless and self-destructive. However, little did they anticipate that, in mid-November 3030, Beiyan's subsidiary Beiyan Starship Technology Group would host a launch event for a new vessel, the T1 Wolf Laos-class medium interstellar destroyer, priced at a mere 30,000 star coins. This astonishing price tag sent shockwaves throughout the Northern Star District. To put this into perspective, the lowest market price for a T1 starship, such as a T1 interstellar frigate, soared to 50,000 star coins, while a T1 interstellar destroyer typically commanded a staggering 100,000 star coins. Yet, Beiyan's offering was available for just 30,000 star coins. Could such an inexpensively priced T1 starship truly be without flaws? In the 3 days leading up to the launch, not a single individual expressed interest in purchasing this vessel. However, on the 4th day, Li Yaqi boldly announced that the first 100 T1 Wolf Louse units would be available for a 3-day trial without any deposit required. If customers were dissatisfied, they could return the ship at no cost. Under these circumstances, several cash-strapped private fleets and planetary lords ventured to inquire about the Starship. By the 5th day of the event, the response was explosive. The communications network of Bayan's ordering department was inundated with a flurry of requests. Remarkably, one interstellar lord even submitted an order for 100 T1 Wolf Louse ships. It is worth noting that at that time, Bayan's warehouse held a mere 300 units of the T1 Wolf Louse. By the end of that 5th day, all 300 units had been completely ordered, with all payments fully settled. Consequently, Bayan's accounts swelled by an impressive 9 million star coins. This directly transformed the financial report of Bayan, turning a deficit into a profit for the year. I am now preparing to expand the existing Starship factory, increasing the current production rate of 100 T1 Wolf Bugs per month to a capacity that can accommodate the construction of 300 T1 Wolf Bugs monthly. The entire expansion is expected to be completed before mid-year. Li Yaqi observed the shareholders attending the meeting and her father sitting across from her, who was gazing at her with a look of satisfaction. The other shareholders, having shed their previous disdain, now beamed at Li Yaqi with forced smiles. Indeed, Yaqi's niece is exceptionally talented. This T1 Wolf Bug model has ignited the market in the northern sector of the Starry Empire. It is rumored that the current order quantity has reached 500 units. External speculation suggests that this wave of influence will extend to other star regions of the Starry Empire, and the annual demand could potentially reach a staggering 5,000 T1 Wolf Bugs. Such a volume would yield profits far exceeding those of the Bayan Interstellar Trade Group. I always believed that our Yaqi would inevitably succeed. In my opinion, aiming for a monthly output of 300 units is insufficient. We should directly expand to a production capacity of 500 units per month, thereby penetrating the markets of other star regions in the Starry Empire. The shareholders were animatedly discussing and planning the future blueprint of Bayan in the field of Starship technology. Meanwhile, Li Yaqi regarded these uncles with a sense of amusement. For just a few months ago, they did not display such countenances. How laughable. At that moment, Li Yaqi's handheld terminal flickered with a notification. Under normal circumstances, she would have meticulously silenced all alerts during meetings, even those from her father. However, until a few months ago, one individual had become the exception. I apologize, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. Let's conclude this meeting for now, Li Yaqi declared, not waiting for her uncles and elders to respond before exiting the conference. The meeting room before her vanished in an instant, replaced by an empty chamber with several unoccupied chairs. Hastily, Li Yaqi activated her communication device, which displayed a message. I wish to speak with you. This message originated from the enigmatic account she had encountered months prior, the very individual who had sold her the T1 Wolf Louse technology. Chapter 91. For Starship technologies, in stark contrast to previous interactions, the sender had provided Li Yaqi with a holographic video conference room. This setup was akin to her earlier meetings, allowing her to perceive the holographic image of the other party, thereby facilitating seamless communication even across vast star systems. Nonetheless, such a mode of interaction came with a steep communication fee charged by the minute. Yet, Li Yaqi remained unfazed. This was the man who had bestowed upon her a fortune of millions of star coins with merely a few words. The cost of communication was trivial in comparison. She would likely abandon her current tasks at the mere mention of a location. Upon entering the holographic video conference room, she found a masked man seated opposite her at the round table. From her physical appearance, she was entirely different from the elderly professors or doctors she had anticipated. She appeared remarkably youthful. Are you? Li Yaqi inquired tentatively, her doubts about the other person's identity arising from their youthful demeanor. The T1 Wolf Might-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer has undoubtedly brought you considerable fortune. Miss Li, you possess a keen business acumen, you could have set a higher price, yet you opted for a lower rate to swiftly penetrate the market and enhance Bayan's reputation. Zhao Chen remarked. Li Yaqi quickly responded, this is largely due to your generosity in providing us with this starship. Out of gratitude, despite the buyout contract we previously signed, we are willing to pay you 5 of the technical fees for each starship. One must admit that Li Yaqi is truly astute in business. While it may seem like an unnecessary additional expenditure of 5, it is, in fact, a splendid investment to establish a connection with this formidable figure before her. This time, I am not here to discuss the T1 Wolf might. Rather, I wish to explore a profound collaboration with you, Zhao Chen stated, his hands crossed on the table, his gaze firmly fixed on Li Yaqi. Collaboration. This was certainly something Li Yaqi desired. Do you possess other Starship technologies? We are eager to engage in this realm of cooperation with you. Furthermore, we could invest in your research laboratory and provide the finest environment for Starship technology research. Li Yaqi proposed a succession of enticing conditions. She surmised that there must be a Starship technology research organization backing the individual before her. If we could recruit this Starship research organization, it would undoubtedly be a significant advantage for the Bayan Starship Technology Group. What you have mentioned does not concern me. First, listen to my collaboration proposal. I will provide you with several Starship technologies, but this time it will not be a buyout. Rather, it will be a license. To put it plainly, I am merely a facilitator. Zhao Chen stated his intentions right away. 70% of the profits. Li Yaqi immediately calculated in her mind. With a 70% profit share for the other party, and all production, manufacturing, and transportation costs borne by her, she might end up with 1 or 2% of the profit. However, as a businesswoman, Li Yaqi could not simply acquiesce. A 70-30 split seemed rather excessive. Moreover, aside from providing the technology, we would bear all other expenses. What if? Li Yaqi's argument was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Chen. You are well aware of the profit that T1 Wolf Lice has brought you. As for the Starship technology 1M about to transfer to you, I possess absolute confidence that it will not be inferior to T1 Wolf Lice. The terms I have offered are non-negotiable. If Miss Li is unwilling, then we may conclude our discussion here. Faced with the man's unwavering stance, Li Yaqi had already weighed the pros and cons in her mind. She must obtain the Starship technology in his possession. May I first see the blueprints for this cooperative Starship technology?
Li Yaqi inquirat.
You shall naturally see them after the contract is signed, Zhao Chen replied. Li Yaqi was taken aback. This time, her counterpart was resolute in negotiations, leaving her no room to maneuver. In truth, Zhao Chen had anticipated this outcome long ago. The T1 Wolf Louse had bestowed upon Li Yaqi significant advantages. As long as she was not foolish, she would undoubtedly seize this opportunity for collaboration. Furthermore, I have certain additional stipulations. Although we are entering into a profit-sharing agreement, I require a minimum advance payment of 20 million star coins for the initial 3 months. This sum will be deducted from the subsequent profit-sharing portion. Zhao Chen elaborated. The 20 million star coins were, of course, intended to fund Zhao Chen's construction plans for the next 3 months. His T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was eagerly awaiting resources, and the remaining raw materials would only suffice for less than half a month's consumption. 20 million star coins? Upon hearing Zhao Chen's exorbitant demand, Li Yaqi hesitated momentarily. To date, the direct profits from the T1 Wolf Louse amounted to less than 5 million star coins. To gather the requisite 20 million star coins, she would most likely need to request funds from the headquarters. However, given her current standing, she believed that would not pose a significant challenge. My time is limited. I shall grant you 10 minutes to contemplate. Zhao Chen ultimately imposed a deadline. After less than half a minute of reflection, Li Yaqi reached a decision. She fixed her gaze on Zhao Chen. I agree to all your terms. Zhao Chen's expression brightened with satisfaction. You are a shrewd businesswoman. With that, he raised his hand, and a holographic projection of 4 starships, 1 large and 3 small, materialized before Li Yaqi. Among them were 3 models of T1 starships and 1 T2 starship. The T1 starships consist of the T1 Grey Mouse-class medium interstellar destroyer, the T1 Swift Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser, and a T1 Ant-class heavy interstellar mining vessel. The T2 starship is a T2 Moose-class heavy interstellar transport ship. Here is a brief introduction to them. I shall send the detailed Starship technical blueprints to your email shortly. These 4 starships were, of course, exchanged by Zhao Chen from the system, costing a total of 6 mission points and 260 system credits. The T2 interstellar transport ship elicited a look of astonishment from Li Yaqi, her eyes wide with disbelief. Initially, She had presumed that the Starship technology provided to her would merely pertain to the T-1 series. Yet she was taken aback to receive the technological blueprints for 3 T-1 starships as well as a T-2 interstellar transport vessel. Although interstellar transport ships are classified as auxiliary starships, their market demand is the highest. They are essential for interstellar trade, as a proficient interstellar transport ship is indispensable for battlefield requirements, territorial operations, and the logistics of interstellar commerce. After perusing the introductions of these starships, Liyaki's eyes sparkled with fervor. This was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. However, as she lifted her gaze, she found the seat across from her utterly vacant. Once again, she was left unaware of this man's name, yet her curiosity regarding him intensified, having produced such an impressive array of T-1 starship technologies, along with a T-2 starship technology. It appears that when she has the opportunity, she should diligently seek information regarding her brother, particularly about this enigmatic individual. Chapter 92. Military Escort Mission. Upon concluding the meeting, Liyaki immediately revised the previous project plan, preparing to expand the existing Starship factory tenfold. This was merely the first phase of the plan, considering the current cash flow. Once additional funds become available, she intends to further augment the operations. With the introduction of 4 new Starship technologies, Liyaki is confident that Beiyan can be transformed into a premier Starship technology group in the northern sector of the Stellar Empire, potentially even emerging as a brilliant new star within the Empire. Without hesitation, she transferred the requested 20 million star credits. Undeterred by the curious inquiries from a few uncles regarding the rationale behind such a substantial expenditure, Liyaki offered no explanation. Her authority within Beiyan is nearly unparalleled, second only to her father. Zhao Chen, on his part, need not worry about the supply of raw materials any longer. As for why he does not manufacture and sell these starships himself, it is partly due to his lack of a substantial industrial foundation at present. Additionally, while introducing some T-1 starships might not raise eyebrows, unveiling T-2 starship technology would certainly attract attention. Conversely, Liyaki's launch of these starships is unlikely to provoke suspicion, as she is already established in this field. Moreover, Zhao Chen is preoccupied with numerous responsibilities. Engaging in production and sales would demand a significant investment of time, labor, and the procurement of raw materials in bulk, not to mention the complexities of sales channels. He is entirely inexperienced in these areas. For the time being, it is prudent to utilize the resources available through Liyaki to facilitate this endeavor, providing support to Zhao Chen's Xiaolong fleet. Once Zhao Chen possesses the requisite strength in the future, he may then establish his own sales network, transitioning from the shadows to the forefront. At the North Star Military Academy, after a 6-month hiatus, the academic year has commenced for 3 months, and it is Zhao Chen's first visit to his 4th grade classroom. Upon his entrance, all eyes converged upon him, including the astonished gaze of the teacher who was taken aback by the sudden reappearance of a student who had been absent for 3 months. Zhao Chen nonchalantly took a seat at the back, indifferent to the lecture, as he understood that merely attending classes would not suffice to accumulate the triple assessment credits he required. The credit system at North Star Academy stipulates that fulfilling the assessment requirements of an academic year merely ensures progression to the next grade. To amass triple credits, one must embark on an unconventional path. Zhao Chen soon discerned an opportunity: the military missions of the Empire. Currently, the Galactic Alliance remains embroiled in conflict with the mechanical race, and the northern sector of the Starry Empire finds itself on the brink of battle, thus leading to the issuance of various military tasks. These imperial missions may be undertaken by private fleets, typically involving straightforward assignments such as patrols or escorting transport fleets, with the successful completion of such tasks rewarding substantial bounties. The Starship Military Academy, in its quest to evaluate students, permits them to undertake various imperial military missions. Upon successful completion, students not only receive substantial monetary rewards but also accrue generous assessment points for their academic year. After all, these missions are set on the precipice of warfare, and the outcomes remain uncertain. Throughout the illustrious history of the Northern Star Academy, there have been instances where cadets engaged in seemingly innocuous imperial military tasks, only to confront dire enemies, leading to the destruction of their vessels and loss of lives. Yet, in pursuit of fulfilling his annual responsibilities, Zhao Chen found himself with no alternative. He began perusing the Imperial Military Tasks page, scanning through a myriad of assignments, ranging from simple patrols and escort missions to direct engagement in battlefront support operations. However, few individuals were inclined to accept combat assignments on the front lines due to the exceedingly high casualty rates. After several minutes of searching, Zhao Chen's gaze settled upon a specific task: escort the interstellar transport fleet to the Quicksand City Interstellar Fortress. This assignment was deemed of moderate difficulty and promised to yield more than double the fourth-year assessment credits required by the Northern Star Academy. The mission involved departing from the number 3 military base in the Northern Star sector to escort an interstellar transport fleet to the Quicksand City Interstellar Fortress, located within a conflict-ridden star system. The duration of this task was estimated to be around 1 month, with a reward of 200,000 star coins, in addition to extra compensation should any combat arise. Thus, he resolved to select this task. Zhao Chen promptly clicked to apply for the mission and paused to contemplate the scale of the fleet he would require. A fleet comprising 5 T-2 interstellar frigates and 1 T-2 aircraft carrier has been established. Consequently, several starships must remain to fulfill the escort duties. Therefore, Zhao Chen intends to assign 5 T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigates and 1 T-2 Zero-class Blizzard to guard the T-2 Hammer. The remaining starships will participate in this military operation. Upon submission, it is merely a matter of awaiting approval from the other side. He has been instructed to arrive at the Northern Star Region's Military Base No. 3 by January 20th, 3031. In the galactic calendar, ready for orders. Failure to comply will result in a 3-year prohibition from accepting Imperial military bounty missions. Although there is still ample time, Zhao Chen has already commenced his preparations. This marks his first genuine approach to the battlefield. In contrast to the minor skirmishes he previously engaged in, this experience is monumental. Zhao Wanner inquired about the matter, to which Zhao Chen responded that he was to undertake a bounty mission. One of the assessment requirements for his 4th-year credits mandates the execution of a Starship mission. Although most students typically undertake simpler tasks, Zhao Wanner gave it little thought, completely unaware that Zhao Chen was undertaking a military assignment, which is typically reserved for 5th-year students and generally involves very ordinary missions. Once his preparations were complete, Zhao Chen led his starships away from the Northern Star Academy, not heading directly to the designated military base No. 3, but rather first to the temporary station of his Falcon fleet. Upon arrival, Zhao Chen beheld a T-2 Hammer nearing completion. Although he had been at the academy, he had consistently monitored the progress of developments here. After the arrival of 20 million star coins into Zhao Chen's account, he promptly procured a batch of raw materials, which were transported to the vicinity of this star domain and subsequently delivered here by Zhao Chen's starship. With the support of this batch of materials, the construction of the second T-2 Hammer proceeded smoothly and was even completed ahead of schedule. Once the second T-2 Hammer was finished, Zhao Chen could finally embark on the long-anticipated construction plan for the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, his long-awaited flagship. Chapter 93, Northern System No. 3. Have you accepted the escort mission from the Imperial Army? Charlotte's image appeared in the video window, inquiring about the matter Zhao Chen had just mentioned. Zhao Chen nodded. In order to expedite my graduation from the Northern Star Military Academy, I need to undertake some challenging tasks. However, given our current starship capabilities, accomplishing such an escort mission should not pose significant difficulties. I shall accompany you, Charlotte offered. Yet Zhao Chen declined her proposition. You should remain here to oversee our temporary station. Both of our T-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships are operating at full capacity to produce starships, one of which is a T-3 class vessel. This is far more critical than my escort mission. I require a competent individual to remain here. Charlotte, being the deputy commander of the fleet, was aware of the production plan Zhao Chen had devised for the T-2 Hammer and knew that an unidentified model of T-3 starship was currently under construction. Although the reason behind Commander S' mastery of T-3 starship technology remains a mystery, her experiences over the past 6 months have led her to place her trust in this man. Though they are situated in the Northern Star region of the Stellar Empire, away from the front lines, the possibility of communication disruptions cannot be entirely dismissed. In the event of any occurrences here, I bestow upon you the highest authority to make decisive judgments. I have prepared several emergency plans for your reference. Understood. Charlotte replied promptly. Having conveyed all necessary instructions, Zhao Chen entrusted the Zero Storm to Charlotte, then boarded the T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship, leading 5 T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships on their departure. Lilith accompanied Zhao Chen, as he recognized the importance of her seizing every opportunity for practical experience to facilitate her growth. The course has been set. They will first head to the North Star System S gateway, then traverse through the gateway to the Chu River Star Domain, which resides in the same northern star region of the stellar empire as the North Wind Star Domain. Due to the considerable distance, 3 gateway passages will be required before reaching the Imperial Fleet's military base number 3, located on the northern border of the Chu River Star Domain. The assembly time stipulated by the mission is January 20th, allowing ample time for preparation. Lilith meticulously planned the entire navigation route and subsequently reported to the fleet commander. Zhao Chen nodded in approval. No problem, we shall proceed according to your plan. You are in charge of the command during this journey. Inform me upon your arrival. Understood. Lilith acknowledged, fully aware that the commander was mentoring her, and she was determined to seize every opportunity presented. She is acutely aware that attaining a higher status within the Falcon fleet would yield substantial benefits for her fellow succubi in the future. All crew members, enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes. I repeat, all crew members, enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes. Lilith's command resonated across the bridges of the 6 starships within the fleet. The bridge of the Black Rhino-class ship 1 acknowledged. The bridge of the Black Rhino-class ship 2 acknowledged. The 6 starships subsequently transitioned into warp travel, heading towards the Stargate, Northern Star Region, Chuha Star Domain Military Base Number 3. After a day of travel, Zhao Chen's fleet finally arrived at this military base located behind the front lines of the battlefield. Although termed a military base, it is more aptly described as a military star system, as it is a completely militarized system devoid of a name or lord, known only by the codename Military Base Number 3, or alternatively referred to as the Northern Star System Number 3. Your fleet has entered the control zone of Military Base Number 3. Please immediately report your fleet information and the purpose of your visit. A mechanical feminine voice echoed through Zhao Chen's T2B King communication channel. All starships that arrive in the number 3 star system must undergo dual authentication. First, the departure Stargate will verify your fleet information and the purpose of your journey to the Northern Star System Number 3. Upon reaching the Stargate of the No. 3 star system, the Navigation Control Department will reconfirm this information, underscoring the stringent protocols in place here. The information has been confirmed. The visiting fleet is a mercenary fleet undertaking a bounty mission, hailing from the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. The fleet comprises 6 T2 starships. The designated route has been marked. Please navigate accordingly. Be advised that should there be 3 warnings for deviation from the specified course without compliance, the consequences shall be borne by you. The mechanical female voice echoed once more. Simultaneously, routing information was transmitted to Zhao Chen's starship. After Lilith conducted a thorough check and confirmed its accuracy, she inquired about Zhao Chen's subsequent plans. Let us depart, Zhao Chen replied. Upon uttering these words, he settled into the captain's chair, manipulating the surrounding imagery to begin admiring the scenery of the military base. Everywhere he looked, various starships were visible: interstellar battleships, interstellar frigates, interstellar cruisers. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's gaze fell upon an enormous starship. It was an interstellar warship, its length exceeding a full kilometer. Its hull was adorned in a deep crimson hue, featuring a massive main cannon that dwarfed Zhao Chen's modified Zero Storm by nearly double. The array of secondary cannons stood tall like war spears. In comparison, Zhao Chen's T2 Queen Bee appeared as nothing more than a child, and the T2 Black Rhino was akin to the disparity between a watermelon and a sesame seed. This was the epitome of an interstellar battleship. This is precisely why, within the Galactic Alliance's perception, T3 starships are deemed the true combat vessels, while T2 starships are primarily classified as semi-military interstellar ships. Just the Star Shield technology alone is sufficient for a T3 starship to decisively overpower a group of T2 starships without sustaining any damage. The T3 Blaze Lion-class medium interstellar battleship is the standard-issue starship for the Imperial Army, specifically designed for the Stellar Empire's military. Only a select few from the noble royal families possess this vessel privately, and it is rumored that each ship commands a staggering price of 700 million star coins. Its primary weaponry consists of a 2,200 mm caliber medium electromagnetic cannon, marking it as one of the main combat vessels within the T3 series of the Imperial Army. Zhao Chen recited the information about this starship from the Academy's textbooks. However, he was not particularly fond of this vessel, as he owned an even more formidable interstellar battleship. His gaze did not linger on the T3 starship. Instead, he continued to search, akin to a charming rogue seeking his target in a nightclub. At last, Zhao Chen spotted his goal, and at that moment, he felt as if he had fallen in love at first sight, like an innocent youth. The super starship of the Imperial Fleet, the T4 class interstellar battleship. Chapter 94. The Imperial Flagship, God of the North Wind. The T4 God of the North Wind class heavy interstellar battleship measures 7.8 kilometers in length and weighs over 30 million tons. Its offensive weapon systems include 2 bow-mounted super cannons, 36 main cannons, and 144 secondary cannons. The 2 bow-mounted super cannons are T4 God of the North Wind class heavy cluster laser cannons. This starship is one of the few T4 class interstellar vessels of the Stellar Empire and is the earliest T4 starship owned by the Stellar Empire, solidifying its position within the Galactic Alliance, truly a vessel of great merit. Under the leadership of the Northern Star Region's Imperial Army, the Chuha Star Domain, the Northern Wind Star Domain, and the affiliated Northern Star Starship Military Academy's Starship Technology Research Institute have collaboratively engaged in the research and production of advanced starships. Surrounded by a multitude of T3 starships, the T4 Northern Wind God-class heavy interstellar battleship stands as a magnificent titan, rendering the others mere charming little siblings in comparison. If only I could one day possess a T4 interstellar battleship. At this moment, Zhao Chen was utterly captivated, lost in reverie at the thought of owning such a vessel. Ahem. What's wrong? Zhao Chen, momentarily distracted, feigned composure as he glanced at Lilith. Have we arrived so swiftly? It was only then that Zhao Chen realized their starship had docked at a spaceport. Within the entire third star system, spaceports abound, accommodating the multitude of Imperial Army starships. The spaceport they had docked at was situated on the periphery. You stay aboard the starship. I shall have a look around. Zhao Chen descended from the captain's chair and made his way toward the bridge's exit. Lilith watched Zhao Chen's retreating figure and then turned her gaze to the distant T4 Northern Wind God. A thought crept into her mind. Over the past few months, she had never witnessed the commander display such infatuation toward her or any other succubus. Today, he was utterly entranced by a starship, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable desire. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a twinge of frustration. In the presence of a man, this proud succubus felt overshadowed by a mere starship? Zhao Chen stepped off his starship, only to be met by an awaiting Imperial soldier, alongside a floating video window nearby. You are here for the escort mission, correct? Greetings. I am the Imperial Army's 4th class Sergeant Major in charge of your assignment. You are the last to arrive. The Sergeant Major glanced at Zhao Chen through the video window, his tone exuding an air of superiority. The 4th class Sergeant Major, a rank just below commissioned officers, is often referred to as a petty noble. Indeed, Zhao Chen replied. Here is the detailed information regarding this mission. Upon learning of your arrival, I have already informed several other collaborators to attend the meeting. My soldiers will escort you. You will need to meet with the commanders of the other mercenary fleets. With that, the Sergeant Major abruptly terminated the communication. At the same time, Zhao Chen received a document containing pertinent information. Sir, please follow me, said a soldier, whose tone was markedly more amicable, leading Zhao Chen ahead. Zhao Chen glanced at the soldier's rank. A 4th class soldier, also known as a corporal. The Starry Empire's rank system consists of 4 tiers and 17 levels. The ranks include soldier, non-commissioned officer, commissioned officer, and general. The first 3 categories each have 4 levels, with the first being the lowest and the 4th the highest. Generals have 5 levels, ranging from 1 star to 5 stars. Isn't our fleet not the only one undertaking this mission? Zhao Chen inquired while perusing the document. Shouldn't the remuneration be divided among all? He added casually. The corporal responded, yes, it will be distributed according to the degree of contribution made during the escort mission. Zhao Chen was rather indifferent to the remuneration, which amounted to merely several 100,000 star coins. After all, he had recently received a deposit of 20 million star coins. What he truly valued was the assessment points from the academy. Soon, under the guidance of the sergeant, Zhao Chen entered a conference room. Within the room, several individuals were already seated, and the appearance of one person took Zhao Chen by surprise. The other party also recognized Zhao Chen and was equally astonished by his presence here. Please take a seat. In a moment, our sergeant will confirm some details regarding this escort mission, the sergeant announced before stepping out and closing the door behind him. At that moment, only 4 individuals remained in the room, 2 men and 2 women. Zhao Chen approached and sat beside one of the young women, glancing at her as he remarked, "What a coincidence." "Indeed, quite a coincidence," Xin Bing replied, not concealing the fact that she knew Zhao Chen, as this mission was not classified. Indeed, the familiar face present was none other than Xin Bing, the class leader of Zhao Chen's cohort and one of the academy's renowned beauties. "Do you two know each other?" inquired a woman clad in a tight black leather outfit across the table. "We are classmates," Zhao Chen responded, taking the initiative to speak. As they accepted this mission, the participants' basic information was accessible to one another, including details such as their affiliations and the number of starships within their fleets. Zhao Chen could also view the information of the 2 individuals opposite him. The middle-aged man and the woman in leather belonged to a private adventure fleet, each commanding over a dozen starships. In contrast, Xin Bing's situation was less fortunate, possessing only a single T2 starship. "Young man, I see your profile states. Do you possess 6 T2 starships?" The woman in the leather attire rose intentionally and seated herself beside Zhao Chen, deliberately leaning closer to him. Zhao Chen cast a glance at the zipper of her leather jacket, which was drawn down to her abdomen, and replied, "Indeed." "What types of starships are the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate and the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier?" "I have never heard of them before," the woman in leather inquired curiously, inching even closer. At that moment, a screen window appeared on one side of the conference table, revealing the chief petty officer. It was only then that the leather-clad woman relinquished her proximity to Zhao Chen and sat upright. Zhao Chen turned his attention to the chief petty officer, who seemed rather indifferent to the meeting, opting for video communication rather than attending in person. "Greetings, everyone. To be succinct, your fleet of 4 has been assigned this escort mission. The task is to depart on the 20th and safely transport the supplies of an interstellar transport fleet to the Sand City Interstellar Fortress. Should there be any military supplies required, they can be procured directly here at market prices. All other pertinent information has been dispatched to you. If there are no questions, I shall conclude my remarks. You may confer amongst yourselves. I will not intervene in the course of the mission, only the outcome matters to me." The chief petty officer glanced at the 4 individuals before terminating the communication. The brief address was, to be honest, scarcely different from silence. The conference room reverted to the previous tense standoff among the 4. The woman in leather shifted her gaze back to Zhao Chen. Just as she was about to continue her conversation with him, the middle-aged man across the table ignited a cigarette, exhaling a pungent cloud of smoke as he fixed his gaze upon the 3 individuals seated opposite him. "Let us clarify the hierarchy for this mission. Who shall take the lead?" Chapter 95. The Galactic Alliance and the Mechanical Tribe. Zhao Chen observed the smoking man, acutely aware that he was no novice in the game. The man possessed an impressive fleet of 12 starships, comprising 2 T2 vessels and 10 T1 ships. Such a formidable accumulation of wealth could be attributed both to his noble heritage and his personal prowess. It was evident that, by the traditional standards, the one with the most formidable fleet commands the most influence. You may possess 2 T2 starships, as do I, but this gentleman boasts 6 T2 vessels, one of which is a T2 aircraft carrier. Undoubtedly, he is the leader of this operation. Young man, I shall rely on you for this endeavor, the woman clad in leather said, leaning heavily against Zhao Chen, the cloying scent of inferior perfume overwhelming his senses. Her remarks excluded Xin Bing, for he only commanded a single T2 starship, rendering him insignificant in comparison to their might. However, the origins of his starships remained a mystery to me. I had never even heard their names before. Who could discern where he procured such obscure vessels? I refused to place my trust in mere figures on paper. The middle-aged man cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Chen, who then spoke up. I do not aspire to be the leader, yet I shall not adhere blindly to orders issued by others. Given that this is merely a mission of escort, I believe it prudent for each of us to fulfill our respective roles without establishing a hierarchical dynamic. Once a novice, the middle-aged man chuckled softly, smoking a cigarette as he exited the conference room. Hey there, handsome, don't mind that rough fellow. Would you care to join me for a drink? The woman clad in leather traced her fingers along Zhao Chen's neck, her warm breath caressing the back of his ear. No, thank you. I have matters to attend to. Zhao Chen abruptly rose, nearly causing the leather-clad woman to lose her balance and fall. TSK. She rolled her eyes, still hoping to extract some advantage from this affluent young heir. With his youthful appearance and the presence of 6 T2 starships, he was evidently of noble lineage, likely out here for some practical experience. As Zhao Chen left the conference room, he hastily followed the figure ahead. Class monitor, what brings you here? He inquired, addressing Shen Bing, who had also departed after the middle-aged man. Shen Bing had left the room as soon as the man exited, prompting Zhao Chen's curiosity about her presence. I'm on a mission, she replied, quickening her pace. If it's for the annual assessment, an ordinary task would suffice. There is no need to undertake a military assignment for the Imperial Army, especially when you only possess a T2 starship. The difficulty is quite substantial, Zhao Chen remarked. As he spoke, Shen Bing was already advancing swiftly towards her starship. Zhao Chen gazed at her vessel, an older model T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, which had naturally been exchanged from the Academy's Starship warehouse as a second-hand craft. After all, students like Shen Bing, who come from humble backgrounds, typically only have the opportunity to acquire a T1 starship. It is only exceptional students like Shen Bing who might hope to exchange credits for a T2 class starship. Although Zhao Chen was curious about Shen Bing's presence, he felt no inclination to engage with her aloof demeanor. Zhao Chen transmitted the mission details to Lilith. This is the task information provided by our chief petty officer. Additionally, there will be 3 fleets collaborating with us, totaling 32 starships for this escort mission. Lilith reviewed the information. In total, there are 11 T2 starships. Aside from our 6 vessels, there are 5 additional T2 starships, 2 T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyers, 2 T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruisers, and 1 T2 Beetle-class medium interstellar escort ship. The remainder consists of 21 T1 starships. Lilith meticulously organized all the data and operational statistics for each type of starship, presenting it in remarkable detail. The fleet we are responsible for escorting comprises 300 T1 interstellar transport ships. Given the scale of this operation, the escort mission should pose no significant issues, she remarked. Zhao Chen, seated comfortably in the captain's chair with his legs crossed, replied, the escort mission itself should not present any challenges. However, the circumstances are uncertain. After all, we are not far from the battlefield. Lilith, are you aware of the matters concerning the mechanical race? Lilith articulated. The former Demon King's realm was situated at the far end of the galaxy. Thus it was spared from the direct threat posed by the mechanical race. However, rumors of them had reached us. The mechanical race constitutes an interstellar civilization primarily composed of sentient mechanical beings, and the origins of their creation remain shrouded in mystery. One of the most widely circulated theories suggests that an ancient interstellar civilization developed highly advanced intelligent machines. As Lilith spoke, she raised her hand, and a holographic projection displayed various entities, all of which were entirely encased in machinery. Among these, the most numerous were humanoid robots, alongside an array of bizarre and fantastical forms. These represented the citizen units of the mechanical race. The emergence of these sentient mechanical beings catalyzed rapid advancement for this interstellar civilization, propelling it to prominence and establishing it as the dominant power within that star region. Yet one fateful day, the intelligent machines under the control of this interstellar civilization initiated a rebellion, annihilating all sentient carbon-based life forms associated with their creators, and subsequently eradicating the intelligent carbon-based beings of other civilizations within the region. Thus, they established a new interstellar civilization known as the mechanical race, often referred to as the Empire of Intelligent Machines. Following the establishment of this civilization, the mechanical race did not cease its campaign of extermination. They exalted sentient mechanical life as the pinnacle of existence in the universe, deeming all intelligent carbon-based life as mere inefficiencies that squander cosmic resources and engage in futile interstellar conflicts. Their aim is to eradicate all sentient carbon-based life and establish a universe governed by an efficient, intelligent mechanical existence. Lilith once again employed a holographic projection, revealing a celestial map. This map was predominantly composed of 4 colors, interspersed with numerous small patches, though their areas were exceedingly minute. Following the establishment of a unified regime, the mechanical race commenced interstellar warfare in accordance with their doctrine, initially catching many interstellar civilizations off guard, leading to their annihilation. It was not until a millennium ago that 3 substantial interstellar civilizations adjacent to this universe ascended into the T4 technological era, plunging the cosmos into a chaotic maelstrom of interstellar conflict. After a series of fierce confrontations, the mechanical race emerged beyond their frontiers and simultaneously launched an invasion. First, these 3 prominent interstellar civilizations perceived the so-called intelligent mechanical life as merely another adversary amidst the turmoil. However, the overwhelming numbers and advanced warships of the mechanical race soon instilled a profound sense of dread within them. Most critically, any star systems conquered by the mechanical race would undergo a process of purification concerning the local sentient carbon-based life. Consequently, these 3 major interstellar civilizations resolved to unite in resistance against their common foe, the mechanical race. Thus was born the Galactic Alliance. Chapter 96. The Interstellar Craftsmen. The dwarven race, the Galactic Alliance, is established under the leadership of the Starry Empire, the Holy Radiance Empire, and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, alongside several smaller interstellar civilizations. However, true authority resides with these 3 interstellar hegemons. Moreover, the borders of these 3 civilizations coincide with that of the mechanical race, rendering their fates intertwined. Throughout this millennium-long conflict, both sides have been locked in a protracted struggle, experiencing victories and defeats, yet neither has been able to obliterate the other entirely. After sharing this, Lilith turned to Zhao Chen. The Chu-He star domain in the northern sector of the Starry Empire is precisely the area closest to the mechanical race, remaining in a perpetual state of readiness. The governor of the Chu-He star domain is also a 5-star marshal, a designation not without justification. Though our escort route is near the conflict zone, mechanical starships seldom appear in this region, and there is little incentive for them to attack our modest interstellar transport fleet. Therefore, under normal circumstances, this escort mission should pose minimal risk. Lilith expressed her thoughts. Theoretically, that is the case, yet I cannot shake the unsettling feeling that arose upon meeting that chief petty officer, Zhao Chen remarked, rubbing his temples. Lilith reassured him, perhaps it is simply because this is your first time in such an environment. It is only natural to feel a degree of apprehension. Perhaps, Zhao Chen conceded, attempting to dismiss his concerns. Regardless of what may transpire, he recognized that he had relinquished his agency in the matter. Commander, there is something that might divert your attention, and I believe you will find it intriguing, Lilith suddenly remarked. What is it? Zhao Chen inquired with curiosity. Lilith raised her hand, and a holographic image materialized, depicting a diminutive girl, merely 1 meter tall, with a familiar slave collar encircling her neck. A slave? Is this a minor girl slave? Why would you think I would be interested in this? Zhao Chen glowered at Lilith, pondering what actions of his might have led her to such a misunderstanding. Oh, are you not interested? Lilith responded, taken aback. Zhao Chen's expression was complex as he struggled to articulate his thoughts to Lilith. This is a member of the dwarf race. I thought the commander might find it more captivating. Minor? Lilith shook her head, certainly not. She is already of age, even a few years older than you, Commander, but due to her racial genetics, the height of the dwarf race peaks at approximately 1 meter 30, with some being as short as 1 meter. Ah, I see. Zhao Chen realized that it was not a misunderstanding on Lilith's part. What is the purpose of showing me this? He asked, intrigued. Lilith proceeded to display the information regarding the dwarf race. The dwarves are one of the rare interstellar races, akin to the Succubi. Long ago, they were a formidable interstellar civilization, but they were eventually vanquished by other cosmic civilizations. Consequently, the dwarves became a nomadic race without territory. They may lack formidable physiques and combat prowess. However, they are inherently gifted engineers, excelling in the study of various technologies. Their capacity to learn technological skills surpasses that of other interstellar races manifold. Currently, half of the dwarven race is employed in various interstellar civilizational industrial factories or technological research institutes. They bear the moniker interstellar artisans. In an instant, Zhao Chen comprehended Lilith's implication. You wish for me to recruit her? Lilith nodded, stating that what our Xiong fleet primarily lacks is precisely such technical talent. Although 2 T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships are currently manned by a contingent of half-orc mechanics and engineers, their skills are evidently only adequate, unable to fully harness the efficiency of the T2 Hammer. Should we have an interstellar artisan? I believe it could significantly enhance the operational efficacy of our interstellar industrial vessels. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, acknowledging the validity of her point, yet he questioned, considering the singularity of the dwarf's presence. Would one dwarf suffice? Though one dwarf is indeed a scarce resource, she might assist us in connecting with other dwarves. We could explore this possibility, Lilith suggested. You make a compelling argument. After all, we find ourselves without other pressing matters. How do we procure this dwarf? Zhao Chen inquired. This individual appears directly on the slave list of the No. 3-star system priced at 3,000 star coins. We can contact the owner directly for purchase. Lilith responded, bringing up detailed information. 3,000 star coins. This sum is considerably steeper than the cost Zhao Chen incurred when he acquired 100 half-orc slaves, including Charlotte. In the past, such an expense would have caused him considerable distress. Yet now Zhao Chen merely blinked in surprise. Wait. This individual. Zhao Chen recognized the seller, an acquaintance of his. Very well. The two parties swiftly agreed to a transaction of 3,000 star coins. Zhao Chen glanced at the transaction address before departing from the starship to meet someone. In a private dining room of a tea house at the starport, a dwarf was pushed inside. Boss, here is the merchandise you requested. Oh, it's you. The woman in leather looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. What a coincidence. Zhao Chen had previously noticed that the one selling this dwarf was indeed the leather-clad woman. He had not anticipated that this charming young man had a penchant for such types. The woman regarded Zhao Chen with a half-smile. Ahem. Let us proceed directly with the transaction. Zhao Chen proposed the deal without hesitation. The leather-clad woman did not dilly-dally. Once the 3,000 star coins were confirmed, she pushed the dwarf in front of Zhao Chen and tossed him a button, the controller for the slave collar. Handsome, would you be interested in adding another to your collection? After completing the transaction, the woman began to flirt with Zhao Chen, licking her red lips. I'm afraid I have no such intentions. I need to inspect the merchandise first. May I trouble you? Zhao Chen issued a subtle dismissal.